Chapter 111. Many people were tempted. Old John continued his argument, each point making perfect sense. Since the mutation was unstoppable, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity when a cheat dropped from the sky? Must there be random mutations and social unrest? The crowd was somewhat persuaded. Furthermore, old Zhang's granddaughter was also attending the class. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, old Zhang certainly wouldn't have spoken in favor of this organization. If current science can't explain the cutting-edge technology in that offline get-out-of-class, how can it explain these mutations? Are you all younger than me, and more conservative than me? Mr. Zhang continued to delivering a steady stream of comments for 20 minutes. By the end of the meeting, no one dared to vote against it. So the pro-party won this meeting. But the next one might not be so sure. The meetings continued, teams from all over the country arrived, expressing their opinions and reading the materials. Finally, all the ideas and conflicts were sorted out. The officials worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights, culminating in a grand vote. The pro-party won 7-3. The mutations are unstoppable. We should seize the advantage, not cut off our own strength. It doesn't matter if we don't understand the organization. We can communicate directly. Every connection needs a start. Besides, they have good intentions. Otherwise, why wouldn't they be in our country? The leader's humor eased the atmosphere a bit, and everyone relaxed a little. A few people in the meeting hall began to remove their masks or gloves. The bodies of this small group of people have undergone abnormal changes. Some have very round and pointed nails, some have extremely thick hair, and some appear to be fine at first glance, but upon closer inspection, their mouths have become 3-lobed. Oh my goodness, if mutations are common to everyone, then if they can't be controlled, even drinking water will leak, right? Everyone's heart couldn't help but tilt. Mainly because humans mutating into animals. No one had any experience with this. Since others had experience, and even opened an institution for this purpose, the tuition of 88,000 yuan per person didn't seem that expensive. While that offline get-out-of-class was certainly bizarre, there were so many bizarre things in the world, so one more seemed insignificant. It's settled, the leader slammed the table. We maintain the current partnership. If we don't understand how the offline class is run, we can ask. If they don't want to talk, that's fine. We don't focus on the process, only the results. Everything we're doing is working for us. We can't deny their contributions just because we don't understand a process. That's not the way to do it. The leader had said it all, in an organized and well-reasoned manner. By the end of the meeting, everyone was pretty much on the same page. Then Yi Zifeng's phone started ringing off the hook. 81 clones couldn't even handle the calls from the human staff, so they had to ask the hundreds of students who had just taken the first batch of offline classes to work part-time to barely keep the lights on. Yes, 88,000. I don't know if there's any discounts. You have to ask our teacher Yi about that. He's busy right now and can't answer the phone. Food and lodging are included. It's just that the food in the cafeteria is inconsistent. Most of the time it's delicious, but if you end up eating dishes cooked by students who were punished, it's a bit of a disaster. They're all terrible. They can't tell the difference between sugar and salt. Yeah. They don't teach properly, and they don't cook properly. If I were teacher Yi, I'd kick them out. Haha, sorry, just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Hey, teacher Yi, I just couldn't help myself. It wasn't intentional. What? Making me cook in the cafeteria again? No way. The entire institution was bustling with activity. People answering phones, escorting new students, arranging dormitories, and wielding spatulas until smoke billowed. Everyone was working at full capacity. The first batch of students had just finished their in-person classes, and were already being asked to help out. It's so strange. I was running for my life like a rabbit this morning, and now I'm helping with recruitment this afternoon. Life is so unpredictable. I was a piranha this morning, and now I have to answer questions online. I'm a little unaccustomed to using my hands after so long. I'm typing so slowly that the other party is complaining. What do I do? I cursed back immediately, and my typing speed suddenly increased. The institution was operating at a high speed, and everyone was constantly busy. Amidst this intense rush, the students who had completed their in-person classes quickly regained their sense of being human. My limbs are still more useful. I can type whenever I want, work whenever I want. I can even curse so many times. It's just a little tiring, but otherwise it's perfect. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Thank you all for your hard work during this period. I thank you all with concrete actions when I'm done. You can look forward to it. Everyone in the group received this message, and the busy students couldn't help but wonder what concrete action they could look forward to. Could it be a 10,000 yuan rebate for each person? Thinking of the potential money, everyone worked even harder. Yi Sifeng collected all his clones. With his assistant Xiaoying and thousands of students working, he could finally take a break. What should we do next? The organization has limited space and can't hire any more people. Now that we've officially approved it, we can promote it freely. Are you still worried about changes in your body? Are you still suffering from the strange looks others give you? The new humanity course tailored just for you has arrived. Online classes for only 8,888. All your problems will be solved. What the hell is this? Lively drama fan Lily saw this commercial while watching the drama. She looked at it from left to right and couldn't figure out what it was selling. What physical changes? What strange looks? Is New Humanity a brand name? Explain it more clearly. This business's advertising is lame. It's obvious they won't make much money. Lily thought as she took a screenshot and sent it to her best friend. Love CP. This ad is hilarious, like a virus. Who would click on it? I really want to escape. I really want to escape. Click on this ad and see if it redirects. If so, send me the link. Love CP. Question mark Love CP. Why? I don't understand. What kind of ad is this? You understand it, right? I really want to escape. Send it to me first. Lily was a little confused, but she was talking to her best friend, so she dutifully switched apps and clicked on the ad. The page quickly redirected. Seeing the page for the XX Province Education Network, Lily rubbed her eyes. Hashtag humanity mutated, hashtag. The trending search term quickly rose, and within half a day, it was followed by a black and red explosion. No, the Provincial Department of Education was hacked. Why did I just click on an ad and it landed me? That new human course is ridiculous. +1 I'm shocked. Even though the server is old, it's embarrassing to be hacked so easily. This is the official website. What's going on with the two people above? Haven't you noticed anything recently? Not to mention the street, just friends and family, didn't anyone tell you? Maybe they don't really pay attention to life. What's with the cryptic chatter above? Just say what you mean. Who are you trying to show off with all this sarcasm? Ah, I thought everyone in this entry was praising the official website. So many people don't know about it? It doesn't seem to be an official course, just posted on that website. It's from some institution. Remember that course they kept talking about online a while ago? That's it. Ah, I remember. My favorite streamer announced he was taking a class right after he became popular. He's taking this class, right? So he said he was King of Beasts. Ah, is that what you mean? That's probably true. I'm so jealous. They turned into tigers, but I can only turn into cockroaches. Where's justice? Smile at this. OMG, congratulations on becoming the treasurer of Province Y. Reply to the above user, this isn't funny, smile. No, what's with all the transformations? I don't understand. Aren't they talking about that commercial? How can the Provincial Education Network even let you take a course like this? Reply to the above user, didn't you see the entry? Humans are mutating. Everyone will turn into a different animal. I think you turn into a big bill duck quacking. Huh? So this is normal. I thought I was sick. I've had really dark circles under my eyes lately, and I've grown furry ears. Picture. OMG. Giant panda. Hashtag someone mutated into a giant panda hashtag. This trending search quickly rose to the top, quickly becoming the second most popular topic. Quite a few people shared pictures of what they'd mutated into. Finally, I can take off my hat. I've grown a coxcomb. Who knows? I wake up at 4:30 every day and stand at the door and howl. Oh my god, I feel the same way. My mom's been scolding me for half a month straight. Oh my god, I'm so lucky compared to her. I just seem to have a little extra hair, nothing special. Replying to the above, it's probably a monkey. This isn't so bad. It won't be much different from normal life. No, what the hell is going on? Is this still 2024? Is this still Earth? Why are you guys saying something I can't understand? Just read the above and assume you understand. Things will change sooner or later. 3 of the 4 in my family have already changed. They're all different. Curious, what is it? Sorry, this is private, I can't share it. I'm really dizzy. Does God have to tease me like this? Others have mutated into national treasures, but I've mutated into a silkworm, lurching around on the ground anytime, anywhere. Yesterday, I scared away 3 children from the neighborhood and even got complained about. Is mutation the turning point in life? They're playing me a trick again. Silkworms, Hurry up and join the class. This is the online course on the Provincial Education Network. If you manage your development well early on, you emerge as a butterfly. Then you have big wings. Ah? Really? Ah, I see it. It really is there. Thank God, thank the country, thank the government, thank the government, thank the netizens. How did you know I've wanted to grow wings since I was a kid? My destiny is the sky. I want to fly so badly. What a ray of hope. Crying, I thought my class wouldn't be there anymore, but a new one just came out. I definitely make it through this tough time, and have those transparent little wings. Crying, huh? Chapter 112. The internet is buzzing with excitement, and almost everyone with access to the internet knows about it. Who knows? My skin is all numb and itchy. I thought it was some kind of illness, but couldn't afford treatment. Turns out it's just a mutation. There's a free online course. My buddy is back in high spirits. Add 1. Yesterday, when I discovered my tongue was bifurcated, I thought I had a rare disease. Turns out I'm mutating into a snake. Kinda cool, hee. Can everyone see the course on that website? Why can't I? Is this species discrimination? What did the person above mutate into? I'm curious. This is private. Why should I tell you? Ha ha. I know. I just saw the person's homepage. He's a mosquito mutant. Ha ha ha. But I really can't help but discriminate. Ha ha, don't be mad. I'm telling you, that course isn't finished yet. The owner of the organization is still uploading. Maybe there are too many different types of courses, and it's hard to record them all. I just don't know how long it will take. With so many courses, it might take 10 or 8 years. No, I spent 3 days surfing before I figured out what was going on. I even went to the education website to watch those online classes you mentioned. What's going on? Why are all the lectures given by animals? And there's AI voice acting? What's wrong with this world? Have I just been homebound for 3 months? Huh? Actually, it wasn't 3 months. 300 years have passed, doghead. Although I was attending the class, but I can't help but wonder, why are all the lectures being given by animals? It's different than I imagined, though they're pretty good. You've already mutated, and you still care? Just a serious guess, I think these animal teachers might be the first batch of mutators. They have the experience to transform into full-fledged animals, and the authorities don't want to waste that experience, so they gather them together to record online classes. First evolution drives later evolution. That makes sense. Then can I really become a giant panda? Wow. A panda lady appears upstairs. Taking a photo. Oh my goodness. Speechless. When are the mosquito lessons recording? My mouth's getting pointy. In another week, I'd be able to poke my bowl with my head down. Aw God, please don't turn me into a mosquito. I hate you people. When will the lessons be uploaded? Not sure yet. In fact, Yeet Seifing was a bit puzzled when he thought of mosquitoes. They weren't found in the spirit beast space. In fact, there had been some before, but he had eliminated them all. Back then, despite the intimidating gaze of the Beast King, Ing Fangxuan, he had persevered and eradicated all the buzzing mosquitoes in the forest. In his first life on Earth, he was helpless. He had been in the cultivation world for thousands of years, and if he didn't eradicate them all, his cultivation would be in vain. But back then, he never imagined that the day would come when he would need mosquitoes for online classes. Yeet Seifing searched the spirit beast space, searching everywhere, but finding no suitable replacements. As he searched, an idea struck him, and he meticulously probed his spiritual sense into various types of water. He found them. Several arrested mosquito larvae. As expected of the world of cultivation, even when a spirit mosquito is exterminated, it can hide its offspring in the water, giving it a chance to make a comeback. Perhaps this is fate. Yeet Seifing channeled his spiritual energy into the mosquito larvae, and they quickly grew and developed, a buzzing mosquito appearing in the spirit beast space. Ing Fangxuan. Yeet Seifing waved. The furry but disheveled Ing Fangxuan quickly arrived, arranging his fur as he fluttered. Come, give these mosquitoes some training. Yeet Seifing was already quite adept at this, and while standing by and watching Ing Fangxuan conduct the teacher training, he even began to make demands. Tell them to be more restrained. Stop buzzing all the time. It's disturbing the students. Don't move around so much during class. It's blinding. Forget it. Let's keep one. Let these mosquitoes compete for a week. The one that's the best at teaching will stay, and you be responsible for disinfecting the others. Ing Fangxuan paused, turned to glance at him, then quickly turned away again. Train well. I check other waters for mosquito larvae and scoop up some. We can compete together. Yeet Seifing flew away. Ing Fangchuan looked at the buzzing mosquitoes before him. He couldn't say he felt sympathy, but rather a sense of confusion. These tiny insects couldn't bite them, so why did Yi Zifeng act so resentful, as if there was a story behind it? Ing Fangchuan pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything, so he ignored it and directly conveyed Yi Zifeng's message to the mosquitoes. Compete well. Only the one who gives the best lecture will stay. After conveying this message, Ing Fangchuan skillfully delivered a teacher training session. As soon as his mental energy was withdrawn, he staggered off to find Yi Zifeng. It wasn't that he was clingy, it was just that Yi Zifeng needed him. It would be bad if he didn't train them in time. After all, he was working for his golden light of merit. Thanks to the efforts of Yi Zifeng and his assistant Xiao Ying, online classes continued to upload. One after another, the wild spirit beasts were trained and placed on the podium. Of course, some secretly resisted, but after a beating, they became obedient. Life is so precious, and the path of cultivation is long. With Wang pointing a stick at your head and saying that anyone who doesn't attend class is doomed, what else can you do? Just bite the bullet and go for it. Teacher Snail said this point is difficult to explain. It's hard to express in words. You need to find a rainy day, lie on the tender leaves, listen to the sound of the rain, practice and think. You figure it out quickly. Or eat more vegetables. Once you've eaten enough, you learn it. Teacher Ma thinks this might require some practical experience. Back then, it progressed quickly thanks to high-intensity exercise. Students can try running on their own. You should get the feel for it once you work up a sweat. Some spirit beasts were vague, others were ambiguous, but some gradually grew accustomed to this kind of life and began to take the initiative. Teacher who thinks these questions are worth pondering, and he wants to test you. Click the button in the lower right corner to go to the Q&A page and submit your answers. Any unsatisfactory answers will be remembered by him. Teacher who says he has a very good memory. Help! What happens if my name is called out for not doing my homework properly? Huh? Isn't this an online class? How can my name be called out? I didn't do my homework properly in the first period, and teacher who called out my name in the second period. He also said that if I fail 3 times, he'd come to catch me in person and send me to work. Huh? Shocked. There's such a thing. As expected of our institution. I knew everyone would be treated equally. What's going on upstairs? Nothing, I'm just an ordinary student taking the online get out of class. The cafeteria work is getting more and more, and I can't wait for someone to share some of the burden. Huh? No. I definitely study hard. Hashtag if you don't pay attention, you be caught and forced to work offline hashtag. The topic has become popular again, and many people are afraid to lose focus during online classes. Traffic on provincial education websites is enormous, and almost 70% of mutants have watched the online classes. The remaining 30% aren't unwilling to watch, but lack the conditions or are out of touch. Meihua Village, Gaojian. Gaojian is located at the border of provinces Y and H. Surrounded by mountains, transportation is not very convenient. Going to the market requires an hour's motorcycle ride. Over time, the villagers have become largely self-sufficient. Unless they need something, they send the young people on bikes to the next town to buy it. Otherwise, no one leaves the village. The same thing happened to the elderly couple of the Kai family. In the past 2 years, even more so, the younger members of the family had left the province for work, leaving only the 2 elders to look after the household. At dawn, old man Kai got out of bed and, under the dim light of day, boiled some water. He wrung out a steaming hot towel in the morning mist and applied it to his face, then wiped his arms. It was a bit hot. Old man Kai turned his body so his arm faced the sunlight, lifted his sleeve, and began to feel around. He found grayish-white, hard patches, like fish scales. There were more. As he felt around, old man Kai couldn't help but wonder how much treatment would cost. If it cost a few hundred yuan, forget it. It was simply too expensive. It wouldn't even cover the cost of a year's farming. Old man Kai lowered his sleeve, rinsed the towel with clean water, then poured a basin of steaming hot water into it. He took it out, wrung it out, and then pushed open the door and walked in. Old Mrs. Kai also stood up, though she hadn't changed her clothes. She was looking at her arm in a red plastic mirror. Is there more? Old man Kai handed her a towel. Old Mrs. Kai put down her pajamas and took the towel, covering her face with it. Her voice was muffled through the towel. I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Old man Kai stood quietly, watching old Mrs. Kai covering her face with the towel for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but say, why don't we take you to see it? We still have some money saved. Don't feel bad about it. Money is meant to be spent. If you don't spend it, it's a waste. Old Mrs. Kai wiped her face with the towel. Forget it, let's save some. When the money runs out, we have to ask our children for it. They have a hard time too. We don't help them with their work, but we can't be a burden to them. Old Man Kai couldn't help but touch his arm again. Even through his clothes, he could feel it clearly. It was hard, with tiny undulations as he moved it, and it was patchy. A disease they had never seen before. Just those few words made them afraid to go see a doctor. Unseen meant rare, and it meant it would cost a lot of money. Or so it goes. Minor illnesses can be cured without treatment, and major ones don't cost money. While it might be a little scary, it's invisible once you put on your clothes. Old couples don't care about such things anymore. Old Mrs. Kai dressed slowly, taking 5 minutes just to walk from the bedroom to the outside. It wasn't like this before. Before she contracted this strange disease, old Mrs. Kai was incredibly agile. She could get out of bed and chatter away from the bedroom to the vegetable garden. Old man, old Mrs. Kai called from the kitchen. Old Man Kai hurried in and saw his wife filling the pot with water but not lighting the fire. She stood blankly by the pot, lost in thought. Old Man Kai was startled and quickly took the packet of noodles. I cook. You wait in the bedroom. Old Mrs. Kai walked out, looking back every few steps. At the door, she paused and said quietly, Old man, do you think it's time? I woke up so early, and I'm not hungry at all. I see this pot of water, and don't even want to light it. I just want to bury my head in it, and drink a few sips. Do you think I'm crazy? You must not have slept well last night. Old Man Kai said firmly, go lie down for a while. I bring you the noodles. Old Mrs. Kai stood for a moment longer before slowly leaving the kitchen and heading to the bedroom. Old Man Kai's heart was pounding as he trembled as he lit the fire and cooked the noodles. He had originally intended to make vegetable noodles, but he added half a pound of shredded pork instead and brought the bowl full to the bedroom. Come on, time for breakfast. So much meat. Old Mrs. Kai climbed out of bed, picked up her chopsticks, and slurped the noodles, then the vegetables and the meat, finally finishing the entire bowl of soup. I feel much better now, old Mrs. Kai said. Comfortable is good. Old Man Kai began to eat the noodles from the pot. The generous amount of meat made them delicious, and the soup was incredibly tasty. After finishing his bowl, he still felt unsatisfied and drank the entire pot before finally feeling better. You still have to eat. I feel much better now, too. Old Man Kai and old Mrs. Kai lay back in bed. They should have been out picking vegetables at this hour, but they had both developed a strange illness. They couldn't stand the sun. When they did, their bodies would become dry and itchy. Let's wait a little longer. My children have been busy these past few months, so it's inconvenient to ask for leave to go home for the funeral. Let's wait until the Lunar New Year, when all the relatives and friends will be free. Old Mrs. Kai whispered from her bed, and Old Man Kai nodded in agreement. They pulled the covers over them, drifting off to a light sleep. Old people don't sleep much, but only when they're half asleep do they stop thinking about the scales on their bodies. I spend the whole afternoon in a daze. That's how it should be. But today, before I'd even lain down for an hour, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? Uncle Kai, Aunt Kai? I have something to tell you. Come out and open the door. It looks like the village chief. Old Man Kai stood up while getting dressed. Here I am. Come on, hurry up. I'm on my way to the next house. The higher-ups are doing a survey. They're asking if you've noticed any changes in your health lately. Any hair, nails, or beard growth, for example? Have you? No. Old Kai instinctively denied it. Are you sure you don't have it? Yes. Old Kai nodded, but couldn't help but think of the scales on his arm. But that shouldn't be it, and there was no mention of scales. Okay, let me in. I confirm it one last time. The village chief put down his pen and pushed the door open. Before Old Kai could react, he followed him inside. Take off your coat. Just leave the vest on. I turn on the flashlight. The village chief was very skilled, even turning on the light. No, I said I don't have it. Old Kai was still struggling. I know you don't have it, but the boss said we have to take pictures to confirm it. Words are useless. They want to see it with their own eyes. Okay. Having come to this point, Old Kai had no choice but to take off his coat. After a long struggle with the buttons, he finally revealed his scaly arms. Okay, fish mutant, I register you. The village chief was quite calm, registering while giving instructions. Starting tomorrow, you go to the village hall. We have quite a few fish mutants in our village, and we're all just attending classes there together. What? Old Man Kai didn't understand. What I mean is that growing scales is normal. Everyone has it these days. Some people who mutate into cats grow whiskers, some who mutate into dogs grow tails, and if you become a fish, you grow scales. It's all normal. There will be a special class tomorrow at the village hall for those with scales. Study hard and practice hard, and you'll be able to return to normal. Fish mutants are pretty good. They can swim without any training. The village chief was registering his words and talking briskly, his rhetoric now a masterful one. It's okay if you don't understand now. You understand tomorrow when you go to class. By the way, fish mutants should drink plenty of water and avoid the sun. Take a bath if possible, or you feel uncomfortable if you're exposed to the air for too long. Didn't you feel uncomfortable before? No. Old Man Kai was stubborn, feigning composure. I was a little curious. So this is a mutation? What? Old Lady Kai suddenly appeared. Is everyone like this? Yes. The village chief, while editing the information, casually said, it's normal. They're all mutated animals. People in big cities have already attended 2 or 3 classes. What about you? Village chief? I'd be a little late. It hasn't started yet, but lately I can't help but drink the soup with my noodles. I never used to. It seems like I'm probably a fish. I go to the class with you at the village entrance tomorrow. Don't be late. Chapter 113. Old Man Kai went to the village hall to attend a class. He rose early in the morning, boiled water to wash his face in the morning dew, wrung out a towel, and handed it to Old Lady Kai, then hurried to the kitchen. This morning, he had vegetable and shredded pork noodles. He boiled the water and cooked the noodles. When they were almost done, he added the vegetables and shredded pork. When they were almost done, he added the seasonings and scooped them out steaming hot, fragrant and delicious. Old Man Kai scooped up 2 full bowls, full of vegetables and broth. Just the sight of it warmed his heart. It turned out that his love for soup wasn't a sign of a health problem, but rather a mutation into a fish. Old Man Kai served the noodles and headed to the bedroom. Old Lady Kai was already up and looking in the mirror, applying skincare oil to the scales on her arms. Come on, the noodles are here. Old Man Kai placed the noodles on the bedside table. Don't eat here. Go to the kitchen. What if you spill it on the quilt? You're such a fool, old man. You're so old, and you still don't know better? Oh, I understand. Things are different now, aren't they? Old Man Kai was scolded, but he felt happy inside. This was just the way it should be. Old Man Kai carried 2 bowls of noodles and headed for the kitchen. Give me more chili. I fry 2 eggs. It'd be delicious. Old Mrs. Kai went straight to the kitchen and skillfully poured oil and fried the eggs. As he watched the soft, crispy-edged eggs being placed in the bowl, Old Man Kai's heart softened. Ah, how good! It wasn't an illness, but a mutation. Although we didn't know what the mutation was, it was the same for everyone. The government knew about it and made arrangements. How good! I can live a few more years and won't have to bother my children coming back. Hee hee. Old Man Kai couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, old man? Watch out for choking. Nothing. This fried egg is so delicious. Old Man Kai took a bite of the egg and sipped the soup. This soup is so flavorful. How come it's so good? Didn't I turn into a fish? Fish love to drink water. Old Mrs. Kai, unfazed, also took a sip of the soup. Hee, I thought so. Old Man Kai smiled, clutching his bowl of noodles. His wrinkled face looked dark in the dim light. You old man. Old Mrs. Kai couldn't help but laugh too. The old couple looked at each other, each grinning at the other's aged, yet smiling face. She ate her noodles with a smile. These noodles with a poached egg are so delicious. Hurry up, eat. We won't be able to get a seat in the auditorium later. Okay. Old Man Kai slurped the noodles, the meat fragrant, the vegetables refreshing, and the fragrant and smooth noodles washed down with a sip of steaming hot soup. This breakfast was a delightful one, both physically and mentally relaxing. But before Old Man Kai could savor it, he was urged back to get a stool. Hurry, the neighboring family is out. Coming. Old Man Kai quickly put his bowl in the basin, squatted down, picked up 2 stools, and quickly left with Old Lady Kai, heading for the auditorium at the village entrance without looking back. Hurry! If we don't hurry, we won't be able to get a good seat. Hey, Old Kai, your family gets up so early too. Yeah. I'm old and sleep less, so I have nothing to do, so I get up early. Classes are progressing steadily across the country. Online courses on various animals are being updated on the official website. They cover almost every common animal, whether it's flying, swimming, or running. Just when everyone thought it was over, the online courses took a day off, and then they started updating with more detailed content. Oh my god, this is such a high-intensity operation. I thought those were all there was, but now they've even broken it down. They say this is an organization, right? How can they be so awesome? I'm guessing it's huge? Tens of thousands of staff, so they can produce so much in a day? No, these online courses were all recorded by our teacher Yi, all by himself, with at most an assistant, Xiao Ying, helping out. Huh? Impossible? What's impossible about that? Our teacher Yi is just so awesome. He's in charge of the entire organization, taking care of every detail. You mean your teacher Yi is in charge of everything, while also uploading thousands of online courses? Not really. The cafeteria is already surrounded by students. We're opening blind boxes every day for meals, and we could easily end up eating pig food. Okay, so you mean, besides the cafeteria, your teacher Yi is responsible for everything, even uploading 1,000 or 800 online classes a day? Yeah, that's not difficult for him. That's completely unreasonable. Even a 10-year-old knows there are problems. Running an organization, including but not limited to admissions, operations, answering questions, logistics, and so on, is simply impossible for one person to accomplish. That makes sense, but we're just one person. He must be incredibly fast. Sometimes I see him wandering the hallways, and then a little later, I see him patrolling the cafeteria. He might be some kind of speed-related mutant. Maybe, but it feels strange. Yi Zifeng was unaware of the internet turmoil, because he was still busy. Fortunately, his assistant Xiaoying had already taken on most of the work, and he only had to pick out the right spirit beast. One after another. The big ones were mostly gone, leaving only the small, hidden ones. Yi Zifeng pinched the tiny insect from the tree. Ing Fangxuan, here to train you. Be gentle, don't shock it to death. Ing Fangxuan flashed in and expertly injected his packed spiritual energy into it. Soon, the little insect stood up, instantly taking the rudiments of a teacher. Batch after batch of creatures were pulled in to record online classes. Although some of the tiny spirit beasts were underdeveloped, their brains were fuzzy, and their ability to express themselves was limited. No matter how much they expressed, as long as they expressed themselves, it was better to have an online class than nothing. The life experiences of native animals, the training techniques recounted in the first person, even if the public didn't understand, were a very useful resource for the authorities. Yes, the authorities haven't stopped either, and in recent news, they've encouraged everyone to create more value by leveraging their new mutated skills. The host, with a gentle and kind expression, faced the camera. Mutation-related courses are being uploaded steadily. Those who have gained some insights are encouraged to apply these new skills to their lives, whether they be traditional ones, like singing and sports, or more novel ones, like communicating with pets and selecting fruit. Please use your imagination and leave comments on the platform to share how you analyze your characteristics and find a more suitable lifestyle in this unique new era. Thank you. Encouraged, netizens became even more excited. I'm a snake. What can I do? Be a killer? Are you very venomous, 7-step snake? How did you know? Because your signature says 7 steps to kill a person. Here I am. Low-key sunglasses, because of my mutant species, I found a new job. It's easy, flexible, and stress-free. When I'm unhappy, I can even fight and steal things. It's awesome. Let me hear what the above person said. I mutated into a monkey and cosplay as a wild man in the scenic area. It suits my profession. I'm agile and active. When I'm hungry or thirsty, I go down to grab food. When I'm tired, I just play nice and accept being fed. When I'm being naughty, no one can catch me because I can just jump up a tree. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's even possible. I'm a monkey too. Where can I find a job like this? I want to go too. Just call the scenic area and ask if they're hiring? Are there no more normal jobs? This isn't very relevant. Yes, my cousin mutated into a cat. Inspired by the news, she's become a pet communicator. She specializes in live streaming and helping people with their pet problems. She has 30,000 followers a week. I can also share. My dad used to be a bit of a dull person, barely able to say more than 3 sentences. Now his parrots have mutated, and he's even teaching public speaking classes, with quite a few students. Parrot mutations are really amazing. I saw a girl online today who was fighting for a living. She posted her own parrot mutation certificate, saying that the bloodline verification guaranteed satisfaction. Who doesn't know what you're talking about? I want to be more specific. I'm genuinely seeking advice. The person above. Even if you didn't tell me, I know what you need. What did you mutate into? A kind of insect, not very popular, that can fly and often lives with humans, but is always subject to prejudice and is almost universally condemned. Very pitiful. Oh my God, I finally understand what it means to speak your mind. Could that person above be a cockroach? This is the first time I've ever heard someone say cockroaches are pitiful. Native cockroaches aren't pitiful, I'm pitiful smiles. That's true. I think cockroaches have a lot of potential. Perfect for covert work. They're agile, good at hiding, and incredibly resilient, making them hard to kill even if caught. Huh? I think I understand what you mean. It sounds a bit strange, but on closer inspection, it makes sense. The country might really need such talent, capable of both offense and defense. Sigh. I'm really tempted by what you're saying. You can give the above person a try by submitting a resume. I have a feeling the authorities are hinting at this, so give it a try. It's no big deal if it doesn't work out. Makes sense, I go. Haha, your visions are so weak, and your skills are so superficial. Unlike me, who, after 30 years of ups and downs, finally found my feet. Picture. Oh my God. Wings. Oh my God. Can this fly? How did it fly so fast? Ah, I want wings too. Oh my God, did you hear that? I want wings too. Hee hee, not everyone can have them, and you haven't seen how much I've put into this. For half a month, a whole half a month, I didn't leave my room for a single moment. The online teacher wasn't able to explain clearly, so I listened and pondered over and over again. My body has endured countless trials and tribulations, and a new life has emerged from a torturous past. I've grown wings. Thin and transparent, it glows with a rainbow of colors in the sun. It won't fly high or far, but I'm not afraid. I continue studying the courses on neighboring species. The shame this mutant species suffers begins with me. Stunned.jpg. I'm stunned, but I still want to ask, what species is this? How can a mutant develop wings so quickly? It seems to be that. It's hard to say. Growing wings in just half a month wouldn't be possible without the efforts of the lair owner, but it's also plausible. Chapter 114. True hard work. Yeetsifing, surfing here side. Students who attend offline classes are personally guided by the spirit beast teacher, so breaking through that barrier is easier. However, to acquire the desired mutant traits in such a short period of time, by watching online classes on their own requires not only talent but also intense effort. Ding dong. Yeetsifing's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw a message from the student who had already transformed into a mosquito. 6 paths of samsara. Hello, Teacher Yi. I passed the first offline get out of class. Can I take a couple of days off? I miss my mom. Yeetsifing replied. Sure. Just return to the institution on time in 2 days. The lead is only temporary, so I must keep working hard. Please be careful not to use your mutant form to break the law. All students' learning progress has been reported, and the higher-ups are paying close attention to you. 6 paths of samsara, also known as Jiangwan, was overjoyed upon seeing this message. Fearing Teacher Yi might change his mind, he immediately replied, Okay. I get the bus now. I be on time for the next 3 mornings. Don't worry, Teacher Yi. Ding dong. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room. Mr. Yi? Animated emoticon okay yeah. Jiang would punch the air, his lips pouting in excitement. Realizing this, he quickly pulled them back. Luckily, his mouth almost got out of control. If Teacher Mosquito had seen him, he'd definitely have done it again. But now it's finally vacation, finally. God knows how he got through all this time. Having a pointed mouth is terrifying, but knowing it was a universal mutation made him feel a little better, but there are still 2 options before him. 1. Take 8,888's popular online courses. 2. Borrow 88888 to attend customized courses at an offline institution. At first glance, it seems like a good choice. If he's self-disciplined, loves learning, is aware of his shortcomings, and has a plan for the future, then he'd definitely choose 8888. At least it saves money. But what if, in reality, he's a poor student who falls asleep at the first glance of the screen, let alone the teacher's humming? No, this is definitely a new watershed. The past is lagging behind. The new era must get ahead. Borrow money to take offline courses. Jiangwen borrowed the money, got on the train, and after a rumbling 9 hours, Jiangwen arrived at the institution, carrying his bags. The legendary Teacher Yi was nothing like he'd imagined. Young and handsome, with long hair and a robe, he had the air of an immortal. A master, absolutely a master. Only someone like him could run such a mysterious institution. Mr. Jiang, you're a Dictra mutant, right? You arrived just in time. We just found a teacher here through competition, so I'm giving you a lesson. The mysterious teacher Yi said this with a relaxed demeanor. But Jiangwen quickly grasped a key word: competition. It's understandable that teachers need competition, but isn't it said that the first batch of mutants are the teachers in this institution? Were there that many people in that first batch? Jiangwen felt a little strange, but didn't he ask? Although Teacher Yi smiled brightly, she looked formidable. He wondered if it was because she had an unknown pet. The pet was furry and looked ferocious, as if it would attack and eat people at any moment. Is this the way to the dormitory building, Teacher Yi? Jiangwen tried hard to control himself, not looking at the furry beast. Yes, just go that way. Your dorm number is 3006, and it's a single room. Jiangwen moved into the dormitory. He had a 1.5-meter wide bed with a desk underneath. A computer sat on the desk, and a large wardrobe was next to it. There were also various appliances, including a washing machine, air conditioner, and refrigerator, but no cooking pot. Jiangwen had heard a little about this. The institution had a cafeteria, and the food was said to be unpredictable, with a high probability of being served something cooked by students who had been punished. Nervously, Jiangwen took out his lunch box and followed the sign straight to the cafeteria. Since he was already here, he might as well have a meal first. The cafeteria had a wide selection of dishes, with several staples, various meats prepared in various ways, and a wide variety of vegetables. It looked quite good. Jiangwen followed his heart, and stood in front of the window selling spicy malkshuang. He used to dislike this kind of food, but mutation truly can change a person. Just the thought of this tender, smooth texture makes his mouth water. Jiangwen scooped himself a generous spoonful, picked out some of his favorite dishes, and returned to his seat with his bowl. One bite, and the fragrant, tender, smooth, and pungent flavor shot from the tip of his tongue to his forehead. Jiangwen instantly broke into a sweat from the spiciness. It's delicious. It seems the online comments are always exaggerated. These dishes are all so beautiful, fragrant, and delicious, they look like they were made by a chef, even if not a chef, at least a professional. Jiangwen took a bite of the sweet and sour pork. It was crunchy in his mouth, and the sweet aroma mixed with the meaty fragrance filled his mouth. The more he ate, the more he enjoyed it. The more he ate, the less he believed it was made by the punished students. There's even talk online about some students confusing salt and sugar. That's a bit exaggerated. Jiangwen finished his meal happily, wiping his mouth and burping as he returned to his dorm. He felt happy again. 88,000 yuan for this level of room and board, plus a tailored mutation course. It was like pie in the sky. It just had a price tag. Jiangwen was in high spirits, feeling like his money was well spent. He happily lay on his dorm bed, connected to the institution's Wi-Fi. Fall 2024 New Human Evolution Course Group 10. Ding-ling-ling-ling sheep. New scene check-in. Ding-ling-ling-ling sheep. Picture under the bridge in front of the door. Wow, worthy of sister sheep under the bridge in front of the door. I passed the second class under the bridge in front of the door. The new scene is so steep. Terrifying. Ding-ling-ling-ling sheep. It's just okay. I can't handle this cliff either. I need the teacher to guide me. It's still a bit challenging. Under the bridge in front of the door. Sister sheep can definitely conquer this cliff. It's not because of my race, but because of that kind of talent that's hard for ordinary people to achieve. Got it? Sister sheep, go, you can do it. Jiangwen read this message over and over again, and then he enlarged the photo of the enormous and precipitous cliff. So this is the mysterious offline course that's been circulating online? Becoming an animal means jumping off a cliff like this? Jiangwen suddenly felt uneasy. This course setting was too bold. Although it was designed to deal with mutant species, the sheer width of the cliff was still a bit exaggerated. He shouldn't have similar extreme courses, but he is just an ordinary person. Up to the moment he was browsing his phone, he was just an ordinary noob who would be out of breath after climbing 3 flights of stairs in a row. Jiangwen's heart was pounding. He had a feeling his offline classes wouldn't be very exciting. And it turned out that all his premonitions were true. It was online class. The teacher's gaze was sharp, his demeanor was deadly serious, and the AI voice acting was as cold as ice. But what could I say? He was worthy of being a teacher who had won a competition. Every word was precious, every movement seemed carefully planned, and every word on the blackboard was perfect. Jiangwen had an epiphany. Jiangwen had transformed. His mind had shifted from human to mosquito. As he sat at his computer, humming a song and unable to help but make a humming sound, Teacher Yi announced that his first phase of offline classes was complete. Tomorrow, I pack up and go to offline get out of class. Jiangwen's heart leaped again when he heard the news. The image of the huge, precipitous cliff in the group chat reappeared in his mind. Offline get out of class, offline get out of class. The offline get out of class lasted all night, and then he was dragged in at 9 o'clock the next morning. Jiangwen regained consciousness in the murky waters. He moved his body, feeling something was off. Where were his hands and feet? Why couldn't he feel anything? Jiangwen, a mosquito larva, struggled in the water for a long time, unable to move even a millimeter. Just as he was feeling dizzy, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hello, Jiangwen. In this scene, you become a mosquito larva. The first lesson in advanced training is hiding your tracks. Please try your best to survive and avoid being discovered by mosquito fish, tadpoles, frogs, and other animals, or you be swallowed. The playful AI voiceover faded, but Jiangwen didn't find it funny at all. Jiangwen tried hard, desperately, exerting all his strength to maneuver into a gap in the nearby waterweed. A frog can only see moving things, so it must remain silent. When other things swim by, it bounces onto leaves. It must control its body, making no sound. Jiangwen tried hard, remained silent, narrowly escaping one existential crisis after another. His head grew larger and darker. As he struggled to free himself from the cocoon, the world cheered for him, a humming sound. Jiangwen gently fluttered his wings, effortlessly controlling his own silence. He had learned nothing else during his time at the bottom of the pool, but he had mastered stealth and breath control to the highest level. If nothing else, let alone returning to Earth in this state, he could bite anyone, silently, instantly departing, soaring majestically overhead without anyone noticing. This was strength. This was the triumph of the mosquito's body combined with human intelligence. Jiangwen chuckled, his mosquito-like body emitting a buzzing sound. He patrolled the pond, taking in the scenery he had grown up in. Jiangwen stalked the night, inhaling the night scent as he flew. No one could stop him, so why shouldn't this be his territory? GGGA buzz buzz buzz. Just as Jiangwen was bursting with joy, he collided head-on with something else. Buzz buzz buzz. Too proud buzz buzz buzz. Discovered by a predator buzz buzz buzz. Again Jiangwen's world spun, and when he regained consciousness, he was once again a buzzing mosquito larva, spinning around at the bottom of the pond. Jiangwen closed his eyes. 6 times. 6 times in total. 6 reincarnations of a mosquito. God knows how he'd spent that time. He practiced hiding, holding his breath, stealthy aerial flight, and controlling his body. 6 reincarnations, each one more resolute. He practiced silence, leveling up, passing every assessment, overcoming every crisis. Finally, he finished his first offline class. Jiangwen's lips curled up, but he subconsciously held his breath, fearing a voice would tell him to start over again, and in the blink of an eye, he'd fall into the swarming mosquito larvae. 6 paths of reincarnation, Mom. I took 2 days off. I'm back on the bus now. Remember to cook me dinner tonight. I want spicy mao su wang with bean sprouts. Jiangwen leaned against the car window, waiting for a message, but for some reason, no prompt response arrived. He rode all the way to the station, only receiving a single message as he exited. Sui Sui Pingan, oh son, why didn't you tell me earlier? We're all out. We're accompanying your cousin to apply for a job. The country's recruiting special talents, and she wants to try it out. She's unfamiliar with the area, so we're going with her. Sui Sui Pingan, son, why don't you make something to eat at home? If you don't want to, you can come to our place. You and your cousin were pretty close when you were little. Go apply for a job with her. It'd be nice to have someone to accompany you. Sui Sui Pingan, address. Jiangwen looked at his suitcase, then at the station behind him. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the address to purchase his ticket. Seeing the successful purchase notification on his phone, Jiangwen turned and entered the station. I've already taken my precious leave. I must see my family. After being a mosquito for 6 lifetimes, I must be in my parents' arms. Chapter 115. Jiangwen was in the car again. His vacation was short, so to avoid wasting time on the train, he bought a high-speed rail ticket. He arrived at his destination in less than 2 hours. 6 paths of reincarnation. Mom, are we still in the hotel? I've already left the station. Sui Sui Pingan, yes, yes. Just take a taxi. Jiangwen got in the car. The moment he opened the door, he subconsciously restrained his breath and quietly sat in. As he sat down, he remembered he didn't need to practice concealment anymore. He was already a person. Ahem, driver, The license plate number is 6666. Hey, young man, you just got in. I hadn't noticed. The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror several times, as if to confirm that a real person was sitting there. Jiangwen smiled, pretending nothing was wrong. A minute after the car started, the driver began chatting. Hey, young man, are you applying for the exam too? No, I'm just checking it out. Jiangwen chuckled. Give it a try. I heard the pay is good. And it's a regular job. Jiangwen instinctively followed suit. Really? Haha, I see when the time comes. The driver chatted a few more times, and Jiangwen agreed, subconsciously hiding her personality and minimizing his presence. The driver fell silent. Jiangwen looked out the window. The world outside was bustling, but he subconsciously wanted to hide, to conceal himself. Realizing this, he silently shed tears. It's over. I got hurt in class. Sob. Jiangwen took out his phone and texted his parents. 6 paths of reincarnation. Mom, I'm in the car. Are you at the hotel now? Sui Ping'an. Yes, how long until you get there? Do you want something to eat? Jiangwen suddenly felt seen and cared for. 6 paths of reincarnation. Mom, I'd be there soon. It's been a while, I missed you guys so much. Sui Ping'an. Smile. Hey, young man. What's wrong? Jiangwen looked up ahead. Nothing, you were just so quiet earlier. I thought you were asleep. The driver kept checking the rearview mirror, as if to make sure he was still sitting there. Jiangwen let out a few awkward laughs, feeling hurt all over again. He just wanted the car to move faster and get to the hotel soon. He wanted to feel the warmth of family and soothe his lonely heart. He was so hurt. Teacher Mosquito was so scary. We're here, we're here. That golden sign up front. See it? Yes, thank you, master. Jiangwen quietly got out of the car. The car paused for a second and then sped away. But Jiangwen couldn't care less. The hotel was right in front of him, and his heartbeat quickened. Objectively speaking, he'd only been away from his parents for a month, but subjectively, that wasn't the case. 6 reincarnations, 6 times surviving dangerous waterlogging situations, 6 lifetimes. He'd grown weaker, hidden, even injured in class. Jiangwen carried his suitcase into the lobby, moving effortlessly into the elevator without anyone noticing him. There was another person in the elevator, looking down at their phone. Jiangwen silently dialed the floor number and retreated to a corner. Oh my god! When did you get in, buddy? Hee, just now. Were you too engrossed in your phone? Jiangwen let out an awkward laugh. The elevator door rang, and he naturally dragged his suitcase out. The room number is right here. Mom. I'm coming. Jiangwen knocked on the door loudly. I'm coming. Why are you knocking so hard? After opening the door, Jiangwen's mother took Jiangwen's luggage very naturally, sighing a few times that her son had lost weight, and then pulled him into the room. Mom. Feeling the pull, Jiangwen felt more at ease. It didn't seem so exaggerated after all. It must have been their own fault that those people hadn't noticed him before. My cousin's over there. Go say hello. Zhang's mother let go, patted Jiangwen's shoulder, and pointed to his cousin in the living room. Jiangwen, awakened from the warmth of his mother's love, was forced to start socializing. Although he and his cousin had been close friends when they were children, that was back then. They weren't close at all now. But his mother was watching him intently, so Jiangwen had no choice but to step forward. Hello, cousin, are you reading? Yeah. Yining looked up from her book at the little cousin she hadn't seen in months. Jiangwen suddenly felt like he was being watched, his inner radar going off like crazy. When we went to that institution's offline get out of class, right? His cousin gave him a kind smile. The tension receded like a tide, as if it were all an illusion. But Jiangwen's experience of being sent back to the path of reincarnation 5 times told him that something was definitely wrong. What's wrong? His cousin's canine smile revealed a hint of her playful childhood. Jiangwen relaxed instantly. Ah! I'm just a little tired from studying. I just came out of the offline get out of class, and I was so tense. The people outside were reacting strangely too. Jiangwen couldn't help but complain. What kind of mutant is 111? Jiangwen tried to embellish his words. It's a small insect in the order Diptera, quite common. Oh. The cousin didn't ask any further questions, just smiled, and said she was going to read. The cousin could go get something to eat. After such a long car ride, he probably hadn't eaten. The two of them separated tacitly. One read while the other sat next to John's mother, leaning awkwardly against her. What's wrong? What's going on? Why are you so clingy, a grown man? Zhang's mother pushed her son away. It wasn't that she didn't want to be close, but such a big man was too heavy. His shoulders felt like they were carrying a load of water. Mom. Jiangwen struggled for a moment, but finally sat up. Actually, I've been in class for too long and missed you. Oh, you say things like that now. Zhang's mother also laughed. The two of them chatted and enjoyed a long, intimate moment together. Jiangwen felt his heart warm. Just then, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Where's my dad? Why haven't I seen him? Haha, I thought you'd wait until next year to ask. Your dad's out, saying he's checking in. There are a lot of people in this hotel who want to apply for the special talent position, and he wants to see what your cousin's competitors are like. Special talent position? Jiangwen had hit on the point again. Yeah, isn't it about mutation? The state has created positions for people with special skills, and they're waiting for them to apply. Zhang's mother sighed again as she spoke. I don't know when I mutated. I haven't noticed anything lately. Mom, what does it mean to be a person with special skills? Jiangwen suddenly became excited. It's quite rare, I can't explain. If you're curious, check out the application requirements. But don't you have to attend classes? Well, classes can be taken anytime. It all depends on the student's situation. You can still attend classes if you apply for a job. It's just 2 less periods a day. After all, you have to work. Sorry, Teacher Yi, he didn't mean to be a slacker. He just wanted to take it slow. 1 or 2 periods a day is enough. He couldn't handle a full schedule. He was already injured. Cousin, you can give it a try. Yining came over with a book. It's quite suitable. It meets all the requirements. If you go, you'll probably be selected. Jiangwen felt like he was being watched again. He turned back 3 times, suspecting it was because of his cousin's mutation. After 10 seconds of trying to suppress it, he couldn't suppress it. Cousin, what animal did you mutate into? It's an eagle. Eagles are carnivores, natural flyers, strong fighters, alert, and possess excellent observation skills. Silence. After 3 seconds of silence, Jiangwen turned his face away, afraid to let out a tear. This world is so unfair. Where's the justice? They're all relatives. So why is he a mosquito while someone else is an eagle? Where's the fairness? Where's the truth? Zhang's mother quickly comforted her son. It's okay. Everyone is different. Look, I haven't changed. I can't keep up with the trend. Woo woo. Jiangwen made a wimpy sound. Zhang's mother consoled him. It's okay. Everyone has their own path to follow. Ying has been amazing since she was little. You forgot. You said back then that although your cousin had good grades, she wasn't as free and happy as you. Jiangwen was embarrassed, speechless, and yet couldn't help laughing. He was truly impressed. How could he have said such things back then? Was he just a child? But now he's so much worse than he was then. He's so fragile. He must have gotten hurt in class. He's so grown up, and he can't even compare to when he was little. No, Jiangwen suddenly shot up from the sofa. Actually, I'm not sad at all. I just want to test my acting skills. Mom, I've decided. I'm going to apply. No matter what it is, how can I know if I can do it without giving it a try? Yeah, sure. Jiangwen and his cousin both signed up. Filling in the registration information, Jiangwen couldn't help but glance over at his cousin. Name, Yining. Area of variation, aerial, water, land, air. Class, Aves Axiliati Accipitri Aquila. Developmental path, combat, combat logistics other, special skills, observation, extremely sharp, vision, excellent, stamina, moderately excellent, pursuit, moderately excellent. Jiangwen couldn't help but glance at himself again. Name, Jiangwen. Mutation direction, aerial, water, land, air, specific class, insecta dipteroculicity. Development direction, special skills, blah blah blah. Jiangwen looked at it for a long time, then hesitated and wrote other under development direction. As for special skills, he couldn't think of anything except lurking. The time for filling in the information was approaching, and leaving a large sheet of paper blank was unsightly. At the last minute, Jiangwen had an idea and added 6th reincarnation upgraded version, after lurking and 3 large exclamation marks. The registration form was submitted, and everyone sat and waited for notification. Within 10 minutes, the results of the first round of screening were announced. Yining. Jiangwen. Both of them passed the initial screening. As they were led alone into an empty room, Jiangwen was puzzled. Hee, don't be nervous. Have a drink of water first. We need to adjust the equipment first. A friendly staff member brought a glass of water and placed it warm in Jiangwen's hands. Jiangwen felt comfortable again, relaxed instantly. What equipment do you need adjusted? A physical exam? No, it's an immersive device that tests the applicant's special skills. It's really impressive. Jiangwen suddenly had a bad feeling. Have you heard of that amazing agency online? That's where they source this equipment. It's immersive, no props needed, just flip a switch and you're right there in the action. Here, just put it on. Chapter 116. Failed to become a mosquito. Jiangwen looked at his hands and stamped his feet, suddenly realizing that not all illusions require a person to assume a mutant form. The institution's offline classes were tutoring sessions, specifically tailored for mutations, but the job exams were not. They assessed comprehensive skills, so of course, they used a human form. Jiangwen felt like he was up to the task again. Look at how nimble those fingers are. Look at how powerful those feet are. Being a human is so comfortable. You can walk or run whenever you want, and there are no omnipresent predators. Attention, candidates. This exam is an open-ended work scenario. Candidates will be assigned to the edge of the woods to perform daily tasks alongside designated personnel. Your performance will be determined based on your performance. Work will begin in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the work location. The woods. Jiangwen broke into a run, his legs pushing off the ground and leaping effortlessly. He ran, his steps crossing each other. The breeze was crisp and cool, and everything felt incredibly easy. It felt so good, so comfortable. It was like running fast, and mosquitoes were flying around for a long time, and looking back, it was 2 kilometers away. The forest ahead stretched for miles, so long, like some kind of dividing line, stretching from the left to the right, with no visible break at all. Jiangwen quickened his pace, and the trees grew larger in his view. The wind blew against him, carrying a moist scent of soil, grass, hidden critters, and some strange, indistinguishable smells. Jiangwen stopped in front of the forest, hesitated for 3 seconds, and then plunged in. Oh, Xiao Jiang, you're finally here. I almost missed you. We're patrolling this route today. We expel any suspicious individuals we see. If we feel they're a threat, we can just fire this flare. Jiangwen took up his post, shouldering a backpack and carrying a stick, and set off. His only safety was the signal flares in his bag. Had he not said so, his equipment was a bit too rudimentary. Jiangwen tapped the grass in front of him with his stick and inched forward, chasing away 3 jumping children and 2 adults who had strayed beyond his bounds. The sun gradually set, and the forest quickly darkened. The sounds of wind, animal movement, and distant human voices faded, leaving only the sudden chirping of a bird overhead. Something was wrong, and Jiangwen quickly turned, but it was too late. A sharp whistling wind rushed towards him, and the next moment, his consciousness returned to the wilderness. Attention, examinees! You have failed the first round. Please proceed to the woods ahead and re-enter the exam scene. Jiangwen looked at his hands and stamped his feet. Such a familiar setting, the only difference being that Reborn is not underwater. Good, worthy of being produced by an institution. Jiangwen charged forward again, quickly claiming his mission and equipment. He refused to believe it. This time, he lit the flare early, but the second after smoke billowed into the sky, he heard that sharp sound of air again. He was reborn again. Jiangwen looked down at his hands, then his feet, then resolutely decided to try again. He charged forward, this time following the NPC. He refused to believe it, and then he was reborn again. He had no idea what weapons the enemy was holding, most likely guns. He had no idea how many of them there were. They seemed omnipresent. No matter which path Jiangwen took into the forest, he would be shot back to his spawn point. No matter where he stopped, he would be killed in a single blow at about the same time. Jiangwen was reborn 9 times. As he fell into human form for the 10th time, he remained silent for 10 seconds, eyes closed. With a sneer, he transformed and flapped his wings, launching himself into the forest. Jiangwen's flying speed was impressive, a skill he'd cultivated during his offline classes. 3 of his 6 reincarnations, he'd been caught by Teacher Mosquito. So, on the 4th, he'd practiced stealth, on the 5th, he honed his speed, and on the 6th, he successfully graduated. Jiangwen chuckled inwardly. He wanted to see who was hiding in the shadows, attacking from the shadows. Humans are so large that they're easily visible wherever they go, but mosquitoes are small and quiet, possessing skills cultivated over 6 lifetimes and brimming with rage. Jiangwen felt a calmness he'd never felt before. Emotions permeated his mind, but every part of his body felt a control ingrained in him. His wings fluttered rapidly, his afterimage blending completely into the air. His body and limbs shifted constantly, ensuring that every moment blended into the dark background. The smells in the forest were complex, more varied than those encountered as a human. The scent of rotting mud, fresh leaves, bird feathers, the scent of humankind, and that faint, almost burning smell, which was actually gunpowder. Jiangwen sneered inwardly and headed straight for that direction. 6 lifetimes. 6 whole lifetimes of experience as a mosquito fleeing for their lives. The art of hiding and lurking was ingrained in him. Not to mention the gradually falling dusk, the mottled shadows of the trees all around. This scene was a blessing from heaven. Jiangwen followed the scent like a conscious speck of dust, effortlessly locating a phantom figure in the trees. Clearly, utterly clearly, to the mosquito's sensory organs, that sound was distinctly warmer and smelled different. Jiangwen sneered and flew over. That's the eye aimed at him, right? Jiangwen landed on the shadow's eyelids like a speck of ghost dust, stabbing and releasing again. In less than a second, both eyelids were injected with poison. Jiangwen sneered and flew over the figure's head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The figure scratched the eyelids lightly. The figure scratched the eyelids seriously. The figure scratched the eyelids hard. The figure's weapon fell to the ground, but he had no time to care. The figure couldn't stop scratching the eyelids with both hands at the same time. He screamed and fell to the ground. Ha! This is his strength. 6 reincarnations, the poison stronger each time. A sense of accomplishment he had never felt before rose in Jiangwen's heart. 6 lifetimes of hard work gradually became the foundation of his success. When the suffering faded and the plain ground was revealed, the mosquito's body suddenly became more appealing. Who else? Who else? Who else dared to hide and strike him? He was the chosen one, the star of the organization. Jiangwen's emotions were high, but his body remained remarkably self-controlled. He wandered through the forest, surveying it bit by bit as if he were inspecting his own territory. There was one buried in the mud, so he set 2 venomous blasts there. There was one sucking on the tree trunk, so he set 2 poisonous sacs there. 3 lurked in this forest, all with eyes so swollen they couldn't open. Jiangwen hummed and soared upward, out of the forest and floating in the night sky. The night was serene, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of insects, and the rustling of the night wind all blended into a cool melody. Mosquito. The mosquito was the most stealthy species in the world, the one best suited for observation and retaliation. It had shrunk, but it was still venomous, sinister, and incredibly powerful. The competition is over. The candidate is withdrawing from consciousness. The night forest flickered like a movie scene, and the next moment, the staff member's figure appeared before him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your exam is complete. Please leave the exam room in an orderly manner. Results will be released in 24 hours. Please pay attention to the relevant information. Jiangwen blinked, suddenly realizing he had just taken an exam. He couldn't help but rub the corner of his mouth. Why was it a little sore? Could it be that sneering during the exam would cause the corner of his mouth to move? Jiangwen was puzzled, but he didn't express it. He nodded calmly, then, holding the corner of his mouth, opened the door and walked out. Outside, the candidates walked by in an orderly manner. Several people accidentally bumped into him, but Jiangwen had already learned to face it calmly. This isn't a burden, nor a shadow. It's a gift, a special skill that no one else can envy when faced with danger. Jiangwen left the exam center and spotted Jiang Ma waiting for him from a distance. He quickened his pace, skirted around from behind, and gently patted her shoulder. Mom. I'm here. Hey, Wenwen. How did you get here so quickly? Jiang Ma beamed. Jiangwen, too, was happy. After waiting for his cousin, the 3 of them returned to the hotel. His cousin remained as calm as ever, her eyes clear and alert. Now, even if Jiangwen thought of his cousin as an eagle, he wouldn't be mortified. So what if he was an eagle? He was a mosquito, the most stealthy and lurking of all, and he had an exceptionally good teacher. Yes, it was a little unbelievable. After being knocked down 8 times in the on-the-job competition, he suddenly realized how lenient mosquito teacher was during his offline classes. It was calm but not cold, sharp but not piercing. Every movement was effortless, and every appearance made him better, more powerful. Jiangwen pulled out his phone, changed his username, and began texting. Being a mosquito is my destiny, I understand. Hello, mosquito teacher. Jiangwen thought for a moment, then added, Have you eaten? As expected, there was no reply. As expected of his mosquito teacher, he was so noble and cold, so inflexible. But it wasn't a big deal. Tomorrow the holiday was over. He could just take the bus home and swiftly jump into his in-person classes. Mosquito, being a mosquito meant progress. Latency and poison were his destiny. Jiangwen began packing and got in the car early the next morning. The windows shook, but it couldn't shake the fighting spirit within him, the positive energy he possessed. Ding dong. A message suddenly rang in his phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Congratulations on passing the written exam on October 18th and advancing to the interview stage. Please click the link below to fill out your information within 72 hours and arrive at the interview site within the allotted time. I wish you all the best. Jiangwen was stunned for a moment, but quickly made a decision. He took a screenshot of the message and sent it to Teacher Mosquito. After a while, there was still no response. Jiangwen forwarded the picture, selecting AAA Master Teacher Lao Yi, and received a message a second later. Congratulations. Offline classes are still available, so the fee is non-refundable. Jiangwen typed quickly. No, I still have to attend classes. I still have a lot of room for improvement. I'm just showing the pictures. Thank you to the organization and to Teacher Mosquito. It's all thanks to his hard work that I've become so talented. With a ding-dong, Teacher Yi replied. Like emoji. However, I still recommend that students find a job during this time, as the institution will be relocating and won't resume operations for about a month. Huh? Jiangwen quickly sent a message to inquire about the situation, and received a reply within a second. AAA University of all things, Old Yi. We're transitioning to a school. We've already secured support from all parties. All we need to do now is move everything over and finalize the admissions process. We officially opened to the public in November. Chapter 117. Yi Zifeng became the principal and, along with all the faculty and students of the institution, moved into the school specially approved by the government. The University of all things covers an area of 30,000 hectares. Yi Zifeng could almost imagine the sheer determination of the authorities to clear such a vast expanse of land. Mutation, unstoppable mutation. Mutation gently descended upon the earth, and the tide of the time surged forth. University of all things. The first official institution dedicated to providing guidance for the development of the mutant dimension was established. Yi Zifeng stood at the school gate and read the words. The writing was ethereal yet possessed an unconcealable sharpness. Not bad, a day's practice was worth it. I finally understood it. The authorities in this world were truly fascinating. They were somewhat similar to the previous ones, yet also somewhat different. They were bolder and more spontaneous, with a casual air of since we're here, let's just go with the flow. Yi Zifeng looked far ahead. The thousands of faculty and students of the institution had clearly moved into the school, but from the gate, it was still empty. Not a single soul was in sight. It's truly enormous. 30,000 hectares. Yi Zifeng paused when he heard the number, then sighed in awe when he realized how huge it was. Not bad, not bad. If he dares to think and act, then he might be a good president. The furry Ing Fengxuan was also looking at the four large characters University of all things. But he was thinking about the expert way Yi Zifeng wrote them. How could they be so fluent, as if he were so familiar with the writing of this world? Ing Fengxuan shook his fur, and quietly leaned his fluffy little body against Yi Zifeng's shoulder. No reaction. Ing Fengxuan leaned in closer, then quietly stood on Yi Zifeng's shoulder. Happy again. Yi Zifeng caught a glimpse of the furry creature's narrowed eyes from the corner of his eye, and a wave of emotion welled up within him. Could love really be this beautiful? It was incredible. But Yi Zifeng, considering himself a well-mannered rival, didn't reach out to flick Ing Fengxuan away. Alas, he'd better find Ing Fengxuan something to do. As sworn enemies who'd practiced together for so many years, there was only so much he could do. Yi Zifeng effortlessly entered the spirit beast space, and selected a new batch of spirit beasts according to the latest standards. Without him even needing to call, Ing Fengxuan rushed forward to train them. His mental energy surged out, instantly connecting with every huddled spirit beast. Yi Zifeng nodded from behind. Not bad, not bad. He still needs something to do. Otherwise, I don't know what he's thinking all day long. He seems so unmotivated. Ing Fengxuan trained batch after batch of spirit beasts. Those with talent or good tempers were assigned to their posts. The rest were either simple-minded or unruly, but that wasn't a big deal. The simple-minded but strong-limbed ones were sent to teach physical education classes, while the unruly ones could be beaten up. They were almost ready to take on their posts. When Yi Zifeng stopped selecting spirit beasts, Ing Fengxuan knew that his training in this world was finally coming to an end. On October 20th, 2024, in Yin Country, news media nationwide were broadcasting the same message. For the advancement of all citizens, The state has collaborated with professionals to establish a specialized school. Citizens interested in attending can apply within a week. The host glanced at the camera again with a gentle expression. The epical physical changes are unstoppable. Officials hope that everyone across the country can adjust and embrace these changes with a peaceful mindset. If facing them alone still feels difficult, Onewi University welcomes you. The news slowly played out. The nation was in shock. Some hid in their rooms to conceal their changes. Some shared their troubles with their families, and some sat in the village hall watching online classes. Some, already lying in their Onewi University dormitories, still felt dazed. Slap me. Is this true? No way. A school has really been established? I never thought I'd get to go to college one day. What tier are we in? First or second tier? Could it be a junior college? Oh my god, I don't know what it means, but the official announcement is so exciting. Because the official definition has been made. Didn't you hear the news? It's evolution, not mutation. Physical changes aren't suppressed, they're guided. It seems we can be both human and animal. Wow, so strange. This is a kind of epical trend. Offline conversations are more reserved because everyone we chat with knows each other. Online conversations are different. People from all walks of life gather together to express their thoughts freely. No, school's opening already? Are the officials being too impulsive? I'm not used to it. Is it so sudden? Add 1. The workload is too much. I have to study Chinese, math, English, biology, chemistry, and geology during the day, and learn how to hide myself at night. How do chameleons transform? I've been trying for a week, and I can't figure it out. I'm dying of laughter. Luckily, I've already graduated. Our company even lets employees leave work 2 hours early to give them time to take online classes in the evening. But I suspect the boss doesn't want to work, because he seems to have mutated into a sloth. Continue. The boss mutated into a sloth. Continue. I won't. I got it. Our boss is quite ambitious. As soon as he discovered his mutation, he enrolled us all in an offline institution. Perhaps he really felt good about it, so he enrolled us all. At first, I was resentful, but now, lying in my dorm at Onewi University, typing this message, I feel so comfortable. I'm back to studying. The person above must be single and childless. Add 1. People like us with families can't do that. We don't have the time or money to go to school, and we're going to be left behind again. The person above is too pessimistic. We're just evolving, not dehumanized. Animals can eat raw meat and drink blood, but we can't. Society has to function, and we can't fall behind anytime soon. Add 1. I won't be attending offline classes. Actually, free online classes are enough for daily needs. Offline classes are more suitable for those who want to develop in new fields. That's me. Mutated? Oh no, I evolved into a swallow, who knows? I'm going to enroll in university and perfect my flying skills. I spend winters in the south and summers in the north. The thought of my life becoming a wilderness is so relaxing. Envy me. No, everyone's been talking for so long, but why haven't we gotten to the point? Where can I enroll in this university? The provincial education website has an enrollment page. I just enrolled my grandma. Goodness, unfilial descendants. No. My grandma was a little delirious, but after she mutated, I consulted Principal Yi, and he said she could come to class. There would be a special teacher to guide her. If things go well, she might even regain consciousness. I'm so happy. Thanks for the mutation. My mind has been opened up. No, why are you still hesitating? I was stunned by your message. Hurry and sign up. The first class has limited places. If you're late, you won't be able to apply. Don't worry, the university has 30,000 hectares of land, so it should be able to accommodate a lot of students. No matter how many there are, there's only one school. Can they possibly accommodate 100 million students? I heard that offline classes are all high-tech, so they must be able to accommodate a lot of students. Don't worry, wait and see before signing up. That's right, don't rush. Wait and see what everyone says before signing up. This is really sudden. That makes sense. After all, 88,000 yuan in tuition is not a small amount. It's better to be cautious and wait a little longer. Aw, how does this show the name? The quota is full. Are others this fast? Ha. I'm signed up. Didn't you just say we should wait and see? Sorry, haha. I was afraid if I hadn't said that, you'd have signed up first. My connection is so slow here. I'm signed up too. Actually, when I saw the message about waiting and seeing, something felt off. The topic change was so sudden. That person must have had an ulterior motive, so they signed up and paid right away. Haha, smart. Oh, time to pack. It's so stressful starting a new journey in life. I should be able to connect to the campus network tomorrow. The first batch of students arrived at the school. The official admission staff took care of the reception. Yi Zifeng finally didn't have to worry about logistics anymore. Wow! It's so big! How come the air in our school is so fresh? I can't help but crawl on the ground. Wait, I'm going to take a video. My mom just asked me what my classmates are like. I don't want to crawl anymore. Oh! How do you have such self-control? Yi Zifeng looked at the students passing by downstairs. They were in groups of 3 or 4, of all ages. The older ones were more reserved, mostly hiding their animalistic features, but the younger ones were different. 8 out of 10 of them were very arrogant. Hello, classmate. Are you a rabbit too? Why are your ears drooping? A leopard rabbit? Can I touch them? Then I want to touch yours too. No problem. So soft and cuddly. Haha. Yi Zifeng shifted his gaze to the other side. Mom. Let's go to the dorm first. Stop taking pictures. I'm tired and thirsty. There's no stopping me. You still have years to study with me. Don't worry. It's been ages since I've been back to campus. I need to show it to my friends and family and introduce them so we can all get together. Oh no! I need to get back to the dorm. Daughter, look. How can that young man jump so high? Is he a flea or a grasshopper? Why are his legs so springy? Oh Mom, keep your voice down. Everyone's looking. Andy, I'm a kangaroo, so my lower limbs are more developed. Oh, so that's how it is. The school gate was bustling with activity. Since there was no age limit, many people over 30 had signed up with their families. Young people might have social concerns, but older people had no such worries at all. 8 out of 10 people were incredibly enthusiastic. Hey buddy, let me help you get your stuff up there. I'm a crocodile, so strong I can even bite your luggage. My bite is incredibly strong. I get your stuff up there right now. Hey little girl, why are you here alone? Come on, eat something. This school is so big. You won't have the energy to walk if you don't eat enough. You're welcome. Oh my god. Why is there a snake in the flower bed? Don't kick me. Don't kick me. The second member of the creation group transformed into a human. I'm your senior. I'm just a bit more advanced. Wow. Wait guys, let me take a video. Chapter 118. Students from all corners of the world arrived, and the gates of the University of All Things were bustling with activity for a week straight. Some were curious, some were in disbelief, some were already being dragged to campus by their families. Before this, most people hadn't truly experienced it. But when they set foot on this land and gazed out over this vast campus, everyone truly realized that this wasn't a mutation, but an evolution. They were about to become both human and animal. Oh my god! I never thought I'd see this in my 40s. The elder brother's voice echoed through the school gates, and 80 to 90% of the people nodded silently. The universe and life are constantly changing, and nothing stops for anyone. Amidst everyone's alternating trance and reality, the University of All Things officially began. With a campus now, and classrooms now, theoretical classes finally stopped in front of screens. Xiaoling sat at the podium, chatting with a bunch of rabid mutants from all over the place. The classroom was bustling with activity, mostly discussing mutation-related events. Hey, when I first noticed something growing on my head, I thought I was. Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat at the sudden silence of her classmates. She slowly turned and saw Teacher 2 trudging through the classroom door. The classroom gradually quieted down. Xiaoling didn't even blink as a massive figure approached the doorway, its bunny ears reaching nearly to the ceiling. Its round brown eyes slanted downward, its 3-petaled mouth moved twice, and the headset began to emit an AI voiceover. Class. Xiaoling stood up dazed and shakily, joining her classmates in bowing. Hello, teacher. Teacher 2 seemed silent for a moment, but a please sit down came through the headset. And just like that, the class began. Xiaoling listened with trepidation. The content was essentially the same as the online course, though it was simplified to suit the class's pace. But she was certain that no one in the class could concentrate, because it was simply too bizarre. Watching a rabbit lecturing through a screen wasn't so bad, magical, but also a bit like a cartoon. But when you're sitting there, and a nearly 2-meter-tall rabbit scurries in from the door, its 3-petaled mouth moving as it announces class, it's really Xiaoling. Xiaoling's heart trembled, and she dared not think anything else. Her brain raced through the lecture, stammering as she answered the question, then sat down tremblingly. Sure. Teacher Rabbit remained calm. After asking the question, he scanned the classroom with his brown eyes. An AI-powered translation came from his headset. In my class, the most taboo is not paying attention. A giant rabbit glanced at you with a cold gaze, its three-petaled mouth moving. A cold, almost threatening, robotic voice emanated from the headset. Everyone was quiet, putting aside any wild ideas. Teacher Rabbit wasn't small, delicate, or cute, but rather mighty and powerful. No one dared to try to ignore the consequences. Just listen attentively. In my world, Rabbit. Everyone in the classroom was focused, listening intently. Losing their focus for even a second would be met with a brown gaze, forcing them to snap back into focus. The 40-minute class passed quickly, and when the bell rang, everyone was still a little dazed. You all did well in this class. The AI's voice seemed to soften with the bell. To show my appreciation, I'd like to give you some food. The 2-meter-tall rabbit suddenly reached out and scratched its back. Then, turning to the front, a large basket of green plants appeared. Line up. First come, first served. The campus forum was flooded with photos of green plants. Who knows? Amazing large leafy vegetables, crisp and sweet, leaving me feeling refreshed after eating them. How did you know they were given to us by our teacher, Rabbit? Hey, I picked the long one. It's crunchy, like eating asparagus, but so fragrant and soft. My hair feels thicker after eating it. Ah, I chose that tiny fruit. It's truly concentrated, the essence of life. How can it taste so heavenly? It's like biting into a refreshing prairie in one bite. Happy again? I knew the initial seriousness was for our own good. If you listen carefully, you'd be rewarded. Ah, I ate so fast I forgot what it tasted like. The students in the rabbit class were sharing their finds, partly out of joy and partly to make the other classes envious of their luck. But before the other classes could get to them, the outside media had already spotted them. Let's discuss rationally. These things don't seem to be plants from Earth, do they? Classes at the University of all things had just begun, and the nation and the world were paying close attention to the news. So, the topic went viral the moment it was posted. Squat down. I don't think so either. I've never seen anything like it. I'm an old farmer. I don't see anything like it on the market. Could this be one of those genetically modified plants? Specially made to enhance mutant cells. Did the school deliberately give it out? Don't try to mess with the situation upstairs. Hide your IP address before you speak. Huh? What's there to discuss? This is a specialty brought by the rabbits. It's from the cultivation world. These are all vegetables that are special to the cultivation world. Our teacher told us. Someone related to this suddenly appears upstairs. The one above. Are you from the rabbit class? No, I'm from the bird class. Our teacher is a bit of a mouthful, so he just let it slip. Wow. What is the cultivation world like? It says the cultivation world is huge, but it's collapsed. They're all stray animals, needing to make a living everywhere. Huh? You must be making this up. It's so story-like. I think these are all these spirits. The animals' conspiracy. They're clearly forbidden from becoming spirits after the founding of the country. They must have some shady agenda. No, I told you above to hide your IP address before you speak. Your provocation is too obvious, isn't it? I'm not making this up. I'm a student at the University of all things. I once asked Principal Yi if they were from the world of cultivation. He didn't say anything at the time, but I could tell from his eyes that it was true. That desolate feeling, it felt like the world of cultivation had truly collapsed. Huh? Principal Yi could still be so desolate? Do you have any photos? I'd like to see them. No, but everything I said is true. No one's grasping the point. If they're truly from the world of cultivation, then these shared plants must be local specialties. Don't they even have spiritual energy? Wow. This post received a lot of likes. Since humans have mutated and the University of all things has opened, some big-mouthed animal teacher accidentally let slip that they're all from the world of cultivation. It seems reasonable no matter how you look at it. The tuition is 88,000 yuan, but it includes room and board, a practically customized study plan, and it's a 4-year program. It's a steal no matter how you look at it. If you're a bit of a shrewd person and get a share from a few teachers, that's a unique treasure from the world of cultivation. You make a killing. The registration website is overwhelmed again. Even though I know they're no longer recruiting, I feel like I'm missing out if I don't check. What if someone else snatches it up? The registration website is so slow, and after a week, no spots have been released. Everyone finally came to their senses. The registration period has passed, and there's no way I'd be able to get in, at least for this year. Will Wanhui University also be recruiting students next September? This question quickly became a hot topic, and soon people emailed the official website, receiving a response within 3 days. Yes, Wanhui University is a full-time, unified undergraduate institution. Gaokao, college entrance exam, students can apply, and if their scores are right, they be accepted. Students who haven't taken the Gaokao yet are rejoicing. No matter what their current scores are, as long as they're able to apply, they have a chance. A spirit beast teacher from the world of cultivation. So cool and amazing. But what about those who've passed the Gaokao? Do those already working have no chance to apply to Wanhui University? The official response to this question was quick. Wanhui University also has a dedicated adult undergraduate program. Interested candidates can check out the adult undergraduate admissions season and apply to Wanhui University. There are both offline and online options, and there's no age limit. Everyone has the same chance. I'm satisfied. Everyone is satisfied now. The online courses offered by the provincial education website are enough to allow people to develop their mutation skills. But if they want to go deeper and more advanced, students who haven't taken the Gaokao yet can apply, and those already working can save up for a few years to prepare for tuition. 88,000 over 4 years, plus personal guidance from a magical beast from the world of cultivation. After graduation, I can completely change my life path and plan my career based on my mutation. It's so unique, so magical. It feels like I've gained another option in life, and I can rush off in another direction without stopping at a new university. It feels like I've gained a safety net. I've been working part-time for the past 2 years, but thankfully I've saved 80,000 yuan. I work for another 6 months, then I quit and go to school. Curious about what mutation the above person is involved in? It's not anything special, it's silkworms. But a friend told me that if I learn well, I can develop the silk weaving industry. Beautiful handicrafts can also make a lot of money. Although I'm still a little confused, for years should be enough for me to see my life path clearly. I'm also dizzy in the big factory. My body is not in good shape. Fortunately, I have money now. I will sign up when the enrollment season comes and get some training. After 4 years, becoming a pilot will not be a big deal. Ah? Pilot? Yes. I'm an albatross mutation. Maybe I can even take people into space. Huh? I'm drooling with envy smile. Hee, I didn't expect it. I'm a bit lucky here. I've already taken online classes. I've almost finished learning the classics. While I can't switch freely yet, I can still transform into a bird for a few minutes a day. I won't continue writing about it anymore, for fear of wasting my time. Once the adult undergraduate program opens, I sign up for systematic study. I heard the immersive offline course is amazing, and I'm ready for the discipline training. Only by holding myself to high standards can I soar higher. Stunning! I'm so inspired by this post. I'm going to take the online course right now. At least I need to get started, otherwise it's too negative. Come on, come on! Online courses are still useful. They're universal teaching methods that can help you understand what you need to learn about mutation and lay a solid foundation for the future. Thanks, post. Oh my god, let's stop talking. Check out the trending search. There's a cool raptor teacher at the University of all things taking students to the sky. Chapter 119. A video quickly went viral. In the vast, high sky, the shadow of a large bird floated. The person filming the video zoomed in, and upon closer inspection, it looked as if 2 or 3 black dots had landed on the bird. I'm truly impressed. If I'd known taking notes could help me soar, I'd have done it. Now everyone knows, and the competition has intensified. The person filming the video was filled with frustration, his hands shaking. Fortunately, he quickly realized the image wasn't clear, so he zoomed out and held his hand steady. Now it was clear. Above the screen, the vast sky, below, the endless forest. Only then did everyone realize this scene wasn't outside, but most likely the scene from the rumored in-person class. I'm not filming this secretly. I asked Principal Yi, and he's allowed to film it. I just captured the scene to motivate myself. I still have to pay attention in class. There are so many benefits. The camera then zoomed in even closer. The large, man bird streaked down like a brown meteor, then soared back up along the top of the trees below. The camera zoomed in at the perfect moment, and everyone heard the screams of the 3 students atop it. The ending note was a rising, hilariously joyful note. I'm happy too. There's no need to worry about safety here. It's just that I'd be penalized. Once all the points are deducted, I'm done. I have to work in the cafeteria for a minimum of 3 months. The person filming the video smacked his lips. Everyone was expecting him to reveal some more interesting information, but instead, he sighed twice. Forget it. The more I watch, the more sour it gets. I film it next time I fly. That's all. Before he could finish his words, the video ended. Netizens were stunned for a few seconds before they began commenting with exclamations of WTF. What's the date? Am I the only one who still hasn't gotten used to it? I subconsciously thought this video was a movie. Ugh. Oh my god, I want to fly too. 88,000. 88,000. As soon as I save up 88,000, I sign up. Wow, I'm only in 6th grade. When can I go to the University of Everything? I want a flying teacher too. Elementary school student above, your priority right now is studying. I guess so. The University of Everything is an undergraduate program. Really study hard. I really want to fly. Dizzy, the above user, I take you flying when the chance arises. I'm in the Birds of Prey class at the University of all things, and I'd be able to fly after graduation. Proud, are you so sure? Maybe you're lacking in this area, sour. This is guaranteed. You can choose your future plans when you first enroll. My major is flight. Our teacher said that Principal Yi has a partnership with the government, so the best students can become pilots and the worst students can still fly people into space. No, is there a safety guarantee? What if you fall? Of course there is. We're still. Few people can fly, and even if they do, it's only in offline classes. When it becomes commonplace, the government will definitely introduce relevant policies, and flying will definitely be prohibited. Wow. Can I reserve one? Sure, just come to me with this chat log when the time comes. Proud, my family was stunned. There's a new trending topic at the University of all things. A brilliant student in the Diktra family who collects all the mosquitoes around and keeps them as pets. Ah, this. So that black mass is mosquitoes, oh my god. Already beaten, we think he. Feeding a chicken to mosquitoes violates the chicken's basic rights. I've already reported this to Principal Yi. Huh? Upstairs, what kind of mutation are you guys in? Aves galliforms. Oh my god, this is a big animal world brawl. This feels weird. While feeding a chicken to mosquitoes is unethical, isn't that a normal chicken? You beating up a classmate for an ordinary animal is so weird. It feels really confusing. Add 1. Although we're animals, we're still primarily human. Those normal animals are just animals. We can't confuse them, right? You Dao. I don't understand why, but when I saw him feeding a chicken to a mosquito, I felt a little angry, as if I'd been provoked. But it was just an ordinary chicken. We eat a lot of them every day, and the school cafeteria has all kinds of meat. If everyone thought this way, wouldn't we all be vegetarians? I think this is an issue worth addressing. We've simply evolved as humans and acquired animal characteristics, not transformed into animals. This distinction must be made. Add 1. Add 1. The topic continued to be discussed, and some netizens took advantage of the situation and shared their own recent concerns. My family used to love spicy rabbit heads, but recently my mom has evolved, and coincidentally, she's become a rabbit. I'm embarrassed to eat spicy rabbit heads in front of her. It just feels weird. Add 1. To be honest, my transformation is a pig, and I've been halal for several months now. It's not like I'm particularly kind, but it just feels weird. Ah, it turns out I'm not the only one. My boyfriend's transformation is a cat. Yesterday, I went to a cat cafe, and when I got home, he accused me of being unfaithful and said it makes him sad. But we're human, and he used to love petting kittens. There are countless similar stories. If the animalistic transformation initially only brings panic, then as online classes continue to be uploaded, specialized universities are established, and life settles down, it becomes difficult for people to adapt to their new roles. Although I'm a human, I also have an animalistic transformation. Isn't it a bit strange for me to eat this kind of animal now? Most people have strong moral standards. Eating alone is a consideration. If I mutated into a pig, then it's best not to eat pigs. My best friend mutated into a duck, so chewing on duck legs seems inappropriate. A family member mutated into a chicken, so chickens are not very edible either. So what? There are sheep among my friends and family. So, that's something I have to avoid. Those with a strong sense of morality, looking around, suddenly realize they can only eat vegetarian food. This won't work. Eating only vegetables won't make you taller, and my kids still need to grow. I strongly suggest the country introduce relevant policies. My mom has already banned all meat, saying it brings bad luck and makes us like animals. This last comment has received quite a few likes, indicating that tens of thousands of people are deeply troubled. But that boundary is a bit difficult to define. For now, it's fine. Simply broadcast the news or issue relevant policies, telling everyone that animals are animals and humans are humans. A few reiterations will gradually ingrain the message. But what happens next? When everyone can switch between forms at will, the safety of animal forms becomes difficult to guarantee. You can't just see a rabbit from afar, hit it with a single strike, and then find out it's a fellow creature. That would be hellish, a pure horror story. The official core team has been discussing this issue for a long time, but they haven't found a suitable solution. Should everyone wear a device that alerts them when they're close to each other? That's useless. If the device gets lost, the potential for misunderstandings is even greater. It still won't work. The official team pondered over it, held several meetings, but couldn't find a suitable solution. Finally, they turned to Yi Sifeng. Yi Sifeng was surfing the internet furiously. He'd been so busy since arriving in this world, searching for a spirit beast teacher, he was completely lost. Now that he finally had some time, he needed to rest and make up for it. That's when the message popped up. Yi Sifeng subconsciously narrowed his eyes when he saw it, and it took him 3 seconds to realize it was an official message. How to distinguish mutated humans from native animals? Good question. Yi Sifeng rubbed his eyes, which felt like they were aching. If he were a native Earthling, he would say he could just make an ID card and show it when needed. If Yi Sifeng were a spirit beast from the world of cultivation, he would say that all beings are equal. We've all mutated into animals, so we're all the same. No need to distinguish. As luck would have it, Yi Sifeng was neither, so he actually had some insights of his own and could offer technical support. Just as he was mulling over his words, another message arrived. Principal Yi, feel free to offer any suggestions. The price is negotiable. As long as we have what we need, we'd be happy to help. Very generous. No worries then. Yi Sifeng entered the storage space after a long absence, rummaging around until he finally unearthed the dusty spiritual brand. This book isn't very popular in the world of cultivation. It's generally used to mark a loved one. A pair of cultivators imprinted with this mark can sense each other when they're near, regardless of their physical transformations. What an absurd technique. He had sighed that way back then, and despised Ying Fengshuan for bringing back the book as completely unnecessary. But the truth is, everything is useful. It just depends on how the user operates it. This spiritual brand, combined with the program that dispersed the contract, could allow all mutated individuals to sense each other. With this cultivation world's magic as a foundation, and the state's ID card process in place, there should be no major issues. Everything is settled. Yi Sifeng compiled the study materials for On the Mutual Induction of the Second Form of Humanity in the New Era from Spiritual Brand, reviewed them, and sent them to the authorities. They quickly replied received, transferred a large sum of money, and said Yi Sifeng could tell them what he wanted, and if he didn't have it, they would find a way to get it. Yi Sifeng almost wanted to laugh. Clearly, the era and customs were the same, but there were such stark differences between people and organizations. Nothing I want. Just a little publicity for my school during next year's enrollment. Principal Yi made a positive statement, and the officials immediately acknowledged their approval. And so, the entire nation began studying again. This time, the operation was even more aggressive. From the youngest to the oldest, everyone with eyes open was required to study. There were no patterns in the mutations, so if a little kid turned into a chicken and was abducted, no one would know how to determine the outcome. We must learn. We must finish it within a week. Every second we stop is a second more dangerous. Learn quickly. Go! This is a dangerous week. Without learning, how can we achieve rapport with one another? Only by learning can we separate humans from animals, live safely, and mutate safely. Chapter 120. Xiaonuan has been feeling a bit off lately. A video clip from the course, The Second Form of Human Interaction in the New Era, was playing on her computer screen. She stared intently, then suddenly turned back in a quiet moment. Border Collie was playing with a ball behind her, happily fiddling with it. Could it be an illusion? Xiaonuan turned back hesitantly, rubbed her arms, and continued studying. But before long, the feeling of being watched from behind returned. Xiaonuan slowed her breathing, then turned quickly to see Collie happily tossing the ball back and forth. Was it really an illusion? Xiaonuan was confused and turned back to the screen. The course was detailed, and the teacher spoke gently and slowly, but the more she listened, the more itchy her skin felt. What was going on? Why did she always feel like there were eyes watching her from behind? But the 2 times she had turned back told Xiaonuan that if she turned back now, she wouldn't see anything except her pet, Cola, playing with a ball. Wait. Playing with a ball? Why couldn't she hear anything? Xiaonuan's heart skipped a beat, but she remained expressionless and naturally grasped the mouse. She turned off the screen. The figure of a puppy looking at a computer appeared on the screen, its large eyes fixed on hers. Cola, the border collie, was stunned for a moment, then turned back nonchalantly and picked up the ball from the ground. He tossed it twice, and it rolled farther away. He wagged his tail and chased after it. Xiaonuan was first struck by realization, then by confusion. Finally, with a certain understanding and a hint of stealth, she approached Pet Coke. Baby, do you want to attend class with mommy? And so, one person and one dog attended the class. The course video was still gentle and detailed, the teacher breaking down the content to the utmost detail, then feeding it to the students bit by bit. Xiaonuan, holding Cola, listened and absorbed it, pausing for a moment to capture the profound feeling, or switching to furry bare ears to experience and comprehend the incomplete animal form. I seem to have gained some understanding, but not much. Xiaonuan continued to listen, not even chewing on her snacks. Cola sat on the sofa, staring straight ahead, his attention undivided. Xiaonuan and Cola listened like this for 6 days. On the evening of the 6th day, at a certain moment near the end of the learning video, Xiaonuan suddenly felt a flash of inspiration. Everything she had heard transformed from words into reality. A strange sense of clarity emerged in her mind, and in the center, a mark shimmered. The next moment, Xiaonuan felt that mark beeping like a radar. Please note, the border collie in front of you is a fellow border collie. Xiaonuan fell silent. If she hadn't personally delivered and raised border collie Cola, she would have believed it. So what was going on now? She had imprinted that mark on herself through learning, and had border collie Cola also imprinted it through learning? Xiaonuan was shocked at first, then guilty, and finally filled with a burst of smug joy. Her Cola! Her clever Cola! A bright future had been forged by him all on his own, but she couldn't tell anyone yet. The neighbors all knew her pet Cola. She had to move now. Xiaonuan acted quickly, and Cola was as smart and well-behaved as ever. There were no children teasing the dog in the new place, and no big men glaring at pets with cold eyes. Oh my dear, your family members managed to transform into their full form so quickly. They must have learned really well. Border collies are great. So pretty and smart. Hey, yes, that's my son. He's only 3 years old. He can't even transform back after the mutation. Maybe we have to wait until he's a little older. Xiaonuan smiled, and Cola was incredibly well behaved. Oh, we have to keep a close eye on them. I tell the neighbors to be careful, and not bump into the kids. Hey, thanks, Aunt Qian. A very small number of smart animals learn this way. Some learn by chance, some learn on their own, and some are forced to learn by their owners after hearing something. Hurry up and learn, Daddy. Stop playing with that doll of yours. Once you learn, you won't get caught. Listen. Stop wagging your tail. Pay attention. Baby, let's not go out to play this afternoon. Let's just listen to the videos at home from now on, okay? This is it. This teacher's teaching is really interesting. Let's watch it together. Hey, Daddy, why do I feel like De Huang has that person's mark on him too? Isn't it time for him to come to the table for dinner? Give him a chicken leg. He's so obedient. Shunnyonyo, don't tell anyone. Just keep it to yourself. Similar conversations were heard across the country. Gradually, as if by default, everyone started playing learning videos for their pets. Even though they hadn't learned it in half a month, what if they got it right the next time they listened? If they did, it would mean their pet was quite human-like, and with that person's mark, they would be practically invincible. If an ordinary animal were harmed, it could only be considered a lack of compassion. However, if an animal that had, through learning, demonstrated a degree of thought and spirituality, and possessed human characteristics, was harmed, that person was undoubtedly inhumane. It was a living being, a being with thoughts and a soul, capable of understanding speech and bearing the marks of humanity. Aside from its inability to transform into a human, it was essentially indistinguishable from modern humans. It had an animal form and human marks. 80 to 90% of society tacitly accepted this, and spontaneously promoted the protection of animals and spiritual beings. The authorities could not have been unaware of this, but perhaps out of fear of the wave of mutations, perhaps out of compassion for living souls, or more likely out of respect for the teachers at the University of All Things. A week later, they issued a new policy. All animals with human marks should be treated as fellow citizens by all citizens. The gentle and amiable host explained this policy this way. If we can't tell whether the person we're dealing with is a real human or an intelligent animal, then we should maintain a consistent attitude. Only in this way can the safety of our own animal forms be guaranteed. The gentle and amiable host smiled again, his eyes softly gazing at the camera. As for those intelligent little animals with their own souls, let them join us in experiencing the new path of this special era. The internet was abuzz. After the news broke, pet owners were thrilled, typing away, posting comments one after another. Tears of joy. I love the new era. I love my country. Great, great, now my Xiaokai has no reason not to learn. Hurry up and learn. Once you learn, you can become a human. So cool. My border collie has learned it. Now when I go out, I just call him my brother, and no one notices. Ha ha ha. Wow, it's really hard to tell them apart, because my brother recently mutated into a chick and hasn't learned to transform into a human yet. So cool. My border collie too. He just learned it yesterday. Is it currently only? The border collie learned it? Are dogs like that really that smart? It took me a week. Replying to the above user, my border collie took 8 days, just 1 day slower than yours. Go check out that pet blogger. Her border collie is so smart. He learned it in 3 days. She said it took her 5 days. Are there really such smart border collies? Can parrots learn it? Has anyone else succeeded? My little bird is so adorable. But it just won't learn. Replying to the above user, my budgie succeeded. 10 days. Ah! I also had it for 10 days. How come there's no sign of it? I mean, I watched it non-stop for 240 hours. I held the screen wherever it flew and explained everything to it, step by step. It won't learn without perseverance. You, as the owner, need to work harder. Okay. Can snakes do it? Has any snake succeeded? What about cats? Have any cats learned it? Replying to the above user, I have one. It's my grandma's tabby cat. I didn't force it to learn, but it just lay on my lap while my grandma was listening to the lesson. My grandma learned it, and now she can do it too. How long did it take, roughly? About 10 days, not sure. Thanks. I get my cat started right away. I've already gotten about a third of my pets to learn it. I've made a tutorial, so take it if you need it. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for sharing. I'm already holding my puppy in my arms and saying thank you. Thank you, thank you. Everyone's working hard. While there's a rumor online that only smart pets can learn it, who knows? Maybe even my stupid kid can do it if we push him a little. As a result, many small animals experienced a learning hell during this period, their owners constantly playing videos. It took a long time for everyone to accept that not every small animal could understand human thought. Most were still immersed in their own simple, pure lives. Everyone gradually let go, but every now and then, they couldn't help but lash out, wanting to urge their small animals to learn. Yi Zifeng also found it quite amusing. Although he'd only thought about this when compiling the study materials, it was truly fascinating. When the boundary between humans and animals is no longer clear, how will humanity be defined? If this world hadn't arrived, where would it have developed? But if only time would slowly slip by, and everyone's lives would gradually stabilize. They could behave well while they were still human, and when they showed signs of evolving, they could take online classes, hiding their traits or developing them. There would be countless opportunities to make decisions before the college entrance exams or after adulthood. Yi Zifeng got off the sofa and sat back down at the computer. The first class of the University of all things was nearing graduation, and it was almost time to get busy with graduation season. Netizens nationwide were also paying close attention to this. It was graduation season at Wanwu University. After 4 years of intensive training, each of these students was incredibly talented. How would they graduate? A ceremony? A grand meeting? Netizens were silently waiting. But before they even heard about the June graduations, they saw another piece of news. Love carrots. Who knows? This is so magical. After I passed the postgraduate entrance exam, Professor Rabbit handed me a document. After signing it, it went straight to my head. It lit up like crazy. What kind of mysterious contract is this? It even shows both of our names. Chapter 121. At first, no one took this message seriously. It was all about postgraduate entrance exams and other documents, just bragging rights, and it was so brilliant it went straight to the brain. People these days will say anything to show off. Is being a graduate student at Wanwu University so impressive? Okay, it's quite impressive, but is it really necessary to be so subtle? Just say it directly. Maybe it's a contract to continue studying, written with a pen, of course both of your names are on it. Smile. This comment received tens of thousands of likes, and the smile at the end was the perfect icing on the cake. But things didn't turn out as everyone expected, as people kept sharing similar messages. No, my teacher really is from the cultivation world. I thought it was a joke, but then I got into their graduate school. After signing a document, something exploded in my brain, leaving only a few indecipherable words. It looked like some kind of beast. Huh? Seriously? Huh? This message quickly went viral. Because of its detailed description, it seemed more credible than the previous one. Netizens flooded in with comments, some believing it. Some are curious, others are skeptical. Hasn't everyone been saying they're from the world of cultivation? Everyone's so confident, I believed it a long time ago. No, isn't this just a meme? Hey, what's there to argue about with the above post? I'm just curious about what the original poster is talking about. Considering that previously viral post, are you signing a contract? Master servant? Oh my god. People at Wanwu University have to pay so much just to get into the postgraduate entrance exam. Luckily, I don't like it. Luckily, I don't like it either. I don't even want to go to Wanwu University, wearing sunglasses. The above poster takes off his sunglasses, and is in tears. Tears. When will I ever save enough money? I want to go to school. I want to be led around by my teacher. I want to be free and unfettered. No, don't get off topic. Where's the original poster? He hasn't explained it clearly yet. What's this? It's mind-blowing. Is this really the contract the previous poster was talking about? This comment was replied to by the original poster. I just went with my instructor to set up the offline get out of class. Sorry, I've already asked my instructor if I can share this, so I explain it to everyone. This thing that goes straight to the brain is a contract, the spirit beast contract of the cultivation world. It's not a master-servant contract though. It's similar to an equal contract, but not quite that equal. My instructor had all 5 of his graduate students sign it. He said that principal he had improved the contract so that it could be signed by many people. But my instructor only signs his graduate students. He asked me to mention that he welcomes talented mutants to apply for his graduate program. If you're accepted, you can sign a contract. Signing a contract will help your evolutionary direction, with only benefits, no downsides. This news has gone viral again, as if it's been given permission. More graduate students at the University of all things are sharing information about the contract. Who understands? When I was a kid, watching cartoons, I dreamed of signing a contract with a powerful animal. I never thought that as an adult, it would come true. My director is a majestic rock. After we signed the contract, he took us flying for a while, saying we wouldn't have to work so hard. After the contract, he'd practice diligently, and we'd also gain benefits. We only needed to work at 75% of our previous effort. So proud. Ah! My director is the same. I used to think she was cold and aloof, but after signing the contract, she suddenly became friendly, with an indescribable warmth. She even said we could just ask her for whatever we wanted. It's so strange. Even though we signed the contract after getting into graduate school, I felt like we'd instantly become incredibly close. From a simple teacher-student relationship to one where we could read each other's eyes. I don't know if it was just my imagination. Wait, I didn't eat today, and my director suddenly handed me a big steak and told me to eat before practicing. I was so touched at the time, but now that I think about it, I didn't even act hungry. Haha, the above suggests you're not close enough. My director explained everything to me long ago, including our origins and the type of contract. We can even communicate mentally. It's easy, huh? What do you mean? Is that what I'm thinking? Some fantasy story? Yes, that contract is what you think it is. Not only can we share insights from cultivation, but we can also communicate mentally in our minds. There are other functions, but it's hard to explain here. All I can say is that if you get into the University of all things, you absolutely have to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Not taking it is a huge loss, you know what I mean, right? A huge loss. I don't quite understand, but luckily I got in dumbfounded. What can actually be in my mind? A phone call? Then I give it a try today. The graduate students at Wanwu University chatted away, completely ignoring the ordinary netizens among them. The general public was stunned. Graduating and passing the graduate school entrance exam allowed them to sign a mysterious contract with their professor. Is this still Yin country? No, is this still Earth? So it's already mutated? That's fine. Hashtag Wanwu University graduate school entrance exam signs mysterious contract hashtag. Everyone was excited again. Although there had been rumors circulating online that the professors at Wanwu University were from the world of cultivation, rumors were just rumors. Officials had never confirmed it, and Principal Yi hadn't mentioned it either. Everyone just assumed it was a meme, and the first batch of graduate students admitted actually said they'd sign contracts with spirit beasts from the world of cultivation? Is this fake? Or is it just unbelievable? Aren't the relationships in novels always one-on-one? How could a teacher at the University of all things sign contracts with so many people with just one spirit beast, even saying that anyone who gets into graduate school can sign a contract with it? I don't know. I feel like this school is too ostentatious, and I don't like having animal characteristics on my body. I've already decided to apply to other schools. I don't like the feeling of this school. Add 1+1. I don't like it either. I feel like the world has become so strange and chaotic. The two above, you. I try installing it again. Yesterday my homepage was whining about when I could get into the University of Everything, and today it's installed. I hate you two-faced people. How funny! Why are the people above so excited? Just ignore them and pretend you didn't see it. Last year, when I was trying to register, someone like this popped up too. I was so frustrated by their advice, but 3 minutes later, their homepage shared a successful registration update, saying it was a blessing for their determination to get in. So what do you think? Is the mutation direction Lotus root? So cunning? What's this rant that got so many likes? Ever since the launch of Wanwu University, with limited enrollment, there have been many online instigators. Whenever someone shares an event related to Wanwu University, they comment on how strange and uncomfortable it is, feeling like the world has become so mysterious, and they really dislike this feeling of being out of control. People are easily influenced by others, especially by seemingly logical analysis. While it might not change their minds, it will definitely cause them to hesitate. As long as someone hesitates, the speaker succeeds, especially during the crucial registration period. Every second you delay your opponent counts, and every second gives you a second's chance to win. An undercurrent is stirring on the internet again. A considerable number of people have realized that applying for postgraduate study at Wanwu University will yield unexpected rewards. A contract. A contract with a mysterious spirit beast teacher. If you pass the postgraduate entrance exam for the teacher, you can sign a mysterious contract with him, said to come from the world of cultivation. The internet is on fire again. A person says he doesn't really want to go, B says he's a little hesitant, C says he doesn't have enough money, and D says, yes, I saved some more. The contract issue was like a fire thrown into the ocean of the internet. At first glance, it seemed to have died down, with no discernible reaction. The only feeling was that people seemed to be speaking up more frequently than before. I don't think it's true. Maybe the University of Everything is having trouble recruiting. I also think 88,000 yuan in tuition is a bit too expensive. Alas, it's more comfortable to be a human. Online classes are enough. I can hide my mutant traits and continue studying math, physics, and chemistry. It's so fun. I feel like I'm mastering science. Yeah, flying isn't that great. I'm afraid of heights. The ground is more suitable for me. I prefer walking on 2 legs. Yeah, it feels down to earth. Yeah, I agree. You can't just be swept up in the internet craze and sign up for the postgraduate entrance exam. It's something you have to consider based on your own circumstances. If you've never been interested in learning, blindly following the crowd will be very painful. I still prefer screwing in screws. It makes me feel so cool. Countless comments emerged one after another. Almost every user posted several comments a day. The overwhelming volume of comments looked like it could bring down the University of Everything. Amid this persistent and inexplicable atmosphere, the New Year's enrollment season for Wanwu University arrived quietly. The application website froze for a full 30 seconds. This wasn't a traditional college entrance exam application website, but one built by the government, boasting world-leading technology capable of handling hundreds of millions of users simultaneously without any lag. The Wanwu University application system froze for a full 30 seconds. Countless people were stuck on the page, yet they dared not exit. What if just a single moment of typing missed the mark? They'd lose not only a vibrant new life, but also a kind mentor and a mysterious contract with the world of cultivation. Dead computer? Turn it on! Dead hand. Fill in the information quickly, but there were only so many spots available. Aside from a tiny fraction of citizens who got their wish, the rest left in frustration, revealing their disguised selves online. No, didn't you all say you didn't want to sign up? Why is it stuck like this? Give me back the University of all things. I'm so impressed. I never be online with you guys again in my next life. Everyone said they couldn't join me online a while ago. Today, I was just relaxing, and when I clicked in, I saw it was full. I clicked again, and was immediately blocked on 3 pages. I signed up. It was worth all the effort I put into pretending. Typing with a guilty conscience feels terrible. Luckily, I've made it. Proud, the guy above is being dragged out and shot. Of course, Yi Zifeng didn't miss out on this wave of popularity. He even blended in with the crowd, pretending to be a bystander, occasionally helping out here and there. He'd accumulated quite a bit of traffic thanks to his frequent long articles analyzing Wanwu University. I think this is an opportunity. Yi Zifeng typed the title and continued typing in front of Ing Fengshuan. What will the first batch of Wanwu University graduate students do after they graduate? They likely stay on campus and take positions. I recommend that all teacher training students apply enthusiastically to Wanwu University. The campus is excellent, the value proposition is high, and now is a period of rapid development. With more and more faculty, enrollment will also increase. Chapter 122. Yi Zifeng's account has quite a few followers, so the moment I posted, many people commented. Master, is it because I wasn't enthusiastic enough that I didn't get in? Breaking tears, this normal school student has given up trying. If I really can't get in, I won't force it. Maybe it's just fate. The person above, try pretending again. You've been addicted to acting lately, haven't you? You caught on. Suddenly, I think what the blogger said makes a lot of sense. The first batch of graduate students have already arrived and signed those contracts. They're very likely to stay on as teachers at Wanwu University. What are the salaries and benefits at Wanwu University? Replying to the person above, I work within the system. I can only say that the internal operations at Wanwu University are not what you think. It can't be summed up in just one sentence about salary and benefits. You understand once you get in. I don't understand, but it sounds awesome. My cousin is at Wanwu University, and I told her to take the postgraduate entrance exam as well. As someone who's been through this, I recommend that students who don't have other plans for their own development take the postgraduate entrance exam. The benefits after passing are beyond your imagination. It's fantastical. But it's also super cool. Riddler above, I'm also a graduate student at the University of all things. Let me tell you straight up, ever since I signed the contract with my director, she's been bringing me specialty vegetables from the cultivation world in the morning, grilling me a mysterious steak for lunch, and telling me to go to bed early at night. We chat in the next room tomorrow, saying I seem to have some dark circles under my eyes lately. Are you the famous only graduate student? Yeah, it's me. My director said he's not used to signing contracts with so many people at once. She's a relatively traditional spirit beast, signing only one per term at most, which is already the limit. Oh my god. So the focus isn't on mentoring students, but on signing contracts? What's the mutation field the above post is about? I'd love to apply to that professor's graduate program too. I want to be the only one in line. I'm a reptile, crocodile. New students with similar attributes are welcome to apply for my graduate program. Alas, being the only one in line is nice, but sometimes it can be a bit lonely. The internet is constantly buzzing with news stories, but the ones that attract the most attention are still those related to mutation. The graduate students at the University of all things are showing off again, and the first batch of undergraduates have found various career paths. After 4 years of hard work at the University of all things, I, a member of the Bombix moth family, have finally graduated with flying colors. Graduation is immediate, and I welcome everyone to contact me for custom-made silk fabrics. They shimmer in the sun and feel incredibly lightweight, like a second layer of skin. They absolutely breathe. Breaking news. I've finally graduated. Anyone who asked me to fly a few years ago online, please show me your chat history. The flight restrictions are coming next week. Hurry, dark circles under your eyes. Please contact me. They disappear in 10 seconds, even your eye bags. This comment was a bit vague, so someone asked about it right away. How does it disappear? 10 seconds? It's simple. I'm from the Diptera family. I practiced this technique diligently in school. With just one bite, I guarantee your dark circles and eye bags will disappear. Huh? Huh? How much? I really need it. 100 yuan per bite, lasts 10 days. So expensive. What's so expensive about it? Good value, right? 300 yuan a month, only 3,600 yuan a year, guaranteed to keep you dark circles and eye bags free for the entire year. It's much more cost-effective than cosmetic surgery. It's a benefit brought about by this era of mutation. Just enjoy it. That sounds like it. Are there any side effects? I mean, will there be any toxins left in the skin? Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, look at the test certificate. This is a skill my teacher taught me so hard. Teacher went from Wanwu University. You've heard of him, right? He's amazing. Okay. How do I order it? I need it. As long as? When Yi Zifeng saw this, he thought for a moment and remembered which student it was. There are quite a few students in the Diptra family, but there is only one student who is studying to suck blood. It is very strange. I don't know where he got this goal from. He had a clear goal as soon as he entered the school and said frankly that his goal is to conquer the medical beauty industry. Their main business is sucking blood from dark circles. I didn't expect this student to graduate too. Time flies. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. Time always slips by unnoticed. Looking back, he realized he'd already been the principal for several years. It's almost time. Yi Zifeng looked back at the still furry Ying Fanxuan. Years had passed, and he was still as furry and small. And somehow, that awkwardness had vanished. At first glance, he looked playful and adorable, his movements flowing naturally and smoothly. The furry little creature flew to Yi Zifeng's side, ignoring his puzzled expression. It confidently perched on his shoulder, then shook its head and twitched its tail. Its hair was fluffy and soft, its eyes bright and adorable. Yi Zifeng glanced sideways, but couldn't spot any flaws. Okay, as sworn enemies who grew up together, I forgive that. Despite saying so, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but open his computer and get to work. The first batch of graduate students were about to graduate, and after finishing up, they were almost ready to take up their posts. The Spirit Beast teachers would also be able to work alongside their students, which should be quite exciting. Yi Zifeng began to formulate procedures and then leak information to the officials, hinting that his stay might not last long, perhaps leaving in a week or so. The officials, with whom he had worked for many years, didn't ask where he was going, but simply asked if there was anything he could help with, if he had enough money, and if he wanted anything, including some local specialties. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but smile at this. Local specialties. He already had a lot of Yen Nation specialties, all from previous worlds. Although this world might be similar, Yi Zifeng still typed a sentence. Okay, I'd like to bring some local specialties. The other party replied almost instantly. Okay, have a nice trip, Principal Yi. You're always welcome in Yen country. Feel free to come back and manage Wanwu University when you have time. Laughing, Yi Zifeng curled his lips. This world is different. Not only are the officials more casual, but the nearly 10,000 Spirit Beast teachers who remain on campus and are currently employed are also different from the Spirit Beasts in previous worlds. They have ample channels for expression and are required to voice their opinions daily. Whether accidentally or carelessly, some Spirit Beasts will reveal their origins. While not many people might believe them online, the officials, who have worked together for many years, will always learn something. Okay, Yi Zifeng replied. It's time to leave again. Yi Zifeng walked to the window. The principal's office was on a high floor, offering a very wide view. From here, he could see almost the entire Wanwu University. The campus was filled with forests, one after another. Adapting to different animals, if anything, it's just a little more monotonous than the forests of the cultivation world. He certainly achieved social status. Yi Zifeng turned to look at the Beast King, Ying Fanxuan. The furry little beast's gaze met his without a moment's deviation, yet its eyes were clear and innocent, practically no different from those of a 10-day-old spirit beast. Alright. Yi Zifeng gave his sworn enemy the seal of approval. Ying Fanxuan paused slightly, then quickly recovered and leaned against Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng reached out and pinched him, then expertly rubbed him, pulling out a few hairs and flicking them away. Ying Fanxuan remained obedient, resting quietly in his palm. So Yi Zifeng stopped paying attention. As he shoved Ying Fanxuan into his pocket, he didn't notice him licking his fingertips. Yi Zifeng pulled out a compass, held 2 fingers to his lips, and his spiritual power flowed through his fingertips into the compass, dispersing as it spun. Threads of spiritual power entangled all the spirit beasts of the University of All Things. Teachers preparing for lessons, teaching, resting, and training students all raised their heads. Spiritually, threads of spiritual power descended from the sky, tracing into the sea of spirit, forming a clear path of light, breaking through time and space. From here, no matter where or when, one could find a way back to the spirit beast realm. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, and was about to sit down when he heard a knock on the door. He stood up to open it, and as the door swung open, a crowd of people rushed out. Principal. Are you leaving? Going on a trip? No, Principal, don't leave us. I still owe you tuition, have you forgotten? Wait until I pay it off before you leave. Principal. Principal. Move aside. No! You're stepping on my foot. Yi Zifeng switched his social profile, smiling and sending a few words. He tried to reassure the students in front of him, then heard more footsteps from down the hallway. He'd been careless. He'd forgotten that after signing the contract, the human side could also detect the path to the spirit beast realm. All the students were adept at asking questions. If one questioned a person, they might be leaving. They'd post the information on the campus forum, and students from all directions would start rushing in. Yi Zifeng felt a little depressed, with an indescribable feeling. Perhaps he'd been in this world for too long. These students were so lively, jumping up and greeting him when they passed by. They were incredibly active. As he was thinking, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt the furried body of Ying Fangxuan against his cheek. Warm and soft, it brought a familiar, comforting feeling. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt better. It was no wonder he had been with Ying Fangxuan for so long, from childhood to adulthood. Even in this depressing moment, Ying Fangxuan's fur still had a familiar, soothing feeling. Ying Fangxuan was quite useful after all. The corners of Yi Zifeng's mouth curled up slightly. He greeted the students from all directions with ease. With a calm expression, he led everyone outside and took a large photo at the entrance of the campus. Class of 2024, taking a photo with students at the gate of Wanhui University. Yi Zifeng put the photo into his storage space. The compass spun, and the characters lit up one by one. When the familiar tugging sensation came over him, Yi Zifeng squeezed Ying Fangxuan tightly. Behind the pitch-black void in space was the familiar planet. Yi Zifeng turned his head, and saw the blue planet tremble again, emitting countless points of light. The light formed beams of light that rushed towards him. Yi Zifeng instinctively tried to catch Ying Fangxuan, but missed. He was stunned for a second before the massive beams of light shattered around him, raining down light. It was warm, a sensation that spread throughout his body. Ying Fangxuan suddenly appeared from the right, and touched his arm. Chapter 123. It's hard to describe this feeling. It's like a love-brain virus spreading from my arm. A faint, itchy warmth spread from my heart, flowing through my veins and limbs. It must be a coincidence, Yi Zifeng nodded. The warmth of the golden light of merit entering my body was unbearable, so it's only natural that absorbing such a large amount would be overwhelming. Yi Zifeng waited quietly, until the feeling dissipated in the endless cracks of pitch-black space. Then, Yi Zifeng reached out and touched Ying Fangxuan, flicking his head. All right. Yi Zifeng defined it. Although it was obvious that the other party needed the golden light of merit from the world more, after so many worlds, it wouldn't hurt to be humble for once. But next time, I have to stop Ying Fangxuan beforehand to prevent him from getting into trouble again. Yi Zifeng rubbed the Ying Fangxuan in his hand, sending 2 hair bullets flying before releasing his grip. He then pulled out a positioning compass from his bosom. The golden light of merit still pulsated within him, warm and full of power. Yi Zifeng radiated his spiritual energy, skillfully activating the compass. The characters on the compass lit up one by one, the rapid rotation tinged with wisps of golden light. Yi Zifeng suddenly realized that this was the golden light of merit emanating from him. The compass spun at a rapid speed, radiating even greater power than before. Amidst this intense spiritual energy fluctuation, Yi Zifeng detected a different direction. Earth, 2024. Weak vitality, on another path. Yi Zifeng was curious. What would a world guided by a compass radiating the golden light of merit look like? More magical? More complex? Or even more unimaginable? Yi Zifeng raised his finger and injected spiritual energy into it. A powerful and familiar pull came over him, and the next moment, he opened his eyes and found himself in the mountains. The trees were dense and neatly arranged, each plant in its proper place, each lush and vibrant. These plants were well cared for. Even the aura, he sensed, told him, this was a sparsely populated forest. Each plant stood upright, the trees tall and straight, each leaf bathed in sunlight. The grass was fresh and tender, rooted in the nutrient-rich soil, its roots needing no further extension in search of nutrients. All the plants thrived, as if someone had calculated with sophisticated instruments that this tree would thrive in this sunny spot, and that grass would thrive in that spot, brimming with nutrients and vitality. This didn't make sense. If it were a man-made greenhouse, the plants would be arranged this way, but this wasn't it. The aura he sensed told him that this was at least a primeval forest. So what was it? In the same year of 2024, in the same country, what was it that was caring for this forest? Yi Zifeng was curious and had a peculiar guess, but it hadn't been verified, so he needed to confirm it first. Veteran internet user Yi Zifeng pulled out his phone, a gift from the authorities in the previous world. It was high-tech, with built-in network cracking capabilities, and could even connect to a brand new satellite when needed. He turned it on, and tried to connect to the internet. The loading circle kept spinning, flickering intermittently as if under attack. Yi Zifeng thought for a moment and resumed typing, trying to use some of the computer techniques he'd learned from his intense internet use in the previous world to speed up his phone's performance. The woods were silent, devoid of any sign of life. Yi Zifeng pressed his phone furiously. Even the furry Ying Fangxuan felt anxious for him. Finally, connected to the internet. The phone, claiming to be able to crack a brand new network in 3 seconds, chimed successfully. Yi Zifeng's suspicions grew stronger. The Yin nation of the previous world, though casual, was also quite modest. It was impossible for them to exaggerate the capabilities of a single phone. A 15-minute internet connection was all thanks to his efforts. That meant something was wrong with this world. Yi Zifeng opened his phone, but before he could do anything, he received this message. Dear visitor, we have detected that you are in Primeval Forest number 8. Do you need any assistance? If you do not reply within 5 seconds, we will automatically dispatch the nearest garden robot number 5 to your location. Yi Zifeng entered TD. We have detected that you may be under duress. The garden house security robot has been dispatched. Please inform your captors that if they stop now, there is a 50% chance of a reduced sentence. Yi Zifeng looked in the direction of the sound. As expected, the security robot would arrive in a minute. High-tech. Indescribably high-tech. Even in this desolate forest, there were specialized machines dedicated to tree care and rescue operations, even analyzing messages based on common sense. Suddenly appearing in the primeval forest must have been an accident. They didn't even need help and replied to cancel their subscription. They must have been coerced. The environmental protection robot immediately took action. Although Yi Zifeng was somewhat curious about what the security robot looked like, he had no identification and no evidence of having lived in this world. So he decisively disappeared, following the scent of people. Ying Fangxuan sat on his shoulder, applying the invisibility spell, quietly, his eyes wide and bright, observing the world, as if even more curious than he was. It seemed so. Ying Fangxuan, a native of the cultivation world, would be deeply shocked by this world devoid of spiritual energy, yet tackling a different path. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, then reached out and rubbed Ying Fangxuan. Yi Zifeng slowly descended the mountain, using his spiritual power to cheat and obtain an ID. Thankfully, there were still people working in this world, even if they were lying down, wearing helmets and controlling the servers with their minds. Thankfully, they weren't completely automated machines. It was said that this was almost the case. During those 10 years of rapid technological development, all of humanity was dizzy. It's so comfortable. This is how life should be. No need to lift a finger, no need to sweat. Even lying in bed, a machine feeds you. When you're feeling down, just connect to a server online. Whether it's fighting monsters in another world or simply farming, just walk the streets of the internet and let out a howl, and friends from all corners of the world will join you. Your body lies on a soft bed, but your mind travels through countless time and dimensions, adventuring with like-minded friends, meeting all kinds of people, and if you're in the mood, you can even start a love affair. Oh my! This is how life should be. When you're hungry or thirsty, a robot butler feeds you. If you really don't feel like moving, you could even turn on privacy mode and have it take you directly to the bathroom, shower you, and wash your hair. Oh my! This is what machines should do. All of humanity is comfortable. Everyone is active online, collectively applying to work from home. But it was rejected. I don't know where the current development will lead, but I do know that if all of humanity stops moving, the world will be doomed. The scientist who had led humanity's rapid technological advancement had a heavy look on his face. The current situation has given me some concerns. I declare that technology will no longer advance at such a rapid pace. For the rest of my life, I will establish a check-in system. Once fewer than 8% of people are working offline, global servers will shut down, forcing technology to regress 10 years. This will serve as a way out. The video ended, and everyone quieted down. Although I didn't know what was so worrying about this comfortable situation, the good life was brought about by the bosses. If the bosses say there's a problem, then there's a problem. Although I didn't know what the problem was, everyone still followed the instructions and adopted a rotating work system for all of humanity, with one group working for 1 month, and each group rotating once a year. Ah, what month am I supposed to start work? Next month or the month after? I've been playing games, and got a little confused. Yi Zifeng clicked on the world's largest forum, and the first message that popped up was this. The high-intensity technological world clearly doesn't include humans. In a world dominated by machines, humans have gradually lost their vitality. Looking at your number, it seems to be the month after next. What month is this? Is the month after next December? The system says yes. Can we have snowball fights then? Oh my god, playing snowball fights offline is too tiring. It's going to be really cold. I feel uncomfortable touching anything below 24 degrees Celsius. Let's just play online. Snowball Adventure. Holographic multiplayer interactive game. Users love snow. Invite you to join us. Click to enter the mini program. Here we go! It's been a while since I've had a snowball fight. Entered. Yi Sifeng looked at his phone, watching as a group of netizens chatted about winter and snow, then swarmed into the snowball mini program. Perhaps the people of this world didn't feel much, but having lived in the cultivation world for thousands of years, he understood more clearly what was wrong with it. Reality and virtuality. Reality and illusion. This might be too vague, but putting aside all concepts and focusing on the facts, the people in this world, who only work 1 month a year and stay in bed, are experiencing increasingly poor health and increasingly illusory spirits. Zombie Head Throwing Battle. A 10-player holographic challenge game. Player loves spring. Invite your friends to play. Here we go! This game is still exciting. Throwing snowballs is like playing house, and it still requires zombie heads, with their rattling, sharp teeth. At one, Yi Sifeng walked along the deserted streets, checking his phone while channeling his mental energy to check on nearby residents. The internet is incredibly active, either engaged in battles or cultivating their minds and bodies. But when I probed with my spiritual power, every house was utterly silent, with only the gentle, weak breathing emanating from the master bedroom. Internet surfing, intense online use, has weakened both the body and mind. It's said that the situation wasn't this serious 2 years ago, when the genius scientist was alive. But people grow old, get sick and die, and stars fall from the sky. 3 years after the genius scientist's passing, aside from the still operating rule requiring a minimum of 8% offline staff, everyone else is completely immersed in the internet. I don't want to go to work next month. I might as well die. I'm already working, but every day is so miserable. I just want to lie in bed and play games. I want to go dancing in the Tang Dynasty, go on adventures in the Western fantasy world, and feed my pets. I have 38 tabby cats. Every time I enter the shop, they meow and say they miss me. I'm so happy. The person above only has 38 tabby cats. Anyway, there's no limit on the space or number of cats, so give more. I have over 300 of all kinds. As soon as I enter the shop, I can see Meow Mountain. It's filled with happiness. Alas, I didn't play this. I always feel like virtual pets are weird. Although they're cute and obedient, something feels missing. The person above can set the personality program. Pets with different personalities will make the experience more realistic. Also, don't forget to set the temperature system. Furry is best paired with warmth. That's not what I meant. I can't explain it clearly. Yi Sifeng saw this, and liked the last comment, because he knew what the person meant. Active life brings a different experience, not just furry or warm. Yi Sifeng rubbed the still innocent and adorable Ying Fangshuan, and slipped into the spirit beast space. With the experience of the intense spirit beast selection in the previous world, he quickly found the species he wanted this time. The spirit monkey, with its cute appearance and agile body, is good at accepting and expressing love. Most importantly, it loves to fight, and will form gangs if it can't win. When its closest contract partner is a human, it will forcibly pull them up even if they're slumped in bed surfing the internet. Hurry up, master. This monkey just hit me. Get back at me, perfect. The human gets exercise, the monkey gets love, and if things continue smoothly, this world's revival is just around the corner. Yi Sifeng clicked on the pet page online with familiarity, and spoke directly. A new pet from another world is coming. It has everything you could want. It's shipped randomly in a blind box. After payment, it will walk over on its own. Delivery video is available. Chapter 124. Xia Tian was an avid online shopper. 10 years ago, she was still a 3,000 yuan office worker. Her job didn't provide food or housing, and after daily expenses, she barely had any money left. Back then, having just graduated from college, her biggest wish was to be able to spend money freely. She didn't seek offline shopping, just that adding items to her online shopping cart would be quicker. This one looks good, I might consider buying it. That one looks okay, I might take a second look. She didn't seek the ability to place orders at will, just that she could feel more confident browsing shopping apps. If she had 70 years to live, she'd spent 3 of them afraid to even open a shopping app. Perhaps moving to another city for work would be better, but she couldn't leave her aging parents behind, and so she couldn't move far. She had thought this would last another 10 years. But the technology world suddenly seemed to be on an accelerated track, advancing at a rapid pace. New technologies were announced one after another, and as they unfolded, she was constantly being educated in the comments section. Since it's been released, it means it's not cutting-edge technology. We've already advanced further. Dog head. Huh? It was like fast-forwarding. Base stations were being built, mobile phone models were being updated. When she came to her senses, smart homes were already available on the market, being sold at the price of everyday items. Resources were being distributed fairly, simply because that groundbreaking scientist said, without fairness and equity, all this development is meaningless. Life was getting better. She was finally rich. Lying on a high-tech, body-conforming smart latex memory foam cushion, her mind connected to a nearby network server, Xiaotian, as usual, clicked on the shopping page, opened the smart pet category, and began to choose. Pets, adorable pets. 10 years ago, furry little creatures were a luxury to her, because life meant continuity, constant effort and spending. Back then, she was broke and couldn't even afford to support herself, let alone a cute pet. So now that she has money, Xiaotian visits the virtual pet page about once a month. Yes, virtual. Real animals aren't allowed to circulate. They all live in specialized zoos. But that's fine. Virtual pets are convenient, adorable, and safe. You can raise as many as you want, and see them whenever you want. Xiaotian clicked on the new virtual pet pages from various manufacturers and looked at each one. This pink bunny is a bubble-blowing pro. Petting its head will unleash a shower of bubbles, perfect for photo-taking. This hippopotamus-shaped kitten loves fruits and vegetables. It can be fed as much as you want. It opens its mouth when its owner approaches. This chocolate biscuit-shaped scallop creates a cream filling every hour, connecting your taste buds. Indulge in sweetness. What the heck is going on here? It's a virtual pet, but it feels like something out of the ordinary. Xiaotian frowned as she clicked on the classic page. The Samoyed, fluffy as a dandelion, smiles from every angle, a true reincarnation of an angel. This majestic wolfhound barks at anyone within a 10-meter radius, except its owner, ensuring complete safety. Night Guardian Kitty. Place it by your bedside to help you sleep soundly. Xiaotian felt it made sense, but it still felt like something was missing. She clicked into the comments section and browsed through the pictures one by one. As she read, a sense of emptiness gradually emerged. The virtual pets were all very standard. No matter the angle, they looked the same. The same smile, the same movements. Even their reactions to being petted were identical, squinting their eyes, wagging their tails, and then spinning 3 times in place, a perfectly standard expression of happiness. The classic models seemed a bit too standard, while the newer ones pushed the boundaries. She'd better check out the pet forums to see if anyone had any recommendations for good products from niche vendors. Xiaotian clicked into the forum page, and the first message she saw was, "A new pet from another world is coming. It has everything you could want. It's shipped randomly in a blind box. After payment, it walk over on its own. A delivery video is available. Good news, I actually saw information about a niche pet. Bad news, it's pure advertising with 0 purchases." Xiaotian's 10 years of intense online shopping experience have taught her to never buy products no one has ever seen, but this ad is truly bizarre. A delivery video? How can this be provided? Isn't it a one-click send app? Although she imagined receiving a delivery video of someone tapping on a keyboard after placing the order, Xiaotian's hand clicked on it uncontrollably. 10 years ago, she might have worried about being scammed, but with the internet so advanced now, the worst-case scenario is buying a virtual pet that's barely modeled, and whose head and body fall apart at the touch of a finger. But as long as you provide a live video, the platform can intervene and recover the money, so there's no need to worry. Xiaotian placed the order immediately, waiting 3 seconds for the merchant to send the virtual pet claiming program. Ding dong. It's here. Xiaotian clicked on the merchant's call page and suddenly realized there was no mini program, only a video. Xiaotian clicked on it. The camera was slightly shaky, as if being held by a real person. The environment looked strange, like an uncultivated primeval forest. The person filming the video didn't speak, just walked forward. Just as Xiaotian was lingering on the green scene on the screen, suddenly, a monkey appeared. A monkey? The pet monkey, its fur reflecting a faint golden hue, might have been programmed to wave as it looked at the camera, then picked up a bundle from the ground. The camera panned, and the monkey walked off with the bundle on its back. Ding dong. The system notified the merchant of a new message. "Hello, your pet monkey has departed. Normally, It should arrive in 12 hours. In the event of an emergency, it may be delayed by 1 to 3 hours. Please be patient. Huh? Xia Tian, who hadn't moved for 3 hours, couldn't help but sit up from her bed. She read this paragraph 3 times, and watched the video 3 times. What is this? Where's her virtual pet claiming mini program? Why did they only send a promotional video and the monkey settings? Can they sell it at this level? No modeling, no programming, just settings. Seller, are you serious? Did you forget to send the program? Xia Tian typed in shock. Before she could send a second message, another message arrived. Dear, this is a purely physical delivery, no formalities involved. Your little monkey has already left, and we've even brought you a gift. Xia Tian suddenly felt like she'd been fooled. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I'm buying a pet, something I can actually see and touch, not a fantasy or a setting. Laughing face. It's shipped. If you want a refund, you need to take a video proof of receipt. Okay. Xia Tian sneered, her emotions fluctuating so much that her health smart butler even issued an alert. Your heart rate has been elevated. Do you need help? No. Xia Tian regained consciousness and realized she had been angry. Since the advent of technology, she rarely experienced mood swings. Everything was normal. She was calmly happy during her rest months and calmly sad at work. There were no weirdos on the internet. Thanks to a prosperous life, everyone had stable emotions. Soothing music, meant for physical conditioning, played, and Xia Tian's breathing gradually slowed. It didn't matter. Even though the merchant had scammed her out of money, she could still report the incident once the agreed 12-hour window was up. 12 hours was only enough time to play a few games. Xia Tian closed the pet page and opened the game homepage. Countless mini-games appeared before her, all levels and types. She could play whatever she wanted, whether it was adventurous or relaxing. Xia Tian clicked on her favorite pet shop. She was a level 99 shop manager. As soon as she entered, all the furry creatures appeared, their eyes lighting up at the sight of her. Xia Tian was presented with 3 options. Walked up, petted each one. Standing still, waiting for a pet. Just took the wrong turn, leaving now. Xia Tian expertly clicked the first option and walked forward to pet each of the furry pets. The order had already been set. First, her favorite white cat with heterochromia eyes. Second, the chocolate-colored Samoyed, known as the Smiling Angel. Third, a small snake with green eyes. Fourth, a blue-green kingfisher. Fifth, Xia Tian petted each one, then clicked the feeding button. Watching the adorable little animals eat their food obediently, she felt a moment of joy. Pets are so adorable. Xia Tian exited the pet house and started choosing other games. First, she planted sunflowers in the Interstellar Vegetable Garden, then built a fence in the Apocalypse Adventure game, and finally, played the second person in the popular game. It was almost time. Xia Tian still didn't want to log off the internet. The house felt empty, and her heart felt a little hollow. Hello, your set sleep time has arrived. Please log out of the internet within 10 minutes, or you will be forced to do so. Xia Tian hesitated on the internet community page, waiting to check the latest online trends for another 8 minutes to see what was going on. When the 8 minutes were up, she immediately went back to sleep. Hashtag shocking. Serious zoo negligence. Suspected loss of golden snub-nosed monkeys. Hashtag. The trending search was quite recent, accompanied by a video. Xia Tian clicked on it and saw a familiar monkey carrying a bag, moving quickly and evenly, before quickly disappearing from view. Xia Tian was shocked. She zoomed in on the video and then switched to the video page the merchant had sent her, enlarging the screenshots for comparison. Similar colors, a pale orange gold upper body, a warm brown lower body. While this feature was still uncertain, the color of the bag and the gait matched perfectly. The video's popularity continued to grow. In this rapidly developing world, a life had escaped from the zoo, seemingly a precious and adorable golden snub-nosed monkey. Negligence. A huge negligence. I suggest that whoever's working at the zoo this month take over next month. A monkey this big has been released, and no one has noticed it. Go find it quickly. It's a precious life. Xia Tian's thoughts raced. Suddenly, she thought it might actually be a monkey from the zoo, then she doubted that possibility. No way. Could it be the monkey she bought? The video seemed to be going in her direction. Oh my god, a living thing. Chapter 125. Xia Tian was in a daze, feeling at once improbable, and then just what if. The video kept playing. The monkey, carrying the bag, had a determined, purposeful expression, not even glancing at the screams of people on the road. The video played again, and a monkey with fluffy fur appeared from the right side of the road, moving forward with steady steps, alternating between two legs. As it passed through the sunlight, it reflected a warm golden glow. Ignoring the clamor of the world, it quickly disappeared at the end of the road on the left. Xia Tian clicked on the account that posted the video, and sure enough, it was the same IP address as hers. No way. Xia Tian was still in disbelief, but she was starting to think it was. Could the pet she bought really be alive? How could it have made it all the way from the place it was shipped to her? It still sounded a bit unbelievable. Xia Tian froze in place, about to add a few more comments, but after logging out, her finger slid open, and another video loaded. Oh my god! This golden monkey has come right up to me. What's the deal with this zoo system? If it keeps walking, its paws will be worn flat. Hurry up. Take the monkey back. The video is extremely shaky, and you can imagine the emotional state of the person filming it. From a bird's eye view, the monkey appears to be moving even faster. Carrying a small, pale green bag, it swiftly passes under the window, and then leaves without a backward glance. The person filming the video zooms in, revealing the furry, golden figure still moving, the bag bobbing behind it as it grows smaller and smaller until it vanishes. A discussion quickly erupted below the video. Is this a recent video? Is this monkey walking so fast? Oh my god, this must be the zoo staff abusing it. Why would it be living like this when it's doing well? And even escape with a bag on its back. That makes sense. And with a bag. This must have been a long-planned plot. At National Zoo number 16, where are all the staff this month? The golden monkey escaped and ran so far, and they haven't reacted. What are they doing? Are they just eating? At National Zoo number 16, if you don't do something, the monkey's paws will be worn flat. It looks so pitiful. At National Zoo number 16 and National Zoo number 16, Xia Tian's heart was racing watching this. To mask the guilt, I also tagged National Zoo number 16. The comments continue. Off topic. It's been ages since I've seen a live animal. This golden monkey is kind of cute. It walks so effortlessly and so fast. The big company XT is about to release a new virtual pet. A running golden monkey. Customizable color and running speed. Order now and get a free versatile bag. Flexible wearable. Oh my god. 198. XT is stealing the show. Oh my god, this isn't pure plagiarism. Have you asked the National Zoo on the 16th? You're right. I've already ordered it. It's a bit pricey, but it's really worth the price of that escaped golden monkey. Shen Yun. Although this may be a little inappropriate, I also want to say how adorable it is when it runs. How come those legs look so fast? To reply to the above, it really is fast. Calculating the speed by looking at the time between the two videos, wow, faster than I can ride a bike. Wow. I also captured the video. Oh my god, it was really fast. And it didn't respond to any calls, not even turning its head. Such a clear goal. Where is it going? Xia Tian didn't dare respond. Although she hadn't verified it, she felt a strong sense of guilt. Just as she was about to watch the video a few more times, her vision suddenly went black. When she opened her eyes again, she saw her bedroom ceiling. It was 11 o'clock, and she had been forced offline by the smart butler. Ah! Suddenly frustrated, Xia Tian suddenly sat up in bed, but the blood flow to her head was too slow. She blacked out and immediately fell back into her pillow. We've detected fluctuations in your health data. Would you like to call 120? The smart butler asked. Xia Tian sullenly declined, then turned over in bed, waiting for the dizziness to subside. How should I put it? Maybe 6 months of bedridden fatigue had left me feeling exhausted. I knew I'd definitely have problems if I continued like this. But the bed was just too soft. Home life was so comfortable, and the internet was so diverse. I could go wherever I wanted and do whatever I wanted. On one side was the vibrant, multidimensional online life, and on the other was the exhausting and strenuous offline activities. Aside from a small group of gifted individuals, it was truly difficult for the rest of us to break free. Next month, I definitely work out. I definitely establish a healthy sleep schedule and a strict diet plan. Next month for sure. Xiaotian's thoughts gradually drifted away, and when the dizziness subsided, she pushed herself up from the bed. Smart Home handed her a glass of warm water, and Xiaotian tilted her head back to drink half of it. Then, Smart Home handed her some pills, calcium, fish oil, lutein, and so on. Xiaotian swallowed them all. I felt better. We detected that you're feeling sleepy. The lights are dimmed and soothing music is playing. Please go to the bathroom and wash up within 3 seconds. Do you need help? Yes. A mat jutted out from under the bed, and Xiatian slowly slid onto it. A tire emerged from beneath the mat, and Xiatian was slowly maneuvered into the bathroom. Be diligent today and brush your teeth yourself. Xiatian stood up, took the toothpaste sheath squeezed out, and stuffed it into her mouth. The electric toothbrush hummed, extending and rotating the handle as it checked her teeth. The toothbrush stopped, and Xiatian blew out bubbles. After a few rounds of brushing, she finished. A nearby robotic arm handed her a hot towel. Xiatian wiped her face and stood quietly, waiting for the robotic arm to determine what skincare products she needed for the day. After a series of operations, her 15-minute wash and dressing session was over. The reheated mat was extended again, and Xiatian lay down softly on it. The mat moved all the way to the bedroom. Lying on the soft pillow, the mat perfectly conforming to her body, and closing her eyes to the pleasant aroma of incense, Xiatian felt as if she had forgotten something. What was it? Memories flowed slowly like a river. Xiatian suddenly sat up in bed. At the same moment, there was a knock on the door, which had always been silent. The voice of the smart housekeeper echoed from inside the room. A stranger has been detected. Switch to the monitoring page. A stranger. Switch to the monitoring page. Xiatian's heartbeat began to accelerate, thumping, and she stared at the dark screen without blinking. The screen flickered for a second before a bright light shone, revealing a familiar, golden, furry figure carrying a bag. The little monkey, as if aware of something, closed one eye and peered at the camera with the other. Its bright eyes darted up at the screen, blurring everything. Ah! Xiatian screamed, unsure whether out of nervousness or surprise. The little monkey on the screen continued to blink, its pink eyelids fluttering and swaying. Ah! Xiatian jumped up and down on the bed, yelling meaninglessly and pounding her chest. She couldn't control her voice as she realized again and again that the screen was showing her door. We've detected a dramatic emotional shift. Do you want to call 120? If you don't respond within 5 seconds, an emergency message will be automatically sent. 5, 4, 3. No, no, no. Ah! Ah! Xiatian jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. She took 3 quick, deep breaths and then slammed the doorknob down. A furry creature, half yellow, half brown, half human-sized, stood at the doorway, smacking its blinking eyes. Xiatian screamed, her vision blacking out, and she fell backwards. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a furry object appeared behind her head, soft and warm, with a fragrance like sunshine. Realizing what it was, Xiatian jumped up. The golden monkey rose from the ground, pointed at her head, and made a gentle, caressing gesture. Xiatian's breathing was rapid, but she managed to hold on. Ding dong. The mobile phone suddenly displayed a received message. Honey, I see you've signed for the pet. If you need to return it, please record a video. We have a 3-hour, no questions asked return policy. No refunds after that time. Xiatian glanced at her phone, then at the little monkey unpacking its belongings. She was the one who didn't know the value, buying a real, living creature online for the price of a virtual pet. What a steal. As for the monkey's origins, Xiatian said that wasn't her concern. Baby, you must be hungry. Come in, come in. Do you want something to eat? Chinese or Western food? Fruit or vegetables? How about a peach? Legend says it's your favorite. Having found her place, Xiatian suddenly perked up. A pet, her very own pet. So adorable and gentle. So strong and powerful. And so thoughtful. So heartwarming, Xiatian's heart was intoxicated. Holding the furry little paw, she went into the kitchen. Baby, what would you like to eat? You can choose anything on the menu. Alas, the variety is a bit limited. Do you want to order more? The bright-eyed monkey didn't order immediately. Instead, he blinked, then pulled 3 fruits from his bag and placed them in front of Xiatian. Is this a gift from the baby? Xiatian covered her mouth. The furry monkey scratched the back of his hand, then pushed the fruit forward, pointing at it, and then at Xiatian's mouth. Touched, Xiatian picked up the fruit and bit into it without even washing it. Baby, I'm so lucky. Xiatian chewed faster, savoring the taste in his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of fruit is this? Crisp and juicy, with a perfect sweet and sour taste. As I chew it, I exude an indescribable warmth that seeps into my body bit by bit. Ding dong. Another message arrived on my mobile phone. If you're returning this, you also need to return the gift your pet brought you. 3 fruits from a special place. Eating them can improve your owner's health. Seeing this, Xiaotian remembered she hadn't replied to the boss yet. Fruits that improve physical fitness. A living pet monkey. Xiaotian's heart raced, and she immediately typed a long paragraph. Sorry, boss, I was blind. I thought you sent me a virtual pet too. Blame my bluntness for offending you. I won't return it, absolutely not. My little monkey is so adorable, warm and thoughtful. The gift is also delicious. I've never seen such a magical fruit. Xiaotian nibbled at the fruit, feeling the unfamiliar warmth. For a moment, she felt like all the luck in the world had fallen upon her. A cute, real-life pet, and a fruit that improves physical fitness. I don't know why pets come with such fruit, but perhaps the owner is so thoughtful, taking care of both the customer's body and soul. After chewing one, Xiaotian carefully put the core away and placed the other 2 fruits, one on each side, into the little monkey's hands. Baby, you eat them. It's good for your health. I have one, and that's enough for you. You take these too. The golden-haired monkey waved his hand and firmly pressed the 2 fruits into Xiaotian's hands. He pointed at the fruit, then at his mouth, implying that she should eat now. Xiaotian was a little confused, but fortunately, she wasn't full, and the fruit tasted delicious. After confirming that the little monkey wouldn't eat it, she nibbled on it. It was crisp and delicious, and after eating it, she felt warm all over. High-tech, it had to be high-tech, both high-tech and mysterious. Xiaotian took the monkey to wash up, and with the guidance of the smart home, she set up a small bed in the bedroom. Oddly enough, if she had done this kind of intense activity late at night any other day, she would have felt dizzy and exhausted. But perhaps because she was in such a good mood today, and had eaten some high-tech fruit to replenish her energy, she still felt quite energetic, even capable of installing another bed. The golden monkey was obediently led by her, its golden eyes twinkling as it glanced at her large bed, then at its own, and suddenly reached behind its back to fish. Xiaotian looked at the small fruit in the monkey's hand, and suddenly realized it was what the monkey had just pulled out. Xiaotian thanked the monkey, and asked if he could pet its back. The golden-haired monkey nodded, and Xiaotian stroked its fur. Smooth, flat, warm, and soft, in other words, there's nowhere to hide anything. Xiaotian glanced at the strange little fruit in her palm, and suddenly realized that the monkey and its vendor were probably quite influential. The fanciful game settings she'd played flashed through her mind, but the monkey vendor's ad remained. A new favorite from another world is coming. It has everything you could want. Another world? No way. Huh? No way. It can't be that unscientific, right? Xiaotian looked up at her entire smart home. Every component had simple, streamlined lines, a minimalist design packed with countless sophisticated features. It definitely couldn't be. Xiaotian suddenly felt a sense of peace. This was a scientific world, the kind that looked like it was on the verge of an AI revolution. It couldn't possibly spark any magical legends. Perhaps this was also new technology. Xiaotian patted her chest, then patted her new monkey, took his hand, and carried him to bed, covering him with the quilt and setting the pillows. Baby, get some rest early. Xiaotian's voice was sweet as honey. A furry, golden-haired monkey tugged at the blanket with both hands, blinked at her again, then slowly closed its eyes under her gaze, quiet and sweet. Xiaotian felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. As she climbed into bed, her dreams were filled with warmth and sweetness. The smart home system in the room detected her sleep and dimmed all the lights to their lowest setting. The music played softly but comfortingly. The air was moist and warm, and beside her ear, a warm being slept. It seemed like her new pet, a little life, burdened with its belongings, that had come from afar with determination to be by her side. In between sleep and wakefulness, Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Was this what it felt like to have a living pet? It was like a bridge between two hearts, a source of care and confidence. The music played slowly, and judging by the progress, it was about 3 hours before she had to get up. The room was quiet and comforting, a warm atmosphere before sweetness. Suddenly, Xiaotian felt a furry paw pinch her arm. The next second, an indescribable electric sensation shot up my arm, and a firework exploded in my mind, flashing brightly and then fading, leaving only a few blurry traces. Master, wake up quickly, go out and play with me. Chapter 126. What? Xiaotian turned over in bed. Her dream was still peaceful and sweet, though there was a slight noise, as if a voice kept echoing in her head. Master, get up. It's time. Time to go out into the sunshine. So noisy. Xiaotian turned over again, unable to resist tucking back into the covers. But no matter how she tried to hide, The voice followed her like a shadow, as if someone was speaking in her head. Get up and bask in the sunshine. No, no, I want to sleep a little longer, Xia Tian protested in her dream. The other side seemed to have finally quieted down. Satisfied, Xia Tian turned over and prepared to go back to sleep. The dream stumbled, and she could hardly control her body. An inexplicable pull carried her forward. She crossed the soft bed, slid across the fluffy cushions, and when she felt her skin touch the cold floor, her eyes suddenly opened. The monkey that had been holding her let go, pointing at the door, then at Xia Tian and itself, as she stared in shock. Master, play together. Xia Tian was stunned. The smart butler inside noticed she was awake, turned on the lights, and jacked up the music. It kindly asked if she wanted to sleep a little longer, saying breakfast was already being prepared. Go out and play, go out and play, go out and play. Xia Tian blinked, looking at the large monkey in front of her with its light golden-orange fur. She recalled the voice echoing in her mind, and suddenly wondered if she was playing an online game. Why else would she wake up and hear her pet's voice? Go out and play, go out and play. Xia Tian looked at the floor beneath her, then at the monkey in front of her. She pinched her leg, and it hurt. Finally, she was awake. It wasn't a dream, nor a game. It was the new monkey she'd bought yesterday, dragged her up early in the morning, and needed to go out and play. Go out and play. Go out and play. Go out and play. The chubby, cute, but not small, furry monkey rolled on the ground, its movements furious and twirling rapidly. The call to go out and play kept ringing in Xia Tian's head. Okay, go out and play. Xia Tian finally found her bearings. She quickly pulled the monkey up from the ground. I go out after I change. Right away. The monkey finally calmed down. Still terrified, Xia Tian kept looking back. Only when she saw her pet sitting quietly on the floor did she feel relieved. It's so strange. How did I end up living a completely different life? Is it already 6:30? Why do we have to go out and play? Huh? Xia Tian's mind raced as she changed clothes, but it was hard to describe the feeling. If the monkey before bed was still a cute new pet, after waking up, they felt much closer, as if an invisible bond bound them together, like they had signed some mysterious contract. Wait. Mysterious contract. Xia Tian suddenly realized that there was something deep in her mind that could sense her new monkey's emotions. Anticipation, excitement, the urge to exercise, to go out and play, to come with me. Xia Tian changed her clothes, unsure of what was going on, but she still took the monkey out. The morning light was dim, and the air had a slightly damp, cool smell, not unpleasant, but very refreshing. When she breathed it into her lungs, it seemed to transform into dew, nourishing her body. Summer took 2 deep breaths. As she exhaled, she felt a fresh, refreshing energy. It was such a quiet morning, the air so fresh. It felt like she was the only one left in the world, walking in the dim morning air with a cute little monkey. It seemed nice to be out and about after 6. Summer couldn't help but smile. She felt strangely cheerful. Perhaps it was because she hadn't gotten up early in ages. The quiet feeling of walking down the street was truly magical. Alone, with a warm pet, it felt like she could keep walking down this road forever, to the ends of the earth. So peaceful, so joyful, like she had conquered everything. Summer's steps quickened, and she couldn't help but tap her feet, as if she had regained her childhood. She led the little monkey to the green belt by the roadside. Although the weather had turned cooler, the flowers and grass were still lovely, delicate and tender, catching the morning breeze and wet with dew. It was a particularly moving sight. Baby? Xia Tian picked a fingernail-sized wildflower and joyfully placed it on the monkey's head, happily snapping a photo. The adorable, furry little monkey, crowned with a small pink flower, its fur edged in gold in the sunlight, its hair etched with traces of wind, looked both natural and tranquil. Xia Tian felt as if her body and soul had been cleansed. Oh my God, why had she been stuck at home all this time? The landscaping outside was beautiful, and the environment was so pleasant. Is it so hard for people to change? It makes sense. Baby, let's go play up front. Xia Tian gently suggested. There seems to be a park up ahead. There's more lush vegetation, and there are smart benches. We could give them massages. We're a little tired, so we'd better take a break. The little monkey followed obediently. I don't know if it was Summer's imagination, but it felt like the little monkey wanted to stay here at first, only moving when it heard there were more plants in the park. Could it be that it liked looking at the tall trees? Summer had a doubt, but that thought was quickly dispelled by the cool morning light. The sun gradually emerged, its golden and warm glow feeling wonderful on her skin, perfectly complementing the cool morning dew. Nature, beautiful nature. Summer's mood grew brighter and brighter, and she couldn't help but start to swing the arm holding the little monkey. The park was just ahead. They had walked for half a day, so it was time to rest. Summer smiled, but the next moment, her hand was empty. The golden brown next to her shot forward like an arrow. 3 seconds, definitely no more than 3 seconds. When Summer came to her senses, she could only run with her mouth open. Standing under the tall trees, she looked up and saw her quiet, sweet little monkey had climbed to the highest treetops, clinging to a branch and waving at her. "Come on, master, come up here." "Me? No, no, this is too dangerous." "Xiao Bao, come down quickly. You're getting dizzy from this height." Xia Tian wasn't lying. Even when playing games, pets didn't interact with anything this high. Come up, come up. Hurry up, hurry up." Xia Tian stood under the tree for a long time, waving, but the monkey wouldn't come down. It even made a jumping gesture, intending to leap to the next tree. "Ah! Don't jump." Xia Tian was terrified and couldn't help but yell. Soon, the roadside noise alarm went off. "Dear citizen, please be careful with your volume when outdoors. 3 consecutive violations will result in penalty points, and 5 will result in the revocation of your citizenship certificate. Please note." Xiaotian quickly covered his mouth, waved his hands repeatedly, and even mentally chanted, uninstructed. Don't jump, just stay there. It's too dangerous. You could easily fall. Good baby, just stay there." Perhaps the mental chant finally worked. The monkey finally stopped jumping, but immediately sent a different message. "Master, come up and play with me." After saying this, he assumed a jumping stance again, as if to say, "If you don't come with me, I jump from different trees." He was absolutely determined. Xiaotian was shocked. Xiaotian was silent. Xiaotian gave in. It's hard to describe the feeling, but it was like a biological child climbing a tree, and it wouldn't obey unless you climbed up. Who could refuse? Perhaps the term biological child isn't quite enough. Xiaotian, trembling, grasped at the branches, following the monkey's instructions as he climbed the tree. Not every biological child can be so close to you and exchange messages in your mind. A contract that spanned their entire lives. It wasn't just an ordinary relationship between a person and a pet, but one that bound 2 lives together from the moment they were signed. The little monkey in the tree belonged to her alone, sensing her joys and sorrows, accepting everything she wanted to express. Unable to refuse, Xiaotian climbed the tree shakily. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but her strength seemed much greater than she'd imagined, and her agility was quite good, as if she had inherited some of the monkey's qualities. It was magical. She climbed up. Xiaotian sat on a thick branch, looking down in astonishment. It was so high and steep, at least 3 stories high, and she had climbed up like that. Summer slowly hugged the nearby tree trunk and gradually averted her gaze, deciding not to look down unless necessary. The little monkey stood beside it, arms folded over its shoulders like a boss, its feet on a slender branch, bobbing up and down, teetering on the edge, as if on an extreme adventure. But it must be said that this calm demeanor infected Summer, who felt that since the monkey was so agile, he would definitely be able to catch me if I fell. Summer relaxed a little. Sitting among the lush green branches, Summer felt a sense of wonder. It was amazing that she could actually climb such a high tree. From this vantage point, everything below seemed lushly green. Summer turned around, wanting to connect with her adorable pet monkey, but suddenly realized that the area around her was empty. The monkey was long gone. On the ground, a furry, golden-brown monkey waved. "Come on, master, let's move to another spot." Summer shakily climbed down again. Although she was afraid to get down the tree, she was even more afraid that her little monkey would wander off on its own. Wait for me, Xia Tian hurriedly reminded her. Then, following the instructions of the little monkey in her mind, she slowly descended the tree, refusing to lower her head. Finally, she made it down. Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like all the exercise she'd gotten in the previous morning had been spent on this morning. Walking and climbing trees had left her breathless. It was almost time to go back. Xia Tian took the little monkey's hand, and they were immediately dragged to another tree. An indescribable sense of danger surged. As expected, the monkey shot up the treetops like an arrow, then perched on the highest branch, waving and inviting her to join them. It's hard to describe how this morning went. If exhaustion had a name, it would be climbing 12 trees. The trees were arranged at different heights. As the monkeys say, each tree has its own unique style, and climbing it offers a different experience. So tired. Xiaotian collapsed onto the floor as soon as she entered. The smart home quickly carried her to the bedroom, where she received a massage and a leg massage. Aching and sweating all over, her hair clinging to her face, Xiaotian forced herself to stand and plopped down on the cushions. The smart butler carried her to the bathroom, running the water. Just as she was about to close the door, Xiaotian saw a dusty pet standing across from her. Dark. It seemed so. It was a living pet that needed its owner's help to bathe. Xiaotian, startled, hurried out of the bathroom and quickly carried the little monkey into the toilet. The spiritual bath system didn't have a pet option, so Xiaotian had to personally pick up the shower head and adjust it to a comfortable height. First, wet it, then apply soap, and finally, rinse it clean. Stand here and let it air dry. After it's dry, put on this bathrobe. Xiaotian pointed and repeatedly instructed her monkey, making sure it understood her instructions. Got it? Do you understand? The little monkey nodded, looking very well behaved. Xiaotian left the bathroom and found her limbs were still sore. She collapsed on the ground. So tired. It felt like plowing 10 acres of land. My mind was empty, my body was just exhausted. Memories of her outing surfaced in her mind, and Xiaotian crawled to her mobile phone. 7:40. I couldn't believe she wasn't awake at this time of the day. But today, with her pet, it felt like half a century had passed. 12 tall trees, 12 different touches, 12 different heights. She couldn't even recall how she climbed. It was as if she'd suddenly transformed into a worm, inch by inch, crawling upwards to a cricket pupae. So high, so tiring, but the little monkey's hands waved upwards. Xiaotian couldn't help but collapse on the ground. The smart housekeeper warned her against sleeping like that, but she ignored him, feeling the utter comfort of lying on the cool floor. Ah! Stretching her limbs felt so good, as if all the stress had seeped through her body into the floor. Bang! The bathroom door opened. A fluffy little monkey appeared before Xiaotian's eyes. Master bathing Xiaotian resigned herself to her fate, crawling off the ground and walking into the bathroom like a zombie. Fully automatic bathing. The bathtub was already filled with clean water, and the air was filled with her favorite aromatherapy. The bathtub's automatic massage system rubbed her back, and her hair was well cared for. Xiaotian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. The warm water washed away her fatigue. Xiaotian felt herself sublime. She didn't know when it started, but the aching in her limbs gradually dissipated, and her body felt comfortable and light. But before she could fully experience it, an intense hunger exploded in her empty stomach. So hungry, Xiaotian struggled to climb out of the bathtub. The intelligent system immediately provided a towel. Xiaotian hurriedly washed and changed her clothes, then quickly opened the door and headed for the kitchen. Breakfast was ready. A large bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles, the beef half a finger thick, was stacked in chunks. The noodles were knife-cut, about the width of a little finger, with irregular, wavy edges, drenched in a rich, refreshing broth. With a sip, the aroma of wheat, beef, and soy sauce exploded in her mouth. Xiaotian didn't even look up, slurping mouthful after mouthful. Her stomach felt like a giant mouth, and she kept grumbling more and more. It was so delicious. Xiaotian devoured the bowl of noodles, occasionally adding a piece of beef. The aroma of meat and the tang of soy sauce filled her nostrils. She felt so happy, as if she had sensed the true meaning of life. Xiaotian gulped down the soup, only to realize her bowl was empty. Not even a sprig of cilantro remained. Sauerkraut beef noodles were clearly only 7th on her breakfast list. The little monkey was munching on fruits and vegetables in front of her, but it seemed quite curious about carbohydrates. From time to time, it would glance at her bowl, then restrainedly nibble at its own fruit, then glance again, then nibble again, with a very regular pattern. Baby, are you craving noodles too? After a satisfying meal, Xiaotian felt herself ready again. Exercise is great. Exercise is the essence of life. The trees are so vibrant and lush, not climbing them would be a complete waste. Only by climbing all 12 of them could she truly demonstrate her strength. Order 2 more bowls of noodles, 1 for each of us. Are there any dietary restrictions for the sauerkraut beef? It's so delicious. Both the monkey and the man had their fill of noodles. Xiaotian slurped, enjoying each mouthful of noodles and beef. She felt completely satisfied. Now that she wasn't so hungry anymore, she finally had time to savor the food. Eating after a workout was truly delicious. Delicious. Xiaotian sat at the table, savoring her sauerkraut beef noodles while gazing out the window at the brilliant sunshine. Life is so beautiful. Exercise is the true meaning of life. Ding dong. Who sent her a message? Xiaotian picked up her mobile phone and suddenly realized it was her best friend, who lived next door, but whom she hadn't spoken to in a while. Chio dong dong. I feel dizzy. I have no appetite. I feel like I won't make it through the work month. I'm so depressed. Chio dong dong. Picture Xiaotian clicked on the picture and stared blankly at the sandwich, only to have a small bite taken. Then, coming to her senses, she looked at her second, half-eaten bowl of noodles. Ah, it seems so. Losing appetite is the norm. This state of hers is what led to this adventure. Chio dong dong. I feel like I can't live anymore. The game is boring. Everything is so dull. Chio dong dong. Are you okay? Why weren't you online today? I was a little worried about you. Xiaotian quickly put down her chopsticks and replied. Summer, I'm fine. Eating noodles. Sliced noodles with pickled cabbage and beef. Summer, picture Summer. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be online after I finish my noodles. Summer slurped down the noodles, finishing the soup in less than 5 minutes. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, casually told the monkey to play by itself, and then rushed to the sofa to surf the internet. The little figure representing Summer stood brightly on the internet street. A listless little girl soon landed beside her. The two figures huddled together, and the first words they exchanged were, Summer, have you eaten? Kyukyodongdong. Why are you so happy? Summer was surprised, dazed, enlightened, mysterious. Summer stealthily switched to private chat and sent a message to her bestie's figure. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. The bestie hesitated in replying. What? How should I put it? Did you see the trending topic a while ago? The one with the running monkey carrying a bag? I saw it. What's wrong? Are you sure you won't tell anyone? Yeah, sure. Actually, this monkey has something to do with me. To be more precise, it has something to do with my current situation. But you might not believe me if I tell you directly, so I send you a link. Share link. A new favorite from another world is coming. It has everything you could want. It's shipped randomly in a blind box. After payment, it walk over on its own. Delivery video available. Huh? A new game? No. Xiaotian sat on the sofa, staring intently at the chat page and sending a message. This is an opportunity that will help you find the true meaning of life. Chapter 127. Yi Zifeng was surfing the internet. That might not be the right word. In reality, he was intensely immersing himself in the new world of online surfing. The trajectory of Yin Nation in this world was peculiar. 10 years ago, it was like any other world, enduring all the hardships it deserved and achieving all the development it deserved. While there had been ups and downs along the way, it was still a spiral upward. Logically, it should have been the same as the previous world. However, about 10 years ago, Yin Nation's science and technology seemed to have been enlightened, and progress accelerated rapidly. Before the rest of the world could react, one difficulty after another was overcome, and one technological innovation after another was created. 10 years of rapid change. Under the leadership of that suddenly appearing genius scientist, Yin Nation conquered the world. Yes, conquered. Robots of all kinds liberated human labor, and the absolutely fair distribution of labor freed everyone from toiling for a living. Initially, the 1-month-a-year work system was only implemented in Yin country, as it was a technology developed by Yin scientists, and, of course, only benefited the Yin people. But life is full of comparisons, and other countries on Earth were not happy with it. Yin country has always been competitive, and now they're living on a 12-month work week. What's this about us? Protest. Absolutely protest. If the people were protesting about other things, we could suppress them, but this is a completely relaxed and leisurely life. If you only work 1 month out of 12, you can spend the remaining 11 months doing what you love. Even foreign elites are tempted. After all, the upper class only has more money, but there are still pressures in work and life. We can negotiate with Yin country and acquire this technology. We can trade for something and learn this technology. We can lower our standards a bit and inquire about this technology. Demands became increasingly lower, gestures became increasingly sincere, but they couldn't survive the nationwide protests. It was banned. Because the people couldn't wait, they simply couldn't wait. Across the country, rich or poor, busy or idle, anyone with stress in their work or life found the sight of the Yin people lazing about in vain unbearable. Smart machines. Everyone would do very little, working only 1 month a year, leaving the remaining 11 months to pursue their own interests. Needless to say, with initiative, Yin country could be here too. Global unity. Although a tiny minority realized this wasn't the way to go, they quickly fell into the gentle embrace of machines. They didn't have to do anything. They could simply set up their mobile phone settings the day before to eat, play, and wear whatever they wanted. Money wasn't a problem. After the global takeover by Yen Nation's machines, all resources were utilized. As long as you were in the work system, regardless of whether it was a working month or a rest month, a certain amount of money would be deposited into your account. Communism. So this is what communism means. Except for a small number of people with extravagant desires, everyone else's life was incredibly beautiful. The entertainment industry had grown tremendously, and countless entertainment options flooded the internet. Everyone was so dazzled by the sheer variety that they had no desire to leave the house. What? I have to walk to go out. Forget it, I just stay home. It was truly wonderful. Yi Zifeng was also enchanted. Simply lying in bed, he could enjoy all the services. He could tap anything he wanted, and if he felt too lazy to move, he could simply use his mind to connect to the internet. Place the order. In less than an hour, the courier arrived at his home. Yi Zifeng surfed the internet intensely, leaving the monkey sales to Ing Fangxuan. With all the training he'd done in the previous world, he'd definitely be no problem with the simple selection process in this one. Ding dong. Something seemed to be coming from Ing Fangxuan's customer service. Yi Zifeng heard a faint sound, but he didn't stop. He browsed various forums, trying out the acclaimed large-scale games one by one. The world was unified, there were many people, and there was a wide variety. There was no need to worry about boredom or loneliness. Ing Fangxuan's customer service representative seemed to be replying to messages rapidly. Ing Fangxuan's customer service representative seemed to have entered the spirit beast dimension. Yi Zifeng paid a moment's attention, and soon saw Ing Fangxuan bringing out a small, lively new monkey. After opening the door, the monkey quickly disappeared from their sight. Yi Zifeng continued surfing intensely, while Ing Fangxuan returned to customer service. Perhaps no one was contacting him. He quickly and smoothly drifted over to him. Yi Zifeng paid a moment's attention and watched Ing Fangxuan swaying, watching him hover above his head with incredible naturalness, a state of being neither asleep nor awake. Okay. Not shocked anymore now. Yi Zifeng glanced at the furry creature above his head and returned his attention to the various internet forums. Hashtag surprise. Another monkey. Hashtag. The term quickly gained popularity, quickly reaching the top of the trending searches. Yi Zifeng's intense surfing spree made him a trending topic, and he expertly clicked on the accompanying video. The monkey, carrying a backpack, leaped up and down, sometimes scaling the tallest tree, sometimes darting into a flower bed. His movements were incredibly lively. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he picked up a rock and threw it directly toward the video's location. But before the person filming the video could react, the road's protective system activated, quickly intercepting the rock. Ah! The person filming the video was slow to react and quickly ended the video. This one is quite active. Yi Zifeng instantly dove into the comments. Oh my god, how could this monkey's attacks be so powerful? I almost thought I was playing a game and fell off the bed. I was startled and quickly swallowed 2 blood pressure pills. Me too. The smart butler immediately reminded me not to watch anything stimulating. Wait, is no one paying attention? Why is there another monkey on the street? Where's the zoo? Huh? 1+1, you can't just take the money and not do anything. Working hard is your obligation. At National Zoo number 16, stop playing dead. Another monkey escaped. Don't they even maintain the machines there? There are so many bugs. By the way, does anyone know where the last monkey went? Was it recaptured by the zoo? It seems there haven't been any new videos lately. Could it be hidden away? 10 years ago, that might have been a possibility, but now, I'm not saying anything. Anyone with the stamina to capture a monkey would be among the best on any server. Could it be that the monkey volunteered? Would you believe this? Report. There's a new video. Yi Zifeng darted out again, with remarkable naturalness, swiping to reveal a new video. Unlike the previous video, the cover looked chaotic, as if it had been snapped in a panic, and it was blurry as hell. Yi Zifeng clicked on it. This was a view from the window, taken from a bedside perspective. The windowsill was empty, but there was an inexplicable creaking sound. Yi Zifeng thought of a possibility, and sure enough, the nimble monkey quickly appeared. It had leaped onto the windowsill outside at some point, leisurely and at ease, as if walking in its own home. The person filming the video seemed to shrink downward, and the camera could hear the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other. Yi Zifeng guessed that the person in bed had slid under the covers. The camera shook, straining. A rare animal has been detected landing on the windowsill. Contact the relevant authorities. The voice of a mechanical butler echoed through the video. Contact. The person filming the video spoke softly, barely audible. The camera swayed, but the monkey on the windowsill was clearly arrogant. Not only did it not leave, but it circled twice as if on patrol, finally tapping the window before disappearing from the windowsill 3 seconds later. I feel like it's bullying me. So scary. The video ended as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow at this, thinking it wasn't pure bullying. It seemed the monkey had simply found the wrong place, and was only approaching to confirm the presence of a human inside. But the person filming the video had huddled down, causing it to pat the window impatiently as a reminder. But the misunderstanding had happened so easily. Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, that's a high-rise window. In the previous video, it was still scurrying around on the ground. Don't tell me monkeys can take elevators. This is terrifying. Don't climb onto my window. It looks like it could eat people. I'm so impressed. Maybe the zoo staff got bored at work and released some random animals to eliminate the crowds. Next time, they should just release tigers. It reduce the population and create more peace and quiet for society. Woo, don't eat me. I just finished work last month. Yi Zifeng continued to wander the comment section. The subsequent comments were pretty much the same. Some condemned the zoo, some prayed the monkeys wouldn't get close to them, and even someone sighed in the midst of the chaos, saying, the monkeys are so energetic. They look like something from the last century. Something seems a little cute. My pet heart is awakening. What's that weird quirk up there? Wait until it jumps up and punches you, and it'd be quiet. Just don't cry then. Oh, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Baby monkeys aren't like that. Monkeys are all well-behaved, soft, and adorable. I'm a staunch monkey fanatic, and I want to say you've all misunderstood monkeys. What the hell is up there? A human machine? No, I'm just an ordinary citizen, simply expressing my opinion. Monkeys, as animals, are relatively perfect. They're well-behaved and intelligent, with flexible limbs and the ability to express themselves. And compared to people of our time, they have a very strong leadership role, like encouraging exercise, and so on. It's amazing. Yi Zifeng wasn't curious at this point. He knew with a quick guess that this user must be the first buyer. He had personally selected the monkey. Its fur was sleek and soft, and its personality was calm and quiet. It was a docile monkey among the group, a perfect pet for an ordinary buyer, and would definitely receive favorable reviews. However, the one Ying Fangxuan had chosen seemed different. Yi Zifeng knew the reason. Because Ying Fangxuan's mindset was purely that of the cultivator, he believed that the standard of excellence was strength and vitality. Yi Zifeng swiped the tabs, and another video appeared. This was a shot from a high floor. The monkey was scurrying about the street, suddenly plucked something from the flower bed on the left, then rolled into the flower bed on the right to plant crops. Its intense activity didn't slow it down, and soon the monkey disappeared from view in the messy green belt. Qiu Dongdong stared at the video, lost in thought. She glanced at the overly active monkey on the screen, and after much deliberation, she forwarded it to her bestie and typed a message. Qiu Dongdong, video link. Qiu Dongdong, question mark. Chapter 128. Xia Tian felt a little guilty when he saw this message. How should I put it? After all, I was the one who recommended him, and I always feel responsible. It's so scary. I quickly tried to think of something to make amends. Summer, I think you can't be too influenced by the outside world. You should calm down and ask your heart directly. Can you really not accept the lively and active little monkey? Qiu Dongdong. Qiu Dongdong. I don't know, there's room for improvement. Xia Tian typed quickly. I think you'd better calm down. I was also in disbelief when I first saw the little monkey video, but now every day is fulfilling. I eat well, sleep well, and feel that the world is wonderful every day. Qiu Dongdong. Really? Qiu Dongdong. What about this video? Qiu Dongdong. Video link, a new video? Xia Tian felt both reluctant and curious. With trepidation, he clicked on the new video. The person who filmed it this time seemed very experienced. The picture was clear, the tripod was stable, and the whole figure of the attacking monkey was captured from a very tricky angle. The dark brown monkey quickly climbed a large tree and leaped down. The video zooms in at the right moment, revealing two objects in its hands. What is this? Pause the video in summer, and click on the screen to search for information. Plum. The fruit of Prunus salicina lindel, a plant of the genus Prunus in the Rosaceae family. It clears heat and promotes salivation, and is often used to treat consumptive diseases, bone steaming, and thirst. I picked 2 plums. Xiaotian blinked and continued playing the video. The monkey was on the move again, swiftly scrambling up another tree. Its body was so light and swift, it climbed up and down as if it were flat ground, effortlessly, picking another handful of fruit. The load was growing heavier, and the progress bar was only halfway through, but the nimble monkey was still busy. Judging from the nearby buildings, it must be a residential complex, exquisite, beautiful, and well-planned. No wonder there were so many lush fruit trees. It's just that now, the monkey has taken advantage of them. The monkey was still moving, perhaps realizing there were plenty of fruit, and immediately began selecting. It didn't climb every tree, but only those that looked lush and green in the camera. Back and forth, up and down, the video hadn't even finished, and there was already a pile of fruit on the ground waiting to be picked. Xiaotian was amazed. Such movement and agility would have overwhelmed even her frail best friend. The video continued to play. Perhaps the person filming was getting impatient, and it was possible the monkey was picking fruit from their own property. The person filming the video took a few steps forward, opened the window, and stepped onto the balcony. There was nothing blocking their way, and the monkey picking fruit was only a few trees away. The frantically busy monkey paused for a second, without even turning, before reaching out and hurling a hard fruit at the camera. Bang! Xiaotian stepped back in shock, taking 3 deep breaths before calming down. The video had already ended, ending with the camera being pelted with fruit by the monkey. Chio dong dong, are you there? Xiaotian shuddered, suddenly understanding her best friend. She wouldn't have wanted to. What kind of monkey was this? Such powerful attack power, even able to attack from behind based on instinct. Truly terrifying. Summer, forget it. I won't try to persuade you. You might not be right for this pet. It seems impulsive and needs a more energetic owner. There's nothing wrong with either of you. It's just not meant to be. Kyukidondong, then what should I do? Return it? Summer, this is the only way. There's nothing I can do. The original purchase link was for opening a blind box. It's understandable if it turns out to be unsuitable. Luckily, you can return it. I think you can return it by taking a video after it arrives. But you have to be quick, there's a time limit. Kyukidondong, this is the only way. Kyukidondong, also known as Chio, was completely lost after sending this message. Who is she? Where is she? How did she order a link online and end up with a living pet all the way here? A monkey, a nimble and arrogant monkey. She wouldn't give her pet this kind of personality even when playing games, because games are for relaxation, not for personal enjoyment. Chio closed her chat with her bestie, ignoring the countless sweet moments she'd shared with the monkey. She felt lost. Could it be that she'd been online too much? Why did it feel like the world was changing so much, while she was the only one wandering alone? Chio exited the chat channel, but couldn't help but jump back into the hot topics. Everyone was still buzzing. Some said it had escaped from the zoo, some said it was a sophisticated weapon used by a certain resistance group, and some said it was a new type of robot invented by the upper echelons, specifically to urge the people nationwide to exercise more. Otherwise, how else could they explain the lack of response from zoo number 16? Chio felt lost, and even felt like the other person was right. It made perfect sense. There was no way she ordered a program online, and then such a large, living creature would descend from the sky. Agile and aggressive, fast and powerful. So terrifying. Chio shuddered. Oh my god, I'd have to record a video when I returned it. Would this monkey slap her in the face? What if I couldn't defeat it? The home security system hadn't been upgraded to the latest level. Chio rolled around on the bed, and was soon alerted by the mechanical butler for her intense exercise. So terrifying. Chio lay in bed, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, she felt bored and surfing the internet was fine. Why would she order something exciting? Lying in bed playing games was so peaceful and relaxing. Why would she suddenly be tasked with a task? So terrifying, such a high-intensity dilemma. The videos continued to pop up online, and the monkey remained as arrogant as ever, venturing in and out of various locations as if it were its own. Sometimes it was climbing trees, sometimes picking things, and sometimes it pulled out a prop from nowhere and started plowing the fields. It was terrifying, like a chaotic program. Chio grew increasingly frightened and terrified the more she watched, because she suddenly realized something terrifying. As time went by, the background of the videos popping up online became increasingly familiar. The ferocious leaping monkey was getting closer and closer to her. Chio's mind went dark, and she almost fainted. If only the smart butler could record a video for her and send a message to return the product, but unfortunately, it was programmed so that the artificial intelligence could not access human information. Wow, she could only rely on herself. Come on, Xiuqiu. You can do it. You're the best kid in the world. You can do it. Xiuqiu tried to cheer herself up, pacing the room, drinking water, eating, and then going to the bathroom to wash her face. She even pulled out her long-and-used smart yoga mat to push herself. Do you want to choose basic exercise mode? Yes. Xiuqiu took a deep breath, but before she could lie down, she heard a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The knocks were short and powerful, loud and crisp, standing out in the quiet room. Xiuqiu froze. Dong, dong, dong. Even shorter and more powerful, loud and crisp, like thunder and a hurricane. The door clanged loudly. If I remembered correctly, the door was made of the most advanced, ultra-strong alloy. Xiuqiu swallowed, suddenly considering the possibility of pretending to be alone. Knock, knock, knock. Dang, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. Different sounds echoed, and Xiuqiu could almost guess that the other party was knocking on the door with different tools. First, it was hands, then maybe feet, or maybe some fruit or plant they picked up on the street, or even more likely the tool they were using to dig. How terrifying. I wonder if the door's chances of getting knocked down are high. Ding dong. The sudden sound of a message startled Xiuqiu. Hello, your pet has arrived. Remember to sign for it. If you want to return it, you need to take a video and request a refund from the link. Select I don't like it as the reason. It's the merchant. Xiuqiu suddenly felt better, feeling like she wasn't alone in this fight. The merchant was considering a return, so she shouldn't be beaten by the monkey. If anything went wrong, she could immediately message the experienced merchant. Come on, she can do it. Xiuqiu gathered her courage and bravely walked towards the door. She gently reached for the doorknob, her fingerprint verified, and the door lock clicked. The next second, an indescribable force came from the opposite side, and countless fruits, flowers, and plants rolled into Xiuqiu's home. Xiuqiu stared in amazement at the colorful things on the ground. Plums, chestnuts, apples of various shapes, and countless apricots. If she was not mistaken, these were all the things the monkey had been frantically picking in the video. The monkey, half a man's height, but with an imposing presence, walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out. He pointed at the things on the ground, then at her. For me? Xiuqiu froze. The monkey nodded quickly untied the bag on his back, and tossed it into her hands. Xiuqiu stared blankly at the nimble monkey, who had already jumped onto the curtains, then glanced at the bulging bag in her hands, unwrapping it with an indescribable feeling. 8 large, green fruits with a strange sheen lay quietly in the bundle. Just looking down, one could smell their indescribable fragrance. Fresh and elegant, with a unique, ethereal air. But, I can't have it. Xiuqiu squeezed her eyes shut, and struggled to tie the bundle. But before she could open her eyes, her teeth snapped open and bit into something. It was crisp and delicious, sour and sweet. The flesh quickly melted on her tongue, flowing down her throat. So warm, so comfortable, so cozy. Xiuqiu couldn't help but take the fruit and nibble on it, quickly devouring it. Oh no! By the time Xiuqiu realized what was happening, the monkey had disappeared. There was a crackling noise upstairs, and all that remained were 7 large fruits and something scattered across the floor, seemingly the monkey's spoils of war. Flowers, grass, and all sorts of fruit, scattered across the floor, illuminating the simple floor with a vibrant riot of color. Xiuqiu unconsciously lowered his head. Several small pink flowers dotted the floor like pink stars. There were also a number of tangled green leaves, each one a unique sight. Fruits made up the majority of the landscape, ranging from tropical to subtropical. The variety of fruit almost revealed the monkey's journeys. Xiuqiu was suddenly lost in thought. A gust of wind blew from the door toward the open window. The crackling noises from upstairs continued, but Xiuqiu suddenly felt as if he could smell the fragrance of nature. Chapter 129. Xiuqiu stood in the middle of the room, her mind cleared by the breeze. The ground was littered with flowers, fruits, and plants, their tender petals swaying gently in the breeze. Various fruits scattered across the room. At that moment, the most pervasive scent was that of passion fruit. What a wonderful fragrance! Xiuqiu lowered her head to search, and soon found a wrinkled yellow passion fruit, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, in the corner. She stepped over the objects on the ground, picked it up, and with great effort, peeled it open. The aroma of the huddled fruit filled her nostrils. Xiuqiu took a bite. It was sweet, sour, and juicy, with that unique passion fruit aroma. Passion fruit. Actually, she hadn't eaten fresh fruit in a long time. Internet food delivery was incredibly convenient, and there were an overwhelming number of fruit products. I think the last time she had it was passion fruit tea. It turned out to be delicious even on its own, with an irreplaceable purity and freshness. Chiyochio didn't know what he was thinking. He simply washed his hands and went upstairs. There was a crackling sound on the second floor, and when Chiyochio stepped onto the floor, he realized what had happened. The once tidy room had changed drastically. It wasn't messy, but rather a kind of indescribable arrangement. Boxes were piled high, one after another, and miscellaneous items were scattered on the floor in a regular pattern, resembling a garden setting at first glance. Chiyochio peered inside cautiously, and soon, amidst the slightest movement, he spotted the sleeping monkey. It lay comfortably among the clutter, as if this was its long-lost home. Chiyochio slowed his breathing and carefully squatted down to observe. The animals in real life were truly different from those on the internet. Each hair was irregularly distributed, trembling with each breath, as if it were softer and warmer. The monkey rolled over. Chiyochio stepped back cautiously, but the next second, she stepped on something, and a loud cracking sound echoed through the air. The monkey had woken up. It immediately leaped up from the pile of boxes, waving its arms rapidly as if to knock her out. Chiyochio didn't dare move, standing there in a daze. All she could think of was the video of monkeys at tourist attractions she'd seen years ago. The more she moved, the more the monkeys would scratch, and if tourists dared to resist, they would be attacked. The monkey saw her and dropped its hand. With steady steps, it approached, stopping in front of her. The monkey, half a man's height and imbued with an intimidating presence, brushed its fur, picked up a small object, and placed it in front of her. Chiyochio paused for a moment before reaching out to take it. A small chestnut, smooth and round, beautiful and clean. Chiyochio was stunned. The monkey took it from her palm again, cracked it open, and returned it to her hand. Chiyochio ate it. Crisp and slightly sweet, fresh chestnuts have a unique flavor, completely different from dessert chestnut paste, fresher, cleaner, and with a distinct herbal aroma. Chiyochio has a monkey. That might not be quite accurate, but she has a powerful monkey, half a man's height, sturdy and agile, with strong attacking power, but also exceptionally skilled at gathering fruit and eager to share. How magical. Chiyochio still found it incredible when she texted her bestie again. Kyukirondong, you know what? It's nothing like I imagined. I thought it was the kind of monkey that would climb trees, pick fruit, and fight people. But it gives me everything it finds along the way. The second time we met, it even grabbed a chestnut. I feel like we're destined to be together, don't you understand? Summer, I get it. Just like me and my baby. Summer, look, doesn't it look beautiful in the tree today? Shining like a furry sun, so warm just looking at it. Kyukirondong, not bad, not bad. Let me tell you, my monkey is arranging furniture upstairs. I just ordered it. It's tall tree-like. Will it fall? Kyukirondong, I'm a little worried. Do you think I should go help? Summer, it's okay. If I go, I probably won't fall. I climb trees with my little monkey every day. I feel like I've become a climbing expert. Kyukirondong, I just asked, but it waved it off and stuffed another chestnut in my hand. Kyukirondong, by the way, have you ever tried fresh chestnuts? They're so tender and crisp and sweet. So delicious. Summer, no, I've only tried roasted ones. Kyukirondong, I thought your monkey had picked them for you. Oh, it seems not all monkeys are the same. Summer, disdainful Kyukirondong. Smug Chiyochio posted the message and triumphantly logged off the internet. He walked upstairs, feeling both excited and overwhelmed. But he remained composed, a faint smile on his face, and he looked remarkably stable. Ahem, Dong, do you want to take a break? You must be tired after working all day. Come down and eat something. The little monkey, greeted by his new name, showed no signs of discomfort. Although he didn't seem to need a break, he politely stood up, walked downstairs, nibbled on 5 golden passion fruits, and then ran back upstairs to work on the renovations. The positive little monkey, who lives a positive life, is the best. As expected of her pet, they complement each other perfectly. Maybe this is fate, indescribable and destined. Ding dong. A message came through my phone. Hello, the return and refund request channel has expired. Please be advised. What do the 2 symbols at the end mean? Chiyochio did a search and found a sideways smiley face, a common emoji used on the internet over a decade ago. How strange. This message feels a little different from the previous one. It's the same name, but it's like 2 different people. Maybe they're taking turns. Chiyochio quickly dismissed this thought, and sent a message saying she wouldn't return the item. The monkey was perfect, practically tailor-made for her. Chiyo Dong Dong, you know what, boss? It just so happens I don't like sports, but it does. I'm not very manual, but it is. I'm not very aggressive, but it is. I feel like this monkey was destined to be mine. It's magical. I feel like I've found a connection, and my heart has suddenly calmed down. I'm so happy. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Congratulations. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Sprinkled flowers. Chiyo was immediately excited. Showing off to her bestie wasn't enough when chatting, and it wasn't easy to be explicit online. Telling the boss now was perfect. It wouldn't leak anything, and he'd be happy. It's perfectly appropriate to praise their products. QQ Dong Dong. You know, boss, I was terrified when I first saw the video online. It looked menacing, ready to throw anything at anyone. But I didn't expect it was only like that towards strangers. It was so friendly when it saw me, and even brought me a bunch of things it had picked along the way. QQ Dong Dong. Pictures QQ Dong Dong. Isn't that a lot? I found a cabinet specifically to store them. I can't bear to eat the fruits and other things, so I plan to process them and use them as souvenirs. They look so good, so happy. Thank you, boss, for such great products. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Don't put away the green fruits. They're a gift from the monkey. Eating them will improve your stamina. Only then can you play with him. Otherwise, you won't have enough stamina and could be in danger. QQ Dong Dong. Okay, are these the ones? AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Yes, I recommend eating them today, or one a day is fine, depending on your needs. Chiyo Dong Dong. Great. Although she didn't know why fruit could improve one's health, and it didn't sound scientific at all, Chiyo still wiped a green fruit and took a big bite. It had a crisp texture, a sweet and sour taste, and an indescribable fragrance. Delicious, yummy. She nibbled on it, and asked Dong Dong if he wanted some. Chiyo went upstairs again, asking Dong Dong if he wanted some fruit. Even after receiving a negative answer, she didn't leave, and went up to the second floor with a natural air. She watched Dong Dong busy himself, and watched the second floor being renovated. After a while, she would go downstairs to get some things, pretending she had something else to do, rather than just to see the monkeys. In one day, her fitness tracker showed she went up and down the stairs 18 times. Lying in bed that night, Chiyo clutched her excruciatingly aching legs and lamented that she must get a good night's sleep tonight, so she'd have the energy to climb the stairs again tomorrow. As Chiyo lay in bed, she realized Dong Dong was on the second floor, and a strange feeling of trance crept over her. The monkey from the internet video had actually become her pet. Dong Dong. Dong Dong was clearly a brave, energetic, daring little monkey with strong hands on skills and a healthy body. Chiyo suddenly sat up in bed. Ignoring the smart tracker's warning, she forcibly went online, quickly switching to relevant topics and refuting the netizens who were slandering Dong Dong. You know nothing. It only fought back when it sensed danger. The person filming the video was too impulsive. They shouldn't have just hidden away and acted quietly. It can't be a machine. Every way you look at it, it's a perfect creation of nature. The lush fur, the leaping figure, the superb reflexes and mobility. It's a perfect monkey. You know nothing and haven't slandered an innocent monkey. You're a disgrace to your country, your people, and that innocent little monkey. Chiyo spoke rapidly, feeling her mind racing like never before. For 3 solid hours, she'd been vehemently refuting others online. No one could slander her little monkey. Please note, your set sleep time has expired. The system will disconnect the internet in 5 minutes. Please rest appropriately. The smart butler reminded her one last time, and Chiyo finally calmed down. Although she wasn't feeling too dizzy, it was time to go to bed. She'd sleep until dawn. Tomorrow, she could continue watching Dong Dong and renovating. It was truly fun. Chiyo sweetly closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the busy figure of a monkey. Dong Dong climbed and climbed everywhere, wandering through different worlds, while she always sat nearby, chin in her hand, watching, waiting for Dong Dong to bring her a gift. A peaceful and beautiful happiness washed over her. So this was the feeling of having a living pet, so fulfilling, so heartwarming. Chiyo turned over in her dream, her body constantly rocking. Though a little uneasy, she remained awake. She was too sleepy. It wasn't an early night to begin with, and after 2 hours of intense online debate, she had no energy left to wake up. She continued to rock, feeling an indescribable pull, as if she were bumping into many things, but Chiyo remained awake, only slightly restless. After a long time, everything finally settled into stillness. The rustling of leaves sounded like a lullaby, and the chirping of birds not far away was as clear as music. And so on. Birdsong? Chiyochio suddenly opened her eyes, and found herself lying beside an unfamiliar flower bed. The morning light was dim, and green grass and trees were all around. She felt as if she were still in a dream. Bang! Chiyochio closed her eyes, then opened them again to find Dong had jumped down from nowhere. Knowing there was only one tree in that direction, everything was easy to pinpoint. What a tall tree! Although a little frightened, it was understandable. After all, it was Dong, strong and agile, sturdy and powerful. Baby, this tree is too high. Can I not climb it? Or can I use the shorter one next to it? A familiar voice came from the distance. It sounded like a close friend. Chapter 130. What the hell was going on? Was there a bestie in my dream? Chiyochio sat there lost in thought, her hazy mind slowly waking up. The sun-kissed parts of her body felt warm, and the early morning outdoors brought a unique coolness. The birdsong drifted near and far, crisp and clear like music. Why didn't it feel like a dream? It felt like I was actually in a park. Okay, I climb now. Don't jump. I'm almost there. Her bestie was still calling from a distance, so neither of them was dreaming. Could it be possible that they were being taken outside by their own monkeys for exercise? Chiyochio's mind suddenly flooded with photos her bestie had shared, of monkeys climbing trees, photos she'd taken from atop a tree, and even photos of her and the monkey from high above. Each one looked green and refreshing, and they'd all shown plenty of exercise. Baby! Why did you suddenly jump down? What are you running over there for? Is there something over there? Chiyochio listened to the sound approaching from afar, and before she could react, she saw Dong sprint past her like an arrow. She quickly scrambled to her feet, a bad premonition instantly hitting her. She stumbled towards her best friend, stepped over a flower bed, and around a wall. As she emerged, she heard her best friend scream. Ah! Where did that monkey come from? Chiyochio shuddered, realizing the monkey was referring to Dong. She retorted, Dong is not a monkey. He's the best monkey in the world. Chiyochio. Her best friend was clearly surprised to hear her voice. Xiaxia. Chiyochio also felt happy. In fact, the two of them hadn't seen each other in ages. Although they lived close to each other, they always had various excuses to avoid seeing each other before now. They were too tired from going out, a new game had just launched, and the sun was shining brightly outside today. It would be so convenient to play games together. They had a strong online social life, playing almost every game together, but when you think about it, it's been a while since they've seen each other in person. Ha, why are you wearing pajamas? What's wrong with pajamas? Pajamas are so loose and comfortable. Okay, actually my monkey brought me outside. I'm still sleeping. Chiyochio couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, she felt like laughing whenever she talked to her bestie. It was like the air was filled with laughter from the two of them, and she couldn't help but laugh the moment she opened her mouth. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, bumping into each other, jostling each other. Even without saying a word, they couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I'm telling you, I've been working out for days. Look at how strong my arms are. It's all thanks to my baby. Wait. Chiyochio also gave a start, immediately realizing what they were waiting for. Where were their monkeys? An indescribable tension settled over the two of them. The surroundings were empty, and there seemed to be a sound of a clashing collision not far away. They immediately ran towards it, and soon saw two giant monkeys facing each other. The orange gold one was very steady, waving its mighty hands as the other charged forward. The black-brown one was full of energy, baring its teeth, attacking with a grin, testing, stepping back, and then continuing the attack. The two monkeys exchanged blows, clashing 7 or 8 times in 10 seconds. Chiyochio and Xiatian watched, stunned, only to react after a pause and rush forward to break up the fight. Baby! Dong. The two dodged left and right, reaching out to pull the monkeys apart. Chiyochio tugged, but the monkey's arms remained firmly grasped. Chiyochio? ? The brown-black monkey bared its teeth, grasped Chiyochio's hand, pointed at her friend and the monkey across from her, then made a fist and pointed at Chiyochio again. Before she could react, she was dragged forward. Bewildered, Chiyochio was dragged into the battlefield, confronted by her equally frightened friend, also held by the monkey's hand. The two men and the two monkeys stood on either side, each held by the monkey's hand. War was clearly imminent. Chiyochio/Xiatian? ? The battle suddenly took on a more intense tone, and the monkeys were clearly more confident than before. The two monkeys pounded their bodies, howling to demonstrate their strength, and baring their teeth to express their anger. Okay, the monkey's part is over. Now it's the human's turn. Xiaoqiu/Xiatian? Question mark. Xiaoqiu stood stunned, watching Dong stare at him, as if wanting her to show off her strength as well. But the person facing him was his best friend, and Xiaoqiu could almost imagine the laughter he would receive if he pounded his chest and howled loudly. Even though his best friend also had a monkey, whoever moved first would lose, and would be laughed at for the rest of their lives. Xiatian clearly thought the same thing. A sudden silence filled the air for a few seconds. The people were stunned, and the monkeys stared at their masters beside them, their eyes determined. Awkwardness surged from their feet like a tide, quickly engulfing Xiaoqiu and Xiatian. Finally, Xiatian couldn't stand it anymore, and simply pulled up the monkeys, assuming a fighting stance. Xiaoqiu hurriedly pushed back, deeply aware that she couldn't let Dong fall behind. It took a lot of courage, but she had to bite the bullet. As her monkey, she couldn't let herself be wronged. The two monkeys bared their teeth, howling and fighting again. Xiaoqiu ran back and forth, feigning busyness, occasionally lending a hand, and taking the opportunity to push the opposing monkey. She didn't dare to use too much force. After all, it was her best friend's pet. The other friend clearly felt the same way. Neither of them exerted much force with their hands, relying solely on running around to show they were busy and working hard. Xiaoqiu was running breathless, but she had a certain control over the situation, able to pull her own monkey back when the other monkey rushed over and then gently block the other friend's attack. The battle reached a fever pitch, the monkey's momentum growing stronger. Xiaoqiu and her best friend, who had been taking advantage of the frayed battlefield, exchanged a glance, feeling distressed. The next second, they simultaneously assumed a weak stance, calling out to their companions. Baby. Cough cough cough. Dong. My leg seems injured. The monkeys paused, each glancing back at their master for over 3 seconds, and it was unclear whether they saw anything. But they all paused, finally roaring a threat before following them. Xiaoqiu, terrified, limped, using all her acting skills, fearing that Dong would rejoin the fight if she failed to act properly. Dong walked beside her, his head bowed, rarely stopping to play with the plants on the ground. Could it be because she was injured? Is it? Xiaoqiu couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that because its owner was injured, it prioritized safety, even giving up its beloved picking and planting? Remember, in previous online videos, Dong loved to burrow into the flower beds. It was magical. It felt cared for, a feeling a virtual pet couldn't give. The two of them cared for each other. She was afraid Dong would get hurt in a fight, and he was afraid he'd let his injury get worse. Xiaoqiu felt both happy and guilty. Happy at the care, guilty at feigning illness. If fighting was the fate of monkeys, then what was she doing? She was like an old mother who didn't understand her child's pursuits. I was so conflicted, but I still didn't want to see Dong get hurt. Next time, I'd make a pact with my bestie before going out to avoid the two monkeys bumping into each other. Fighting was truly unacceptable. Not only would the monkey get hurt, but she was also dizzy from running. High-intensity exercise required constant attention to the battlefield, and she had to reach out and push the enemy from time to time. Her limp wasn't entirely fake. At least 60% of it was her true nature, pure exhaustion. Xiaoqiu trudged home, took the elevator, and laid down as soon as she entered. The smart butler was incredibly considerate, starting the massage mode, massaging her shoulders and legs, and finally escorting her to the bathroom for a shower. Alive. Xiaoqiu slipped into the soft, warm bed, and suddenly felt like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon, its invisible wings unfurling. So light, so relaxed, so incredibly comfortable. Lying in bed, she felt better. It was still early, not even breakfast time. Although she felt a little hungry, Xiaoqiu held back. The things upstairs were still clattering, so she could play for a while longer. Xiaoqiu was a little excited at the moment. Although she felt helpless during the fight, she felt excited now thinking about it. So athletic, so lively, she could actually help Dong. I really wanted to find a place to talk. My bestie wasn't online yet, probably out for breakfast. It's hard to talk online. I always feel like I should keep it secret. After searching through all the options, there was only one place to talk. Xiaoqiu opened the private message from the monkey seller. Xiaoqiu Dong, boss, you know what? I didn't wake up in bed this morning, but outdoors. My little monkey somehow managed to lead me to the neighborhood park. I opened my eyes, and saw the trees around me. Birds were chirping not far away. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Wow, Xiaoqiu got even more excited after receiving the response. Xiaoqiu Dong, you must not know how this is going. I actually ran into my bestie. She also ordered from you. Her monkey is blonde, not as lively as mine. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Likes Chio Dong Dong. The most incredible thing is here. I didn't even react. My pet seemed to hear the monkey's voice. It rushed over. Maybe there was a conflict. They actually started fighting. I was so worried. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Likes Chio Dong Dong. But fortunately, it's not stupid. It knows how to get help. I was immediately drawn in. Although I was confused, I tried my best to help. Fighting is so tiring. My legs are sore from running, and my hands are sore. Now I feel very hungry after all the exercise. Could my pet be doing this on purpose to increase my appetite or something? AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. No Chio Dong Dong, huh? AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. They just love to fight and form cliques. From now on, they drag you into every fight. Honey, you need to get some exercise, or you get beaten by the other monkeys or the monkeys. Laughing with your hands covering your mouth. Chio Dong Dong, huh? Chio Dong Dong, I see. Luckily, my best friend is the only one with a monkey near my house. Avoiding them should prevent fights. Getting some exercise won't happen overnight. It might take a while. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Good luck, honey. The fight you just had was caught on video, and it's going viral now. People in your neighborhood are asking about it too, so they're probably going to place an order soon. Struggle, huh? Chio was so shocked, she didn't even bother replying to the message. She jumped straight to the trending search section, where a huge entry stood out prominently. #4monkeysfight hashtag. Chio clicked on it with an indescribable feeling. The video was blurry, as if it had been shot from far away, but with today's powerful cameras, the monkey and human figures were almost clearly visible. Two dark-colored monkeys kept flailing their arms, and colliding with each other. She, in her chocolate-colored pajamas, ran around, and her friend, in dark sportswear, didn't stop either, sneaking in nearby and colliding with her again. For dark shadows danced back and forth, two of them fiercely attacking, the other two taking advantage of the situation. Why are there two more monkeys? Why haven't I seen the trending videos of the last two? Is everyone so homebound lately? I've passed so many places, and no one's taking videos? Why are they fighting again? So scary. It's so early in the morning, and they're disturbing people when they're resting. What's wrong with the zoo? The monkeys are fighting in residential areas. Is no one doing anything about it? Is the earth doomed? Where's the technology? Two of these monkeys look really energetic, but why are the other two just slacking off like humans, running around but never joining the fray? So boring. Why do I feel like those two are actually humans? They're long, shaped a little different from monkeys, and they're not. Is it hair? A ponytail? It's wiggling. There are tall monkeys too. Who would fight monkeys outside so early in the morning? As for the ponytail, it's probably just a shadow, right? Those two tall monkeys weren't fighting, but they were running pretty fast, so after images are normal. After all, the camera was filmed from so far away that it's hard to see clearly. Add 1. I also think all four are monkeys. Normal people don't get that much exercise. I feel dizzy just walking down the stairs now, like I'm going to die. Haha. Chio was stunned, watching everyone's serious analysis, watching her and her best friend being labeled as monkeys who slack off, and watching that familiar-looking boss posting in the comments section. AAA Alien Pet Blind Box. Is the video captivating? Want to run and jump in nature like a monkey? Order now. Receive your own magical journey. Note, the blind box will arrive at your home on its own. Chapter 131. Chio was shocked. Seeing this message made her realize she wasn't unique. Her experiences these past few days had been so bizarre that she felt like the star of the show. It turned out she wasn't. The vendor selling cheat codes was still casually advertising in the comments section, just like a traffic generator. It looked so ordinary, almost blending in with the other small ads in the comments section. Chio quickly switched to the private chat page to send a message to her bestie. Kyukyodongdong, I'm so touched. Sure enough, you always think of me when you have something good. I saw a monkey vendor online today. It doesn't look legitimate at all. I definitely wouldn't order anything if I saw it. What a close call. If it weren't for you, I would have missed it. Summer, huh? Did you see the ad? It really looks like a 3-in-1 product from a small manufacturer. Who would have thought? Of course I was thinking of you. Summer, but where did you see it? Let me see. Kyukyodongdong, repost link, #4monkeysfighting. The other party went silent. It said they were typing. They kept repeating for a long time, but in the end, only a pop-up appeared. Summer, Chiyo burst out laughing, rolling back and forth. Oh my god, luckily her bestie was there to make her laugh, turning even the awkward situation into something hilarious. If she'd been photographed alone and called a monkey, she'd have been absolutely mortified. Chiyo dong dong. Hello, Summer monkey, handshake, Summer, Summer. Luckily, the photo didn't capture our faces clearly, or it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Chiyo dong dong. No big deal, we're just monkeys, sunglasses. The two of them joked back and forth, and the fact that they were trending as monkeys became a memorable and funny event. After all, they were wearing dark clothes, and when mixed with their pet monkey, they looked like 4 monkeys. Summer, luckily our faces are blurred, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain it. The monkey that was trending the other day was right next to us. I have no idea how to explain it. Kyukidongdong, that's right. We need to go out less from now on, otherwise we'd definitely be caught on video. Summer, well, actually, that's not up to me. If I oversleep, my monkey will drag me out. Maybe for my health, I have to go out every day. Drag out. Chiyo looked at the word, and suddenly a flash of white light struck her heart. Yeah, how did she go out today? It was like she had a dream full of jingling sounds, and when she opened her eyes, she was in the neighborhood. Since Dongdong doesn't know any mystical magic, then he was also dragged out? Dongdong, wait! I suspect I was dragged out today. I was completely unconscious. I opened my eyes, and was outside. It was like a dream. Summer, ha ha ha. The two of them started joking again, teasing and playing with each other. The two cartoon characters were huddled together in the chat page, and even through the data, they could almost see their best friend laughing across from them. Dongdong, oh. Looks like we have to go out. We just need to disguise ourselves. Wear a mask, sunglasses, or something. Disguise ourselves. Summer, that's right, sunglasses. Chiyo made up her mind as soon as she typed the words. Since Dongdong loved going out so much and loved taking people with him, she couldn't stop him, so she just let it happen and disguise herself. Thinking back to the fresh, green scenery outside, and the scene of her and her best friend getting into a fight, Chiyo couldn't help but laugh. How ridiculous. They were even filmed. Luckily, no one saw it clearly. Ding dong. A message arrived on my phone. Chiyo was a bit curious when she picked it up. Who could possibly have sent her a message? Her best friend was still chatting, and the monkey seller probably didn't have the time for that. But her curiosity soon faded because he'd seen the message. Happy Community Owners Group. Live another 500 years. Video live another 500 years. This morning, I woke up and happened to hear the sounds of laughter and play outside the window. It felt like a really fun time, so I took a video. I'm old enough to ask the neighbors, does anyone know these two kids? Where did they buy their companion robots? They're so lively and fun. Chiyo had a premonition the moment she saw the message, but she still clicked on the video. It was so close, she could almost see her messy hair and dark circles under her eyes. The two monkeys were rubbing their teeth together, and she and her best friend were running and shouting, putting on some terrible acting. So clear, so despairing. How could I not have noticed someone was filming overhead during the fight? And someone in the group quickly replied. This grandpa doesn't seem like a robot. It looks more like a monkey, like the ones you see in the zoo. The furry, living ones. Wait, this video looks familiar. It's a bit like something I saw online. Perhaps the grandpa who posted the video realized something and quickly took it down. Live another 500 years. I'm truly sorry. This old man didn't mean to expose the privacy of the two young people in the video. I haven't been online for the past couple of days, and I've been feeling a little unwell, making everything difficult. So I carelessly took the video. I'm truly sorry. Chiyo didn't say anything in the group chat. The community's privacy protections are very strong. The residents in the group who saw the video would at most know that she lived in the complex, but they definitely wouldn't know where exactly. As long as they kept quiet, nothing would happen. But Chiyo looked at the old man's dated profile picture, then at the sincere message he sent, her gaze finally settling on the words, feeling a little unwell. Her heart was racing, but she hadn't made up her mind yet, so she sent a screenshot of the group chat to her bestie. Chiyo dong. Picture Chiyo dong. Should I? Chiyo didn't elaborate, but Xiaotian on the other end immediately understood her meaning. Summer, I think it's okay. After all, we're buying online, so the seller should be happy. This way, everyone's happy. Chiyo felt slightly relieved after seeing this message, and she went to ask the vendor who sold the monkey stuff. After receiving a positive response, She left the group chat anonymously and sent the link to everyone. Anonymous Inkfish, share link, XXX. Anonymous Inkfish, amazing exercise monkey, order now if you need it. Recommended only, no after-sales service provided. Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief, her heart completely relaxed. A touch of melancholy and nervousness, but mostly a sense of relief and peace. If everyone could own a little monkey, the world would be filled with laughter and joy, perhaps. Chiyo looked up. Dong Dong was still making noises upstairs. It seemed to have a real urge to renovate, a monkey adept at making changes to its surroundings. If she hadn't feigned illness and returned home so quickly this morning, it might have even picked something up downstairs. How hilarious, how amazing. She actually had a monkey so smart, so capable, and so skilled that it even helped her exercise. What an outrageous plot. Chiyo couldn't help but stand by the window and move the glass pane, which hadn't been moved for a long time. The world outside was quiet, the air fresh and lush green. This was because the evergreen trees below the building were planted. The park further away was covered in yellow leaves, which, when blown by the wind, fluttered down like a shower of stars. It was so special, so magical. The world outside was so beautiful. I get up early tomorrow. The yellow park over there is truly beautiful. Chiyo had never felt so clear-headed before. It was as if his soul had flown out of his body, passing through the neighborhood and arriving at the forest covered in yellow leaves. Autumn was almost over. If he didn't go out now, it would be too late. Chiyo propped his chin up and imagined the wonderful life ahead. He had no idea that some people in the neighborhood were already in an uproar. Honey, this link looks weird. 2 have already been sold. Why was it posted anonymously in our group? I don't understand. Don't you know? Did you see the trending topic a few days ago? That video of 2 monkeys fighting? Aren't there 4 of them? Oh no! 2. Didn't you see the video posted in the group just now? Those 2 long shadows are our neighbors. I think this link is most likely for buying monkeys, otherwise there's no need to be anonymous. Huh? You can still buy this thing? It's illegal. But the online zoo hasn't responded yet. The title says otherworldly pets. I suspect there's some inside information. But regardless, the link exists, so you can buy it. Order one and give it a try. Similar conversations occurred in about a dozen families, mostly among those who had seen the video in the group chat. Some others, though completely clueless, were eager to buy just by seeing the link. Another worldly pet? Never heard of it. Order one and give it a try. Maybe it actually come to your house. Many people in the community were apprehensive, wondering if they were overthinking things, then feeling that it was probably true. Although the video was quickly withdrawn, it was clearly real. Mr. Zhang was one of them. He had also posted that video. Despite the advanced technology of today, he still maintained his habit of going to bed and waking up early. So, that morning, he saw the 2 men and 2 monkeys fighting and raised his mobile phone to record it. At first, he thought it was some new type of companion robot, designed to encourage exercise. The bionic effects were truly impressive, so agile, energetic, and interactive. The 2 little girls were having so much fun. It had been ages since he'd seen young people so active. He posted it to the community group chat, feeling amused, but when he saw the replies, he realized something was amiss. He immediately withdrew the post, and went online to investigate. It turned out to be no companion robot, but a real monkey. Unbelievable. Aren't monkeys usually in zoos? How could they be living with people? Mr. Zhang thought back to the scene he'd seen that morning. The 2 monkeys initially fought each other, but after pulling a human into their group, they became noticeably more confident. The 2 little girls cooperated perfectly, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. All that activity was equivalent to a week's worth of exercise for him. Remember, he's usually the most active person in the neighborhood. If only he had a monkey. Mr. Zhang suddenly began to daydream, but he absolutely wouldn't ask in the group chat. The video he had posted earlier was already quite abrupt, but thankfully it was quickly withdrawn. It was a good thing no one blamed him, let alone demanding that he share the information. Alas, perhaps he's truly old and can't keep up with the young. Just as he was feeling melancholy, a new message suddenly appeared in the group chat. An anonymous person shared a link. Clicking on it revealed a bizarre purchase channel, promising to send a pet from another world, which would arrive automatically after the order was placed. Mr. Zhang almost immediately thought of the video of monkeys rushing to the road that had been circulating online. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be the 2 monkeys that had been fighting outside the community that morning. He immediately placed the order, entered his password, and the transaction was successful. Mr. Zhang stared at his phone, a mixture of excitement and calm, trying to reassure himself not to get his hopes up. What if someone was just taking advantage of the situation and joking? Then his excitement would be in vain. His old body couldn't handle such emotional fluctuations. Excessive stimulation could cause a heart attack. Mr. Zhang skillfully connected himself to the ventilator and sat by the window, expertly regulating his breathing. The night outside might be beautiful, but under the indoor lights, it looked dim, just like his old body. It's best not to get your hopes up too high. Just treat it like a small lottery ticket. If you win big, you be happy, but if you don't, that's understandable. After all, good luck doesn't come to everyone, especially not to an old man like him. Hee hee. Old John couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. He felt that living this long was good, and he could try all kinds of things. If only he could live another 500 years, he couldn't even imagine how happy he would be. The ventilator slowly stopped working. Old John removed it, and sat by the bed for a while. Feeling more comfortable, he turned off the lights, and stepped onto the balcony alone. Without the oppressive indoor lights, the night view in the distance looked beautiful. The deep blue sky was like a sea that never collapsed, and the stars were like shells on the seabed, twinkling silently and for a long time, as if they had a lot to say. If only I could become a star, I would surely live longer than 500 years. Old John sat on the balcony for a while, trying hard not to think about the order, afraid that the whirlwind of joy and anger would overwhelm him, and he would accidentally die. He stared at the night sky for a moment, then glanced at the pitch-black city. The night scene before him was very similar to his childhood. No lights, only the vast expanse of space and stars. How wonderful it is to have technological advancements. There's no light pollution in the city. At this age, I can still sit alone on the balcony and watch the stars. I hope I can wake up tomorrow. If only I could live another 500 years. With this wish in mind, old John fell into bed. His dreams were filled with twinkling stars. Suddenly, one of them transformed into a monkey, running towards him with a bag on its back. It seemed like a lot more happened in the dream. Even when he woke up early in the morning, Mr. Zhang felt cheerful and relaxed. It must have been a beautiful dream. After a quick wash, Mr. Zhang stepped onto the balcony, pulled out his exercise equipment, and began exercising. As he stretched his limbs, he watched the two children pass by downstairs, carrying their bags. Two monkeys hopped in the trees overhead. How wonderful. If he had a little monkey to exercise with, he'd definitely have more energy. Mr. Zhang paused and slowly made his way to the living room for breakfast. Only after finishing his meal did he pull out his device to browse the internet for any news worth checking out. Hashtag monkeys fighting while rushing along. What's going on at the zoo? Hashtag. Mr. Zhang froze for a moment, trying to calm his rapidly racing heartbeat. But after a while, it didn't improve, so he put himself back on the ventilator. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it. It must be a coincidence. Chapter 132. Old Zhang, wearing a ventilator, browsed the internet, trying hard to contain his excitement. He took a deep breath as he opened the most popular video. The video was shot from above, offering a panoramic view of the ground from a high floor. The video began with a neatly arranged road and neatly planted greenery, but in the middle, it looked like black sesame seeds were moving, jostling and bumping against each other, moving at a rapid pace. Soon, they reached the other side. The video zoomed in, and soon, a group of monkeys carrying bags appeared before old Zhang's eyes. What an active group of monkeys! Some were large, some small, with different fur colors. They kept waving their arms and dashing left and right, pushing one monkey, kicking another. Soon, a small group would pull together and then disperse, while another group would huddle together and move forward, as if competing. Old John was dazzled by the sight. Although the monkeys were all clamoring together, they were still moving at a brisk pace, their feet flailing, their bodies leaning left and right, their hands pushing and shoving each other. Some watched from the sidelines, some took advantage of the situation, and even some, with calm faces and steady movements, seemed to be trying to separate the chaotic group, their teeth bared, a truly intimidating presence. The monkeys were in all sorts of moods. Old John couldn't keep up. He felt that each one looked so familiar. The swift one, with its agility, was a perfect match for him. The calm and composed one, with its good personality, was a perfect match. The one watching from the sidelines, with its great wisdom, was very similar to him. The kind-hearted one, capable of reconciling conflicts, would definitely have something in common with him. I'm so excited. Which one will it be? They're all great. As we age, we need companionship even more, not to mention the ability to encourage exercise. Mr. Zhang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. 3 minutes later, he realized he shouldn't be doing that. What if it wasn't true? A sudden burst of joy and anger would be enough to ruin him. He told himself to control himself, but he couldn't help but open his memo pad, replaying the video and taking notes. Little monkey number 1, agile and enjoys watching the action. Treat him like a child when you're around him, but be mindful of your posture to avoid upsetting him. Medium monkey number 2, emotionally stable and calm. Respect others' opinions when interacting with them. Discuss exercise matters, and avoid being dictatorial. Big monkey number 3, extremely strong and possessing a strong personality. Be careful about your behavior and avoid getting hit. Fourth monkey number. Mr. Zhang replayed the video, observing each monkey one by one, making countless observations and character analyses. As he wrote, he imagined what interesting things would happen if he were to interact with this monkey. So special, so energetic. I felt like I was 30 years younger, carefree again. Wait, why am I imagining what's next? Mr. Zhang paused for a second, then continued taking notes. The internet is really going wild this time. If 2 monkeys wandering around before was understandable, then a whole bunch parading through the streets now is just carrying bags and fighting all the way forward. What the hell is going on at the zoo? Are they abusing the monkeys? They're all running away en masse. I'm totally dizzy. Is this the end of the world? Groups of monkeys are fleeing. Where are they going? Just take me with you. The person above, you're not a monkey, so you're not qualified, dog head. Oh my god, what a chaotic scene. The smart management system on the street doesn't care? This is too outrageous. Replying to the above, this is a protected animal, not an abandoned robot. How can they be managed? At most, they should sound a noise warning. No one is condemning the zoo, right? How did another batch of monkeys escape? What's wrong with the management system? If things continue to develop, will the human management system also collapse? It's very likely that this is just the beginning. The world is about to end. Great, I happen to be next month. I have to work. I hope this month is the end of the world so I don't have to go to work. I won't allow it. I can rest next month. I'm so tired. These monkeys feel like aliens. How can they be so active? They're all carrying heavy bags, yet they're still walking and fighting with their hands. It's amazing, like they're not from this world. This is even worse than the monkeys. Report. Someone's got a new video. They're still walking. They're still fighting. They never stop. Video. Oh my god, a perpetual motion machine. Hey, why does this place suddenly look familiar? I think I've seen it in the previous video of a single monkey. Add one. It seems those 2 monkeys also passed through here. This neighborhood has lots of trees and flowers. I'm still very impressed. Here's the comparison picture. It's the neighborhood the first 2 monkeys passed through. And judging by the video that's been released, all the monkeys are heading in the same direction, from north to south. They disappear in a similar place, probably in Province Y. There are no more videos after they arrive. No, there are still some. There was a video of 4 monkeys fighting a while ago, but it was deleted quickly. The system shows. This is an invasion of privacy. It might be a complaint from a resident of that complex. I have a wild guess. Do you think the zoo staff did this on purpose? They deliberately drove the monkeys out and took them to a fixed location to satisfy someone's selfish desires. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the zoo didn't respond, and the monkeys were all heading in the same direction. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Upvoted by the author, the comment above has received a lot of positive feedback. It's well-reasoned, well-founded, and clearly a well-thought-out conclusion. It's a perfect guess. It has to be that. The user who posted the comment was brimming with pride, and then followed up with another comment to show their modesty. It's actually very simple. A little thought will reveal the answer. The zoo hasn't responded yet. A quick comparison of the videos will reveal it. All I can say is, there are still concerns. We ordinary people need to take care of ourselves. The comment garnered a lot of likes, but before it could gain traction, the user was sued by the zoo's official account for defamation and fabrication. The comment section has since quieted down. The zoo's official account also issued an announcement. Regarding the recent online controversy, our zoo immediately conducted a survey of our animals upon receiving the information, and the results indicate that no animals are currently straying from our zoo. We subsequently contacted zoos in other regions for verification, but the global data is so large, and the compilation process takes time, that we didn't respond immediately. This morning, the global survey results were finally released. What is certain is that no monkeys from any zoo are currently straying from our zoos. The online claims that improper management led to their escape are slanderous. We urge netizens to cease inappropriate speculation. As for more detailed defamatory and insulting remarks, we will pursue legal action against those responsible. Maintaining a civilized online presence is everyone's responsibility. After the announcement, the vast majority of those who swore that the zoo's management was incompetent and that its staff were corrupt were silenced. The official announcement also included a long list of links to the zoo's live streams and information on the animals in each park. Each piece of information clearly details the animal's origin, when it entered the park, its mate, and when and how many cubs it had. Monkeys are even more impressive. Not only does each one have a live stream, but the attached data goes back 5 generations, detailing everything they ate and drank daily. The live stream is live 24/7, and viewers can even watch how many times a monkey went to the bathroom. Now everyone is speechless, and no one dares to speculate. But the question arises, if every zoo has monkeys, then where did all these monkeys on the road come from? Did they just fall from the sky? Actually, I've been meaning to say this for a while now. Haven't you noticed? Those monkeys on the road seem incredibly intelligent. Each one carries a bag, as if they have a mission. Actually, I've noticed this too. They fight and tug at each other, but they won't touch another monkey's bag. It's like there's some rule that the bag must be kept intact. So the question is, what's in the bag? The bag contains specialties for improving human health. Old Zhang stared blankly at the small monkey outside the door, then at the handful of green fruit in his hand. He took 3 deep breaths, fumbled around, and finally found the respirator by the door. Only after putting it on did he regain the energy to think. Is this for me? Old Zhang's voice was muffled, but anyone who could hear would have noticed it was filled with a smile. The small, nimble monkey outside nodded, pointed at the fruit, then at Old Zhang's mouth, signaling him to eat too quickly. Old Zhang moved the respirator upward, pulled out a green fruit, and brought it to his lips. It crunched, a delicious, crisp, sweet, and sour flavor perfectly balanced, with an indescribable fragrance. It transformed into a mist as it entered his mouth, flowing down his throat. Old Zhang found his breathing gradually steadied, the overwhelming excitement fading. His body seemed to have strengthened a factor of 10 or 20, a fact he would have overlooked had he not been so perceptive. A miracle. The miracle had rushed all the way to his arms. Old Zhang removed his respirator and addressed the monkey in his softest, gentlest voice. Hungry, huh? Come and eat something. Would you like a couple of those sweet and sour fruits you brought? They're delicious. The monkey waved its hand, then walked into his room with a very unassuming air. Old Zhang happily followed it. Being unassuming was good. It meant it wasn't averse to this place, that it had a strong connection with him, and that this little monkey and he, an old man, had a very promising future together. The monkey took a look around and was satisfied. Although the man was a bit old, the house was clean and tidy, and the conditions were good. As for his lifespan, if he signed the contract and ate a few more fruits, he could increase it to several decades. As for what would happen after that, he would have to wait and see. Old Zhang was still smiling, feeling that he now had a companion for his future exercises. It was so bright and sunny. He wanted to run with the little monkey in the morning light, play, and frolic under the early morning shade. The exercise wouldn't be huge, but it would definitely be relaxing. As long as his body and mind stayed in good shape, he would definitely live a few more years. Old Zhang smiled, his joy growing with each thought. He couldn't help but hum a song as he walked. Looking at the shaggy little monkey, he felt a surge of pity. What should I call you? Little monkey. The shaggy monkey glanced around the house again, then shifted his gaze to the old man's face. He nodded calmly and extended his furry paw. Old Zhang wasn't entirely sure, but he tentatively connected. An indescribable electric current shot from his hair straight to his fingertips, then raced down his arm and exploded in his mind. Old Zhang's eyes were dazzled, and it took him a while to recover. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but his mind seemed to clear a little, and his usually heavy limbs felt lighter, as if he'd been about 5 years younger. Old Zhang held out his hand, examined his palm, then glanced at the little monkey in front of him. On Chi-Chi intracranial voice transmission, Old Zhang was shocked. He felt both amazed and plausible. With the world's technological advancements at this level, it seemed perfectly normal for monkeys and humans to be able to communicate in their minds. He just hadn't experienced it before. Chi-Chi, would you like something to eat? This tablet lets you order food. We have everything you want. Or I can cook something for you. You can have whatever you want. The more Old Zhang looked at the little monkey, the more he liked it. There was such a well-behaved monkey in the world, so quiet and well-mannered, so small, Yet it came to his side before it even grew up. Fate. Absolutely fate. So different from those monkeys fighting in a group. Unique and delightful. Little monkey Chi-Chi was very well behaved, holding his chin and picking up a bowl of colorful vegetable and fruit noodles. In the past, Mr. Zhang would never have eaten such food, always thinking it was something for children. But today was different. Perhaps it was because he was in such a good mood, or perhaps it was because he felt so light, or perhaps it was because he wanted to feel closer to little monkey Chi-Chi, so he also tried the colorful vegetable and fruit noodles. The noodles were chewy, each one carrying the aroma of fruits and vegetables. The aroma blended perfectly with the noodles, not at all overpowering. Taking a sip, it was incredibly fragrant. Delicious, delicious, truly delicious. I hadn't expected the colorful vegetable and fruit noodles to be so delicious. Old John watched Chi-Chi slurp the noodles, reluctant to throw away the soup. Ha. The noodle soup was fragrant, hot and refreshing, the aroma of the fruits and vegetables blending into the noodles with a lightness that echoed his current mood. Old John personally taught the little monkey how to use the household appliances, speaking slowly each sentence. It felt as if he had been transported back to his youth, teaching his son how to use appliances. Time is truly unforgiving, but it also holds surprises at every turn. Old John couldn't help but smile, reaching out to touch the little monkey Chi-Chi's head. What a sweet child, so well behaved and quiet, a perfect match for his heart. Old John had ordered a small bed specifically for the little monkey, Chi-Chi. They were 2 beds, one large and one small, pushed together. Whenever he slept, Old John felt a sense of peace and contentment. How should I get Chi-Chi to exercise tomorrow? Would it resist being so young? Oh, probably not. Maybe Chi-Chi will wake him up. Old John turned over in bed, then sat up to check Chi-Chi's quilt was secure. Once he was sure everything was secure, he laid back down, relaxing into the soft bed. The dream was as light as a feather, his body plummeting downwards. The wind blew through him from all directions, soothing his fatigue. The dream was so soft, he was completely absorbed. The pitch-black room was silent. Both man and monkey slept. But when the clock struck 5, the monkey stirred in its crib. With its nimble form, fluffy fur, and eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness, it nimbly climbed out of bed, took 2 steps toward the window, and then walked back. Little monkey Chi-Chi awkwardly adjusted Mr. Zhang's blanket, making sure everything was alright before slipping to the window. Open mute. The night was as dark as ink. The window of Mr. Zhang's bedroom slowly moved. Since the little monkey had been given permission during the day, the smart housekeeper didn't issue any warnings. The little monkey calmly jumped out, closed the window again, and then rushed non-stop into the night of the neighborhood. Smell, smell. Just follow the smell. The small but extremely agile little monkey moved through the inky night, expertly following the scent of monkeys. Hey, I took this monkey's fruit, nibbled it as I walked, and then tossed it into this monkey's home. Hey, there are some good fruits growing on this monkey's balcony. I take one home after eating it, and toss the remaining half-eaten, rotten ones onto the balcony of the next monkey. Running and leaping, Chi-Chi, relying on her agility, moved from monkey to monkey like a lively ghost. The window was closed, so Chi-Chi threw in 2 hairs from the monkey above. As she ran and jumped, Chi-Chi suddenly spotted a monkey shadow around a bend ahead. Chi-Chi dodged and hid in a tree. The monkey below was sneaking around the balconies, following its companion's scent. It would throw trash into those with closed windows, and steal from those with open ones. Chi-Chi stood in the tree calmly, clearly used to it. Daylight was about to break, and nearly half the monkeys would start causing trouble, not for profit, but simply out of instinct. Chi-Chi stood quietly in the tree, watching the monkeys emerge from the neighborhood one after another, watching them bump into each other and engage in a fight, and watching them pick up their companion's hair after the fight and throw it onto the balcony of the next monkey, mixed with fruit and vegetable waste. The night gradually faded, a deep blue filling the world as daylight was about to break. In the bustling neighborhood, Chi-Chi descended from a tree, preparing to find a better spot to watch the fight. But before she could even land, she was knocked to the ground by another monkey. A huge brawl had broken out. Several families in the neighborhood woke early, especially those who had signed contracts. They felt a sense of anxiety, their dread quickly dragging them from their dreams. When they opened their eyes, the monkey noises were long gone. Outside the window, it was already completely bright. Throwing open the highly soundproof glass window, the scene outside was unobstructed. A throng of monkeys mingled, their teeth bared. One monkey after another would gather momentum, then charge forward, their fur flying like rain. Some monkeys leaped, others perched on the trees, only to be knocked down again by others. When old Zhang saw Chi-Chi being knocked from the tree, his heart clenched. His mind went blank. He rushed to the door, turned the doorknob, and rushed to the open space in the neighborhood. Several people stumbled onto the open space, only to be dragged into the fray by their own monkeys before they could even think of a solution. There was flying hair everywhere, a cacophony of monkey noises. He had to not only help his pet, but also protect himself. The mixture of dark and light browns made old Zhang's eyes blur. If it weren't for the vague connection he had with that incident, he would have worried he'd recognized the wrong monkey. The confusion was utter. Old Zhang ran left and right, bumping into neighbors, and having to apologize quickly. He had no time to socialize, only to keep his eyes on Chi-Chi. Oh my god, Chi-Chi was about to be pushed. Old Zhang rushed forward to help, grabbed Chi-Chi, and ran back. Monkeys kept trying to pull at him, and Chi-Chi tumbled like a loach, swatting back the monkeys, who reached out, and signaling that he wanted to join in. Wait, let's take a break. Old Zhang was sweating profusely, but he was incredibly determined. The man and the monkey rested for less than 10 minutes. By the time old Zhang turned around, Chi-Chi had scurried back into the monkey pack. Oh my god! Chi-Chi was surrounded by 3 monkeys. Old Zhang shot out like an arrow, zigzagging his way through the throng of humans and monkeys, stepping on the feet of 2 neighbors, and bumping into the bodies of 2 monkeys. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and tried to pull Chi-Chi, but when he was rebuffed, he had to stay put and help, frantically running and hindering the monkeys trying to pull Chi-Chi. Stop pulling! My monkey! The young man next door roared violently from a distance. Old Zhang quickly stepped back and grabbed Chi-Chi from the swiftly moving furry pack. He hurried home without stopping. Chi-Chi seemed a little unsatisfied, but after a few fruitless struggles, she docilely followed him and immediately returned home. As soon as old Zhang entered the house, he pulled out a warm towel. Seeing Chi-Chi's matted fur, he felt incredibly distressed. Why did you start fighting? Did they bully you? Don't be so impulsive. You're so weak, you can't stand up to those aggressive ones. Old Zhang gently wiped Chi-Chi with a towel, and after checking again and again, he felt relieved. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was quite agile and small, so the force applied to her was relatively limited, so there were no injuries. After wiping Chi-Chi's fur, old Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief. He immediately felt a wave of weakness all over his body. His legs ached and sore, and the muscles in his arms were incredibly achy. I'd just been running too fast, my mind was straining. Now, as soon as I relaxed, my whole body felt weak. Old Zhang couldn't help but sit on the ground, but surprisingly, his breathing was still relatively smooth, and he didn't feel like he was going to suffocate any moment. Maybe it was the exercise, or maybe it was just an accident. He'd better be more careful next time. Chi-Chi glanced at old Zhang, then happily jumped off the stool, opened the cabinet with familiarity, and pulled out a green fruit. Old Zhang immediately understood what he meant. After asking Chi-Chi if she wanted to eat it, he took the fruit and began to chew on it. It was juicy, sweet and sour, and delicious. Maybe it was because of the exercise, but it made him feel incredibly comfortable all over. Ah! Old Zhang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that this morning's exercise had been quite good. Aside from the suddenness and confusion, everything else was perfect. There were so many people, and so many monkeys. The neighborhood hadn't been this lively in ages. It was truly interesting. Old Zhang munched on the fruit. Perhaps feeling a surge of energy after finishing his morsel, he sat up, went to the bathroom, washed up quickly, and returned to the living room. It was still early, not even 8 o'clock. Normally, he would have just gotten out of bed, but now he'd finished a vigorous workout. His body felt light, his mind and body relaxed. Everything seemed wonderful, and the future was promising, easy to breathe. Old Zhang opened the window, but the cool morning breeze wasn't quiet. The cacophony of voices and monkeys mingled. Oh my god! Don't hit it! It hurts! Ah! Baby, where are you? Where are you? I can't see! Who stepped on my foot? These shoes are expensive. Don't step on my new shoes. Don't run, don't run. I can't run. Ah! Old Zhang was silent for a moment, then gently closed the window, fearing he might accidentally lure Chi-Chi into another fight. Oh, it's a bit noisy outside. Let's just watch a movie at home. Old Zhang tried his best to appear calm and composed as he walked into the living room. The monkey, Chi-Chi, blinked, seemingly well-behaved, and sat quietly on the sofa, munching on fruit while watching the screen. Old Zhang felt fine again. His life was easy, his body had become much lighter. As long as he was more careful tomorrow, There shouldn't be any need for a fight, right? Chi-Chi was well behaved, like the quietest little monkey in the world, nibbling on fruit while watching the movie intently. Definitely not, old Zhang was certain. Chapter 133. If Yi Zifeng knew what old Zhang was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say he was being too idealistic. If monkeys on Earth fought for a reason, then those in the world of cultivation fought purely out of instinct. Especially the ones he had. Back in the world of cultivation, he had even considered banishing all those noisy monkeys from the forest. But Ying Fanxuan stopped him. He said that without those monkeys, there would be no one to pick the fruit in the forest, and Yi Zifeng would have nothing to make wine with, and his quality of life would be greatly reduced. Okay, bear with it. Just designate an area specifically for the monkeys and plant fruit trees there. As long as they weren't too aggressive, he wouldn't consider kicking them out. Ying Fanxuan agreed with this idea and, with the natural demeanor of a beast king, calmly said, no problem. He'd go and warn them, and they'd be much more docile and won't disturb their cultivation. Yi Zifeng responded calmly, saying it was all right. Ying Fanxuan departed without a second thought, his back calm and his movements graceful, each movement a natural perfection, like a master of the cultivation path. Feeling he couldn't lose, Yi Zifeng quickly settled into meditation, his expression calm and composed, instantly forgetting Ying Fanxuan's attempt to persuade the monkeys. Yi Zifeng forgot what happened afterward, remembering only that he diligently cultivated. Occasionally, when his mind wandered, he could still hear the noisy sounds from the forest where the monkeys were. Whenever this happened, he would glance at Ying Fanxuan. Ying Fanxuan glanced back, as if to say he had no other choice. All right. Feeling that he possessed high emotional intelligence, Yi Zifeng immediately nodded calmly, understanding that Ying Fanxuan couldn't control these monkeys. Afterward, a deep silence would always descend between the two of them, a pervasive atmosphere of tranquility. Ying Fanxuan would remain silent, appearing incredibly profound and reliable. Yi Zifeng, not to be outdone, immediately began meditating with a calm expression. Practice, practice. Only through practice can one master everything and surpass all mortal enemies. What a noisy bunch of monkeys. Yi Zifeng calmly recalled that during the thousands and hundreds of years of training breaks, he could still hear the distant clamor of monkeys. Nature, pure nature. Adept at picking, adept at playing, he didn't know why these monkeys had so much energy. Perhaps it's because the local climate and environment nurtured the monkeys. Ying Fanxuan, the Beast King, was known for his quietness, and the monkeys from the forest had arrived to fill that void. Very noisy. So what's happening in that neighborhood now? Yi Zifeng's thoughts suddenly wandered. With a small group of monkeys rushing there, it couldn't be quiet. It just took some attention. No one would get hurt. Long before they set out, he had Ying Fanxuan train the monkeys. Actively attacking humans is prohibited, but fighting back after being damaged is permitted. Ying Fanxuan was already highly skilled, practically a professional. With the foundation laid in the previous world, his training was flawless, training a monkey every 3 seconds. He covered everything from the world's background to a basic encyclopedia of life to matters concerning interactions with the owner. Nothing was left untouched, a truly comprehensive overview. Yi Zifeng turned to look nearby. Ying Fanxuan had also gone online. He was wearing specialized equipment, looking incredibly serious, his small eyes blinking as he stared at the screen with intense concentration, a look of unwavering ambition. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and immediately put on his equipment, and began to surf the internet. He casually browsed around, seeing all the platforms discussing the monkeys fighting along the way. But everyone was curious about where the monkey had gone. Yi Zifeng knew which neighborhood it was in, but he had no idea what was happening. He was a little curious. Yi Zifeng glanced at Ying Fanxuan, who was browsing the internet intently next to him. Suddenly, a wave of inward-looking emotion surged. With a calm demeanor, he switched to the largest learning website app, selected Internet Technology and Applications, and began learning. And so he began learning. The development of Internet technology in this world was beyond common sense. That deceased genius scientist must have left behind many resources. With the world essentially communist, it made no sense for knowledge to be a core secret. Sure enough, Yi Zifeng effortlessly found a wealth of neatly organized computer resources on the learning website. From basic to advanced, from beginner to expert, it was incredibly dense. Yi Zifeng began learning. With his previous internet surfing experience as a foundation, Yi Zifeng had a good understanding of some of this world's programming settings, and he learned quickly. Furthermore, Ying Fanxuan had been sitting next to him, surfing the internet. An inexplicable sense of urgency compelled him to study diligently, yet his expression remained stoic, making it impossible to tell how diligent he was. The furry Ying Fanxuan was a little tired of surfing the internet, After all, he wasn't a local. This native spiritual beast of the cultivation world had spent days surfing the internet, desperate to find common topics with Yi Tsifeng. He was overwhelmed by the whimsical information like a wave, not to mention the silence that had descended upon him. Yi Tsifeng hadn't made any noise. Ing Fengshuan suddenly felt something was amiss. This silence was eerie and familiar, like the inexplicable silence and stillness that had plagued Yi Tsifeng for years. Ing Fengshuan quietly turned his head, and the next second, his eyes met Yi Tsifeng's. Yi Tsifeng's expression was gentle, a perfectly composed smile on his lips, but Ing Fengshuan immediately understood that he was trying again. Ing Fengshuan turned his head back, pretending that the glance had just been a surprise. As expected, Yi Tsifeng beside him didn't react, but instead turned back to surfing the internet, his expression calm and composed. I felt like I'd be left behind if I didn't do something. Ing Fengshuan felt uncomfortable all over, so he forced himself back online and began surfing intensively. No, I absolutely couldn't have no common topics with Yi Tsifeng. Yi Tsifeng worked even harder. He was a person who loved cultivation and learning. The internet knowledge in this world was truly amazing. The most profound and core knowledge was organized and placed on learning apps, but judging by the number of clicks, very few people were willing to learn, not to mention the few who might have clicked in out of curiosity. Perhaps there are no more worries. The world is one family, and communism is in place. There's no more intrigue, and it's no longer considered a secret. I wonder if a scientist anticipated this before his death. Perhaps he did, otherwise these core learning materials wouldn't be so clearly placed here. Learn quickly, learn a little, or you won't be able to progress. Yi Tsifeng could imagine the scientist's mentality. His choice of path might have been wrong, but it had already happened, and there wasn't much left to do. He could only quickly organize the materials, and hope that eager learners would come and learn. In the end, he got what he wanted. Data streamed through Yi Tsifeng's eyes, his mind transforming into countless hands, constantly tapping various light and shadow buttons. Tick. Yi Tsifeng tapped the buttons, curling his lips, feeling like he'd finally gotten started. Happy community owners group Xiao Yi has joined the group chat. Yi Tsifeng let go of his study, and prepared to see how lively the monkey-selling community was. The messages streamed in so quickly that for a moment no one noticed the sudden arrival of an unfamiliar account. The residents of the community didn't expect someone to be learning computer knowledge, while simultaneously pinching their fingers. Combined, they had gained access to the community's group chat account. Live another 500 years. Has anyone seen my Chi-Chi? He's a sweet little monkey. I didn't see him in the open space. Flower Hayuyuan, I'm so tired. My monkey's gone too. Maybe he went with yours. Yuyuan, look in the tree. We caught ours from a tree. It climbed so high. Kyukyadongdong, oh my god. My monkey's really in the tree. I can't get him down. What should I do? He's climbing higher and higher. Summer, I can climb trees. I do it. Live another 500 years. Can anyone upstairs help me from up high? My monkey's gone too. I don't know if he's up there. My eyes are blurry. I can't see clearly. There's nothing I can do. Summer, okay, whole wheat chocolate. Oh my god. My monkey's as slippery as a loach. I caught him with my front foot, and he slipped away. Who saw him? I can't run anymore. I feel like I'm going to vomit blood. Whole wheat chocolate, found it. Caught, smile, XX. Oh my god, why is the group chat so lively today? Are those running around downstairs robots? Monkey-shaped robots? The latest product? Something to encourage exercise? Live another 500 years. Yeah, you could say that. Summer, it's a little different than you might think, but it does encourage exercise. Kyukyadongdong. The girl upstairs has gone from a frail little girl to a tree-climbing expert. She's even started a side business catching monkeys for people. She has a promising future. Summer, I'll live another 500 years. Found my little monkey. On the roof. There's another one playing next to it. Whose is this? A tall golden retriever, so playful it looks. Electric fan, my. Is it on the roof? I'd be right over. I have to keep it steady. Live another 500 years. Okay, Yi Tsifeng was so amused by what he saw that he could almost see the scene from the text. The community wasn't crowded, but a good half of the first batch of orders had already been placed. The monkeys were jumping around and bustling. Even without pictures in the group chat, one could tell everyone in the community was engaging in intense exercise. Yi Tsifeng continued to watch the chat, watching the constant commotion and the constant questions about what was going on. The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Everyone so busy that they barely even had time to post messages, only occasionally leaking one or two. The group chat was abuzz all day, only letting up in the evening. Someone took the lead and said that this couldn't go on. The monkeys should be separated and not clustered together. If they did, it would be disastrous. Yi Zifeng watched the group chat while browsing the internet. Everyone agreed, and they began to brainstorm ideas. How could they avoid conflict while keeping the monkeys satisfied? Everyone offered suggestions, and Yi Zifeng followed suit and posted a few messages. A huge pile of messages piled up, and everyone picked through them one by one. I don't think locking us in is a good idea. We can go online, but the monkeys need exercise. My legs are like noodles. If I ask my monkey not to fight, will it work? It agreed to my face and sneak out. Don't ask how I know, smile, that's it. Let's set a time. 2 or 3 monkeys go out at each time. This way, we can avoid a big fight, and we can both get some exercise and control the situation. Agree. I think it's a good idea. The group chat responded enthusiastically, but Yi Zifeng didn't think it was a good idea. This requires cooperation from both humans and monkeys. If the monkeys have their own ideas, things will get chaotic, just like the whole day of fighting today. It's impossible to control or enforce. But it's not a big problem. As long as we eat the souvenirs the monkeys bring, no matter how hard it gets, he won't fall off while spinning or jumping. Haha, it's all a set. He's already a seasoned seller. Yi Zifeng glanced at the lively scene in the group chat, then stretched out his finger to check on the old man's condition. Not bad. He's full of energy and spirit. He's using his lifelong acting skills to pretend to be quiet with his monkey. He no longer needs a ventilator, and he's no longer worried. He's completely focused on improving his physical fitness so that he can help the monkey in his future life. It seems the monkey and the old man are quite compatible. Yi Zifeng started studying computer science again, and while he was learning, he created a group chat account and quickly jumped in. Xiao Yi, a new favorite from another world has arrived. Dedicated to the elderly, unwavering companionship. Perfect for lonely elderly people looking for a break from the world. Very lively, cute, well-behaved, and heartwarming. Chapter 134. Sold again. Because he was so skilled in the business, Yi Zifeng decided to contract this service to Ying Fengxuan. It was a good opportunity for Ying Fengxuan to exercise and save him from being idle. Yi Zifeng stood aside with a relaxed demeanor, watching Ying Fengxuan handle the business with his 4 short legs. Technology had advanced so much that accessing the internet required mental effort, but when typing in his head, Ying Fengxuan's 4 short legs moved little by little, looking quite impressive. Yi Zifeng nodded, and Ying Fengxuan instantly became even more excited. Xiao Ying, yes, our adorable pet is perfect for seniors. I recommend you try it. Be more enthusiastic. Yi Zifeng suggested seriously. Xiao Ying, yes. So far, we've received only positive reviews. Even someone older than you has tried it. He really liked it, and gave us a rave review. Don't use so many tildes. It doesn't look serious. Yi Zifeng stood aside with his hands folded, watching and commenting. Ying Fengxuan paused, not feeling overwhelmed or anything. This was a rare opportunity to spend time together. Yi Zifeng's full attention was on him. It was a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Little Yi, little Ying. Seeing the name gave Ying Fengxuan even more energy to type. The world is ever-changing. Back in the cultivation world, he never imagined he'd be able to stay in such a small space with Yi Zifeng, doing something other than cultivation together. Serving as a customer service representative. It was a role dedicated to answering questions and solving problems for humans. Logically, he shouldn't be happy serving humans, but this was what Yi Zifeng had always done. For several lifetimes. All for him. This was undoubtedly a love story. Ying Fengxuan rattled off replies in his mind. Xiao Ying, yes. If you order now, your pet will be dispatched immediately, and you also receive a gift. Look forward to it. Xiao Ying, noisy? Not bad. It's mainly because it encourages exercise, so it's essential to be noisy. Xiao Ying, okay. If you order now, I give you a few extra gifts to improve your physical fitness. They're not technological. More like the power of nature. Xiao Ying, yes, thank you. Ying Fengxuan grew more and more excited, replying to messages like a customer service representative. Driven by a peacock-like mentality, he learned to proactively advertise, chatting with several people simultaneously, young and old, men and women. Yeah, not bad. Yi Zifeng nodded, a smile on his face, his demeanor calm. But if Ying Fangxuan hadn't been so carried away, he would have turned and noticed Yi Cifeng discreetly wearing headphones. Learning again. Maybe it was a habit formed over thousands of years, but watching Ying Fangxuan busy himself made Yi Cifeng unable to pause for a moment. He always wanted to do something, feeling at ease only when he was making progress. Driven by some strange psychology, he watched Ying Fangxuan diligently as a customer service representative, while secretly listening to an online computer course through headphones. Not bad, not bad, let's keep in touch. Yi Cifeng found time to comment. Ying Fangxuan was visibly more energetic, and even though he had been mentally prepared, Yi Cifeng couldn't help but sigh, so intense. Maybe this is love, so addictive. Yi Cifeng secretly studied, watching Ying Fangxuan at work. They chatted, sold, entered the spirit beast space, and shipped goods. The monkeys, carrying their bags, set off again. Standing at the window, watching the monkeys sailing away, Yi Cifeng suddenly realized that there seemed to be only a few left. He glanced at Ying Fangxuan, who was still very excited, paused, and then went straight into the spirit beast space. The monkeys' territory was a small forest. There weren't many trees, but the grass was very dense. Various small shrubs were laden with small fruits, most of which were very green. The red ones must have been picked. Yi Cifeng walked towards the center of the woods. After 2 steps, he found Ying Fangxuan following him. Yes, he was worthy of being the Beast King, caring deeply about his people. As Yi Cifeng walked forward, the grass seemed to sway in the wind. Yi Cifeng smoothly injected light green spiritual energy into it, and a rustling sound echoed through the grass. The next second, the figures of monkeys of all sizes appeared in the distance. There weren't many left, only about 100. But the gap in this world was really huge, larger than in any other world. Not only because of the small number of monkeys, but also because Yin Kingdom had already occupied the world. 8 billion people. Even if everyone in the spirit beast space were given one regardless of species, it would still be far from enough. Yi Cifeng suddenly began to ponder. The golden light of merit he'd felt upon entering this world was somewhat different, and so he'd learned something so advanced that it felt like a cheat. Although this corresponded to a gap of 8 billion, he had a rough idea. Yi Cifeng turned his head and looked at Ying Fangxuan, floating adorably in the air. He grabbed him, squeezing a gurgling sound out of the Beast King's tiny body. Cute. The furry body in his hand seemed to be heating up. Let's go, find some more people to advertise, and sell a few more monkeys. Ying Fangxuan seemed oblivious, still holding it in his hand. Yi Cifeng squeezed it again, and finally realized what was happening. He soared into the air, suddenly very serious, as if the thing he just held in his hand wasn't him, but an illusion. Let's go! Yi Cifeng stepped out. The sale had begun again. Ying Fangxuan was still the one doing the work. Yi Cifeng was responsible for monitoring the sales, while listening to online classes. He felt relieved only after confirming that his target had purchased the monkey. What a generous world. All the knowledge is out there, waiting to be taken. Yi Cifeng listened to the computer knowledge being imparted to him, and for the first time, he felt that he had come to the right place. Next, as long as a key figure appeared, things could move forward from there. Not bad, very suitable. Old Jiang, emerging from the official core meeting hall, sighed. This month, the national internet activity had declined again. Outdoor activities were almost non-existent, and the daily internet use at home was becoming less and less active. What should be done next? Forced exercise? How should this be done gradually? What is the current state of the people's health? Is light exercise still possible? How should the policy be implemented? All of this needs to be considered carefully before making a decision. Elder Jiang sighed, looking up at the neat, sleek mechanical environment around him. The rapid advance of science is like a giant pie, flattening the world and sending everyone lying down to gnaw on it. At first, they couldn't tell the difference, but now they realize their flesh and blood bodies can't handle it. Elder Jiang shook his head, trying to shake out his tangled thoughts. But now it was different. After shaking twice, he felt even more dizzy. Chaotic thoughts swirled in his head like sesame paste, heavy, thick, and a little painful. Forget it, I think about it tomorrow. Today, I go see my father first. I wonder if he's still as addicted to the internet as before, after not seeing him for a week. Old Jiang strode out, arriving at his father's door in less than 10 minutes. Upon arrival, he slowly found a bench and sat down, trying to calm his breathless body. Who? He leaned back and relaxed. Regarding the rules, he should have driven, but short walks had become his motto. This was necessary. Otherwise, it would be easy to become absorbed in the convenience of technology and neglect the exercise his body needed. He wasn't young anymore. If he wasn't careful, everything would be gone. No one would visit his father, no one would attend meetings, and the world would lose another key member who cared about the health of the nation. Old Jiang sat on the bench for a while, catching his breath, thinking about how he would talk to his father when he got in. He greeted him calmly, then walked naturally into the kitchen. His father certainly wouldn't cook for him. He needed to make him a bowl of noodles in 10 minutes, devour it in 5, and then calmly sit beside his father, chatting about recent family matters in a polite, but not distant tone. Ah! Old Jiang couldn't help but sigh. But his father was the only one, so he had to go along with his stubbornness. He hoped he wouldn't be too cold this time. He was clearly lonely and silent, yet he kept everything to himself. That was about it. Old Jiang took 2 more deep breaths, his legs feeling less sore and his heart ready. He slowly stood up and walked along the all-too-familiar path, slowly entering the house. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud knock on the door, and the sunset seemed so quiet and dim. The world was serene, and the cool evening breeze blew through him, sending a shiver through him. He wasn't as good as he was when he was young. But his father was older than he was. Thinking of this, old Jiang felt a pang of panic. A sense of loss enveloped him like a fog, leaving him helpless and empty. Even as old as he was, even though he had prepared for any kind of death, he didn't want to imagine losing his father. Be stubborn, be stubborn. At least there was only one father in the world. His old father. Why hadn't he come to open the door yet? Old Jiang wondered if the other party had seen his son through the video doorbell, and was pretending to ask him to knock a few more times before he would open the door. So he knocked twice more. Knock, knock. Old Jiang waited quietly. The door was soundproof now, so he couldn't be sure if there was any movement behind it. Click. The door opened. Old Jiang held his breath, subconsciously trying to catch a glimpse of his father's aged face in the dim light. He didn't know if it was an illusion. The lights in the room were dim, and at first glance, his father's face seemed slightly rounder where the light met. He's coming. His father's voice was steady, still as serious and unapproachable as ever. He's coming. Old Jiang meticulously changed his shoes, and after 3 seconds, he looked up at the living room. It was a bit messy. Old Jiang's heart skipped a beat. His father was always a stickler for cleanliness, so why was the living room so messy? Could he be in such poor health that he didn't even have the energy to tell the smart housekeeper to do the work? Although he was deeply worried, old Jiang didn't show it. His father was a very strong-willed man, and even if he was weak, he wouldn't show it. It was more likely that he would hurt himself by trying too hard. Have you eaten yet? Old Jiang suppressed his tone, trying to sound calm. Not yet. Father's voice was steady and calm. Shall I make you a bowl? No. The old father's voice was firm, not weak, but rather full of energy. Showing off, that was definitely the definition of show-off, old Jiang defined. It's so late, and you haven't eaten yet, so I just make you a bowl. It's not something I'm going to do on purpose. No. As if feeling a lack of conviction, the old father added, even if you make it, I won't eat it. Okay. Old Jiang opened the cupboard, picked out a handful of noodles and 2 eggs, and went into the kitchen, about to turn on the ventilation system. Wait, don't turn that on. It's too noisy. The old father stood behind him, speaking calmly, as if unaware of the outrageousness of his words. I want to cook noodles. Old Jiang was puzzled. Don't open it. The old father remained firm. Or maybe open it later. It's not that I won't let you eat, it's just too noisy right now. Old Jiang glanced at the noodles in his hand, and put the 2 eggs back on the stove. Although he was confused, he just went along with it. He was the only father he could be. The father and son slowly moved to the sofa. The air was silent and still. If it weren't for the lights, it would have felt like hiding in darkness. I said. Shoo. The old father covered his mouth with his index finger, acting very convincingly. Hey! He's up! Old Jiang was startled, as he watched his father suddenly leap from the sofa and dash to the bedroom, slamming the door shut. His mind went blank, but he instinctively followed. The bedroom door opened. The beaming old father led a furry monkey out of the room. Oh, you're up just in time, sweetheart. It's time for dinner. You must be starving. Ask your brother to make you some noodles. Old Jiang pointed at himself. Why don't you go? Old Jiang urged sharply, as if he hadn't been the one to stop the kitchen ventilation system from turning on. Chapter 135. Cooking the noodles. Although still baffled, the old father let it go. Just follow along and keep quiet. Old Jiang walked silently into the kitchen, carrying a pot of noodle ingredients his father had given him. 6 large eggs and half a pot of vegetables, water spinach, corn, tomatoes, and so on. Filled the pot with a dazzling array of ingredients, all destined for the noodles. Old Jiang pinched a handful of noodles, about the thickness of a finger, and was about to add them to the pot when his father stopped him. Wait, put 2 more in. That's too little, and I won't be full. How many more? Old Jiang was unsure. 2. 2 more than 1. Not too many. Too many, and I won't be able to eat. Old Jiang remained silent, accidentally pulling 3 noodles from the dried noodles. Under his father's stern gaze, he stuffed one back in before smoothly adding the noodles to the pot and starting to cook. Because there were so many different vegetables, each one required a different boiling time, so Old Jiang separated them into several pots. As his father would say, don't mix them all in one pot. The flavors will blend. Old Jiang remained silent, silently using his chopsticks to stir the vegetables and noodles in the pot. He finally found time to think. What's going on? Where did this monkey come from? And he's being addressed as his father's youngest son. What exactly happened? Don't be stunned. Hurry up and fish it out. It's almost overcooked. Old Jiang hurriedly began to fish out the noodles. I'm telling you, you've finally come back, and you can't even do this little thing. You can't even boil the noodles properly. Your little brother is waiting to eat. He's already small, and he's starved if he's left hungry. Hurry up and just give it to me. The noodles were brought over. Old Jiang ate his noodles in a daze, watching his father as he fed them to the little monkey. How attentive. He let a mouthful of noodles cool for 5 seconds, then double-checked it wasn't too hot before feeding it to the monkey, asking questions as he did so. How's it, dear? Is it hot? Does it taste good? Is it too salty or bland? Do you want to cook a new pot? Your brother made it, and I'm not entirely sure. Old Jiang sipped his noodles, watching them furtively. The old father smiled, his face wrinkled, but every wrinkle radiating happiness and joy. His movements were gentle, as if he were treating a son he'd only just found after 80 years. Old Jiang suddenly found the noodles hard to swallow. Perhaps it was because there was only 1 egg, or perhaps there weren't enough vegetables, but more likely, he was just feeling bad. Why? Why? Ever since his mother passed away, nothing he did could get a smile from his old father. Why then did a furry monkey suddenly appear out of nowhere, and effortlessly command all his father's attention? Even sitting there eating noodles, it could get all his attention. Even though it couldn't slurp them up as fast as he could, Old Jiang slowed down his eating. Aggrieved, he began to feel, but he was almost 60, and he was too embarrassed to admit that he was vying for favor with a furry little monkey. It was too embarrassing. It hadn't come to this. Hey, isn't it delicious? I should have asked your brother to put some sesame oil in it. It would have been even better that way. Take a bite of tomato. It's sour and sweet. It makes you run faster and climb higher. Come on, take another bite of noodles. It gives you strength to grow and makes you taller. Old Jiang deliberately rapped his bowl loudly. But the man and monkey across from him were completely absorbed in the conversation. The older man happily ate mouthfuls of noodles and vegetables, while the younger one slurped them down with a slurp. Old Jiang stopped. There was only one last mouthful of noodles left in his bowl. Once he finished, he could leave the living room, but for some reason, he just didn't want to leave. A surge of resentment bubbled up like bubbles, then burst within his 50-year-old rationality, sending tiny splashes of water flowing through his heart, mingling densely. Dad. He couldn't help but shout. Just tell me if you have something to say. The old man, without turning his head, continued to pick vegetables for the monkey. He first picked up a piece of tomato and put it back, then picked up the water spinach, and finally made a decision to pick up the corn and mushrooms together. Come on, this one's sure to be delicious. Old Jiang couldn't stand it any longer. Dad. What? The old father finally turned around. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're so old, aren't you afraid of hurting your voice? Why don't you take it easy? Seriously? He turned back to picking up some noodles. Old Jiang finally couldn't stand it any longer, his nearly 60-year-old rationality instantly thrown to the wind. Dad, why are you ignoring me? You're so kind to this monkey. I'm your own son. Why aren't you feeding me noodles? As soon as he said that, Old Jiang realized something was wrong. As expected, the old father looked at him like he was stupid, almost asking if he was crazy. That's not what I meant. Old Jiang threw in the towel. I just said you ignored me the moment I got back. I thought you were like that, but you weren't. Old Jiang was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, pointing his finger at the furry monkey. You're so affectionate to it. You're so kind and gentle, feeding it. You never treated me like this when I was a kid. Old Jiang grew increasingly furious as he spoke, realizing he was losing control, but not stopping. Yes, I know I'm old. But I just have to say this. Why don't you care about me? I haven't even finished my bowl of noodles. And you didn't even ask. The last sentence came out practically as a roar, his anger pouring out like a flood, followed by a lingering sadness. Old Jiang wiped his face, blushing and embarrassed at the thought of saying such things at his age. But when he saw his father's familiar, aged face, he suddenly felt more confident. He stared at his father for a moment, then, when he got no response, looked back at the furry little monkey. The monkey froze for 3 seconds, then leaned into his father's hand. The old father quickly stroked its head. Hey! You scared Guai. Although he said so, his father's tone was noticeably hesitant. Someone unfamiliar with him might not notice, but his biological son clearly noticed his father's bewilderment. Actually, I didn't ignore you. Look, you're eating noodles now. I didn't even ask you to feed Guai. You didn't even eat yourself. Old Jiang was angry again. Hey, you little brat. The old father suddenly laughed. You're still concerned about me. Before, you only told me to stay off the internet. I never saw you ask if I had eaten. Old Jiang also began rubbing his hands, suddenly realizing his father's words were true. He was incredibly busy at work, yet he stubbornly refused to work 11 days a week and 11 days a week. He submitted a petition to the organization requesting a 9-to-6 schedule with no days off, rarely returning home. I just want you to take care of your eyes. Old Jiang's voice was weak, as if he had reverted to childhood, realizing he'd done something wrong. You're quite overbearing. You only allow yourself to ignore me, but not other children. Old Jiang reached out to touch the monkey, but his tone was gentle. I was wrong. Old Jiang pondered for a moment before finally speaking. But I was just too busy with work. I'm not making excuses. I'm also reflecting on myself. Yes, I was too perfunctory, but you can't completely ignore me. No matter how old I am, I'm still your son. I still be sad. You brat. The old father said nothing, but a faint smile played on his lips. He pointed to the refrigerator with his other hand. Didn't you say I didn't care about you? There's a fruit in there that's good for you. I saved it for you. And so he began to nibble. Old Jiang silently nibbled on the unknown green fruit, savoring the sweet and crisp taste in his mouth as he listened to his father describe where he had met the little monkey. I saw it in the group chat. They said it was a companion for the elderly, and the price was not high, so I bought it. At first I didn't know. I thought it was from the zoo. But when Guai came, he was carrying a bag with a note inside saying that Guai had come for me, and that he could eat the fruit. It would strengthen his body, and he could even climb 6 floors in one go. Father waved his hand with a big gesture, as if he was completely confident he could climb 6 floors. Elder Jiang couldn't help but hurriedly give him instructions. Don't believe it. You should take it easy at your age. You still don't believe it? The old father suddenly stood up. Come on, let's climb the stairs together and show your brother. You've been underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, the old father headed for the door, and the monkey followed him, hopping and skipping, as if it really understood. Hey! Dad. I believe it. Come back soon. Don't be impulsive. Old Jiang didn't even bother chewing the fruit in his mouth as he strode forward. But when he reached the door and looked out, his father had already disappeared into the stairwell. So fast? Old Jiang hurried to catch up, but his father had already gone down one flight. As he staggered down the next, his father's footsteps were no longer audible. He staggered down the stairs, having spent most of his energy during the day, and then erupted in a violent outburst of emotion that evening. Even going down the stairs was a struggle. He took each step, dazed and unsure who was his father. Slow down, dear, don't fall. The old father's cheerful and carefree voice echoed through the stairwell. Old Jiang sat on the steps, momentarily unsure of where he was. Is this really real? Is this a dream? Why else would he have returned home and seen his father with a monkey, erupting in anger and accusing him of not caring enough? At the end of the dream, he sat helplessly on the steps, watching his father nimbly climb the stairs. Well, I said you can climb, so you can. You're still lacking exercise. You're younger than me, and you don't have the strength. The father climbed up step by step with an effortless expression. The monkey he was holding jumped up and down, but he seemed accustomed to it, letting it move around without wavering. Old Jiang couldn't help but rub his eyes, his mind drifting back to the last time he came home, his father, looking gloomy, slumped over in bed, surfing the internet. Dad, Contrasting the ruddy old man before him, Elder Jiang couldn't help but question you. His years of professional sensitivity made Elder Jiang quickly focus on the single variable. Where did you buy this monkey? Which group? Yi Zifeng had been contacted. More accurately, the account Xiao Yi Xiaoying had been contacted. Hello, I'm Jiang Ming, the official core representative. Can you still sell alien pets? Monkeys? Yi Zifeng attended an online class while instructing Ying Fengxuan. The number of replies is low, but we can collaborate on developing a mechanical monkey. Chapter 136. Ying Fengxuan replied as instructed, his mind focused on the internet, typing away, his 4 short legs moving around, looking incredibly professional. Xiao Yi Xiaoying, we're running low here, so we can't send out more monkeys. But we can adapt to local conditions and collaborate on developing new products to address the problem at the source. Yi Zifeng nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. Well organized and presentable. Ying Fengxuan has finally mastered the technique. Ding dong. The other party responded. New product? Xiao Yi Xiaoying. Yes, we can collaborate on developing a mechanical monkey. That way, there's no limit on the number of monkeys we can have. The professional program can also create customized fitness plans for each person, perfect for you. The other party seemed silent for a moment, the chat page displaying in progress. Okay, a message arrived a moment later. This? You might not know, but we've been working on an intelligent system to encourage exercise, but the results haven't been very good because mechanical intelligence implies controllability. Although everyone knows they need exercise. Sometimes, the flip of a switch shuts off the intelligent machine, and 90% of people never turn it back on. So, the machine just gets dusty, and the body still doesn't get exercise. Old Jiang sent the message quickly. For some reason, he felt a sense of embarrassment. It was as if he were exposing his family's weaknesses to others, but it must be an illusion. Isn't the world one family now? Old Jiang continued typing. So, I think a real monkey would be more suitable as a sparring pet. As for the mechanical one, it's still too controllable. Old Jiang typed the message out and looked up to see his father and the monkey playing again. The monkey hopped around the room, either on top of the cabinet or under the bed. The old father cooperated perfectly, searching around the room. He clearly felt tired at times, but he just wiped his sweat, sigh, and continue on his way. Hey, wait for me. Don't jump so high. I can't make it. Frightened, old Jiang quickly stood up and warned. Dad, don't climb that high. I know. Don't worry. I'm much stronger than you. The old father replied confidently, then resumed his search around the room. Old Jiang was speechless, unable to find a word to refute his father, because the other man was indeed stronger than him. And the source of all this change was the monkey sold by the merchant across the screen. Xiao Yi Xiaoying, our operating philosophy is definitely different from traditional programs. If the source is controllable, we can simply make it uncontrollable. As for the exterior, we can also disguise it, perhaps by hiding its mechanical properties and transforming it into a real monkey. Mr. Jiang read this carefully and realized that the other party wanted to make a robot, but disguise it as a real monkey. They also planned to disable the controllable program and force the buyer to exercise. What's that? It doesn't seem impossible. Mr. Jiang suddenly began to brainstorm. If the technological era had just begun, when everyone was strong and the society was thriving, he would definitely not agree to such a program that forced everyone to work. But a few years passed. Everyone had settled into a 11-day on, 12-day off lifestyle. Only a small number of people, as originally envisioned, were learning various things to enrich their lives. Most people simply laid down and rested. The online entertainment sector is truly thriving. Countless games, densely packed with programming, and the immersive experience is irresistible. You can do whatever you want, even live another life. Mr. Jiang suddenly remembered a trending topic about 3 months ago. Number 16-year-old immerses himself in role-playing games, claims he doesn't need to study in another world, he could become an emperor. Hashtag unrequited love. Otherworldly romance games are enchanting. Hashtag marriage falls out. Confessing that the other has another partner in the online world. Hashtag how to balance the difference between the internet and reality. Hashtag how? Perhaps the public doesn't know, but he knows it clearly. Core technical personnel at the official website quietly slipped into the sensory settings of the immersive online experience, and secretly lowered the experience by 3%. 2 weeks later, it was lowered by another 3%. And so on. Over the course of 6 months, the experience had been reduced by several dozen percent. Perhaps some netizens have noticed this. But the old games are outdated, and the new ones are full of fancy, novel settings. If you don't play now, you miss out. Without a strong comparison of the same data, few netizens would notice this. Of course, no one noticed that fewer people were immersed in the internet recently, as if everyone had become very rational. The core members of the technical department kept quiet, concealing their achievements and fame. Selling mechanical monkeys without anyone knowing, pretending they were living pets to force people to exercise, seems feasible. Special cases deserve special treatment, as long as the intention is good. Old Jiang typed diligently amid the noisy background sound of his father interacting with the monkeys. I think the method you're suggesting is feasible, but I can't make a decision on my own. Please wait a few days. I need to discuss this with the team. Xiao Yi and Xiao Ying. Okay, looking forward to hearing from you. Yi Zifeng listened to the online class, while watching Ying Fangxuan's replies. It was clear that he was already very proficient, not needing his every instruction. He had mastered the customer service role on his own. Perhaps this was talent, or perhaps it was just interest. The other party hadn't sent any more messages. He must have gone to consult with someone. Things were developing much as Yi Zifeng had imagined. He needed to take more online classes. The development of science and technology in this world is unique. Missing out is a loss, and this experience in large-scale robot development isn't something everyone can find. Ying Fangxuan and Yi Zifeng, who had already been attending online classes for several days, said gently, "Stop being a customer service representative. Do you want to join us in the computer class?" The two of them began to listen. Yi Zifeng continued to work diligently, learning with the mindset that not learning means missing out on opportunities. He crammed through online classes intensively, a dense mass of knowledge pouring into his mind like water. The clearly organized study materials were like a meal. He only needed to digest them. Technology. Technology began as a thumbtack. As thinking expanded, the thumbtack constantly transformed within the problem, spreading out countless paths in all directions. Problems, basic research, achievements. Countless ideas collided, and brilliant sparks splashed across China. Each one was a result, each one a problem. Scientists who emerged out of nowhere may have come from another dimension, but they left behind countless technological treasures. What a steal! Yi Zifeng sighed softly. This world might truly be a gift. Hidden beneath his sleepiness and laziness lay a well-prepared path, paved with the necessary equipment. All he had to do was step on it. A path completely different from the world of cultivation, yet equally steep. If he calmed down, if he mastered this knowledge, he could learn an entirely different system. In mathematics, 1 plus 1 might equal 2. But in power, mastering two completely different systems would yield results even he couldn't imagine. After all, back in the world of cultivation, he had only studied immortal cultivation. Yi Zifeng's gaze shifted to Ying Fangxuan, who was studying diligently beside him. He was fidgeting, listening intently through his headphones, nodding occasionally to show his dedication. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and pinched the furry Ying Fangxuan. "Hurry up and learn. I'm already way ahead of you." The furry creature beneath his hand seemed to pause for a second, then turned its head away with a tacit understanding, no longer moving around. Its eyes remained fixed on the screen, completely immersed in its study. Yi Zifeng glanced at him a few more times, but said nothing. It felt like he'd gotten somewhat accustomed to Ying Fangxuan's behavior. It wasn't a complete change, but it was like his former pretentious nemesis had a new side, a petite, delicate, love-brained person. So unique, so two-faced, with a multifaceted feel. Yi Zifeng glanced at Ying Fangxuan again, then averted his gaze and returned to studying. The results were almost out on Jiang Lao's side. Most of the members were working on a 1-on, 11-off schedule, while the remaining few were a few stubborn veterans. Once the meeting started and the situation was assessed, they agreed, feeling pretty much the same. Now that the world is unified, there's no such thing as conspiracy. Could it be that the other side is aliens? It's not that funny, haha. Old Jiang left the meeting room, glanced at the short distance, and hopped on his bike. He wasn't planning to go home, but was going to his father's house to feel the lively atmosphere. He wondered what that little monkey would do today. Old Jiang pedaled hard. Although it was a little difficult, he managed to pedal. Miraculously, he felt better than he had in the past few days. Was it an illusion? Old Jiang suddenly remembered the green fruit he had eaten at his father's house. It was said at the time that it could improve physical fitness. Could it be true? Old Jiang pedaled hard. Bicycles these days are very well made. Even though no one rides them, they're constantly being improved. They run very fast, and make very little noise. The only sound in his ears was the whistling wind, the cool evening breeze, and the sunset, like a painting, quickly passing by. Old Jiang suddenly felt as if his heart had grown younger. He floated lightly in the air, carried by the evening breeze. I wonder what my father will prepare tonight. Will the little monkey's meal be just as delicious? Old Jiang pedaled hard, riding the gentle evening breeze. Soon, he arrived at his father's place. He quickly dismounted, knocked on the door, and walked in, changing his shoes and pouring water in one go. What's the rush? You're so old, yet you're still acting like a child, reckless and impulsive. The old father's scolding was powerful, and his movements were swift. He snatched his water cup from him, and gently poured him a cup of steaming Longan tea. As old Jiang held the warm tea in his hands, the chill he'd felt on the ride vanished. His body felt warm and energetic, as if time hadn't touched him at all. Everything was exactly the same. His father, the lights, his healthy body, nothing seemed to have changed. We must improve the physical fitness of all citizens. Feeling a sense of physical and mental lightness, Mr. Jiang made up his mind. He quickly finished his meal and contacted the monkey seller. Hello, we'd like to discuss the mechanical monkey further. When are you available? Ding dong. A message came quickly from the other end. About a month. We still need to organize the system and prepare the relevant equipment. We contact you when everything is ready, and we discuss the details then. Okay, Mr. Jiang sent the message and, looking at the other end's well-organized response, felt instantly reassured. After all, it wasn't a trivial matter. It required careful planning and patient preparation. It looked like there wasn't a serious problem. The other party was likely a non-governmental organization that didn't want to reveal its identity. Remarkable. In this day and age of Work 1-11, you can still be so enthusiastic about serving the country and the people. Elder Jiang felt a sudden sense of relief. He glanced at the internet access point in front of him, then at his elderly father and little monkey across the street, engaging in extreme exercise at home. Elder Jiang stood up and casually walked over. Hey Dad, I help you look. I see where the monkey is. Yi Zifeng watched Ying Fangxuan reply to the message, then closed the page and quickly switched to the online course system. We had a month to spare. Not only did we need to learn the content from Earth, but we also needed to comprehensively plan the knowledge related to puppetry and spiritualization in the world of cultivation. Only in this way could we develop a more lifelike monkey and help the people of this world improve their physical fitness. Chapter 137. Yi Zifeng urgently made up for his studies, studying with the same enthusiasm he'd used to, when he stumbled upon a secret realm while fleeing the cultivation world, pausing to immerse himself in it. A month was certainly enough time for him to absorb everything, but who would refuse a little more proficiency? He studied intensely, but he also kept up with online advertising. He immersed himself in it for 20 hours, with a 10-minute break, just enough to post an ad online and ship a few monkeys, mastering it with ease. Ying Fangxuan also caught up with him. If Ying Fangxuan, a pure native, had initially struggled to adapt to the technological dimension, the experience of cultivating immortals was different. Thousands of years of accumulation had enriched his spiritual sea, allowing him to thoroughly comprehend even the most profound knowledge, let alone this kind of clearly structured knowledge. All it took was a slight shift in his mindset. Technology is also a form of cultivation, albeit one focused on the human side. Yi Zifeng continued to immerse himself, and Ying Fangxuan also learned silently. The scientific knowledge of this world flowed into their minds, like a river or sea, then dissolved and melted in a powerful cycle, seeping into every corner, colliding, merging, communicating, and connecting with the existing system of cultivation. Yi Zifeng blinked, feeling that if he returned to the world of cultivation, he might be able to bring about an industrial revolution. How extraordinary. In his first life, he also lived in the modern world, but he was just an ordinary office worker with no clear concept of science and knowledge. In his second life in the world of cultivation, advancement was the moment he opened his eyes. If he didn't scheme, he would be uprooted. If he didn't practice diligently, he would be devoured by his mortal enemy. If starting over again represents one life, then frantically studying this world's science and technology and integrating it with the knowledge system of the cultivation world, could that be considered the third? Everything has changed. The first life was a time travel, the second collapsed, and the third life became a world-class wanderer, wandering and working. It seems reasonable to say so. As expected, the longer you live, the more you can learn. Yi Zifeng used his mental energy to sort out the theoretical knowledge compiled in his mind, glanced at Ying Fangxuan, who was still diligently studying, and silently dived into the storage space. The theoretical knowledge was almost understood, and now it was time for the practical part. Yi Zifeng remembered that there was relevant information. About 1,000 years ago, he and Ing Fangxuan had grown quite formidable, and few cultivators across the entire continent dared to set foot in their forest. But cultivators from other continents were not necessarily the same. A clamorous weapon refining sect from the neighboring continent headed straight for their forest upon landing, claiming to have heard that a rare, once-in-a-millennium spiritual plant had become a spirit, a truly stunning beauty. So, upon landing, they were determined to harvest this special plant and bring it back to their own sect. Yes, this special plant was Yizifeng. But before he could make a move, the high-minded beast King Ing Fangxuan, who couldn't tolerate anyone trespassing in the forest, promptly dispatched him. A pile of special products clattered down. It all seemed to be materials on weapon refining techniques, along with refining tools of varying levels. Ing Fangxuan was indifferent at the time, saying that strange and bizarre things should be destroyed. But he stopped him. Since the storage space was so large, it might be worth keeping. Who knows when it might be useful? Now it's time to use it. Thank goodness he's been frugal for thousands of years. Yizifeng sighed as he unearthed the thick books and some dusty, but intact tools from the mess. Weapon refining? It's a profound subject, but for Yizifeng, who had immersed himself in the world of cultivation for thousands of years and had quickly absorbed all the knowledge of the modern high-tech world, it wasn't a difficult task. It mainly involves referring to the operation of spiritual energy, noting spiritual precautions, and preventing unexpected events. Yizifeng brushed the dust off the book and read quietly, simulating the program in his mind as he read. First, create the core. You can use something with abundant spiritual energy. This isn't a big problem. In modern times, you could just use a battery. Next, create the meridians. They need to be filled with a relatively resilient material. This is a piece of cake. In modern times, you can just use a robotic arm. Next, create the outer shell. You can use a relatively breathable and resilient material. This is even easier. I've already prepared for the monkey. I just need to choose a suitable material and fill it with fur. Finally, it was time for the part he was most curious about, the puppet's soul awakening. This section was covered in great detail in the book, perhaps because it was too esoteric for his disciples to grasp, so the principles, methods, and results were laid out in full detail. The main point was to break it up, mash it up, and feed it to the mouth. Puppet soul awakening generally falls into two categories. The first, and most common, involves simply capturing another soul and inserting it into the puppet. This is quick and easy, giving the soul a body and the puppet a mind. However, this approach also has obvious drawbacks. A soul isn't just a tool, it has its own thoughts and experiences, and might not be willing to be stuffed into a puppet. If they're unwilling, they can do many things, quietly harboring resentment and secretly wreaking havoc. Unless they're powerful enough, it's impossible to prevent them. This won't work. Not to mention the potential for harm from the puppets, there aren't that many wandering souls in this world. 8 billion, a full 8 billion. Unless they find another world and pluck the souls from that world and stuff them into this world's puppets. That's hellish. Yizifeng shook his head. He was here to earn merit, not to incur sin. He immediately passed on the next option. The second option is much milder. Create a suitable container, inject a little spiritual energy, and the fixed program might, at some point over the years, awaken its own spirituality. It's like letting it become a spirit on its own. Everything depends on probability. That's it. If there's a destiny, it will naturally become a spirit. If not, the program will still be running. Either way, it's a qualified training machine. This world needs this type. Harmless, gentle, and everything is possible. Yizifeng closed the book in his hand, suddenly feeling an itch. While the official agreement was still some time away, he wanted to give it a try now. What could come of the collision of technology and cultivation? He stepped out of the space and skillfully purchased some basic props online. They were small, about the size of 2 finger joints. Yizifeng picked up the tools and put them together in less than 10 seconds. He then spent another 3 seconds in putting a program for free movement. It was almost done. Time to activate it. Yizifeng injected a little spiritual energy into the little wooden figure. It sat there, dumbfounded, seemingly normal. Yizifeng flipped a switch, and the puppet seemed to freeze for a moment before it lifted its legs and started walking as programmed. It didn't know how to steer around an obstacle, and simply bumped into it. Yizifeng raised an eyebrow and casually placed the silly, apparently incapable of intelligence, figurine on the head of Ing Fangxuan, who was listening to an online class. The figurine moved twice before stopping. Ing Fangxuan glanced up, straightened the figurine, and wagged its tail with lightning speed before returning to studying. Yizifeng pinched it. Time flew by. Immersed in learning, Yeatsifeng felt it pass quite quickly, and it was even more so for the people who spent their days slumped in bed, their minds focused on the internet. What? A month has already passed? It feels like nothing. Interesting things are constantly emerging on the internet, and now that it's the end of the month, the major topics have been summarized and compiled into a memorable video with many elements for everyone to enjoy. October is both an ordinary month and a bizarre one. The internet is filled with anecdotes of love, hate, and passion, but the most remarkable incident is the monkey exodus. The monkeys, not from the zoo, stalked the roads, carrying their bags like alien creatures descended from the sky. Anyone who shows up will be targeted. They are highly proactive and possess exceptional attack capabilities, but the most terrifying thing is that their physical fitness is clearly superior to ours. The source of this monkey's strength is mysterious. They have been popping up sporadically across the country, but no one knows where they came from or where they're going. I'm declaring this October's unsolved mystery. Raise your hand if you agree. The internet-savvy people visiting this road all raise their hands. Officials say there are no monkeys escaping from zoos worldwide, yet monkeys have been appearing sporadically on the roads. I think this is a symbol, just like the various scientific and technological advancements that emerged out of nowhere in my country. These monkeys, appearing from nowhere, may also represent something. The world may change, and our lives will enter another period of ups and downs. The blogger who posted the video nodded confidently, but this time, few people responded. Everyone just loves the internet, not insane. Inferring world change from a seemingly random monkey is a bit far-fetched. The internet crowd gradually dispersed. There were still many interesting things happening outside, and anything was definitely more interesting than this nonsense video. The video was still playing, but the staff, noticing that traffic had somewhat dispersed, couldn't help but panic. What was going on? Why had everyone left? Was his video not good enough? What should I do? If the task wasn't done well, the boss would have to blame me. This is a major initiative that concerns the entire nation. Could the initial traffic generation be a failure? No. Yeatsifeng had also come across this video while surfing the web. Seeing the video, which was obviously boring in content but maintained a moderate level of popularity thanks to official promotion, he felt that mastering the internet was. Is there really such a thing as talent? This ad is so boring and stilted. Yeatsifeng suddenly felt itchy and quickly contacted the official website for a discussion. After they finalized their idea, they quickly went to request previous monkey buyers' shows. There were so many. Perhaps it's because having a pet makes you love to record. Everyone has tons of images of monkeys. Hearing the boss wanted buyers' shows, they posted them like crazy, afraid they wouldn't be able to show how healthy and happy they are now if they were a little late. Image. Image. Image X999. Yeatsifeng quickly selected the images that met his requirements, did some simple layout, and posted the information directly on the most popular forum. Rejuvenation. My 90-year-old father climbed 9 floors in one breath. The title was accompanied by a video. The white-haired old man moved as lightly as a swallow, taking 3 steps at a time and reaching a whole floor in 3 seconds. But perhaps accidentally, there seemed to be something moving in the upper right corner of the video. It looked like a monkey. Chapter 138. At first, no one noticed the monkey figure. They just thought the video was bizarre. Oh my god, how could there be such an active old man in the world? This isn't a TV show. It's fake, it's totally fake. If it wasn't, I'd eat my smart butler. This is too much. I believe climbing 1 floor, but what's going on with 9 floors? It's like a movie. My god, 3 steps per step. If it were me, I'd have strained a muscle long ago. Is that a real person? Could it be some furniture robot? To the above user, it's a real person. I just zoomed in and analyzed it. It's indeed a middle-aged man in his 90s. Over 90, pure old age, right? Even middle-aged? Sorry, seeing how agile he is, I automatically said middle-aged. No one doubted this video was sped up, right? Climbing a floor in 3 seconds? I can't even run that fast in the game. Your mental strength is still a little lacking. I can still run that fast in the game. Oh my god, what are you comparing yourself to? Aren't we analyzing this video? Is this real or fake? Can physical fitness really be rejuvenated? It's definitely fake. Every quarter, some so-called miracle drug for improving physical fitness would pop up. But this quarter, there weren't any, and here comes the ad. Hands up! I know the video looks a bit bizarre, but this old man is our neighbor, and he's in pretty good shape. I've even filmed him before. Video. Netizens clicked on the video, their initial indifference growing to their pupils trembling, and finally, they covered their mouths to hide their shock. The video was shot from a top-down angle, likely focused on an open space in a residential complex. The camera zoomed in and out, revealing a nimble figure darting back and forth among the trees beneath the dim sunset. The video trembled briefly, as if startled by the action, but it quickly stabilized, and the camera zoomed in even closer, allowing everyone who clicked on the video to see it. An elderly man with graying hair and a wrinkled face clambered among the crisscrossing branches. His demeanor was relaxed, his expression calm, as if he weren't hanging from a tree, but rather exercising on his sofa at home. "Oh my God!" the person filming the video exclaimed, and the viewers gasped. The old man in the tree, seemingly catching sight of something, suddenly swung violently, swinging from a thick branch to a precarious one on the other side, causing the branch to tremble. Netizens' hearts trembled, and nearly 10,000 people across the country were alerted by the smart housekeeper. "High heart rate detected, please rest." The video continued, the nimble old man swinging ever further into danger. The branch swung even more violently, as if it would snap at any moment. The immersive video experience made everyone nervous, fearing the old man in the video would fall tragically to the ground in the next second. Snap. The sound of wood snapping echoed, and nearly 80% of the viewers closed their eyes. Over 20% clutched their clothes tightly, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. The branch suddenly snapped, and the old man remained calm, immediately performing a force-relieving gesture in the air, then tumbling to the ground with incredible grace and softness. All netizens watched in amazement as the old man stood up as soon as he landed, waved his hands as if seeking praise, and spread his hands with a look of triumph. A dark figure suddenly darted in from outside the camera, its limbs nimble and furry, holding a green object. The old man in the video took the green fruit and, chewing on it, reached out to touch the monkey on his body. The recording device had excellent sound quality, and the viewers could hear the sound of the fruit being bitten. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp, tender, and juicy. The comment section fell silent for a moment, then erupted 3 minutes later. 1 minute, I need all the information on this fruit. I've already ordered a similar variety, I don't know why I'm craving it. Wait, are you all such strong foodies? Didn't anyone notice that old man? How could it be like a TV show? Such a high tree. And he landed safely. At one, I died 4 times. Once because I was too scared of heights in the tree, once because a branch broke, once because the fall was terrifying, and once because I was smashed to pieces. This is terrifying. I suddenly realized that I'm the same way. I just watched the video, and was reminded 4 times. I had to take 2 blood pressure pills before I could continue. Is there really such a strong old man in the world? He looks very old. How can he look like he can be 20 of me? Is he that awesome? I know that the older generation is very physically strong, and has great perseverance. I heard that many elderly people at my grandfather's workplace voluntarily requested to stop working 11 days a week, saying it's too decadent, and that people should still have drive. So it's a 1 day on, 1 day off schedule? No, I applied for a 6 day off, 1 day off schedule. I think it was some kind of single day off schedule from a decade ago. I find it terrifying. I have absolutely no time to relax. Oh my God, what incredible willpower. There are actually people in this world who can manage this schedule. No wonder he's in such good health. No, you should use common sense when you're sighing. Information from over a decade ago is still very clear. Not every person that old can climb a tree that high and land easily. So, is this old man in the video still special? Of course. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng lamented deeply that this is the decadent internet age of information overload. Information extraction capabilities are even weak. After a long time of searching, he couldn't even connect the last monkey, let alone connect 2 monkeys and ask a question. So he went on stage to start the conversation. I don't know if you've noticed one thing, but both videos share a common element, a mysterious monkey, just like the one that went viral a while ago. Finally, someone thought along these lines. Ah, it really is. Oh my God, I hadn't noticed until you told me. This agile old man has a monkey in both of his videos. Picture. Picture. Half of a body appears from the upper stairs, and at the end of the video, it very quickly hands over a piece of fruit. This is terrifying. I just searched for the fruit in the picture, but there's no information. They only recommend similar varieties. How can something untraceable exist these days? Oh my! Is this old man an alien? Otherwise, why would he have mysterious pets and mysterious fruit, and I don't have any? Isn't everything communist? He's not an alien. I'm his next-door neighbor, a core member of his team, recently retired, and has quite a history. I apologize to the boss, but then the question arises, why is his physique so good? Does he really need to work 6 days a week and rest 1 day to achieve that? No. It's because of that element that appears in both images. I can't elaborate. Because this thing is quite rare, and if too many people know about it, it won't be good. Yi Zifeng's words quickly straightened out the tangled topic. Not only did he hesitate to speak, but he also used the universal phrase that irritates people in this era. If too many people know about it, it won't be good. This got everyone excited. We've already established a global communist system, and if too many people know about it, it's not good. It doesn't treat us as fellow citizens. Who's still trying to maintain special treatment? Netizens, previously speculative, suddenly snapped to attention, quickly zeroing in on the monkey. Some quickly recall the recent viral trend of the monkey with a bag, which kept popping up across the country. Some even compared images, claiming that the monkey in a video of a monkey with a bag on a certain date matched this one in size and fur color. The post was clearly organized, and the video was zoomed in to its fullest for exceptional contrast. Based on the above, the monkey in this gentleman's bag is likely the same one carrying the colorful green bag in the October 3rd video. This bag is bulging, but it's clear it contains something round, and its shape is not very stable. However, considering the green fruit the monkey presented in that video, we can reasonably speculate that the bag contains this object. An unknown monkey suddenly appeared, a mysterious fruit was carried in a bag, and an agile old man was accidentally photographed eating a piece of fruit after an intense workout. According to a source familiar with the matter, just the month before last, this old man was a frail elderly person who needed a smart butler's constant care. But now things are different. Once he had the monkey and the fruit, climbing trees was a piece of cake, and climbing 3 steps up a flight of stairs was a breeze. He walked with more energy than an adult in his 20s. We're all communists now, and there's no such thing as special treatment. If this old man can have one, then so can we. The need requires reasonable appeal. I suggest everyone call or email to propose one of these monkeys for each person. Only then can our physical fitness improve and our good lives continue. If the higher-ups don't respond or try to evade the issue, then we should take a hard look at who's still getting special treatment, and why can't ordinary people enjoy better things? Yi Zifeng launched into a flurry of discussion, analyzing the situation bit by bit, pretending to be a reasonable person to direct public attention towards the monkey. Demands and grievances drive motivation. If everyone is content with the current situation, feeling that even if they take 3 steps, it's normal for everyone, and there's no urgent need for improvement, then the official monkey mecca will surely receive no response. Yi Zifeng pulled himself out of the internet, watching the blog posts grow and more people participate. Yes, it's 2024, and a unified global communist system has been in place for so long, yet there's still injustice. The anger gradually gathered, igniting players across the internet like stars. If there's one thing he's still dissatisfied with, it's the long workweek and his less than perfect health. Now that his health issues have been resolved, why keep it a secret? What's the reason? Yi Zifeng didn't take any time off while things were unfolding, taking the opportunity to take 2 extra online computer classes. It's almost done. The authorities have already developed the first generation of monkey robots. Once things pick up steam here, they'd be able to directly release the sparring monkeys. All he needs to do is inject a little spiritual energy into each mechanical monkey. With 8 billion mechanical monkeys released, there's no telling how long it will take for spirituality to emerge. It could be as short as 3 days, or as long as 300 years. Everything is possible. The avenue is vast and boundless. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a subtle slackening in his cultivation. Glancing at Ing Fengshuan, who was attending an online class, he emitted a spiritual warning and then sat in meditation. The spiritual energy around him was thin, but the golden light of merit stored within his body filled the gap. The golden light was few in number, but the energy it contained was immense, warming every limb and bone it passed through. The shackles of spiritual energy were loosening, and the golden river surged upwards. Each impact was a transformation, attempting to gradually break free from the old shell and step into a new realm. Ing Fengshuan noticed something was amiss immediately, and leaped up from the table almost the moment Yi Zifeng closed his eyes. Yi Zifeng was cultivating. Nearly 1,000 years of conditioned reflexes allowed Ing Fengshuan to instantly transform into a gigantic beast form, and find a suitable spot to lie down. The pressure he emanated was no longer concealed, but released directly, covering the house like a raging wave. If anyone from the cultivation world were here, they would have noticed the overwhelming pressure, layered upon layer, forming a completely protective posture. But Yi Zifeng was accustomed to it, so he didn't react. In fact, Even if he were awake, he would have considered it no big deal. A stable life in the cultivation world requires cooperation, and he and Ying Fangxuan are the most suitable partners. Even sworn enemies could tolerate each other for a while. The room was silent. Yi Zifeng's expression alternated between calm and struggle. Ying Fangxuan, keeping his eyes open, stared intently. The sun sank into the horizon, illuminating the world in a golden glow. Amidst the languid sunset and the calm air, Yi Zifeng opened his eyes, feeling relaxed. The alien body seemed to have said hello to this world, no longer under constant pressure. His body felt light, his core relaxed, and his comfort level reached 60% of what he could achieve in the cultivation world. His ability to mobilize spiritual energy also increased significantly, likely due to a more or less intertwined spiritual energy with this world's thinner energy during the upgrade process. He absorbed spiritual energy and fed back his own aura. As a spiritual plant that had condensed the essence of the sun and moon and transformed into a human form, his aura was quite beneficial to plants. Otherwise, this world wouldn't have allowed him to relax so easily. Yi Zifeng stood up and saw the small Ying Fangxuan beside the sofa. He wondered if Ying Fangxuan had protected him while he was meditating. Yi Zifeng picked up the furry little beast. It looked listless, rather exhausted. It was probably the case. Under normal circumstances, a beast that only attended online classes wouldn't be exhausted to this extent. For Beast King 2.0, who had accumulated a wealth of golden merit over several worlds, to be so exhausted, it was most likely due to the release of excessive spiritual energy. Completely unconscious, and completely clueless about himself. The words flitted through Yi Zifeng's mind, but what came out was, "Thank you. It feels so familiar. I'm even more energetic in my meditation." Yin Yan's tail wagged rapidly, like a puppy on earth. Yi Zifeng watched in awe, his mind and emotions tangled in a frenzy. One moment, he thought it was absurd that there were beast kings in the world who embraced the sentimental, all-consuming persona. Then he thought, since things had come to this, he should stop insulting them. At least they looked quite cute. Ding dong. A message appeared on the computer. Thoughts quickly battled and then quickly hid. Yi Zifeng conveniently tucked Ying Fangxuan into his sleeve and took 2 steps forward to the external monitor. As expected, the official announcement was that the training monkey would be released tonight, and they wanted Yi Zifeng to assist with the shipment. Little Yi, little Ying, okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. The other party quickly replied, don't worry, just be safe. Yi Zifeng was too lazy to use this world's transportation. Judging by the time he'd been meditating, the internet would be abuzz. In fact, the official had sent several messages before this, but he was cultivating at the time and hadn't seen any of them. If he didn't hurry and respond to the training monkey, some people in this world would be furious. The more golden light of merit, the better. Yi Zifeng pulled out his compass and located the official address. 10 seconds later, he appeared silently in the darkness of the surveillance blind spot. He stepped out. Delivery. Each monkey, with its heart made of cutting-edge chip technology, bones made of hard metal, skin made of soft memory material, and fur made of soft polymer hair, was draped with its iconic baggage. After entering the program and tapping into spiritual power, it wandered the streets in all directions. It was a close call, just a little bit. If he hadn't acted quickly, he really wouldn't have been able to ship it in time. The citizens of this world were even more outraged than he had imagined. In the past, everyone was in poor health, but that was the same everywhere. But now someone has a way to completely transform themselves. Why shouldn't it be shared with the general public? The nation was outraged. Billions of people protested on the streets of the internet, holding signs. The dense crowd of little people was like a river, and notices of all sizes floated overhead. I want a healthy body too. I want to lose 200 pounds too. Long live communism. I want to climb 9 floors without gasping for breath. I want to pick fruit from trees and fish in rivers. I want a healthy, vibrant body. Hypotensive medication is so bitter. I don't want any more headaches. Countless demands kept popping up, white bubbles of all sizes, like technological tears, flowing from bottom to top, then shattering piece by piece against the data ceiling. The officials were anxious, the officials were worried, but they couldn't reach him. The monkey lacked the final step. When the 300 million streets of the internet were jammed, the officials gritted their teeth and signaled. The monkey already exists, and they're currently blending its unique genes. Everyone can buy one at a low price, and everyone will have a brand new, healthy body. The country won't abandon anyone. This is just an experimental phase, and it will be available immediately after it's over. Don't worry. The protests died down somewhat, but netizens, still agitated, immediately asked when the system would become widely available, at least demanding a definite timeframe. Officials were agonizing over whether to ship the mechanical monkeys out immediately, when they finally finished their meditation and arrived at the monkey factory in record time. Delivery completed. The first batch of monkeys, already carrying their backpacks, were roaming the night, their high-tech programming giving them the capabilities of all-round robots. Of course, the emphasis was on physical analysis, intelligent training, all-round rescue, and rapid medical transport. It was imperative to gradually strengthen everyone's bodies through extreme activities. The night wasn't quiet, at least not for Hanin. The usually quiet outdoors was filled with a cacophony of noise, as if a herd of animals were roaming the night. It was strange, but Hanin didn't dare stick her head out the window, feeling perilous. Better to be safe. Hanin, bored, surfed the internet, manipulating her internet avatar to join the monkey-urging hall. After completing her daily check-in, she trudged out. Wait. Monkey-urging. Hanin's mind flashed, and she leaped from the bed to the window. The streetlights downstairs were dim, but she could still see the silhouettes of herds of monkeys. Wow! So many. Hanin stared in amazement at the monkeys moving about below. Each one was different, in different sizes, heights, and colors, carrying their signature backpacks and nimbly moving through the night. Could this be the first official shipment? Hanin couldn't help but wonder, when would hers arrive? She'd paid within a second, so it had to be the first batch, right? Perhaps everything is predestined, and all connections are destined. Amidst the vast brown waves that resembled a sea of monkeys, Hanin suddenly locked eyes with a medium-sized orange monkey. 1 second, a fleeting moment. As Hanin stared in shock, the monkey suddenly leaped up, nimbly riding the waves as the monkeys leaped toward her. In one bound, it covered 5 meters, dodging an attack from the monkey below. Yes, the monkey below had been stepped on, baring its teeth and attacking upwards. Hanin held her breath, her heart in her throat, as she watched the monkey leap toward her with unstoppable force, watching it leap high in the final leap before slamming down into her arms. Hanin was knocked to the ground. The violent impact caused a pain in her chest, but before she could recover, something cold was stuffed into her mouth. Liquid poured out, icy and cool. Drinking it felt like a gust of wind, dispelling any discomfort. Hanin drowsily opened her eyes, and watched the shockwave monkey pouring her a pale green solution. The round glass bottle held a unique charm against the night sky. The shape resembled the green fruit in the video. Hanin took the bottle, and took a long swig. When she felt she had finished, she put it down, finally having time to examine the familiar shockwave monkey. The monkey blinked, then extended a finger in an invitation. Hanin didn't understand why, but she followed her inner dictation and placed her hand on it. Number 36322285904 Training Monkey. Binding. Already bound. The monkey blinked, its mind fading. From the outside, it looked like a completely alive monkey, nothing amiss. Hanin was a little confused that nothing had happened, but she was still delighted to see this lively little monkey. Maybe he just wanted to hold hands. He was so clingy. Hanin couldn't help but return the handshake, a sudden surge of joy welling up inside. It was amazing. The country had genetically modified so many monkeys. Living animals were truly special. Even doing nothing brought joy. Hanin looked left and right in the moonlight. The little orange monkey before her was quiet and well-behaved, revealing a uniquely adorable aura in the night sky, gentle and spiritual. Hanin was suddenly captivated. The difference between warm life and cold data was undeniable. Even a simple breath of air made her irresistible. So adorable. Hanin's eyes were filled with this well-behaved monkey. All the videos she'd seen online of monkeys climbing trees, and one monkey picking fruits throughout the neighborhood vanished, fragmenting into this monkey before her, serene and tranquil in the moonlight, blinking its large, sparkling eyes at her in the soft glow. This monkey must be special. Hanin firmly believed. That one glance among the sea of monkeys signaled a bond that would last forever. Her monkey must be the warmest and softest in the world. Look at that fluffy fur, that soft body. The sparring monkey number 36322285904 blinked, rapidly loading its master's body information. Name, Master. Gender, female. Age, 18. Physical fitness, 3 out of 10, training program, matching 9557. Tomorrow's training tasks, 7 o'clock hide and seek, 9 o'clock kitchen fire training, 12 o'clock going up and down a floor, 1400 hours afternoon balcony interaction, 1500 hours community fruit tree inspection, 1700 hours dinner precision control, 1800 hours internet time, 2200 hours sleep support. matching the most suitable monkey design, a clingy elf with a lively and cheerful personality. Under the cool breeze and soft light from the balcony, Han-in and the monkey blinked simultaneously. "Let's just wash up and go to bed," Han-in suggested softly. The clingy elf, with its lively and cheerful personality, pinched the corner of Han-in's clothes and blinked at her with moist eyes. Then, it huddled up at her feet, acting like a new arrival and unfamiliar with everything. Han-in's heart softened. She gently picked up the monkey and walked towards the bathroom, saying, good boy, don't be afraid. I take you to the bath now. Tomorrow we play games together on the balcony." Han-in's heart softened, her mind filled with images of relaxing with her little pet tomorrow. Chapter 139. This was a very special night. Despite a secret desire to set an example for her pet, Han-in didn't stay up late to surf the internet. She painstakingly made the monkey's crib, and her heart melted at the sight of its bright, sparkling eyes. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Good children should go to bed early. Han-in watched the furry, orange-gold monkey slip into bed, its body sinking into the soft bed, its little paws tugging at the edge of the quilt, its expression adorable and charming. Han-in contentedly climbed into bed, but she felt an inexplicable excitement as she stared at the ceiling. Her heart felt full and warm, and for a moment, she couldn't fall asleep. But the monkey was clearly asleep. A unique snore emanated from the crib, its tone gentle and soft, so tranquil it seduced anyone who listened. Amidst this unique and rhythmic snore, Han-in gradually fell asleep. The monkey in the crib opened its eyes and turned over. Name, owner. Status, light sleep. Assisted program, number 76 sleep aiding snoring sounds. The program continued running. The little monkey closed his eyes, and the sleep-inducing sounds programmed into the program were transmitted in the form of snoring, floating delicately and densely throughout the room. Han-in, unconscious, could not help but turn over in bed, adjusting her sleeping position, and her consciousness slowly drifted into a deeper dream. A good night's sleep. Han-in slowly opened her eyes, refreshed, her mind more alert than ever. She sat up in bed, feeling light and airy. Ah, yes, her monkey. Han-in looked over there. The little monkey lay quietly in the crib, half of its face exposed, still immersed in a sweet dream. Han-in couldn't help but curl her lips, feeling incredibly fulfilled. So cute. She stood by the crib for a moment, then pulled out her phone to take a picture. As she unlocked the phone, she noticed the time and was startled. 6:50. So early. The curtains were drawn. Han-in walked to the window and lifted a corner. The sun hadn't yet risen, and the world was a vibrant blue. The streetlights were still on, emitting a bright yellow glow. There were no other colors. The world was a blend of blue and yellow, pure and dreamlike. Han-in couldn't help but snap a picture. She tiptoed slowly to the crib, snapping pictures after pictures. This angle is so cute, take one. This angle makes her face look so round, take a few more. She excitedly pressed the shutter, oblivious to the time slipping away. Soon it was 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Program starts. Hide and seek game starts. Han-in was still clueless. She watched as the monkey seemed to wake up, stretched its body, made a gesture to wash up, and then, with a familiar air, headed for the bathroom. Cute. Love it. Han-in sat by the bed and waited for a while, but after 20 minutes, the monkey still hadn't returned. Han-in suddenly realized something was wrong and, without a care for politeness, rushed to the bathroom. The bathroom was quiet. The sink and toiletries showed signs of use, but the entire space was empty, with no sign of the monkey. Han-in's heart suddenly raced. Even though she knew it was probably nothing, her emotions overrode her rationality. What should I do? Don't worry. Maybe the monkey went to the kitchen, or maybe it just slipped into another room while she wasn't paying attention. Han-in's heart raced as she checked everything. It wasn't in the cupboard, the toilet, or behind the door. She took a deep breath, trying her best to remain calm as she walked into the other room. Name, owner. Status, mildly anxious. Matching program. Hide and seek game number 9637. The transparent monkey hidden in the ceiling flickered, calculating Han-in's physical fitness while timing its return. Program instructions. Reveal in 10 minutes. Program instructions. Modifying Han-in's anxious voice echoed through the room. Amidst her cries, the transparent monkey on the ceiling blinked. Program instructions. Reveal in 8 minutes. Yi Sifeng went back to rest. The first batch of mechanical monkeys had almost arrived, and the second batch was in production. It would take a few days before they were ready to ship. The authorities would naturally send someone to notify him when they were ready. Actually, adding spiritual power is pretty quick. If it weren't for the disguise, it would take less than a second. But now that he's in the persona of a mysterious R&D studio, it still takes a while. Yeet Sifeng sat down on the sofa and logged on with familiarity. He first opened a previous online course to review it, then scrolled to the bottom to find that it had been updated. High-tech, all-round intelligent training robot monkey concept notes, Yeet Sifeng sighed softly, then clicked in and started studying. I wonder when the people in this world will discover this online course. The sparring monkey robots have already been sent out. Everyone's health will improve, their energy will be plentiful, and they should have the energy to learn more. Right? What a unique world. People can find almost anything they want on the internet. Weapon configurations, technological principles, the mysteries of the universe. Perhaps researchers also feel that everyone's current state is not good, so they upload data almost as they research, fearing that a knowledge gap will occur if they are not careful. Uploading it online can provide a record. Yeet Sifeng immediately began studying. Any major field or system that interested him, he would click on it and study it. With his health and energy improved, learning knowledge became truly easy. At least for Yeet Sifeng, a thorough understanding was a breeze. Fangxuan also started learning. For some unspeakable reason, he also learned everything he saw, fearing that he would be left behind if he was not careful. Time flew by, and Yeet Sifeng's learning process was interrupted by a message from the official. The second batch of robots was about to appear. Looking at the official photos, Yeet Sifeng raised an eyebrow, putting Fangxuan in his pocket, and teleported directly via the compass. The second batch of mechanical monkeys was smaller than the first. Perhaps because they had more time, the authorities had put a lot of effort into the monkey's appearance. Mr. Yi, based on the psychological needs of the general public, we have added tens of thousands of random appearance settings. Each one has a different permutation and combination. We can guarantee that no two mechanical monkeys are exactly the same. Yeet Sifeng looked over, noticed some of the monkeys with colorful fur, paused, and did not attack. It's pretty good. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There should be someone who likes any kind of monkey, Yeet Sifeng commented politely. The second batch of monkeys had been delivered. After receiving his spiritual energy from Yeet Sifeng, he embarked on his journey, carrying the official training potion developed based on the green fruit. The dense sea of monkeys began to flow again. Those who hadn't yet placed their orders looked on in wonder, those who had already placed theirs excitedly and waited, and those who had already purchased the first batch had a different, more complex mood. Hanin, holding the finally calmed orange monkey, looked at the sea of monkeys flowing downstairs, feeling a mixture of emotions. Yeet Sifeng was in a good mood. The second batch had been shipped, the third batch was still in production, and his course was almost complete, so he had time to surf the internet again. With a feeling of both ease and joy, Yeet Sifeng connected to the internet and began to browse the largest sections. Information was plentiful and dense. Countless daily experiences were shared, countless issues were discussed. Although the people of this world were physically weak, their spirits clearly had more than enough, and everyone was intensely active in every corner of the internet. Yeet Sifeng also wandered around. On the left, he read the dense gossip, blending in with the crowd to comment. On the right, he browsed tens of thousands of questions, offering suggestions in the comments section. It was refreshing, a refreshing feeling, a sense of crispness and clarity, of having countless pieces of information rush through your mind, leaving nothing behind. After absorbing a lot of useless information and feeling curious, Yeet Sifeng finally clicked on the discussion thread about monkeys. Are all the first batch of sparring monkeys like this? As the title says, I got my monkey 3 days ago. It's incredibly furry, and petting it feels amazing. But I have a question, are these monkeys naturally so active? I'm constantly interacting with it. If I don't spend time with it, it cries, and even threatens you by opening the door with its bag on its back. I'm totally stunned. You wouldn't believe it, but I have time to send this message while sitting on the toilet. And time is very urgent. I need to go downstairs in 10 minutes. It needs to eat the fruit from the tree downstairs in the community, and it has to be sweet. Ha ha ha, no. My cat is so cute. It's nestled in my arms right now, reading with me. Peaceful times ing, oh my god, you're kidding. I don't believe it, self-deception. Can the cat above really read with you? My cat isn't as active as the original posters, but it's still quite active and loves to play hide and seek. If you don't find it, it throws things around. Throwing things around is a no-no. Luckily, my cat doesn't do that. It just loves to go into the kitchen and only eats what I cook. It's so clingy. I'm cooking right next to it, and I'm afraid it'd fall into the pot. My cat does the same thing. It only eats what I cook. It's amazing, even though it's not tasty. In reply to the above poster, it might just like the kitchen. The kitchen temperature is high. Some monkeys just like it warm. Maybe it's because of their health. It's possible. I think it's the same thing with me. After 2 days of cooking in the kitchen, the cool feeling on my body has improved. I thought it was just an illusion. Huh? You just need to go into the kitchen. Mine loves climbing things. From climbing stairs on the first day to climbing trees on the second. Super agile. It scurried up without anyone noticing. That's fine, I won't bother you. Who said I won't bother myself? Smiles. It doesn't climb by itself. It wants me to climb with it. Otherwise, it let out a loud howl, drawing all eyes within a 10-mile radius. How scary. How could I have bought a monkey like that? I should return it. Actually, it's not that bad. Besides that, everything else is just fine with me. It's actually quite cute. I just didn't mention it. Okay. Actually, I think it's great. Aren't these monkeys developed specifically for exercise? I've significantly cut down on my daily internet time. I'm either climbing trees or climbing stairs. Now, even just sitting on the balcony and reading a book counts as a break. I'm healthy and full of energy. Smile. For a moment, I can't tell if the person above is being sarcastic. Haha, but I think what they said makes sense. It seems like they really exercised me. Really? Then what does your monkey look like? Me? I haven't bought one yet. Haha. Seeing this, Yi Sifeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Just as he was about to continue reading, he received a message from the official. Hello, Mr. Yi. We're planning to launch a large-scale team-based interactive game tomorrow for monkey users with the highest stamina. What do you think of the timing? Is it a bit rushed? Yi Sifeng paused for a second before replying. No rush, we can do it now. At night, countless monkeys snored, a sound conducive to sleep, and the next second, a program instruction arrived. Tomorrow's schedule. Team battle game with monkeys within a 1-kilometer radius. Must bring their owner along. The monkey's large eyes blinked in the darkness, and he immediately loaded the instruction into the program. Chapter 140. This should be a wonderful night. Hanan finally settled into bed. Not far away, Xiaohe was resting. After a day of intense activity, she finally found peace. It felt so comfortable. The heaviness of her limbs was perfectly absorbed by the soft bed. She sank into it, like a pool of water flowing into a peaceful river. Happiness. Hanan felt okay again. Although she had been exhausted during the day, perhaps this was just Xiaohe's instability after just arriving home. Tomorrow would be the second day, so she should be much better. Hanan's breathing became long and her consciousness gradually sank. The exhaustion of her life and her mind transformed into beautiful expectations for the future. Lying down to sleep was so comfortable. The gentle snoring echoed in her dream again, dragging her deeper into sleep. A good night's sleep. Hanan was half asleep in the cool morning breeze. Normally, she would have struggled out of bed to surf the internet by this time, but perhaps she was too exhausted yesterday, and the feeling of sinking into the covers was just too comfortable. She slowly turned over, feeling like she could lie in bed for another 3 hours. Luckily, she had nothing to do. Wait, Hanan's eyes suddenly widened, and she sat up in bed to check the time. 6:30. Thank goodness, it's still early. Hanan lay back down. I wait until 8 o'clock to get up. That way, I have time to make breakfast for the little monkey. Now I'm not alone anymore, and I still have to take care of the child in the morning. What a sweet worry. Hanan felt both sad and happy, conflicted and sweet. But a glance at the orange-yellow little monkey sleeping soundly not far away put all her worries aside. Cute, I love it. Hanan turned over in bed, ready to go back to sleep. Outside the window, there was the crisp chirping of birds, and perhaps even the faintest sounds of movement. In the quiet and warm environment of the room, Hanan's breathing gradually calmed down. The monkey in the room opened its eyes. Name, owner. Status, light sleep. Loading schedule. Loaded. 7:30 kitchen fire control training, 8:30 downstairs community walk practice, 9 o'clock special mission team mayhem begins. The itinerary was laid out item by item, from morning to night, with the most extreme activities planned for Hanan's body. The main goal was a physical limit of 100, with a training volume of 99. Yes, every monkey assigned this extreme level of training to their owner. In reality, if the government hadn't provided that cyan potion, the training wouldn't have been so extreme. But now we have a sparring monkey, and a potion to maintain body balance. The combination of the two can maximize the development of the nation's physical fitness. Why not? The monkey was still loading programs one by one, constantly scanning its owner sleeping in bed. Through precise calculations and network analysis, after obtaining program approval from headquarters, it finally completed the day's schedule. It was almost time. The monkey blinked, jumped out of bed, and rushed straight into the kitchen. Hanan, half asleep, seemed to smell something burning, and her eyes suddenly opened. After all the work, Hanan, exhausted, carried the monkey out. The little monkey was well behaved, nestling in her arms, seemingly frightened by the situation in the kitchen. It stared at her with wide eyes, and Hanan's anger faded. "Hey honey, don't play with fire in the kitchen anymore. I know you might want to make me breakfast, but this stuff is quite dangerous for a little monkey." Hanan earnestly counseled the little monkey, then took it out. It was time for a walk downstairs in the neighborhood, a perfect time to relax. At 9:49 a.m. that day, a video suddenly appeared online. "Help! Help! My monkey is fighting with a group of monkeys from the neighborhood. I can't tell them apart." The video's urgent tone and explosive language captured the attention of netizens. Those who were browsing the internet at that time saw it and clicked on it, curious about what it was. The video was shaky, and just looking at the frame gave the impression that the person filming it was not calm. As the frame gradually focused, everyone finally saw what was happening. It was a mess. A chaotic scene, with different figures constantly shifting, a blurry brown color flying back and forth, and the camera shaking constantly. After a long while, everyone finally saw clearly that it was a mixture of people and monkeys. The monkey darted around at a rapid speed, constantly colliding with other brown figures, fighting, leaping sideways, trampling frantically, and raising both arms to attack left and right. People ran around helplessly, constantly exchanging helpless expressions with each other, confusion, shock, and anxiety. They ran helplessly, their mouths open and shouting for a response. "Ah! Baby, where are you? Don't step on my baby. Ah!" The voices echoed through the video, sometimes distant and sometimes near, their only commonality being their anxiety. The hand filming the video gradually steadied itself, allowing netizens to clearly see the entire scene. The frantic monkeys battling, the helpless humans running and leaping. In some scenes, the defeated monkey could be seen dragging its terrified owner into the fray. So many monkeys, so many people, such a chaotic, bewildering, shocking, and astonishing scene. The video continued, then began to shake again, as if the person filming it had begun to run. Countless shadows, some colorful, some brown, some human, some monkey, collided with the camera. "Bow! Where are you?" The person filming the video shouted at the chaotic group, but there was no response. Everyone was huddled together, shouting, yelling, and the sounds of crashing and running. Perhaps realizing this wouldn't lead to anything, the person filming the video quickly ended the video. The screen went dark, and it took a long time before someone posted in the comments section. "If you don't understand, what kind of new game is this? Ape Crisis? Oh my god, who took this video? Did they even post it with my permission? Who gave them the green light? A participant has appeared above. Don't report them. We're just curious. What's going on? Why are you exercising so much? People and monkeys are even fighting. I told you to be cautious when buying live pets. They're too scary. Virtual pets are more suitable for us. They're well behaved and quiet, and they won't cause any trouble. Share a link. http:// new virtual anime monkey. Change colors and adjust activity levels freely. Your virtual pet can even exercise with you. Oh my god, the person above is advertising and reporting me. Sorry, I was in a fight and didn't get a chance to reply. Huh? I'm not fighting. I'm just helping my monkey fight. The monkey in the building next door just stepped on its tail, and I have to help it get back at you. Just a note to the curious netizens, I'm not being forced. I love my monkey, and am willing to try new things with it, even if it means fighting. Oh my god. In this day and age, there are still people willing to exercise for you. That's real love, absolutely real love. Are all you monkey buyers like this? Confused, as a fellow monkey buyer, I was also stunned. Luckily my monkey didn't. I love to go out and fight. It's like me, but it's relatively quiet. It just climbs shelves and bookcases around the house. So lucky. No, didn't you all in the group chat notice what the original poster posted? The original poster's monkey should be fighting too, but I can't tell them apart, ha ha ha. Help! I wasn't paying attention. The video is so eye-catching. Original poster, listen to me. Just stand aside and yell at the monkeys. Just tell them you can't find it and ask them to come out. They rush out and grab your arm. Tried and true. Hey, What happened to the person above? Thanks for the advice, but I've already found my monkey. I was too busy to reply just now. Now, I'm telling everyone, if you want to find your monkey as soon as possible, just run into the group. The only one that doesn't attack you is most likely your monkey. Stunned. What did the original poster experience? Image. A terribly blurry image, as if someone had taken it in 0.001 seconds. The young woman in the video bared her teeth, and the monkey hanging from her shoulder grappled with her shoulder with one hand, while striking elsewhere with the other. Both man and monkey, their ferocious forms almost identical. Everyone fell silent, because they were stunned by this photo. The intense online life made it rare for people to see such vibrant photos. If the previous photo of the monkeys counted as one, then this crazy, bestial photo also counted. After a long while, someone finally spoke up. There's another monkey fight video trending. It seems to be from another city. Another fight. That day, these 4 words were on the minds of 80% of netizens. Is this a day of war? Everywhere you look are photos or videos of monkeys fighting, one after another, all of them horrifically ferocious. Ah! Don't you dare bully my monkey. Dom, go! Oh my god! Who's scratching me? Stop pulling at my clothes! Neighbor! Neighbor! Go easy on me. The voices in those viral videos are incredibly captivating, their voices so full of emotion and passion that even watching them through the video feeds gives you a jolt of energy. I've never seen such a vibrant scene before. It's like going back more than a decade, when everyone was still in great shape. I'm dizzy. There are so many monkeys fighting with people. Am I the only one in the world stuck at home surfing the internet? Add one, and I'm in there too. No, isn't today some unknown day? Like hunting day or something? Why are everyone out doing team building? High EQ, team building, low EQ, fighting. This may sound awkward, but I find it strangely magical. I was worried I wouldn't be able to take care of a living being, but seeing everyone so energetic, I feel like I can handle it again. Who secretly ordered the monkey? I won't tell you. Can I choose the appearance? The video in trending number 7 has a monkey with green hair. So cool. And you don't even have to look for it. It's always there, no matter where it is. So dazzling. I like pink. No, I bought a monkey too, but I didn't get into a fight. Is there some basis for this? Is it based on the monkey's personality? Not necessarily. It feels like it's all coincidental. My monkey is a quiet one, but this morning it suddenly rushed out and started a fight with the monkey next door. Actually, it was completely the other monkey's fault. It suddenly rushed over and ripped my clothes. How could my monkey tolerate it? Wow. Didn't the owner of the other monkey stop it? I did, but very quietly. How could anyone hear it? If his monkey couldn't hear it, I'd just pretend not to hear it. Just let it go. Wow. The internet is full of news about monkey fights. Countless videos have popped up in the past morning, some taken by bystanders, some by participants, and even some by the monkeys. It's a chaotic, yet incredibly lively scene. After a restless morning, fewer and fewer people posted videos. By evening, no new videos appeared, but those who had fought came forward to share their thoughts. Awesome. It's a bit harsh to say this, but it was both exhausting and awesome. Oh my god, I haven't felt my heart pounding in my chest in ages, and it's just because I'm exercising. My monkey is also incredibly good, cooperating with me. The two of us are first place in the neighborhood team. Don't listen to the nonsense above. I'm exhausted. I'm fine. I'm tired, but it's really fun. I even met the girl next door during the fight. She helped me up when I fell, and we're good friends now. I'm so happy. You all haven't figured out the true meaning of fighting. My monkey fought 1 against 100 and successfully won the right to pick fruit from the neighborhood trees. From now on, he get up at 5 o'clock every day to pick the freshest fruit. He go alone at 5 o'clock. He go alone? Of course not. He can't go anywhere without me. I have to accompany him. He's stunned. 5 o'clock is still too late for me. He be asleep. I can't tell if the guy upstairs, who got up at 5 a.m. was being sarcastic. 5 o'clock, that's so suffocating. He, my monkey is smarter. He didn't foolishly join the fray. Instead, he stood in the tree with me, watching the action unfold. What a harmonious, cozy atmosphere. The guy upstairs, are you from Xingfu community? I think I saw you. You were throwing trash, weren't you? Of course not. I'm from another community. You got the wrong person, right? That's you. The internet was in turmoil. Everyone was so engrossed in watching that they stopped playing the game. No matter how interesting the setting, it can't compare to real-life gossip. It was so vivid, so fun. It felt like I was transported back over a decade ago, when internet technology wasn't as advanced as it used to be. It was amazing. Amid the chaos of group battle information, the number of monkeys purchased for the third batch suddenly skyrocketed, shocking even the official team. What's going on? Everyone online was clearly saying they were terrified and shocked. They were debating whether to lower the intensity of the team battles. After all, it was a first-time event, and the programming might be a bit off, making it too intense and potentially damaging to everyone's health and well-being. But after seeing the rapidly surging purchase figures, the officials pondered and decided to maintain the current intensity. The officials relaxed a bit, producing the third batch of monkey sparring machines while issuing team battle orders to those in the second highest stamina tier. Across the country, the so-called quiet, non-combatant monkeys blinked. Accepted. Loading team battle program. Chapter 141. Another fight. Netizens nationwide watched the new video, updated the next day, with a mixture of surprise and nonchalance. How should I put it? While somewhat shocking, it also seemed to have some basis, given the fight yesterday. The video was still being updated, but perhaps coincidentally, the people filming it this time seemed even more helpless and panicked, their cries for help less forceful than yesterday's. Please, please, stop pulling at my monkey. Don't hit it, don't hit it. Take my life. Baby, where are you, baby? The brown furries kept colliding, each one baring its teeth with incredible force. Hair flew, bodies collided, the momentum building into a fierce collision, and then they retreated 2 menacing steps, facing each other. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The owner suddenly intruded, separating the two confronting monkeys. One of them leaped up at lightning speed, and the other, pushing the owner aside, quickly took over. Flesh clashed with a sound, and hair flew everywhere, landing on the young man's head, body, and open mouth. Screenshot the image of the young man, with a glazed look and a gaping mouth went viral, and the flying hair in the image became a meme. Me and stress. Your perception of stress. Image a picture of a flurry of light, flowing monkey hair. Actual two massive, ferocious-looking, giant brown monkeys simultaneously extended their powerful arms to fight each other. The quirky humor of this contrast struck a chord, and the meme went viral, with people using the glazed image of flying monkey hair to express their feelings about life. The video went viral. Even netizens who don't care about pets have seen this emoji, and are curious why so many are using it to express stress. It turns out the monkey nation that was widely rumored a while ago has actually been bred, and many people have bought them. They're cute and well-behaved, but they're also strong and extremely active. Their favorite outdoor sport is fighting in groups, and if they can't win, they drag their owners along. In fact, it seems no one can win. After analyzing many videos, netizens concluded that each one is a one-on-one battle, with the main opponent being the owner, and if they can't win, they just call for help. The frail and helpless owner is dragged into the battlefield, where they face a violent storm. It's time to fight. Even if you can't walk 100 steps a day at home, and even pouring water yourself makes you dizzy, but when you're outdoors and your monkey is beaten, it whimpers, pulls your hand, and points at the monkeys on the other side showing off their power. How should I put it? It seems a bit excessive. Your monkey stares at you with shining eyes, filled with dependence and love. But perhaps your silence tells you something, and it silently drops its hand, takes a light leap, and leaps back into the ferocious monkeys on the other side. You're silent, then you explode. With the courage of a parent, you bravely rush into the monkey troop. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You're kicked by a strange, frantic monkey. Just as you're dazed, your disheveled little monkey appears and blows on the spot you've been kicked. Before you can even begin to feel touched, it slips back into the troop as if on a whim. You fell silent. You rose. You began to understand that every victory must be won by your own efforts. With a sneer, you charged directly into the monkey group. What frail body. Stand up and fight. You pushed the monkey on your left hard, gently protecting your treasure. A kick came from the opposite side, and your monkey leaped up to defend you. It stood on your shoulder, becoming one with you. In that moment, you seemed to hear the sound of courage and victory. The fight began. The more it fought, the more intense it became. The whole world went wild. No one could defy your monkey or you. The next day's battle was even more intense. The videos on the internet showed this. It was already afternoon, and it was supposed to be a lazy nap, but every video uploaded was passionate and powerful. The frail crowd of the morning disappeared, and they all transformed into fierce warriors, resolutely defending their own honor and the honor of their monkeys. Oh my god, how come they're so pumped up? I just saw someone post a video this morning that was pretty sluggish, but in the afternoon, they're completely fired up, pulling punches left and right, like they're invincible. I know. You're talking about the video that's trending number 12, right? The blogger seems to be saying they've transformed, realizing they have to fight for everything with their own hands. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, didn't that blogger's previous account just read, drink tea, and write? They said they were not feeling well before, but now their fighting ability is off the charts. At least they'd be number 1 in the neighborhood. The blogger's really not feeling well. I'm a longtime fan, I can confirm this. But for some reason, they suddenly seem so energetic this afternoon. Maybe they're just pumped up. This is ridiculous. Is it okay to just be pumped up? The spirit is fine, but the body isn't. That makes sense, but the people in the afternoon really seem more energetic. Amazing. I participated in this afternoon's team fight. Now that we're on halftime, let me respond to everyone. Actually, I don't think our bodies are that bad. I struggled to even walk down the stairs this morning, but when I saw my monkey getting beaten, I immediately felt a surge of anger, and I charged forward. My hands and feet felt incredibly strong, and my vision became incredibly sharp. I helped my monkey win first place in the community team battle. The others weren't convinced, and even wanted another one. I said, let me rest for a bit before I help my monkey. I'm going to defend my first place honor. Bye, enough talk. Intermission's over, I'm moving on. Stunned. Someone tell me if this is true. Can anger turn you into Superman? Is that scientific? It's not that exaggerated. You were just so angry that you just rushed forward. Since you're charging forward, your body should have given you some strength, otherwise you get hit. Those monkeys are incredibly agile, and can attack you from all sorts of weird angles. Luckily, my monkey reacted quickly and blocked every attack. I felt comforted and inspired, and then I did my best to support it. Wow. Why are the people above acting so shocked? This monkey's genes are destined to be lively and active. They're here to give us exercise. Have you all forgotten? Sorry, I really forgot. I suddenly want to buy one. It's not that I'm a fighting idiot, it's just that it feels so novel, like I've seen another world. So energetic. Buy it, buy it. If you don't, you'll be left behind. My regular gamers have all gone offline. Everyone has a monkey, and shares it with me every day. I don't even have the energy to play anymore. I bought them all. The 4th batch of reservations for training monkeys was incredibly large. Together with the first 3 batches, at least 80% of the population nationwide had purchased a monkey. The physical data transmitted by the monkeys was getting better and better. The data showed that some of the first batch had better innate abilities, and their performance was already comparable to that of an average person 10 years ago. We can develop other sports for this group of people, and expand their range of activities, such as hiking and swimming. We should try more strenuous but more interesting sports. We load the program after a week, and let the training monkeys gradually progress. Okay, then, let the monkeys first express their desire for the outdoors at home, and then gradually reveal their preferences. Finally, we make a choice based on their owner's needs. Then, everything will flow smoothly. The program was loaded again. Several monkeys, bathed in their owner's fond gazes, blinked, seemingly responding, but actually loading the program. Name, owner. Status, relaxed and calm. Physical fitness, passing. Receiving new schedule. Receiving completed. Hiking trip has started, swimming trip has started, hunting trip has started, picking trip has started. Countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Hey, Xiaobao is so cute. Quite a few people exclaimed in genuine admiration at the sight of the monkey's bright eyes, feeling incredibly lucky. Yi Zifeng was online again. The 4th batch of mechanical monkeys was being manufactured. When the time came, he would just need to add some spiritual power. The program was progressing steadily, and the first batch of users should have already climbed the mountain. Yi Zifeng connected his mind to the internet, and browsed it relentlessly. With the situation in this world settled, he had plenty of time to spend online. He first wandered around the gossip section, watching people share stories about monkeys, some climbing mountains, some swimming, and even the ever-present fight scenes. It was amazing. Perhaps the previous intense online activity had made everyone so eager to share, as quite a few users were filming fights simultaneously. A different kind of intense internet. But it wasn't necessarily bad, at least everyone was getting some exercise. Yi Zifeng leisurely browsed the gossip sharing section, then slowly moved to the study section. First, he reviewed the vast amount of study materials, then rehearsed them in his mind. Only when he felt he had mastered them did he start playing games. What a rich world of entertainment. All sorts of games, from old to new, in all forms, with all kinds of play styles and scenarios. Yi Cifeng leisurely played games, controlling his mind-controlled avatar as it slowly trudged through the streets, unlocking numerous maps one by one and playing a multitude of bizarre games. The streets were deserted. The occasional individual who appeared was in a hurry, quickly jumping into a game to claim a quest and a reward, then quickly logging off and disappearing. Yi Cifeng suspected the avatar was possessed, otherwise he wouldn't be playing so hastily. Time should seem longer and more meaningful when you do more. The people of this world should also enjoy outdoor activities, perhaps. Yi Cifeng spent a lot of time online, absorbing all the mainstream scientific and technological information. With the mentality that now that he'd learned everything, he might as well learn more, he opened online courses in other fields and began studying education, science, engineering, agriculture, and so on. Since I'm here and have learned everything, I might as well read more. It's quite interesting. Yi Cifeng was completely immersed. The spiritual energy in this world was thin, and he hadn't practiced in a long time. Perhaps absorbing knowledge was a form of cultivation, and learning knowledge was also a form of cultivation. It was very exciting. There was a feeling of constantly getting stronger and gaining, vaguely reminiscent of the thrill of practicing frantically in the world of cultivation. Ing Fangxuan was stunned. As a veteran of the cultivation world, he was already a little anxious looking at a completely different knowledge system, but pressure was motivation. With the urgent feeling that he would be left behind if he didn't make progress, he gritted his teeth and studied. Time slipped by quietly, and by the time Yi Cifeng had fully withdrawn from the vast sea of knowledge, the mechanical monkeys had already been sold to the 8th batch. Closing the detailed and densely packed professional knowledge, Yi Cifeng entered the Bagua area with a relaxed demeanor. It's time to scour the internet again, chewing on random bits of gossip. It might be useless, but it's actually quite entertaining. I don't know if it's my imagination, but my monkey seems... Seeing this title, Yi Cifeng clicked on it. My monkey seems to have grown up a bit. It used to be invincible, and wouldn't recognize anyone but me, but now it's even helping an old lady cross the street. Is this normal? Chapter 142. Helping an old lady cross the street? Is this a skill a fighting monkey can possess? I don't know how to put it. Maybe it's just my imagination. During a fight, the situation was escalating, and the neighbor's old lady was accidentally bumped by it. I was about to apologize, but it casually helped her up and even walked her a few steps. I immediately felt something different about it. I don't know if you understand me. Although it's a good kid, it used to be indifferent to everything else. Now it seems to have a touch of humanity. Maybe it's just my imagination? Yi Cifeng saw this and curiously stretched out his fingers to pinch it. His spiritual power deduced a result based on the information. It had indeed awakened a little consciousness. That might not be accurate. In fact, this monkey had experienced a long life of fighting, and after seeing its owner apologize and make amends, the program had calculated this result after a long period of time. It was actually quite astonishing. It took the initiative to help someone, and even walked a few steps. If it wasn't programmed, it was pure learning, and learning is the first step towards subjective consciousness. It was truly amazing. The spiritual power was taking effect in the machine much faster than he had imagined. He had originally thought the first awakening would take decades, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Perhaps it was due to sufficient companionship. The machine and the spiritual power had been imbued with enough popularity. Under the intense and prolonged companionship, the spiritual power merged into the program, awakening a brand new life. Humans are truly amazing. Yi Cifeng continued to read the post, watching the comments section full of jokes and joking with the poster. The child must be grown up now, and will soon be able to help you cross the street. Okay, I declare your monkey the kindest I've ever seen, Feng Weishan agrees. If I fall, will it help me? Where do you live? I don't mean any harm. I just want to take my monkey out for a walk. It's been getting more and more cruel lately, constantly suggesting I go hiking with it. Hiking? Where? There's no destination. That's why I'm afraid. I always feel like we're walking forever. I'm afraid if I'm not careful, it'd dart across the world again. It's incredibly fast. If you like hiking, why should you learn from the poster's monkey? Shouldn't you learn from the monkeys who prefer staying home? Because I don't want to suppress its nature. I support its hiking, but I'm not physically strong enough. I wanted to learn from the poster's monkey, so it can help me along the way. Smile. Oh my god, monkey owners. They're just that crazy. Are you noble? Not noble. I'm a monkey owner too. I've pampered my monkey 3,000 times. I'm just as crazy. Oh. Oh. Yi Cifeng silently praised it and savored the love, hate, and grudges of monkey owners. When he had enough, he switched to other internet sites and started browsing. Perhaps it's because monkeys, with their high activity and high need for companionship, are so well suited to this world. Sharing is everywhere, and even games allow for human-monkey multiplayer. Unfortunately, the mechanical monkey isn't obsessed with gaming. Its main purpose is to connect with nature and get plenty of exercise, and it always requires its owner. The second tier of users is feeling better now. Officials say they'd be arranging some high-intensity outdoor activities next week. Maybe climbing, swimming, or even hiking. When Yi Cifeng received this message, he thought for a moment and offered some suggestions. Since the monkey owners had participated in many team activities, fighting, they could start there, but there wasn't a need for constant fighting. They could try something else. For example, climbing competitions, swimming competitions, team hiking activities. They should develop as many different forms as possible to spark interest in outdoor activities. The main problem is that constant fighting would be boring, and there's a strange sense of humor, as if everyone is being pushed towards the side of berserkers. Forget it, neither extreme is a good idea. The official replied with sudden enlightenment, okay, sure, and said they would incorporate this suggestion into the system as soon as possible. But it couldn't be Yi Cifeng's imagination. It seemed like the people working with him had changed. The previous group must have gone on break. That's great. Work 1, rest 11. What a leisurely and generous world. I wonder if the new crew, during their shift, will be shocked to discover that the genetically modified monkeys scattered around the world are actually machines? Possibly, and the news might leak out. Even though there's a confidentiality agreement, people with lots of mouths are always talking, and those who surf the internet frequently can't help but spill the beans, sneaking information in all sorts of ways. But it's not a big deal. Companionship is incomparable, and affection is irreplaceable. You've had a furry, lively, warm, and adorable monkey for a long time, and suddenly someone comes along and tells you it's a machine. Most people wouldn't think, oh my god, a robot deceived my feelings. Instead, they'd think, OMG, this is my unique life. A new batch of mechanical monkeys has arrived. This time, the official team has taken online feedback into account, randomly adding more settings, with colorful hairstyles and a variety of designs, all designed to satisfy the needs of netizens. A new batch of monkey activity videos have been shared. Starting with indoor activities, they gradually moved to community sports, and then expanded outward, embracing a larger world and a more beautiful environment. Falling leaves, colorful flowers, green treetops overhead, a shimmering lake, an endless sea, and layer upon layer of towering mountains. Looking at the shared images, everyone realized that such beautiful scenes can also exist in real life. From a high vantage point, the layers of mountains look like surging green waves, connected layer by layer to the light of the horizon, creating a dreamlike scene under the sunlight. In a trance, everything feels like a dream. Content with this title has gone viral. The accompanying image is a pure white snowy scene. As the title suggests, I was skiing, chasing my monkey at high speed, when I suddenly felt like I was in a dream. I was actually skiing. The snow was very white, and the smell was a bit cool and refreshing. It was different from playing games. Although the senses were similar, in real life, the natural world connects you to your body, and the feeling is different. I had actually escaped from home and was skiing this year. It was amazing. My body and mind felt light. Although I was sweating a little, I felt refreshed. I seemed to have some talent for sports. Even when my monkey was paddling away in front of me, I could keep a reasonable distance from it. Can you all understand me? Everything is so magical. Last year, I was slumped in bed like a piece of fat. Looking down, I felt like a mountain. I could only connect to the internet mentally, numb myself with virtual images. I told myself there were two worlds, and since I wasn't satisfied with one, I could just focus on the virtual one. I danced with my online friends, went on adventures with complete strangers, and chatted with people from all over the world. I should have felt very happy, but when I woke up in the middle of the night and saw myself lying in bed like a mountain of flesh, I felt terrified. My health seemed to be getting worse, and no technology had yet been invented to allow the soul to enter the internet after death. I was anxious while surfing the internet. I was happy during the day, terrified at night. I lived like a double-faced person. One side was radiant, cheerful, and independent, the other side was unsightly and terrified. Until An animal suddenly became popular on the internet. You know, I won't go into detail about the rest. There are quite a few online stories about it. In short, I sat up from the bed, dragged myself to the kitchen to cook for it, opened the window for the first time, climbed the stairs breathlessly, opened the door, and ran around with my not thin but weak body. Suddenly, I felt so dreamy and happy. I went on a long trip, my first time on a plane, my first time skiing. I felt completely relaxed, trying things I'd never imagined. The ski resort was so vast, stretching from one mountain to another. My life seemed to have expanded too, spreading from the dim room to the world. I didn't feel lonely at all. There's a lively little creature accompanying me. Even though it doesn't care how well I ski, it just dashes around in front of me with aplomb. Ah, so happy. It turns out people sigh when they're happy. Yi Tsifeng finished reading the entire article, silently giving it a thumbs up. Curiously, he stretched out his fingers and pinched it, wondering if the skiing monkey had developed any spirituality. An unexpected yet plausible result. Yi Tsifeng withdrew his hand, feeling that the world was truly fascinating and mysterious. That's about it. Everything in this world is steadily developing. Many batches of mechanical monkeys have been produced, and the government has opened a dedicated pet hospital to repair damaged ones. They're received openly, repaired quietly, and finally returned to their owners with a smile on their faces. Rumors have begun circulating online that monkeys are robots, but who cares? Feelings given won't flow back. They simply cycle through each other day after day. Intensive companionship and dedication help awaken the monkey's spirituality. One day, even within the mechanical lifeforms, a pair of eyes will open to gaze back at the world. It's almost time to leave. That's what Yi Tsifeng had originally thought. But seeing Ying Fengshuan standing before the screen, grumbling and listening to an online course, Yi Tsifeng fell silent for a moment. It seems a bit awkward to leave after just finishing my studies and browsing. Yi Tsifeng walked smoothly to Ying Fengshuan's side, glancing down casually. Okay, Ying Fengshuan has seen some cutting-edge technology. I estimate he'd be able to complete it in 10 days or half a month. Wait a little while. Admittedly, this experience was quite novel. Yi Tsifeng couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, mentally calculating how many days it would take Ying Fengshuan to finish learning all this. While he was thinking, he connected to the internet again and quickly clicked on the learning page to see something else. No choice. I'd gotten used to it in the world of cultivation. Seeing others diligently absorbing knowledge made me tingle all over, let alone when it was my sworn enemy who was studying diligently. Hurry up and read some more. Yi Tsifeng had planned 2 weeks of activities for himself, focusing on the fact that even when Ying Fengshuan was serious, he would still study diligently. Chapter 143. It's really almost time to leave now. Time slipped by quietly, and after another half-month of study, Ying Fengshuan finally finished this phase of the course, and finally looked up from his computer screen. Yi Tsifeng unplugged from the internet. Seeing Ying Fengshuan looking visibly listless, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He reached out and rubbed the furry little beast. You're really working hard. Ying Fengshuan shuddered, instantly perking up. His tail wagging, his spirits high, his spirits high. He looked like he could study for another month without a problem. It's almost time to leave, Yi Tsifeng reminded him again, worried that Ying Fengshuan would get too excited and start studying again. While he didn't dislike studying, he had been immersed in it for too long. The overwhelming amount of scientific content had become a jumbled mess with the principles of cultivation in his mind. He desperately needed a breath of fresh air from another world. Ying Fengshuan seemed to sense his urging, lowering his head to touch his finger. Its small tail swung in a spiral as it flew up, landing on his shoulder. Yi Tsifeng pulled out his compass. Before leaving, a thought struck him, and he pulled out his mobile device to send a message. The official side should be almost done. We've already produced enough monkeys, and their spiritual power is stored in chips. If a mechanical monkey breaks down, we can simply replace the chip. Technology truly changes life. Yi Tsifeng sent a message to the official about his upcoming trip. The official replied quickly saying, okay. Need a guide? The country is vast now, and the climate varies from place to place. A guide would make your trip even more enjoyable. Yi Tsifeng felt a little magical, because the global scope of this world was truly vast. After all, it was unified. No, I'm going somewhere further. The other party didn't reply immediately, as if understanding the meaning of this statement. The new group of staff members clearly didn't understand him as well as the previous ones, but based on the information left by their colleagues, they still carefully replied. Okay, would you like Yin country's specialties? You can bring some wherever you go. There's a lot of food, daily necessities, and entertainment. Yi Sifeng thought of the specialties of the previous worlds. They were overflowing with them, and he had carefully stored away everything from food, clothing, and shelter. However, the previous worlds were Yin country before its expansion. This world had a wider range of Yin country specialties. So Yi Sifeng thought for a moment and replied, "Not bad, I quite like it." And so, a consensus was reached. Yi Sifeng stayed in this world for another hour. During that hour, packages from all over the world were sent to him at a rapid pace. Food, drink, clothing, and daily necessities were all included, and the room was overflowing with them, filling up. In reality, this was the result of his selection. The range of specialties was truly vast. The land was so vast, the climate and culture were almost all different, and the things that could be called specialties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yi Sifeng stored the selected specialties from the room one by one into his space, separating them from the specialties from the previous worlds. Looking at the neatly organized storage space, he nodded with satisfaction. Luckily, I'd worked hard enough back in the cultivation world to get the largest storage space, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough. Okay, this is almost done. Just arrange the first batch of living monkeys, and we can leave immediately. Yi Sifeng extended his fingers, index and middle fingers at his lips. Mental power coiled around his fingertips, spreading out in a swirling motion. Powerful threads of mental energy swept through countless spaces, connecting with the mental seas of the living monkeys. Let's make a new contract. The monkeys, skiing, hiking, climbing cliffs, swimming in the sea, and so on, suddenly raised their heads and, in response to their owners' concerned inquiries, connected to the silk thread they had been handed. A path back to the spirit beast realm. If they were unhappy in this world, or encountered an irresistible danger, they could sacrifice half their lifespan and energy to follow this path, which spanned countless time and space, back to the spirit beast realm. The monkeys' owners also noticed this. From the confused eyes of the little monkeys, a fierce cry erupted, "No, baby! Don't leave me! If I've done anything to wrong you, may I be struck by lightning!" The monkeys, without exception, grinned broadly, calmly patting their owners' hands, signaling them not to dwell on it. The more naive owners immediately beamed, feeling they had received a promise. The more cautious owners immediately warned themselves to stay true to their original intentions, and never let their pet monkeys suffer. Hearing the positive emotional feedback from across his spiritual sea, Yi Sifeng lowered his finger. Now it was truly time to leave. Yi Sifeng pinched the furry golden creature, and amidst its strangely tense mood, he pulled out the compass. Ing Fangxuan drifted over and spun the compass, its speed increasing from slow to rapid. Yi Sifeng poured his spiritual energy into it, and the symbols on the compass ignited one by one. The spiritual light merged into one as it spun at high speed, emitting an extremely dazzling radiance. The next moment, a suction force arose, and Yi Sifeng and Ing Fangxuan appeared in the spatial rift. The pure black space remained silent. Yi Sifeng turned and saw the familiar aquamarine planet floating there again. Quiet, peaceful, stable. What a unique world. The global communism and global unity brought about by high-tech development is truly miraculous. Yi Sifeng paused, and the next second, a multitude of golden dots swirled from the azure planet. Just as Yi Sifeng was about to grab Ing Fangxuan, he found him standing on his shoulder, motionless and perfectly stable. He couldn't even lift him. Yi Sifeng exerted a little force, but he remained perfectly steady, stuck there as if glued to his feet. Okay. The next moment, a massive beam of light struck the two of them, disintegrating into tiny specks of golden light. In this world of golden light, Yi Sifeng saw a figure that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because they had lived together for thousands of years. Strange because his furry image had been so long, his vulnerable and adorable appearance ingrained in everyone's mind. Ing Fangxuan. Yi Sifeng called out with a smile, his mind filled with memories of him acting cute and adorable. Yeah. Before Yi Sifeng could scoff, Ing Fangxuan quickly agreed. Yi Sifeng suddenly didn't know what to say. The conversation was too familiar, so familiar that it reminded him of every moment in the world of cultivation. In the early morning training, in the afternoon battles, in the evenings after battles, when one needed healing and the other needed protection. Ing Fangxuan. Yeah. The intense interaction between them had made it so easy for them to understand each other with just a glance. How amazing. Yi Sifeng suddenly found it interesting again. Did other people's sworn enemies also get along this way? But looking at Ing Fangxuan, whose eyes were calm across from him, Yi Sifeng still didn't ask the question out loud. It felt a little awkward, as if it might hurt someone's feelings. Ing Fangxuan. Yi Sifeng couldn't help but call out again. Ing Fengshuan responded as he had every time before. The sky was filled with light, gradually seeping into their bodies. Their bodies were warm, and their vision was largely obscured by the golden light. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but reach out, wanting to pinch Ing Fengshuan's face, but his pinch missed. He then remembered that the condensed form wasn't Ing Fengshuan's body yet. His true form had only grown to that of a small beast. Ah! Yi Zifeng deliberately sighed deeply. Ing Fengshuan pursed his lips, then extended his hand. Yi Zifeng suppressed a smile, pausing for a second before reaching out. It felt slightly warm, like a breeze, but it barely had a shape. Okay. Yi Zifeng nodded seriously, pinched the warm breeze twice more, and then slowly lowered his hand. Amidst scattered golden light, Ing Fengshuan's humanoid figure vanished. The furry little beast darted out, colliding with Yi Zifeng's neck, then clinging to it unstoppably. Yi Zifeng made no response, but cheerfully opened the compass and began locating the new world. Spiritual energy flowed in along the compass's rotation, spinning rapidly. A subtle gravitational pull tugged at him. There it was, the new world. A strong pulling force reached him. Yi Zifeng passed through the edge of the world and reached his destination directly. It smells quite nice, like stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Yi Zifeng looked up at the dense forest and realized he seemed to have landed at the foot of a mountain. Not far away, people lived, and they were cooking. Yi Zifeng stepped out. The air was filled with the aroma of a bustling scene: stir-fried pork with chili peppers, tomato stew, and scrambled eggs with bitter melon. Everyone was making lunch. Yi Zifeng saw the village at the foot of the mountain. Under the bright sun, houses of different colors bustled together busily. It was cooking time, and countless smells blended together, forming a very unique, homely atmosphere. It wasn't unpleasant, and there was a distinct warmth to it. The smell signaled dinner time. On the well-ventilated hillside, Yi Zifeng sat down. He should eat too. Ing Fengshuan slowly floated out and followed him into the storage space. The last century had given him many specialties, including many delicacies, and Yi Zifeng selected some. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Yi Zifeng and Ing Fengshuan sat on the hillside, sampling each of the delicious dishes they had chosen. The sun hung high overhead, casting down a warm, radiant glow. In the warmth of their bodies, Yi Zifeng and Ing Fengshuan devoured everything. After cleansing himself with spiritual energy, Yi Zifeng stood up. Looking at the vibrant residence at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but wonder what crisis lay ahead in this world. It was so bustling, peaceful, and stable. The midday sun was blazing, but that level was perfectly normal. The breeze carried the aroma of food, the smell of fresh food, and the tang of moist earth. Not far away, workers, tools in hand, toiled under the scorching sun. Even when their bodies burned, they refused to rest. Their sweat dripped into the earth, making a crackling sound. Yi Zifeng could smell it, the scent of toiled sweat, and the less moist earth. The whole land was calm and quiet. Everything seemed so normal, as if there was no potential crisis. Chapter 144. Yi Zifeng took his first steps. The wind was filled with the smell of warm food, sweat, and the sun-baked earth. It wasn't too moist, but rather dry. Yi Zifeng reached the foot of the mountain, where people lived. Every household had its doors open, but no one lingered on the path. They were clearly at home having lunch, and only a few were still working in the fields nearby. It was a mountain village that wasn't too remote or too poor. Yi Zifeng turned his head and looked across at the stretch of cultivated land. This was clearly where the village was farming. Rows of rice seedlings grew vigorously, and the fields were well watered. Under the sun, the paddy field shimmered, seemingly innocuous. But it was only as if. If Yi Zifeng were just an ordinary human cultivator in the world of cultivation, he certainly wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. But he wasn't. The world of cultivation is one of survival of the fittest, and spiritual plants are generally the weakest. Many human cultivators, upon hearing that a rare spiritual plant had emerged and transformed into a spirit, would roar with joy, believing it a heaven-sent opportunity. They would then rush forward with all their possessions and blood, eager to slay this rare spiritual plant. But Yi Zifeng survived. He had survived crisis after crisis, withstood round after round of covetousness, and successfully rose from a weak seedling to a powerful force. He and his equally grown nemesis now held sway in a vast, dense forest, awe-inspiring them all. He had a keen sense of the environment, and an even stronger sense of the plant surroundings. There was something wrong with this paddy field, or rather, with the very soil beneath his feet. It's hard to describe the feeling. Although he couldn't tell from their appearance, he knew the soil had been tampered with. Yi Zifeng looked at the increasingly bustling country road. After a moment's thought, he decided not to hide, but to slightly conceal his features. Pretending to be a college student arriving with a backpack, he eagerly struck up a conversation with the villagers, asking if they'd seen any strangers recently. When they replied negatively, he nodded, saying that this was perfect. He wanted to start a business here, but was worried about competition. Now, no one was better, no competitors. The villagers' expressions varied, as they hesitated to speak, but eventually turned to words of advice. Young man, you need to be cautious about starting a business. There aren't many of us here, just elderly people. We just go to the market to buy whatever we want. You need to be cautious about starting a business. The villagers' faces were torn, feeling they had made it clear enough, but the college student nodded innocently, saying he was just about to start a business at the market. This is fine. You could give it a try. Yi Zifeng smiled politely, his college-age self, and then left, leaving the villager standing there, bewildered. Yi Zifeng, channeling his college-age persona, wandered through the village. The atmosphere was clearly positive. Upon seeing a stranger enter, their first reaction wasn't wariness but curiosity, as if they were trying to guess who he was. Some enthusiastic women even approached him, asking if he had lost his way. Yi Zifeng responded politely, and after a quick look around, he had an idea. He found a secluded spot and stepped into the spirit beast space. Soil. There are some spirit beasts related to soil. Yi Zifeng stood in the spirit beast space, gazing at the fertile soil beneath his feet. He radiated his spiritual energy to sense the movement beneath the ground, and sure enough, there were some. The earthworms that silently burrowed through the forests of the cultivation world were now active in the soil of the spirit beast space. Fangxuan was truly capable. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but turn and glance at him. In that breathtaking moment of the cultivation world's collapse, he had not only exploded himself, but also packed up the spirit beasts, even those in the ground, completely stashed away within the spirit beast space. Perhaps Fangxuan understood his gaze. His eyes drifted, his figure blurred, and he swayed to his shoulder, resting there like a little bird. Okay. Yi Zifeng, putting Fangxuan out of his mind, brought his fingers together in front of him, and radiated his spiritual energy through his fingertips. He closed his eyes, and sensed the entire soil of the spirit beast space. Active earth dragons. Cultivation world earthworms. Okay, Yi Zifeng withdrew his hand. There were plenty, but distributing them across the country was clearly impossible. He'd have to find another way. Yi Zifeng reached out and pinched the fur on the shoulder, lifting him up and looking into Fangxuan's eyes. You call your people and gather them all in this plot of land. The cultivation world earthworms from all the spirit beast spaces had gathered. Although invisible to the naked eye, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the soil and Fangxuan's proud expression, which seemed to be seeking praise, indicated that all the earthworms in the entire space were beneath this plot of land. Okay. Yi Zifeng entered the storage space and fiddled around to find the right tools. Combining the science and technology he'd learned in his previous life, he quickly enclosed the entire plot of land, pouring spiritual energy into it. The entire building was flowing with spiritual energy. The earthworms underground, perhaps having received instructions, were huddling quietly, not daring to cross the boundary. Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction. He only needed to wait a little longer before he could start his own business at the market. Yi Zifeng glanced at Fangxuan, who was suddenly seeking praise again, and touched him twice as a gesture of encouragement. Setting up the stall. The sun had just risen, and the morning air smelled crisp and refreshing, with a cool breeze. The villagers coming and going, all dressed in warm clothes, carrying baskets of vegetables on their arms, bustled through the market. Young man, what are you selling? Is that black stuff cow dung? Yi Zifeng offered a polite smile. Of course not. I'm selling the latest nutrient soil. Whether you're growing vegetables or grains, just sprinkle a little on them, and they grow better than before. Want to try? 88 a bag. Since you're our first customer, and you look so friendly, I give you 18. You're a real salesperson, young man. 88 a bag? I think it's actually 18. You're just trying to make me happy. The aunt beamed. Although she was reluctant to part with 18 yuan, the sight of the handsome, fair-skinned young man made her unable to walk. Yi Zifeng didn't rush her, remaining calm and smiling. Hey! Give me a bag. Young man, are you sure this will work? I can't let my money go to waste. The aunt gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and made an impulse purchase. Don't worry, it definitely work. If it doesn't, just come find me. I've been setting up shop here lately. Yi Zifeng pulled out a plastic bag, and slowly shoveled the black dirt from the stall into it. Okay, then you have to come every day. If it doesn't work, I find you. The ant took the bag. My last name is Lee. You can just call me Aunt Lee. Yi Zifeng nodded with a smile, indicating he understood. Aunt Lee kept looking back as she carried her things, and before she knew it, she was home. She neatly put the items in her basket away, and only then, as she carried the large bag of black mud, did she realize what she had spent 18 yuan on. 18 yuan. The latest nutrient soil. Regardless of whether it was reliable or not, she had no use for it. The rice in the field was growing well, and the sweet potatoes in the vegetable patch had just been fertilized. This 18 yuan bag of nutrient soil had done absolutely nothing, except for a few more words with the handsome young man. But since she had already bought it, it was impossible to just throw it away. After some thought, Aunt Lee placed the bag of black stuff on the ground. She'd see what happened later. Who knew when she'd need it? The sun was rising higher, and Aunt Lee had finished cooking and set the dishes on the table. The family was almost home. Mom, what's for lunch today? Are you having pork ribs, lotus root, and red date soup? The daughter dropped her school bag as she entered the room and rushed straight to the dining table. Yeah, we have. I love you so much, Mom. The third-grade girl exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen to wash her hands. After a quick scramble, she was already seated at the table, ready to eat once everyone arrived. Soon, her husband returned, and the three of them happily ate. The little daughter devoured the rice and pork ribs with relish. My husband also said he liked all the dishes today, especially the stir-fried sweet potato leaves, which were refreshing, tender, and incredibly fragrant. It must have been hard work to peel this. If it's too much trouble, I won't buy it next time, the husband advised as they ate. It's certainly hard work. Just eat less and let me eat more. Aunt Lee laughed heartily. Yeah, fine. The husband dejectedly turned his chopsticks away and picked up something else to eat. Eat yours. You can peel it next time. Aunt Lee handed over a large piece of sweet potato leaves. I didn't want to buy them, but they looked so tender. I don't buy them often anyway, so I just eat them. Hee hee. Aunt Lee's husband laughed. The family of three enjoyed their meal happily. The daughter kept saying how happy she was, and how much she loved her mom. The husband also praised his wife for her good shopping, and the hard work she put into cooking. Aunt Lee, increasingly delighted by the praise, recounted her journey to the market, from buying fresh tofu at the beginning, to selecting the right spare ribs, and finally, buying the tenderest handful of sweet potato sprouts. Aunt Lee put down her bowl and waved her hand. So I was getting ready to go back, and then I saw this handsome young man. He was alone at the market, setting up a stall, his stall as black as cow dung. How could I, a kind-hearted person like me, let him go home empty-handed? I immediately rushed over and bought a bag of soil. Aunt Lee strode to the corner of the living room and snatched up the bag of soil. Look! This is the latest nutrient soil. The young man said that no matter what you plant, just sprinkle it in, and it will grow better than before. Wow! The daughter cheered and clapped, feeling that her mother was dazzling. Huh? The husband held a bowl, his mouth wide open. Aunt Lee suddenly realized what was happening. She was so proud that she accidentally said something unnatural in front of her husband, who had been farming for many years, and revealed that she only bought things because of his good looks. Don't disbelieve me. Even though you've been farming in the countryside for so many years, your eye for new things isn't as good as mine. This bag is the latest nutrient soil I've seen online. Aunt Lee patted her chest. Well, so that's how it is, haha. Aunt Lee's husband quickly took 2 mouthfuls of rice, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. The other party didn't believe it. Aunt Lee, who had been married for many years, immediately noticed this. Don't believe me? Who am I? How could I buy something useless? Just try it and you see. I happen to have 2 rotten pots in the kitchen. Plant the garlic on the ground in them. I show you, an old, backward man, what the latest nutrient soil is. Well, okay. Aunt Lee's husband took 2 more mouthfuls of rice, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 145. But what kind of person is Aunt Lee? Seeing her lack of faith, she suddenly became excited. Her original 3-point trust turned into 7-point certainty. She immediately patted her chest and declared that this bag of nutrient soil would definitely work. Wow, Mom is amazing. The youngest daughter was full of trust and clapped her hands in encouragement. Well, actually, I don't disbelieve it either. Aunt Lee's husband mumbled, but gradually lowered his voice under Aunt Lee's sharp gaze. Actually, it's okay to give it a try. Aunt Lee's husband quickly changed his tune. Although I haven't heard much about it, the world is full of wonders. Maybe this is the latest invention. Aunt Lee was now satisfied. Looking at her supportive daughter and her husband's approving face, she suddenly felt moved again. You know what? That vendor is so handsome. The best-looking guy in the area. If I wasn't in a hurry to make lunch, I'd really like to stay a little longer and buy him a dozen or so bags. Wow. Handsome guy. The daughter clapped excitedly. Ahem. Aunt Lee's husband coughed in warning. Aunt Lee changed the subject. I mean, this guy is so handsome, his stuff must be good. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to rely on his looks alone to make money, like those big stars in TV dramas, right? Wow, Mom is so smart. The daughter is a perpetual fan. Aunt Lee's husband was speechless. What else could he say? They've been married for so many years. Didn't he already know his wife's personality? You guys eat first. I go plant the garlic. It's sure to be useful. You can just wait and enjoy the garlic shoots. Then we stir-fry them with the bacon. It'd be delicious. Aunt Lee unstoppably set out to plant garlic, patting her chest in front of her family's gaze, promising them it would definitely work. Her daughter, as usual, was a fan, and her husband had long since grown accustomed to it. The family was perfectly cooperative, enthusiastically examining the garlic in the pots during the day, remarking on how nutritious the soil must be since it was so dark. They watered the plants thoroughly before bed at night, carefully irrigating them according to the amount the garlic needed. Their focus was on diligent cooperation and perseverance. Mom, I feel like the garlic is about to sprout. Aunt Lee's daughter carefully poured water into the pots, using a toothbrush cup, her face serious. I think so too. Aunt Lee moved the pots to the balcony, no longer particularly concerned with whether the garlic sprouted. Life is so full of so many things, so diverse, that the quality of an 18 yuan bag of nutrient soil is no longer of great importance. But tomorrow's market day. I wonder if the young man selling the soil is still there. I go ask him how to use it. Maybe we just don't know how. Aunt Lee said casually. You've been farming for so many years, and you don't even know how to grow garlic. Her husband replied silently from the living room. You're so unreasonable. Times are changing, don't you understand? Aunt Lee squatted down to take a look at the flower pot. The damp soil was fluffy and warm, and it really had the air of nutrient soil. It felt rich and elegant, and 18 yuan a bag was worth it. I go check it out tomorrow. Aunt Lee made up her mind, went to sleep with this thought in mind, and got up promptly at 7:30 the next day. After a quick wash, she grabbed her vegetable basket and headed to the market. Aunt Lee, would you like a wild grass cart? Come back later, I'm busy right now. Aunt Lee promised. Tofu, freshwater tofu. Aunt Lee, would you like to buy some to make some soup? Wait a minute. I'd buy it when I get back. Just save 2 pieces for me. Aunt Lee passed stall after stall without looking away, weaving in and out of the dense crowd until she finally stopped at the end. Yi Sifeng was still setting up his stall, or more accurately, a stall that no one was visiting. The first 18 yuan spot had already been sold, and the rest were all 88 yuan a pack, but no one was buying. In a market with good quality and low prices, not many people would even ask and then leave. Purely uninvited. Even those who came to the market early in the morning to ask questions were few and far between, because most people who came early in the morning had presbyopia and could barely see faces. Hey young man, do you still remember me? I bought a bag of nutrient soil from you last time, and I've already started using it. It's working great. I knew it was good stuff, black and shiny. I'm here to buy 2 more bags. Aunt Lee beamed, her excellent eyesight making her smile whenever she saw Yi Sifeng. She quickly bought 2 more bags of nutrient soil, and naturally settled down in front of the stall to chat. Aunt Lee was a great chatterbox, chatting about everything from the national situation to which stall in the market had the best deals. She was so excited and eloquent that Yi Sifeng couldn't help but remind her that it was time to buy groceries. Oh, it's almost noon. Aunt Lee slapped her thigh, hurriedly said goodbye to Yi Sifeng's stall, and quickly left to buy groceries. After buying groceries, Aunt Lee returned home, packed her things, and looked at the 2 bags of nutrient soil, which cost 88 yuan, and fell silent for a moment. Even someone as confident as her would have doubted herself after buying a bag of so-called nutritional soil for 88 yuan at the village market. Oh, how could this be? Aunt Lee felt a little annoyed, but the thought of the stall owner's handsome, young face instantly soothed her. He's so handsome, he could be a celebrity. Now, for just 100 yuan, he could have a close chat, plus get some nutritional soil as a gift. It was a steal, no matter how you looked at it. Aunt Lee's confidence returned, and she gave up the idea of hiding the 2 bags of nutritional soil. She displayed them openly in the living room, so her family would see them as soon as they returned. Aunt Lee's daughter asked first, "Mom, what is this?" "It's just that kind of nutritional soil. I think it's great, so I bought 2 more." Aunt Lee was very nonchalant. Adults' attitudes easily rub off on children, so her daughter nodded and said nothing, thinking it was a perfectly normal thing. Aunt Lee's husband was the third to return. He looked at the 2 bags of black mud in the living room and said nothing. He simply fell silent, as if abandoned. His dejection was evident in his demeanor. "I'm truly impressed by you. I've been married to you for years, and you're still messing around like this. I really think you're a good person, but why don't you believe me?" Aunt Lee's face was filled with pain, as if she'd been wronged. Her husband was still dejected, and even more so. His expression was gloomy, as he went to the kitchen to get food. He even sat in the far corner of the table while eating, not even picking up any food. "I'm truly impressed by you. You don't believe me." Aunt Lee's face was filled with frustration, and she wasn't even in a hurry to eat. The daughter ate her food while glancing left and right. No matter how many times she looked, she was still impressed by her parents' performance. "Just wait. You don't believe me. I prove it to you right now." Aunt Lee's acting suddenly took off, and she rushed to the balcony with her acting skills on full blast. Just as she was about to dig out the garlic bulb, she suddenly noticed a small green sprout emerging from it. Her hand stopped abruptly. "Huh?" She touched it gently. It was soft and tender, just like a newly sprouted seedling. It hadn't been there this morning. Garlic usually takes about 2 weeks to sprout, and it's only been 2 days. Aunt Lee frowned, suddenly feeling that things weren't going as she'd imagined. Although she loved to act out her feelings, and her cheerful family was there to play along, she still had some basic common sense. No matter how nutritious the soil, or the fertilizer, could make garlic sprout in just 2 days when it takes 2 weeks to sprout. It wasn't just a matter of whether it could be done or not. It was simply unreasonable. "What's wrong, honey? Why are you silent?" Aunt Lee's husband also pulled himself out of his act and came to the balcony, squinting at the pot of soil in Aunt Lee's hand. "What is this? Could it be garlic sprouts?" "Probably." Aunt Lee was a little unsure, but looking at the tender seedlings in her hands, she couldn't deny it outright. "Maybe they sprouted a little when I planted them? Now that they're soil, they're just growing along with it." "No, the ones that sprouted earlier were eaten a long time ago, and these haven't sprouted at all." "Then, well, Aunt Lee stuttered. 2 thoughts tossed back and forth. One moment she thought this might be cutting-edge high-tech nutrient soil. The next she thought it couldn't possibly be in a small village market. "Wow! They're growing so fast! Can we eat garlic sprouts tomorrow?" The daughter also came out onto the balcony, looking at the tiny green shoots in the pot with great admiration. Aunt Lee didn't know what to say, but seeing her husband and daughter's gaze, she said what she always did. "It should be. Okay. I pick some tomorrow and stir-fry them with bacon. They should be quite delicious." They actually ate them. Early the next morning, Aunt Lee fell silent as she watched the garlic leaves, 2 palms long, sprout in the pot. She frantically calculated the days, until she could buy the nutrient soil. After checking again and again, she realized it seemed like only 3 days had passed. 3 days, 72 hours. Normally, no matter what you plant, not even a shadow of a thing would grow. But now the garlic has been planted. Little shoots sprouted last night, and today the leaves are already standing tall. Clearly, they can be stir-fried and eaten. Is this normal? This must be abnormal. Aunt Lee's mind raced, thinking. I thought about the GMO commercials I'd heard before, and for a moment I thought about the young man selling nutrient soil. Tall, thin, young, and handsome. A man like that wouldn't be selling something harmful. It wouldn't make any money, and the risks were high. There was absolutely no need. Aunt Lee began to pinch the garlic leaves. With 2 snaps, they all snapped off in her hand. And I don't know if it was her imagination, but she felt the garlic leaves were incredibly fragrant. How could I describe it? It was as if these garlic leaves, soaked in sunshine and rain, had grown in the happiest land, becoming the very form they most desired. It was fragrant and refreshing. Even pinching it between my fingernails didn't sting, and it felt refreshingly cool. GMO, handsome young man, handsome young man. 2 ideas battled in Aunt Lee's mind, but in the end, the tall, thin, young, and handsome young man emerged victorious. Aunt Lee simply rinsed the garlic leaves in clean water, then neatly sliced them into thin strips on the chopping board. Then she went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out the bacon she'd brought from her hometown for the Lunar New Year, sliced it, and placed it on the chopping board. Aunt Lee sliced carefully, her mouth watering as she breathed in the fresh aroma of the garlic sprouts and the smoky bacon in her hands, thinking about what dish she'd be cooking. She added a little lard and the bacon, stirring constantly until she had the desired texture. She didn't even need to add salt, as the bacon had its own salty flavor. Once it was almost done, Adley added the thinly shredded garlic leaves. Wow! The aroma filled the kitchen. The refreshing aroma of the garlic leaves mixed with the smoky, salty flavor of the bacon was mouth-watering. All she could think about was pairing it with white rice and devouring 3 bowls. Adley quickly opened the kitchen window wider to let the aroma out, which only made her feel better. Oh my god, this smells so good. GMO, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts. The two things battled in her mind again, but in the end, the refreshing, salty, and fragrant stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts emerged victorious. And so it was served. Mom, are these the little garlic we planted on the balcony? The daughter, who had no particular interest in plant growth cycles, was simply delighted. Yes, wait a moment, let your dad have a taste first. Adley swallowed, but caution prevailed. Gulp. Adley's husband swallowed, not sure if it was from nervousness or greed, then reached out for his chopsticks and shakily picked up a piece of bacon and put it into his mouth. The fat was rich and tender, while the lean meat was salty and fragrant. The combination of these two flavors wasn't at all greasy, thanks to a fragrant and refreshing herbal flavor. The more you chewed, the more delicious it became, the more juicy it was, the more the flavors of the fat and the herbal blended perfectly. Fragrant. Purely fragrant. Adley's husband couldn't resist taking a bite of his rice, then he took 2 slices of bacon and a piece of garlic leaf, chewing them, his mouth full of delicious flavor. Eat it. Why aren't you eating? It's delicious, there's absolutely no problem. Adley's husband spoke without stopping, his cautious demeanor cast aside. The family of 3 began to eat. Outside the window, the sun gradually set, the world looked dim and yellow, the blue of the night gradually tinged the sky. A cool breeze blew in from the balcony, through the living room, and onto the dining table of the family of 3. Mom, this is so delicious. I love bacon. The youngest daughter was still the ultimate cheerleader. During Chinese New Year, you said you hated bacon. Do you remember that time at my second grandfather's house? No. I love bacon the most. Hee hee. And I love garlic sprouts the most. The aroma from the dinner table wafted onto the open street, and passers-by couldn't help but chat. Why are these garlic leaves so fragrant? Are my garlic sprouts getting worse day by day? Even the garlic sprouts aren't crispy anymore. They're just limp when I pick them, not fragrant at all. Chapter 146. Adley and her family devoured their meal with relish, not even raising their heads. No one dared to speak, fearing they would miss out on a couple of bites with their chopsticks. That would be such a shame. The living room was silent, save for the faint sounds of the family eating. The people outside seemed to be talking excitedly, suddenly raising their voices. The plants aren't growing well. I watered and fertilized them every step of the way. Wang Zai, the guy who sold me the seeds, is making a dirty profit. He got this rubbish garlic from nowhere, and just sold it to me. Really? My mom said my radishes aren't doing well this year. I wonder if they bought it. Of course they are. How could such good vegetables not grow well? We go talk to him later. We make him pay for it. I go too, but my spinach isn't doing well this year either. Once I bought it too, right? No, I bought the spinach online. That's normal if you buy it online. The quality isn't good online. And Wang Zai, who's been running a shop for so many years, can't be good for selling inferior seeds. Let's go together. He's going to pay me back. He sold me such rubbish garlic. If he wasn't so ruthless, I'd be eating garlic sprouts and bacon fried with bacon just as delicious as this one. The 3 people inside were stunned. Chewing on their garlic sprouts and bacon fried with bacon, they suddenly realized the person outside was talking about their family. The people outside were still talking. It smells really good. Yeah, if I didn't know this family, I'd just walk in. It smells so good. I know them. This is Aunt Lee's house. She even held me when I was a kid. The voices were getting closer, and the 3 of them sitting at the dinner table realized at the same time that the 2 people talking outside were about to come in. There was a second's pause at the table. Then 3 pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached into the bowls and began picking up food. In 3 seconds, the stir-fried pork and garlic sprouts were completely devoured, and someone else poked their head in from outside. Adley, are you eating? Hey, Chiangzi. I'm eating right now. Would you like some? Adley looked down at the table, her expression aghast at the lack of food. Then, A smooth apology slipped in. Sorry, Jiangzi, this dish is all gone. How about I make you something? You just sit and wait. No, I just came to say hello. The young man who poked his head out, Jiangzi, waved his hands frantically. You're kidding. How dare he agree? It would be a shame to say yes. What's up? Why don't you sit outside for a while? I only have 2 mouthfuls of rice left. I'd be right over to talk to you. Adley promptly sent Jiangzi out, then sat back on her stool and began to eat. The rice in her bowl, mixed with the salty, fragrant bacon, was incredibly fragrant, and the garlic leaves, a touch of genius, were incredibly refreshing. The perfect sweetness emanated from the chewing, creating an irresistible aroma. Delicious, delicious. The family of 3 began to eat again, and the words they had been about to say were silenced by the delicious food. For a moment, the table returned to silence, until Aunt Lee's daughter's small bowl of rice was finished first. Mom, it's delicious. She wanted more. Aunt Lee and her husband remained silent, still devouring their food. Mom, there were 2 people talking outside just now. How come only one older brother came in? The 3rd-grade girl, uninstructed, changed the subject. Well, Aunt Lee swallowed the last bite of her meal, finally free to speak. The other person should wait outside. Oh. The younger daughter nodded. Aunt Lee put down her bowl and chopsticks and walked out. Outside was the living room, where Jiangzi sat obediently. The other person, who hadn't come in, was lingering at her door. Oh, Jiangzi, you've been waiting for a long time. It's all my fault for eating so slowly. What do you want to talk to me about? Did your mother send you? Aunt Lee activated her social profile. No. Jiangzi stood up quickly. Well, I was passing by your house, and I thought this dish you cooked was delicious. Jiangzi, who was about 16 or 17, stuttered. I'm not saying I want to eat it. I just want to know, who cooked it, or where did you buy these garlic sprouts? I want to take some home too. Well, Aunt Lee smiled. I didn't buy this. I grew them myself. If I had extra, I'd pick a couple for you, but they just started growing today, so I'm cooking them up for one meal. Oh, okay. I'd be leaving then. Jiangzi, clearly lacking social skills, quickly stood up. Hey! Aunt Lee suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, Auntie? Jiangzi, who had already taken 3 steps outside, turned back. Actually, Aunt Lee couldn't help but say, looking at Jiangzi, who, despite his age, still resembled a child, this garlic here is just regular garlic, but I added a little extra fertilizer when I planted it. If you're interested, you can try it. It works quite well. Thank you, Auntie. What kind of fertilizer is it? I tell Mom when the time comes. Aunt Lee pondered what to say. This fertilizer is sold at the market, on the corner just before the first turn. A handsome young man sells it. But the price? What's the price? Jiangzi asked casually. Aunt Lee thought for a moment, and decided to embellish it as best she could. If more people bought it, the young man would probably make more money, right? The price is a little higher than regular fertilizer, but it's genuine, and the things grown are incredibly delicious. Take, for example, the garlic sprouts I grew today and stir-fried with bacon. Isn't it delicious? Aunt Lee's confidence grew stronger as she spoke. The reality was clear. Bacon had never been so glorious. It was so fragrant. Fragrant? Jiangzi nodded vigorously. Of course it is. If you want it, just go to the market and buy it. Don't say I don't share my goodies with you. Thank you, Auntie. Jiangzi left content. Aunt Lee stood in the hall, listening to the faint conversation outside. You're so stupid. It must have been a trap. How can there be such a potent fertilizer? Haven't you been educated? It's not scientific at all. But Aunt Lee told me. She's definitely trying to fool you. The voice faded away. Aunt Lee, unsure of what to think, simply closed the door. The kitchen dishes were already washed, and her daughter had already left for school. Aunt Lee walked out onto the balcony, lost in thought as she watched the seedlings emerge from the flower pots. Growing again? Is this normal? The tangled web of scientific genetic modification technology swirled through her mind, but in the end, the fragrant garlic sprouts and bacon won out. Never mind. Something this delicious couldn't possibly harm her. Aunt Lee had a life of smooth sailing. God must be kind to her. The seedlings in the pots were tender, yet still looked strong and healthy. Thinking of the garlic sprouts and bacon stir-fried with bacon she had for lunch today, Aunt Lee couldn't help but salivate again. I eat them again tomorrow. So delicious. Even on the other side, Jiangzi had already arrived at the market. It was afternoon, so any stalls would have dispersed long ago, but he just had an argument and was still furious. Thinking of the stall Atli had mentioned, he ran straight over to see. There was actually someone there. Xiangzi, who had already prepared himself for a disappointing run, was stunned. At the very front corner sat a young man in white clothes, incredibly handsome. How had he not noticed the handsome man squatting there when he went to the market this morning? He didn't seem to have any impression of him. Xiangzi walked slowly forward, only remembering he was here to buy something when he was called. He looked down and saw piles of black stuff on the stall that looked like dirt. Hello. What is this? It doesn't look like fertilizer. Did I come to the wrong place? Fertilizer? Yi Zifeng quickly realized, that's about right. This is the latest nutrient soil developed by scientists. It works great as fertilizer. Yi Zifeng smiled. Atli referred you here, right? We're giving you a discount as a regular customer. Originally 88 per bag, I give you 66. How many bags do you want? Xiangzi was sweating profusely. 66 was too much. He could still find some money for 6.6, but 66 was really too much. Xiangzi reached into his pocket, felt around for the coins, and looked at the handsome stall owner in front of him. Can I buy some? A little? The handsome stall owner seemed a little shocked. Just weigh a little for me. Xiangzi's mind raced, trying to recall his mother's bargaining. I don't need that much. I try weighing a little first. If it works, I come back and buy. The stall owner seemed to accept this. He turned around, pulled out a scale from somewhere, and shoveled a handful of money onto the scale in a formal manner. Exactly 10 yuan. The handsome stall owner looked serious, adding a little more with the shovel. Here you go. Xiangzi then took out all his belongings and handed over 10 yuan. The bag felt so light, and as he walked down the street, Xiangzi didn't notice anything. But it wasn't until they were almost home that he realized just how outrageous his purchase had been. 10 yuan, a full 10 yuan, for a tiny bit of light, loose mud. But Atli said it was excellent fertilizer, and the mud vendor was incredibly handsome. It must be something. Xiangzi tried to reassure himself, but the bag he was carrying felt so light it wouldn't convince him. You're back? Wash your hands and eat. I haven't seen you all day. I might as well pack up and go to work. As his mother grumbled as she filled his lunch, Xiangzi couldn't help but hide the bag behind him. What are you holding? My mother's eyes were sharp. This. I dug it up on the road. I saw the mud was shiny black, so I scooped up a little to pour on our vegetables later. Xiangzi stuttered. You're so full and have nothing to do. Mom's scolding quieted down a bit. Hee. Knowing it was over, Xiangzi quickly put the bag behind the door. After a moment's thought, he warned Mom, don't throw it away. I've been digging for ages. Whatever. Just clean it up after dinner. Okay. It fell into the vegetable garden. Xiangzi stood in his own field, shaking the mud from the light plastic bag onto the ground bit by bit, his confidence wavering. No, this doesn't look right at all. The best fertilizer? Doesn't fertilizer come in sacks? Like those round, white pellets? Xiangzi shook the loose mud from the bag as he walked. His main goal was to give every vegetable in the garden a little. It might sound absurd, but since he'd already bought it, it wouldn't be good to be partial. He'd give every vegetable a little. But while the idea was beautiful, his wallet wasn't doing so well. The small handful of mud he'd bought for 10 yuan only managed to shake up 1 furrow of soil. Even if he'd been frugal, his wallet was still empty. Looking at the radish patch, now lightly covered with a thin layer of loose soil, Xiangzi tiptoed out of the vegetable garden. For some reason, he felt a pang of guilt, afraid his mother would catch him and question him, and he'd accidentally spill the beans about spending 10 yuan on a small handful of black soil. So be it. Regardless of whether it worked, he'd used it. Atli wouldn't have cheated him, would she? Even if it didn't work, it might just be because he didn't have enough money, and didn't shake out enough. Xiangzi pondered this as he walked home, avoiding his mother, who was chatting on the first floor. He tiptoed upstairs, pulled out his phone, and started playing games. On the morning of the third day, Xiangzi was enjoying his game when he suddenly heard an argument downstairs. You damned old bastard. How dare you bully us, an orphan and a widow? I'm going to fight you today. Mom's voice. Xiangzi threw down his phone and rushed downstairs. As soon as he emerged, he saw his mother, holding a hatchet and shouting at him with a show of force. How shameless can you be? You're stealing radishes from our orphan and widow's garden. Are you so poor you can't even afford to eat? Just tell me. I even let you pick a couple. But you're so shameless. You're stealing with a cart. You don't even think about saving our orphan and widow's life. You're so heartless and heartless. You're stealing with a cart. What were you thinking? My vegetable garden is your back kitchen. Take as much as you want. Are you just here to buy the goods? Mom was full of energy, swinging her hatchet. The man at the counter lowered his head, looking at his feet, silent. It took a long time for him to utter a single word. I'm sorry, Jiangxi's mom. I was possessed by a ghost. I found a radish next to your field the other day. I stewed it with pork ribs, and it was delicious and juicy. My own radishes are shrunken like firewood this year, and I was possessed by a ghost. Humph. You're so unbridled. White radishes, big white radishes, who hasn't eaten them? At the market, they're all you can eat for 2 yuan a pound. And you had to steal mine. My mom clearly didn't believe me. At this remark, he swung his hatchet and twitched his lips. Stop talking. Just call the police. Otherwise, you think anyone can come and mess with my house? They're bringing carts of radishes, thinking we're easy prey, aren't they? This. The man on the other end was clearly panicking, and his speech was incoherent, as if he hadn't even considered this situation. I'm so sorry, Jiangxi's mother. I've been possessed by the devil. How about this? You name a price, and I take it as buying this cart of radishes, okay? Of course not. Huh? Jiangxi's mother was momentarily taken aback. Jiangxi, standing behind her, suddenly realized that his mother had initially thought the man was trying to return the radishes, but hadn't actually paid for them. It's amazing that these days, someone would actually come into someone else's vegetable garden in broad daylight with a cart. And even after being caught, they'd still want to buy them. How outrageous. Wait. Jiangxi's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of him shaking dirt from the radish patch 3 days ago. Radishes? Chapter 147. Mom. You can't sell this. These radishes are mine. I've worked so hard to take care of them. You absolutely can't just sell them like this. Jiangxi quickly reached out. Mom glanced at him, as if wondering when he'd even taken such pains to care for them. But in front of everyone, she said nothing. Instead, she swung her hatchet and continued shouting at the other end. What do I need from you? Stealing is stealing. You're acting like I'm selling you radishes. Don't bother saying anything. I'm calling the police straight away. Just wait for them to come and catch you. There are still people stealing radishes these days. It's crazy, Mom muttered, but her movements didn't stop. She explained the situation to the police and put down the phone in one go. Before Jiangxi could react, the call was over. Oh, look at this. What a mess it has become. The person on the other end seemed helpless, sighing and pounding his leg. You, a carrot thief, have the nerve to say that. You're so shameless. Jiangxi's mother's eyes widened. Ah, sister. The carrot thief seemed to accept reality. He sighed and lowered his head, his tone becoming sincere. This is all my fault. I was obsessed with it, and let my greed get the better of me. I'm not saying you were wrong to call the police, but I just didn't expect things to get this far. I was so short-sighted. It's good that you know. Jiangxi's mother didn't soften her tone at all. The carrot thief seemed to have accepted his fate, and suddenly took a deep breath. So this carrot. Can you sell it to me? Jiangxi smacked his lips. Oh no, they were coming for his carrot. Seeing his mother lapse into silence, Jiangxi quickly reached out to pull. No! Don't sell them all to him. These aren't just any radishes. No! His mother shook Jiangxi's hand off, not even turning back. I don't need your little money. If everyone comes to steal from my house, and then asks to pay, how can I survive? Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the man on the other side still a little restless, he mustered up the courage to rush forward and, braving the odds, pushed the cart full of radishes. I keep it for safekeeping, so the police don't destroy the evidence. The man on the other side seemed to fall silent, but his mother quickly supported him. My son did the right thing. Just wait here, so you don't have to worry about those 2 radishes from someone else's house. This. Ugh. The man on the other side looked genuinely remorseful, at least much more intense than before. Jiangxi stood there, looking at the dozen or so large radishes in the cart, his curiosity piqued. Radishes. Fertilizer. Garlic sprouts. Passing by Aunt Lee's house, that alluring, salty aroma was unforgettable. Aunt Lee said garlic sprouts were grown with this fertilizer. Now that he had spread this huge cart of radishes, wouldn't they be just as perfectly tempting? Jiangxi looked up. My mother was still confronting someone up ahead, but she was silent, standing there menacingly. The radish thief cowered, clearly accepting his fate. And this cart of radishes. Jiangxi glanced left and right, making sure no one was paying attention. He bent down slightly, and casually picked a radish from the cart that was less covered in mud. He wiped it gently on his clothes and then took a bite. Crunch. It was crisp and tender, juicy, and completely devoid of the characteristic pungent smell of raw radish. Instead, it had a refreshing flavor. The combination of the crisp texture and the abundant juice made it incredibly refreshing, juicy, and incredibly addictive. Crunch, crunch. Xiangzi couldn't stop eating. The crunching sound was distinct in the silent air, successfully attracting the attention of his mother and the radish thief, who were currently confronting each other. "Why are you eating?" My mother looked confused, and after a long pause, she managed only to utter, "Aren't raw radishes spicy?" "No." Xiangzi continued to crunch. "It's delicious. It's like radish-flavored sugarcane, sweet and crunchy, not at all harsh." "Didn't eat lunch today?" My mother frowned fiercely, clearly not taking his words seriously, assuming he was starving. "Eat it. It's not that I'm hungry. It's that this radish is really delicious. Tender, fragrant, crispy, and refreshing. Mom, don't disbelieve me, just try it and you know." Xiangzi picked up a radish and held it out. "I won't taste it." Xiangzi's mother turned away. I try it, I try it." The old man who stole the radish held out both hands to take it. Xiangzi, caught off guard, let go. Crunch, crunch. Watching the man already munching on the radish, Xiangzi was at a loss for words. Xiangzi's mother was also stunned. Seeing the man so engrossed in chewing a large white radish, she was so angry that she couldn't even think about it. Goodness. In this day and age, there are still people who chew radishes so vigorously. Could they be so starving that they steal them? Crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch. The son also began to nibble. The two sounds, one on each side, intertwined in Xiangzi's mother's ears, a truly three-dimensional melody. "Mom, try it. I'm not saying it's anything but crisp, tender, juicy, and sweet. It feels like an upgraded radish, incredibly addictive." Xiangzi's mother also began to nibble. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, or perhaps the sight of two people simultaneously chewing on the radish was too disorienting. Plus, since her son had already handed her the radish, she was afraid that if she didn't reach out, the thief would grab it again. It was crisp, juicy, and had a very subtle sweetness. It didn't feel like an ordinary radish, but rather like some unfamiliar new variety. Xiangzi's mother was stunned. Crunch. She took a bite, savoring the distinct radish flavor. "Did I buy the wrong one? Is this a fruit radish?" "I don't know," Xiangzi replied casually, then suddenly remembered the fertilizer he'd spread. Maybe something changed as they grew. Crunch. The three of them stood at the corner of the house, chewing on radishes, nibbling arm-sized radishes from large to small. Feeling her full stomach, Xiangzi's mother's anger faded for a moment. "TSK, you're such a..." Watching the radish thief's submissive demeanor return after finishing his radish, Xiangzi's mother frowned, but remained silent. "How about this? You just took a radish from me. 200 yuan, and I let you off with that." "Hey!" The radish thief nodded quickly, and as he took out the money, he suddenly asked, "Can I buy another one? Give me another 200 yuan and I buy another." As if realizing he was being a bit abrupt, the gray-haired uncle rubbed his head. "The main thing is, we bought some spare ribs today, and I need a radish to make some soup with." Xiangzi's mother rolled her eyes, and was about to say, "How many radishes can you buy with 200 yuan? Why would I have to steal from her?" But then the crisp, sweet, and tender radish she had just eaten left her speechless again. "Okay, I give you two. Give me the money." Xiangzi's mother was quick and decisive, handing over the money and the goods. Xiangzi saw this, and quickly picked up radishes from the cart, fearing they might be pushed away. The radish-stealing uncle left, taking two large white radishes with him. My mother told the arriving police that she had taken care of them, and gave each of them a large white radish. Xiangzi looked at the remaining radishes, thought for a moment, picked up another, and began to chew on them. They were so crisp, tender, and sweet. It felt like he hadn't eaten such fresh fruits and vegetables in a while. Xiangzi's thoughts wandered so much that he didn't even notice his mother had left. Only after he finished chewing the radish did he realize the room was completely empty. "Mom, why didn't you call me?" Xiangzi hurried back inside. Dinner was radish again. Perhaps inspired by the radish-stealing uncle, his mother suddenly went out and weighed a pound of pork ribs and made a huge pot of soup. The soft radish cubes completely lost their radish flavor and became moist and scalding hot, as if they had been raised on pork rib broth. Hiss. So hot! Xiangzi quickly opened his mouth to inhale. After 2 puffs, he blew on the radish cubes again, puffing them twice before stuffing them into his mouth. Delicious. He was hooked on white radish. If radish still has a hint of flavor when eaten raw, barely a radish-flavored fruit, then stewed pork rib soup is a completely delicious delicacy. The hot, scalding, succulent radish chunks melt on the tongue like water, bringing a warming broth of pork ribs. The herbal flavor perfectly counteracts the greasy taste of the pork ribs, while the meaty flavor masks the pungent odor of the white radish, complementing each other perfectly. Xiangzi suddenly realized that if he had found a radish like this on the street, he would have pushed it to steal it in his days. It wasn't a ghostly obsession, just a fascination with delicious food. This radish and pork rib soup is quite delicious. Mom looked calm, but she scooped spoonful after spoonful into her bowl. 9 pieces of radish, and 1 piece of pork rib, piling the bowl high. Eat more meat. You're growing. Mom remained calm, as she scooped radish into her bowl. No, I like radishes. Xiangzi quickly scooped some into his own bowl. The meal was a frenzy. Not only was the radish and pork rib soup piping hot, but Xiangzi and Mom were arguing back and forth over the radishes, each taking a spoonful, neither speaking, though each aware that the other was fighting for them. Burp! Finally, Xiangzi finished the fight first. His stomach warmed, and he relaxed on the sofa, feeling his soul ascend to radish heaven. Why don't you have some more soup? Mom was still fighting, as if everything she'd swallowed was just air. I can't drink any more. You're useless. Mom continued eating, still enjoying it, but not as eagerly as before. Maybe it was because he wasn't there to help me snatch them. I became addicted to radishes. The old man who stole the radishes pulled out about a dozen large white radishes. The ones I ate raw were small, but the ones that remained were huge. I couldn't even use a single one for soup, only half. But they were so delicious. I don't know how these radishes grow, but they're so juicy, moist, clear, and sweet. They taste like fruit raw, and are even more delicious in soup. My mom made another radish, corn, and pork rib soup, and I devoured it with great delight. Initial confusion led to a sudden realization. My mom began to think these radishes were the work of her genius. Aunt Zhang, I give you a radish. From my garden. Oh, it's so juicy. So clear and sweet, it just warms your heart. I have to make soup with it. Pork rib soup. It's so delicious. Mom, have you eaten yet? I send you 2 white radishes. I grew them myself. I don't know why they're growing so well this year. Maybe it's a bumper year for radishes. Xiao Li, why are you back? Come on, bring me one of my radishes and make some soup. It's delicious. Don't worry, I make you laugh. This is the best radish I've ever had. Mom beamed, proud and content. She'd obviously lost a lot of radishes, but she'd harvested so much else. Maybe this is the joy of sharing. Xiangzi stood in the room, playing games, while wondering what to eat tonight. Should it be radishes again? The radish and pork rib soup was delicious. The radishes were so juicy and moist, and every bite warmed my heart. Mom, what are we having tonight? Spinach tonight. Huh? Xiangzi looked up. Aren't we eating radishes anymore? Not today. The big ones have all been given away. The rest need to grow a few more days. We eat them in 2 days. Oh! Xiangzi lowered his head to play his game. A sudden thought occurred to him. If the big radishes are so delicious because of that mysterious fertilizer, then now that the fertilizer has been absorbed, will the small radishes still grow as well? I really don't know what's going on, and the thought makes me incredibly worried. Xiangzi was distracted by his game. After a quick finish, he found an excuse and headed straight for the vegetable garden. Unfortunately, the condition in the garden was exactly as he'd imagined. The black fertilizer was almost gone from the radish patch. The soil was yellow. The smaller radishes were crammed together, looking a little underdeveloped, even a little shriveled, as if they hadn't received enough water. It seemed like this was just the beginning. Xiangzi frowned, suddenly remembering how the vegetables in his garden hadn't been very good before he bought the fertilizer. It wasn't noticeable, but there was an inexplicable lack of nutrition, as if they hadn't been fertilized or lacked water. But Mom was very diligent. Xiangzi understood this all too well. If she hadn't been diligent, she wouldn't have been able to raise him this big on her own. Xiangzi pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. Mainly because he had only a passing acquaintance with farming, not a complete mastery. He could barely discern what crops were being planted, but couldn't go any further. Xiangzi frowned as he walked around the garden, looking at rows of crops that looked subtly worse. After a moment's thought, he decided to go to the fertilizer stall at the end of the market. But it was expensive. 88 per bag. The plastic bag wasn't very big, so even if it was full, it wouldn't have been much, yet it cost 88. Xiangzi, who had grown up in the village, was deeply troubled. He'd been going to the market for so many years, and this price was among the best. 88 for a small bag of fertilizer was beyond his comprehension. But his mother's joyful expression flashed through his mind. She hadn't smiled so happily in ages since her divorce from that man. Maybe radishes are really delicious. Bowls of radish and pork rib soup flashed through Qiangzi's mind. The steaming white mist gave him courage, forcing him to walk over to his mother. "Mom, I want to tell you something. The other day, I was walking down the street, and I smelled the delicious cooking at Aunt Lee's house." Qiangzi recounted the whole story of buying fertilizer. He expected his mother to react in a variety of ways, either scolding him or delighting him. Instead, her expression remained indifferent, as if she'd expected it or simply didn't care. "Mom?" Qiangzi was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Qiangzi's mother was still packing. "Why aren't you surprised?" "What's so surprising?" "I knew it all along." "Huh?" "I've been farming for so many years. I go to the vegetable garden more often than you do." Mom didn't stop packing as she said, "I've seen that black fertilizer on the radish patch for a while now. Aunt Lee told me it's really good. I'm planning to buy 10 or 8 bags. I've already transferred the money to Aunt Lee. Next time I go to market, you can help me carry it to the street. I still have to go to work." "Oh." Qiangzi scratched his head again. "So much? We don't have that many radish plots. Can you use your brain? This is a general-purpose fertilizer, not just for radishes. We have such a large vegetable plot, so of course we should use it all." "Oh." Qiangzi was deeply impressed by his mother's generosity. "Please make more delicious dishes. Your grandma complained to me yesterday that the harvest this year was bad and the vegetables tasted bland." Chapter 148. Qiangzi carried the fertilizer. 8 bags in total, 4 in his left hand and 4 in his right. He carried them like a weight, plummeting downwards, his center of gravity incredibly stable. "Can you lift them?" the handsome fertilizer vendor asked him. "Yes." Qiangzi gathered his energy and lifted the 8 bags, then walked home in slow, steady steps. "Not bad." The handsome vendor seemed to praise him, but Qiangzi no longer had the energy to turn around. If he did, his balance would be lost, and the swaying fertilizer would be even heavier, easily causing him to fall. So he simply nodded vigorously to acknowledge his understanding. The long way home was still a long one, and passers-by looked at him, as if curious about what he was carrying. But Qiangzi remained silent, not because he was being aloof, but because he had clenched his teeth, a strength that would release as soon as he spoke. "This bag is quite sturdy. It won't break even with such a heavy load," Qiangzi thought as he carried his things. As he was thinking, he finally reached home. "Are you back? Come on, put everything here. Is it heavy? You're sweating all over." "Not heavy," Qiangzi said through gritted teeth, then slowly set the things on the ground. "Huh?" He let out a long sigh and rubbed his arms casually. "I think I can carry 2 more bags." "Really?" Mom didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. 2 more bags is normal. This one isn't big. At your age, carrying 20 bags shouldn't be a problem. Hee. Qiangzi laughed twice, then subtly changed the subject. "Mom, when are we going to spread this out?" "How about I do it?" "That's fine." Qiangzi's mother thought for a moment, then picked up a bag of newly bought, latest generation nutrient soil and froze. "It's quite heavy." Looking at Qiangzi's nervous expression, she couldn't help but smile, despite her usual serious expression. "You're quite strong, son." Qiangzi also smiled. By some unspoken agreement, the two of them went to spread fertilizer together. Qiangzi carried the bag, while his mother took the tools. They crossed the busy main road and entered the small path that belonged to the vegetable garden. Qiangzi's mother, "Are you applying fertilizer?" a fellow villager asked casually. "Yes." Qiangzi's mother nodded and, with a smile, returned the question. Qiangzi stood aside, listening to his mother chat with others about the strangeness of the vegetables they had planted this year. They had plenty of sunshine and rain, and all the necessary care had been taken, yet the vegetables in the field were wilting, as if malnourished. "That's right." "Is he sick?" "He looked fine last month, but it's gotten worse this month." The fellow villager looked distressed. My mother frowned and nodded. "It's the same with my field. I've done everything I should, but it just won't grow well." "Except?" My mother fell silent, and Qiangzi immediately realized she was thinking of the fertilizer-soaked radishes. "Except what?" the fellow villager asked casually. "I'm not sure yet." My mother pointed to the fertilizer in her hand. "I sprinkled some of this fertilizer on the radishes last week, and they seem to be growing okay. I try something else. If it works, I tell you. Okay, be sure to let me know if it works. The fellow villager didn't seem to take my mother's words to heart. Xiangzi looked left and right, watching his mother exchange pleasantries, and then say goodbye to fellow villagers. It was finally time to spread the fertilizer. Xiangzi breathed a sigh of relief, carrying his handful of nutrient soil as he headed into the vegetable patch. The patch wasn't large, but it had a wide variety of crops. Onions, ginger, and garlic took up a small area, while a row of potatoes, a row of spinach, and a row of radishes comprised almost all of the crops. Xiangzi picked up his tools and began shoveling fertilizer, spreading it bit by bit, taking care not to step on other crops. Xiangzi spread it as he moved toward the corner. In the corner of the vegetable patch was a daffodil. He had picked it up as a child on his way home from school. When he found it, it was just a bare bulb. He had begged his mother to plant it in the corner of the garden, and it had grown there ever since. Xiangzi also applied 2 handfuls of fertilizer to the daffodil. Xiangzi, come over here and get some more. Here I am. They finished the job. At noon, carrying the empty bag home, Xiangzi felt inexplicably happy, as if he were back in his childhood, when his mother would take him to the vegetable garden to water the plants, and he'd come home just as relaxed and happy. Mom, what are we having for lunch today? The pickled mustard greens your grandma sent me, stewed with meat. Oh! Xiangzi responded, then thought for a moment and said, I like pickled mustard greens stewed with meat. Then go pickle the mustard greens yourself. Mom didn't even turn around. Then I still prefer pickled mustard greens stewed with meat. The sun gradually rose overhead, warming his head. Even though it was winter, it wasn't cold. He was warm all over after finishing his work, and the thought of eating pickled mustard greens stewed with meat later cheered Xiangzi up again. But it wasn't as delicious as he imagined. Xiangzi frowned, scooping another handful from the bowl with his chopsticks and shoveling it into his mouth. How could he put it? The flavor of the pickled mustard greens was still there, but there was an inexplicable feeling of something missing, as if the pickled mustard greens were a bunch of imperfect mustard greens that his grandmother had washed and cut, and then pickled into the pickled mustard greens in this bowl. Mom, do you think it's delicious? Xiangzi wondered if it was just his imagination. It's delicious. How could the meat not be delicious? Mom ate bite after bite, seemingly doing nothing wrong, but Xiangzi noticed that she wasn't eating as fast as she had that day with the radish. Mom, you think the pickled mustard greens aren't delicious either, right? No. Xiangzi's mother instinctively objected, but then paused, for some reason. I'm not saying it's not tasty, is it? Your grandma pickled it very well. Faced with Xiangzi's encouraging gaze, Xiangzi's mother continued, well, the vegetables haven't been growing well this year, and this is quite normal. It's not quite grown, but it's not tender either. It feels like it's been lacking nutrition. Right. Xiangzi felt his mother had perfectly described the taste of the food he was eating. Eat yours. If you don't like snow vegetables, just eat more meat. Oh! The two continued eating, each tacitly avoiding the snow vegetables. If you hadn't tasted the excellent white radish, you wouldn't have felt the same way, but comparison is always hurtful. The snow vegetables felt like something was missing, as if half of your soul had been taken away. This meat is quite fragrant, huh? Eat more. The two finished their delicate meal, put down their chopsticks, and fell silent. Xiangzi was sure his mother was wondering when the vegetables in the garden would be ready, because he was wondering the same thing. When you have something to look forward to, time always passes slowly. The vegetables in the field further confirmed this. After applying the fertilizer, Xiangzi made 3 trips to the field each day. When he went to the field in the morning, the vegetables looked ordinary. But when he went to the field at noon, they seemed to have perked up a bit. And when he went to the field in the evening, they seemed even better. Xiangzi didn't know if it was just his imagination, because his mother said there was no change, they were exactly the same as before the fertilizer application. But Xiangzi felt a change. Maybe it wasn't as noticeable in the vegetables, but the leaves of the daffodils were noticeably shinier. They used to look droopy, as if they'd been beaten, but now they looked much more energetic. Day after day passed, Xiangzi made 3 trips each day. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, he heard his mother say it was time to pick 2 handfuls of spinach. Xiangzi suppressed his excitement and carefully plucked 2 handfuls of spinach, picking only the large leaves. He was reluctant to pluck the smaller ones, feeling they would grow even bigger. They were truly growing well. The more Xiangzi picked, the happier he became. Each leaf was fresh and crisp, a translucent green in the sunlight. Although it might sound unkind, the leaves in the neighboring fields were all wilted, while his own were vibrant and upright. Just looking at them made him happy. Xiangzi felt like a farming genius, easily stumbling upon a chance encounter. Yes, a chance encounter. How else to explain why he was the only one to buy that latest nutrient soil on the street? Yes, Antley recommended it to him, but why didn't Antley recommend it to someone else? It was his discerning eye for treasure. He'd asked Antley about it when he passed by her house. This was opportunity. Xiangzi's happier picking grew. Looking at the large spinach, its upright posture, its glossy leaves, its tender texture, he knew just how delicious it would be. It was guaranteed to be delicious. It was really delicious. Mother and son had a simple dinner, a braised chicken wing with soy sauce, a spinach and egg drop soup, and 2 large bowls of steaming rice. The chicken wing went really well with the rice, its firm meat brimming with the rich aroma of the sauce. One bite, then another, and when their mouths felt dry, they sipped the spinach and egg drop soup. Refreshing. It was piping hot, the flavor of the egg perfectly softening the spinach's distinct grassy, astringent taste. The spinach had a unique texture in the mouth, soft yet crisp and refreshing. Wow! So fragrant. Xiangzi sighed in his busy schedule, then hurried back to his food and soup. While this seemed a bit unhealthy, it was so delicious that he didn't care. A bite of chicken leg, a mouthful of rice, and then a sip of spinach and egg drop soup. The warmth enveloped them, the whole experience a rich and refreshing feeling. They ate without looking up, their heads bent low in perfect tacit understanding, 1 bite of chicken leg, 1 sip of rice, and when their mouths felt dry, they simply sipped the soup. Plop. Xiangzi's mother was the first to put down her chopsticks. Under Xiangzi's stunned gaze, she slowly and leisurely scooped herself a large bowl of soup. Huh? Xiangzi's mother sipped her food leisurely. She had finished her meal, and could now focus on her soup. At first, Xiangzi didn't feel any sense of danger. Such a large bowl of soup was enough for 2 people. But when he filled his second bowl of rice, he noticed that his mother seemed to have filled a second bowl of soup. He felt uncertain, but remained silent. He watched secretly until he returned from filling his third bowl of rice, completely certain that his mother had already filled a third bowl of soup. Because the soup bowl was only half empty. "Mom, save some for me," he said. He couldn't help but say. Mom gave me a look of regret, but quickly regained her composure. "Drink it. I didn't tell you not to." Finally she drank. Perhaps this was the charm of the last bowl of soup. It had more vegetables than water. The spinach and egg were soft in my mouth, like a wisp of wind, melting with a single sip. The soft egg and fresh spinach blended together, no longer quite as hot, yet still warm and refreshing. Xiangzi was still craving more, and just as he finished his drink, he realized it was gone. Watching his mother calmly slurp her soup, Xiangzi made a secret resolution. Next time, he'd eat faster than her. He'd have 3 bowls of soup, too. Done? Afterwards, go pick 2 handfuls of spinach and take them to Aunt Hua's house in the village, the one we chatted with the other day. Tell her these are vegetables grown with that nutritious soil. Oh, okay. Xiangzi dutifully agreed, put down his bowl, and rushed out the door. Feeling a sense of grandeur and wanting to show off his family's prowess, Xiangzi chose only the best vegetables. Although it felt a little painful, he endured it because he really wanted to show off. "Aunt Hua, my mom asked me to pick a bunch of spinach for your family." "Wow! Your mom is so kind. I have this stuff too. And you took the trouble to pick it for me." Aunt Hua walked out of the house. "My mom said this is grown with the latest nutrient soil. Try it. It's different from other spinach." Xiangzi wanted to prove his spinach's reputation. "Wow! It's really different." Aunt Hua took a look and her eyes widened. The spinach in her hand was thriving, the leaves glistening, and the healthy, translucent glow of the leaves emanated a fresh, vegetable fragrance. Just from holding it in her hand, she could smell the fresh aroma of the vegetables. "How does your mother grow it? Aren't the vegetables this year bad?" Aunt Hua was holding the spinach, reluctant to let go. "I just told you, we use the latest nutrient soil." "What's that?" "Right." Xiangzi organized his words. "It's sold at the market. There's a handsome guy selling it at the front corner. 88 yuan a bag. Just a little bit, and the vegetables will grow amazingly." 88? Aunt Hua was clearly shocked by the figure. "Oh, 88 yuan isn't expensive." Xiangzi was now more generous. "You have no idea how useful this stuff is. I suspect it's the latest crop technology from the country. Just throwing it in will instantly upgrade everything." Xiangzi spoke freely, following his own imagination. "Really?" Aunt Hua didn't seem to believe him. Xiangzi was instantly excited. The composted vegetables in the fields were his true faith, unbending any questioning. Really? If it's not true, I take your last name. You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Aunt Hua chuckled, looking at the bright, fresh spinach in her hand. All right, thank your mother for me. Take 2 of my radishes. There's nothing good to eat in winter. Xiangzi left with the 2 wilted radishes. Although they looked wilted to him, they were the ones Aunt Hua had carefully selected from the pile. The others were wilted, one after another, as if they had grown in acidic water instead of the ground. They were all sour and wrinkled. Xiangzi had a feeling they wouldn't be very tasty. It turned out to be truly unpalatable. The beef in the stir-fried white radish and beef we had for dinner had all been picked out, leaving only the wilted radish in the bowl. Mom forced them to share half each. I hope my radishes grow quickly. Lying in bed, Xiangzi made a wish to the heavens, and with the delicious anticipation of radish and pork rib soup, he fell into a deep sleep. The rooster crowed at dawn, and just as the sky was breaking, Xiangzi was still waking when the village market party set out. Stepping on the cool morning dew and breathing the icy air, Aunt Hua was among the party, chatting with the elderly women beside her as they walked. It's really delicious. The spinach Xiangzi's mom grows is so tender, comparable to the ones I grew when I was younger. I heard they use some kind of nutrient-rich soil, 88 yuan a bag. Oh, don't be reluctant to spend that money. A chicken costs hundreds of yuan these days. Vegetables are important too. If you don't eat them well, you won't be healthy. Everyone in the village started buying. Aunt Hua's eloquence was truly impressive. She vividly described the stir-fried spinach she'd eaten yesterday. It was so tender and delicious, she thought a whole plate was too little. I've been here all these years, and I've never boasted. Just trust me. If you don't need it, just give it to me. I just want everyone to enjoy something delicious. Okay. After hearing that, the other people in her group couldn't find a reason not to buy it. While 88 yuan was a bit pricey, at her age, she must have some savings. It just depended on whether she was willing to spend them. You're such a jerk. Even if you can't bear to eat good food yourself, your children should eat it too. Your eldest grandson is in high school, a growing age. Take some pickled radishes you've grown, stir-fry them with some oil residue, and they'd be perfect for a meal. Where do kids eat that these days? Then eat fresh. Homegrown radishes are definitely safer than bought ones. Just pluck them straight from the ground and ship them to him. Even if he doesn't eat them raw, you can still take them to the cafeteria and have them stir-fry for 2 dishes. Now, even those who had been reluctant to part with the money were tempted. Who doesn't have a few nephews and nieces? They're either working or studying. With the development of transportation these days, express delivery is easy. Even if I don't know how to do it, I could ask Aunt Hua to help. She's an expert at it. Then please help me mail the stuff when the time comes. Sure, I take care of it. Aunt Hua was incredibly helpful. So they bought it. The first group to go to the market were the oldest and most senior in the village. Because older people sleep less, they always get up early, chat and walk as they go, and arrive at the marketplace quickly. Oh, what a handsome young man. Aunt Hua was immediately amazed, her trust in this new fertilizer growing even stronger. If the owner was so handsome, he couldn't be a swindler, and there was no need for him to. Yi Zifeng smiled politely, and said they could get a discount if they were a large group. For 10 or more bags, each bag would be 66 yuan. Sure. I definitely have more than 10 bags. Aunt Hua stood in front of the stall, looking around with confidence. It turned out to be more than that. Although everyone was older and carrying things was a bit awkward, they were of high rank and knew many young people. Just call out to someone in that household to help carry something home, and everyone would respond. Yi Zifeng was amazed, and offered to give him a 6 yuan discount if he bought 20 bags. And so they sold it all. There was quite a bit of earthworm soil on the stall, but the elderly ladies, who were deeply passionate about farming, were not shy about buying it all. If you have any questions, come to me. For example, if your soil seems to be losing its nutrients again. Yi Zifeng smiled. Any questions? Feel free to ask me directly. I'm an expert in this area. Oh, that's great. Aunt Hua beamed, promising to come. A group of people set off on their journey back to the village in a lively and bustling procession. Young people were at the front, helping to carry the soil, while the elders continued to chat behind them. The entire road was bustling with activity as they returned to the village. The older women were very skilled and quick-witted. After neatly unpacking the vegetables in their baskets, they carried the soil directly to the vegetable patch. No tutorial or instruction needed. Having farmed their entire lives, they knew just by looking at it how to spread the soil, handful by handful, covering the surface. Most of the village's crops were already covered with the soil. Looking up, It was pitch black, but I didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed as if every crop had truly become more vibrant. 3 or 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, another market has been held. Villagers who hadn't originally bought this latest nutrient soil have also started buying it. Although they don't know if it actually works, everyone praises it. The experienced farmers in the village are all using it. It can't be useless. It absolutely must be used. Auntie Hua, thanks to you for telling me about that fertilizer, my radishes have grown so fast. Look, they're so big. These 2 are for you. Can you please send these 3 to number 1 middle school, where my grandson goes? Chapter 149. Number 1 middle school is the best in the county. It has a large area, excellent infrastructure, and a strong faculty. But if I had to point to a flaw, it's that the cafeteria food isn't exactly cheap, but at least the taste is okay, somewhere in the lower half of the average range. Did the principal pick up this cabbage from under the vegetable stall? Zichen sat on a stool in the cafeteria, poking at the cabbage on his plate with his chopsticks before putting it into his mouth with a frown. Is the school going to close down? They're running out of money for groceries. Is it terrible? Let me try it. A classmate used chopsticks to pick up the cabbage from Zichen's plate, stuffed it into his mouth, and then commented seriously. Standard cafeteria style, with the characteristic wilted quality of a large pot dish. It just went a little overboard today, making it seem even worse. I suspect they picked it up. Zichen picked out all the vegetables in his bowl, and said seriously, I think so too, haha. The classmate didn't mind, mixing the vegetables in his bowl with the rice. My grandma's vegetables are so delicious. I've been eating them since I was a child. Actually, I didn't realize how good the food at home could be until I started eating in the cafeteria. Zichen started picking out other dishes. Also, I feel like the food in the cafeteria is getting worse and more expensive, especially the vegetables. Have the prices gone up outside? I don't know. It tastes okay to me. I just eat it with meat. The classmate was grumbling, shoveling everything in his mouth without caring about the taste. He was so hungry during class. I see they have baby cabbage. I go get some. Zichen still wanted some vegetables. Go ahead. The classmate didn't even look up. Zichen took his plate and went to get some baby cabbage. The vegetables were all 3 yuan a portion, and when he got there, half the bowl was still full. Almost as soon as he saw the large bowl of vegetables, he felt something was wrong. Classmate, what do you want? 1 baby cabbage. Since he was already there, Zichen still got one. But almost as soon as the dish entered his mouth, Zichen frowned. It was completely dry. It looked fresh and tender, but it tasted like 2 pieces of skin, crunching when you bit it. It didn't have the sweet flavor of baby cabbage. It was watery and limp, like 2 dried vegetable skins that had been soaked in water for a long time, then taken out and stuffed into his mouth. How was it? Was the baby cabbage delicious? The classmate had almost finished half a bowl of rice, and finally had time to look up. It's not tasty. The principal picked it up from someone else's stall. Haha, tell the principal not to pick it up tomorrow and buy something fresh. Don't be so stingy with the money. I tell him later. Zichen spoke seriously. After a bit of playfulness with his classmates, he looked at the food in his bowl and fell silent again. He was craving some vegetables, but the food in the cafeteria lately looked like old vegetable peels. Forget it, I just have some soup with rice. Zichen finally gave in, stuffing the more expensive meat and vegetables into his mouth, then used the soup to wash down the rice. He stood up and wiped his mouth. It felt like he hadn't eaten at all, but he was still half full. Let's go to the canteen and buy some sausage. The classmate stood up. I've spent all my pocket money today. Zichen also began to clear the dishes. When did you spend it? The classmate was puzzled. The baby cabbage I just added. Okay. I almost forgot. Wait for me at the door, and I give you a bite. Okay. Zichen waited for his classmate at the canteen entrance and managed to take a bite of his classmate's sausage. It was fragrant and sizzling. The appeal of junk food is that you know it's unhealthy, but it's still full of flavor and delicious. The sausages at the canteen are still better. The classmate finished the sausage in a few bites. Zichen nodded, agreeing. The 2 of them walked back to the classroom. As they walked, the classmate suddenly grabbed Zichen. Hey, there's a package for you. Zichen turned and saw his name clearly written on the small blackboard at the entrance to the delivery station. There really was a package for him, but he hadn't bought anything. Zichen entered the delivery station and gave his last digit of his phone number, and it matched. Here, your package. The woman at the service counter handed over a large, heavy cardboard box, as if it contained a carton of milk or something else. Zhang Hua from Daba village, Zichen, is this from your family? No. Zichen shook his head. This is Aunt Hua from our village. My grandma must have sent this package to me. She's the only one in our family who doesn't know how to do it, so she asks Aunt Hua for help. Your grandma sent it to you? Is it something delicious? The classmate's eyes lit up. If studying is the core of life, then the thing that revolves around studying is appetite. High school is really hungry. With all sorts of classes one after another, the brain is working at high intensity, and when all that work is done, I'm hungry. Is this some dish your grandma sent you? Fried steamed pork with rice flour, or braised pork with preserved plums? Spicy chicken with peppers, or a giant piece of stuffed tofu? Can you give me some? I want some too. The classmates milled around him, looking as if they couldn't wait to get their mouths into the box. No. My grandma doesn't send things like that. It's probably some kind of fruit or vegetables. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so heavy. Zichen walked towards the classroom, carrying the box. Although his face didn't show it, his quickened pace betrayed his impatience. What is it? The classmate was even more anxious than him. Zichen picked up the compass from his pencil case and stabbed the pointed end directly into the tape of the delivery box, quickly opening it. What is it? The classmate leaned over. It was radishes. Big, round, plump white radishes, one after another, crammed together like little fat kids, lay in the box. There were about 10 of them, all about the same size. Wow! So many radishes. Did Grandma send the wrong ones? Screw you, it's my grandma, she didn't. Zichen picked up a medium-sized radish from the box. It's radish season now, and you can eat these straight away. They're very crisp, and some are even slightly sweet. Can you eat white radishes straight away? The classmate looked like he'd never eaten them that way before. Yes, they're just mostly cooked into dishes, but you can eat them fresh, just like carrots, except carrots are sweeter and white radishes are more juicy. Zichen looked at the radish in his hand, wiped it with a piece of paper from his deskmates, twirled it around in his hands, and popped it directly into his mouth. Crunch. Crisp, juicy, it seemed different from other radishes. Zichen chewed it quickly twice, his teeth shredding the radish into shreds, then into shredded and mashed radish. After his tongue had thoroughly interacted with the radish, Zichen could finally confirm that this radish was different from ordinary radishes. There was no pungent taste, only a light, subtle vegetable flavor, slightly sweet and refreshing. Combined with the crisp texture and abundant juice, it was almost like delicious fruit. Crunch. Zichen took another big bite. The radish was enormous, as thick as his forearms. Holding the entire mass in his hand, each bite was crunchy and satisfying. He was suddenly intoxicated. Perhaps the vegetables in the cafeteria were particularly unpalatable, or perhaps the grilled sausages he'd bought on the way were too tempting. His mouth was in a state of need for love, and just then, the radish made its appearance. It was huge, incredibly long, and completely juicy and moist. It crunched between my teeth, the juices gushing out and exuding a refreshing sweetness. So refreshing. The icy, cool juices spread throughout my mouth, the unique herbal flavor like a gust of wind, sweeping away the rotten vegetable leaves in the cafeteria and the junk food on the street. So intoxicating. Zichen couldn't stop eating. Hey, say something. Stop being so scary. Zichen turned around and looked at his frightened classmates. Only then did he realize he'd been so engrossed in his food, mouthful after mouthful, that he'd completely forgotten about the person next to him. Haha, Zichen quickly swallowed. I was so engrossed in my food, I forgot about you. Zichen simply broke the radish in half and slipped it into his classmate's hand. Here, don't call me disloyal, brother. He started eating again. It wasn't an illusion. It was still crisp and chewy. Even after breaking half of it, there was still this huge radish left in his hand. It felt heavy and oppressive, but it had to be said that my heart and mouth felt at ease. The classmate next to him held onto half the radish, perhaps unused to eating it raw. Zichen was about to take it back when he saw the boy steal his resolve, frown, and stuff the radish directly into his mouth. Crunch. Holy crap. Delicious. The classmate was also won over by the radish and started crunching it. The refusal echoed back and forth, and both of them felt that life had become more wonderful. It seems someone's coming back, the classmate said as he nodded. Zichen casually turned his head and saw the large group outside. Suddenly, a chill welled up in his chest. Oh no! Those scoundrels are coming back. They're the kind of people who'd even taste the saltiness of someone else's shit, let alone a huge box of radishes. He'd be gone in seconds if he was discovered. Ziethen quickly moved the box under the table, pressed it down with 2 books, and sat down, pen in his right hand and radishes in his left. If you didn't crawl under the table to see what he was eating, you'd have no idea. Hurry up and sit down, or we'd be out of radishes. Ziethen quickly warned the students next to him. The students also hid, and the radishes were already under the table, making it impossible to tell what had happened. He dodged a bullet. But he could not hide his eating as long as he was in this classroom. I think we need to consider other countermeasures. Ziethen suddenly received a note from a classmate. He looked up and suddenly realized something. You're right. We can't just keep hiding. Sooner or later, we'd be discovered. If we want to keep this box of radishes, we have to do something else. Ziethen quickly replied to the note and dropped it on his classmate's desk with uncanny precision. The two of them began a conversation. We absolutely can't show the radishes. Not to mention they're so delicious, even if they weren't, we wouldn't be able to keep them. There are more greedy people in the class than just the two of them. There are many more. We can make it taste a little unpalatable, with a painful expression. Ideally, we should shed 3 tears with every bite, like someone who can't afford to eat and has to eat raw radishes. I think it's possible, but my acting isn't that great, so I won't cry. I can have an emotional outburst, and it will definitely fit the character. And so the performance began. A strange scene appeared in Class 11 of Grade 11. 2 men held a solid white object, like a sweet potato or a white radish. Every time they took a bite, they lowered their heads and choked 3 times, as if it was the last bite of food in the world. Ziethen and his classmates were so engrossed in the performance that they were satisfied to find that no one dared to speak. Not to mention letting them share the radish. In this period of material scarcity, some people even took the initiative to share snacks with them. Luo Ziethen, here's a banana for you. You can eat it after dinner. I bought too much and gave it to you on a whim. After saying this, the classmate fled in panic, fearing that he would accidentally hurt their pride. Looks like we both acted really well. Ziethen and his classmates huddled in the crowd, whispering. They only gathered when there were a lot of people, like when they were heading to the cafeteria after school. Their main focus was on maintaining a consistent character. Did you bring your radishes? Yes. Remember to act out your act during lunch later. During the 3rd period break, you were so engrossed in chewing on the radishes that you almost looked like you were enjoying them. You almost got caught. I'd be sure to keep an eye out for that later. Ziethen was still apprehensive, afraid that half his box of radishes might be snatched away by mistake. I think the radishes our grandma grows are really delicious. Didn't my desk mate give me an apple this morning? They weren't as good as ours. They were too sweet and juicy, and they didn't feel fresh anymore. I think too. Maybe my grandma's farming skills have improved again. Ziethen didn't think much of it. He just silently clenched the radishes in the crowd, afraid they would get lost. Dinner was ready. There was still 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, and the vegetable dish was still so wilted, not like something sold outside, but like someone had picked it up from a vegetable stall. But Ziethen no longer held any resentment against the principal. Sometimes, when one reaches a new level, it's hard to blame past failures. So what if the vegetable dish wasn't palatable? He already had the incredibly delicious, juicy, crisp, and slightly sweet white radish that his own mother had grown. Crunch. Ziethen took a big bite, chewing quickly to moisten his mouth. With a refreshing feeling, he took another bite of rice. It was warm, scalding, satisfying, and fragrant. Control your expression, a classmate warned. Ziethen quickly lowered his head, wiped his face twice, and forced a sad expression, almost shedding a tear. Classmates, are you having any difficulties lately? A middle-aged man's voice, both strange and familiar, echoed, and Ziethen looked up. This old man, why does he look a bit like the principal? Chapter 150. Classmates, which class are you from? Perhaps because they were silent, the principal lowered his voice to a gentler tone, soft and kind, completely different from the way he scolded people at a meeting. Have you been having any difficulties lately? The principal placed his hand to his lips, as if carefully whispering, and exaggeratedly turned his head left and right, looking around, as if afraid of being overheard. Ziethen couldn't help but dig his toes into the ground, deeply embarrassed by the principal's faux humor. But the thought of his own bitter melon-eating radish persona only made it even more awkward. What should he do? What should he say now? Why didn't anyone tell him the principal was coming to visit the cafeteria? If he had known, he wouldn't have been so engrossed in his acting. Don't be afraid, classmate. Tell me anything you need. I keep it a secret. The principal gently sat down across from them. Zi-Chen's toes were still digging furiously, but now it wasn't just embarrassment. It was also filled with shame and guilt. I was embarrassed that the principal had this side of me, quietly caring for the students in a corner where no one could see me. I was ashamed that I hadn't noticed it before, and even complained that the principal had picked up the wilted cabbage from under the cafeteria stall. 2 students? Zi-Chen couldn't help but lower his head. Shame raced through his mind, shattering the various reasons he'd wanted to say, leaving only the truth. Actually, we're not having too much trouble. Zi-Chen stumbled over his words, but after seeing the principal's gentle and tolerant look, he felt a little overwhelmed. I know. When I was your age, I was also very strong-willed and found some things difficult to express. But the reality is, there are so many different people in the world, all different kinds of people, and all different ways of living. The principal spoke slowly, with a gentle, yet eloquent tone. The gap you're resentful of now will actually be a tiny, almost insignificant gap when you look back years from now. The principal smiled again. Of course, I'm not saying that what you're insisting on is useless. I'm just saying that sometimes, accepting help from others with an open mind can be a necessary skill. Zi-Chen was stunned, his mouth open, unable to speak. He didn't dare interrupt the atmosphere. It seemed too abrupt. How's it going? Now you can finally share with an old man like me, right? Are you having troubles lately? Why are you munching on raw radishes? Zi-Chen picked at his toes again, and replied with a stiff upper lip. It's a little difficult. What do you mean? The principal was clearly looking forward to it. It's here. That's right. The vegetables in the cafeteria aren't very tasty. My grandma just happened to send me some white radish, and it was so delicious. I was afraid my classmates would snatch it, so I pretended to be miserable. Actually, it was just that the white radish was so delicious. Silence, a long, drawn-out silence. The air seemed to freeze. Zi-Chen didn't dare look up, inwardly regretting his pretense of misery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to face this embarrassing situation. No one was wrong, but everyone was embarrassed. Zi-Chen closed his eyes tightly. Just as he was about to say something to the principal, he turned around and saw his classmates' faces trying to hold back their laughter, and he couldn't help it. Oh no! I can't laugh. This atmosphere is totally inappropriate. Zi-Chen pinched his leg hard, suppressing the corner of his mouth with all his strength, and lowered his head even further. Ha. So that's how it is. This radish is so delicious. Let me try it. The principal's sudden words interrupted Zi-Chen's suppressed mood. In that critical moment, he reached out and pinched his thigh, forcibly suppressing the urge to laugh. The others are in the classroom. Come with me, I get you one. The words came out calmly, but Zi-Chen knew without even looking that his face was twisted. The classmate next to him had already rushed ahead of him, jumping and dancing, covering his mouth with his hands, and stamping his feet frantically, looking like he was going crazy. Ha, okay. The principal followed with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Zi-Chen walked with his head down, stifling a laugh, and sighed that the principal was indeed the principal, able to pretend such an embarrassing situation was nothing. Get the radish. Go get the radish from class. This is so weird. It doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Zi-Chen pinched the uneaten radish in his pocket. For some reason, he took it out and took a bite. As the sweet juice spread through his mouth, he felt okay again. What's wrong with the principal? Just take the radish. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was just too motivated to act. Who made the classmates so greedy? Zi-Chen suddenly felt more confident, but he also knew that this misunderstanding was due to his acting being too good. Alas, it turns out the principal is quite nice after all. He even observes who's having trouble in the cafeteria. Before, he thought the principal had nothing better to do but catch lawbreakers at school. Principal, please wait here. I get you a radish. Zi-Chen turned around and reminded him, then hurriedly rushed into the classroom, ducked under his seat, and pulled out 2 large white radishes. One for the principal's concern, the other for this encounter. It was fate, I guess. Alas, I still felt a little reluctant to part with them. Principal, these are something my grandmother sent me. White radishes can be eaten raw. This batch is especially sweet and crisp, juicy, and easy to digest. You don't have to worry about bloating or anything. Zi-Chen said it tactfully, confident that the principal would understand. Okay. The principal smiled and took them. Logically, he shouldn't have accepted the 2 radishes. It was unbelievable for a principal like him to ask for students things. But this was a farce, and refusing would seem embarrassing. But who could have imagined? The 2 students in the cafeteria, gnawing on raw radishes with such misery on their faces, refusing to eat, looked so tragic. Who could have guessed that they were trying to protect the radishes their families had sent them? The performance was truly masterful, exactly like the students of their era who couldn't afford to eat. They took a bite of a radish, lowered their head, and wiped their face 3 times, then raised their head, their expression resolute again. I admire you so much. Thank you, little classmate. It's been a while since I've had fresh, unadulterated radishes from the countryside. Thank you to your family. How are your studies going lately? Are you having any problems? The principal accepted the radish without a flicker of emotion, his gesture graceful, smooth, and natural, as if he were accepting 2 books. It's okay. Even if I didn't understand in class, I get it if I do more homework. The student across from him seemed a little nervous. Great, he was back on his home turf. The awkward moment would soon be over. If you have any opinions, please do raise them. Our big family requires the contribution of every student. Just post your ideas in the principal's suggestion box. I read it every week. The principal smiled calmly, and calmly shifted the radish in his hand, tucking it under his arm to conceal it as much as possible. Class is almost time, so I won't waste your time. Go back, little students. Thank you for sharing the radish. The principal spoke in a gentle and sincere tone. After that, he calmly left with the 2 radishes, just like every other time he left. He was calm and silent, his gait remarkably refined, with an indescribable depth and depth. Zichen watched the principal leave, then watched the figure disappear into the path. He silently turned his head, exchanged a glance with his classmates, and then erupted in a thunderous roar. Ha ha! The 2 of them laughed uncontrollably, unable to stop. Their laughter shook the earth, making passing classmates avoid them, making them breathless, and even hiccuping. I'm impressed. You dare to say my acting is bad. I'm even scaring the principal, Zichen said, clutching his stomach. I'm talented. Why didn't the principal ask me? Is my acting just a little off? The 2 of them couldn't stop laughing. Thinking of that embarrassing scene in the cafeteria made them dig their toes into the ground, but seeing their classmates' faces trying to stifle laughter, they couldn't help but laugh again. I'm impressed. Apparently, acting too well isn't a good idea. He didn't do anything, and 2 radishes are missing. How do you think the principal will eat them? Raw or in soup? He won't throw them away, will he? Zichen smiled, then suddenly started to worry. The principal wouldn't throw it away. No matter how embarrassing the experience, this was real food. His life hadn't been smooth sailing, and he'd experienced real hardship as a child. Let alone 2 fresh, healthy white radishes. Even seeing a tattered piece of dried radish on the ground would make him feel distressed for a second, and it would take a little courage to step over it without looking away. Radishes, 2 big white radishes, how should he eat them? The principal walked around the office, and didn't see anything culinary. Of course, it would be strange to have such food in the office. Should he eat it raw? The principal began to consider it. If he were 10 years younger, he would have peeled the radish, and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. But time is merciless. Even if one is healthy in youth, his stomach will become weak in old age. Eating white radishes raw is not good for the stomach. Eating too little can be harmful, and eating too much can cause bloating. But the principal suddenly recalled the 2 children engrossed in their acting in the cafeteria. He'd chosen not to share it with his classmates. If they could act that well, surely radishes must be quite tasty. The principal was suddenly tempted. He walked toward the door, making sure no one would be around for a while. Then, he sat on the sofa, quickly picked up a fruit knife, and quickly peeled the radish. Be restrained. He gently cut off a piece of white radish, about 2 fingers thick, 2 fingers wide, and 1 finger long. Crunch. Crisp, juicy. As he chewed slowly, the rich juices began to trickle out, flowing over his teeth and onto his tongue. A refreshing, plant-based aroma rose from the tip of his nose, and the texture between his teeth was incredibly crisp, juicy and juicy. The principal couldn't resist taking another bite. So crisp, so sweet. He didn't know how this radish had grown, but it had no pungent aroma at all, only a light, refreshing fragrance, like a radish-flavored fruit. The principal was immediately engrossed in the food. Just as he was about to stuff more, he realized it was gone. He felt a moment of disappointment, but then his joy returned. 2 whole radishes. He still had 2 whole radishes left to eat. 2 arms thick, 1 arm long. Even if a piece was cut off, it seemed unharmed. Eat it, just eat it to your heart's content. So he began to nibble away in the office. It was good to be alone. Even if he held the enormous radish and nibbled it bit by bit, even if his teeth were not sharp and sometimes took a long time to grind it, it was all because no one was paying attention, so he didn't care. What was Image? Behind closed doors, there was no such thing as Image. The principal suddenly fell into an incredibly comfortable state. His office door was closed. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the shadows of the trees swayed in the wind, and a gentle breeze blew in, bringing a refreshing coolness. He felt quite good, too. He sat on the sofa, nibbling on a large, raw white radish. Each bite was crisp, each one sweet. The unique herbal aroma spread from his mouth throughout his body, instantly filling all the void he'd been missing. It had been a while since he'd had any good fruits and vegetables. Wait. The principal suddenly remembered a document sent by the authorities a while ago. It seemed to indicate that changes in domestic farmland had caused the poor growth of crops recently, resulting in a lack of both nutrition and flavor. If this condition is irreversible, then why is this radish still sweet, crisp, and delicious? Even eaten raw, it's incredibly intoxicating. The principal instinctively sensed something was amiss. But he wasn't a professional, so he could only wonder for a moment, then put the matter to himself, preparing to write a report later. Wait, if I write a report, do I have to submit a sample? The principal turned to look at the other large white radish on the table, then looked down at the half-eaten radish in his hand. A primal desire suppressed the urge to submit it, but it was overcome by his party consciousness. Forget it. There will be more radishes. If we can solve the problem of nutrient loss in domestic farmland, we have all the radishes we want, and everyone will be able to eat them. The principal cradled the nibbled radish in his arms, feeling a surge of cherishment. He bit more gently, leaning against it to savor it, fearing it would be gone again. Write the report. While he didn't know if this radish would help address the nutrient loss problem in China's farmland, he considered himself contributing his part. With all crops declining, a large, crisp, delicious, and even incomparably sweet radish could certainly help, right? If it didn't, would the higher-ups return it? He really wanted to eat too, but he was too embarrassed to confront the student. The principal withdrew his hand and looked at the sent email, his mind racing. His mind was filled with thoughts of eating 2 radishes. But he probably wouldn't be able to eat them. Although the nation appears calm and stable on the surface, and even specialized scientists claim that soil and water nutrient loss is due to climate change and that everything is normal, in reality, this is not the case. All this peace and stability is the result of the hard work of others, and official professionals have been driven mad with anxiety for a while now. Are there any results? Are the results for soil number 24 out? Please study the report for soil number 3, and compare it with that for soil number 13. Has Lao Wang returned yet? He's away for a few days. We just have to wait for him to bring back the soil from South China. I have someone else bring the soil from North China. No, team leader. We still can't find the cause. All variables are stable, but the nutrients in the soil are steadily being lost. The team member couldn't help but frown at this. It's like something steadily sucking them away. Don't say such nonsense. The team leader remained calm, continuing to read the report in his hand. All fear comes from the unknown. Once we investigate, we find that everything has a traceable path. Okay. The team members straightened their expressions and returned to their experiments. Time ticked by. Countless possibilities had been tested today, but unsurprisingly, none of them were correct. The soil had inexplicably lost certain nutrients and various qualities. There had to be a reason. But why exactly? The team leader frowned, and just as he was about to take a sip of water to cheer himself up, he was disturbed by a knock on the door. What's going on? A member of the team went to open the door. New discovery. There's a completely unaffected plant specimen in South China. It looks in excellent condition. Even before the soil lost nutrients, it was a superb variety. What is it? The team leader scurried over. A radish. Yes. The communications officer outside nodded. A huge, sturdy white radish. Chapter 151. The residents of Yanzi village noticed something was different today. In the usually peaceful and tranquil mountain village, 4 or 5 apparently high-end cars had unexpectedly driven into the area. Why did everyone know about it? Because the mountain road was too bumpy, those tall cars had gotten stuck in the mud, and the village chief had asked everyone to bring their gear to help. Village chief, who are you? How could you get stuck in the mud? Aren't you driving a motorcycle? The car is big, the road is narrow, and it got stuck in the mud on both sides. Hurry, we've been waiting for ages. The village chief waved, signaling everyone to quicken their pace. Who are you? Village chief, just tell me. Human nature is to gossip, and especially when someone has brought their gear to help, there's even more reason to be curious. I don't know either. The village chief was at his wit's end. After a moment's thought, he added, looks like someone's coming from up there. I heard they're from a research group? They should be scientists. Scientists? The villagers, who had only heard the term on TV, were shocked. Their pace quickened, the road shortened, and they could see the tall, imposing cars from a distance. Wow, scientists indeed. Even their cars are so high. But what are they doing here? Don't talk nonsense. They have machines in their cars. It seems they're here to do experiments. The village chief said uncertainly, recalling the phone call he had received. The group walked quickly, speculating, and soon reached their destination. They chatted enthusiastically along the way, and once they arrived, they got down to work. Laying harder stones in the dirt nearby, the group worked together to push the carts, finally bringing out the clearly high-end cars. The car cautiously set off. Carrying the necessary precision instruments, a small number of experimental personnel, and the excited villagers, it slowly drove into the village. Everyone then realized that the people in the car were indeed scientists, specifically here to conduct experiments. It was said that the climate and soil here were unique, so they needed to collect samples to see how they compared to other places. Everyone was stunned for a moment, quite impressed by the fact that my ordinary hometown was actually so special. But after the shock, a sense of pride rose. Yes. My family has been farming since I was a child. The soil here is great, so anything can grow. Yes. Next to the rice are edamame beans. They're ripe now, sweet and tender. Stir-fried with shredded pork, they're just so delicious. Yes, I farm all this land. It's not tiring, not at all. Just take care of the pests and spread some fertilizer, and within a month, they'd be growing like nothing else. Yes, I also planted the flowers on the balcony. They're beautiful. I used to think they were difficult to grow, but I didn't expect them to grow so big just by planting them casually. I don't water them every day, just when I remember. Anything to be careful about? Nothing to be careful about, right? Just water them well after planting and fertilize them. You might have to run a little faster when buying fertilizer though. Haha, what a wonderful place. Team Leaderly smiled graciously. Not noticing anything amiss, he resumed his patrol of the village. But no matter how many days he'd been there, no matter how many times he'd seen the village's crops, he'd still be astonished. This place was like a paradise, remote, with simple people. And of course, most importantly, the crops, each one more exceptional than the last, their robust roots and gleaming leaves glistening in the sun, practically announcing their thriving growth to the world. It was truly miraculous. He had actually held high hopes before arriving, and the results of the test on that large white radish were astounding. Not only did it lack the nutrient loss typical of crops, but it actually contained exceptional nutritional qualities. It contained a high concentration of vitamins and other beneficial trace elements, 3 times that of a comparable white radish. It also contained a very special active factor, though its identity had yet to be determined. It was truly astonishing, even when the soil nationwide was generally free of nutrient loss, but even more so in today's climate of widespread barrenness. It was simply dazzling. How could such a white radish be grown? So he came, but he was even more astonished. Before this, he had only speculated that the local soil and water might be perfectly suited to growing radishes, which was why they hadn't been affected. But surprisingly, every crop was growing so well, from all sorts of crops to flowers and trees. Even though it was already winter, some people were still growing tomatoes and beans. And the most astonishing thing was, they were still growing so well. Incredible, truly incredible. But the villagers seemed accustomed to this. Everyone I asked said there was nothing special about it. All they had to do was work hard and apply fertilizer. The only thing they had to worry about was grabbing the fertilizer. How hard-working, how simple-minded, could such piety be the only way to obtain special land? That doesn't conform to scientific principles. He's a materialist. Team Leaderly observed as he walked. So what exactly makes the local land so special? The soil test results haven't come back yet, but he's volunteered to stay here. Crop growth is a multifaceted process, and he wants to observe carefully what factors are causing the crops here to grow so well, even beyond common sense. It must be fertilizer. They seem to be growing just fine without it, but they've really thrived since. The fellow pondered over his meal, and Team Leaderly couldn't help but ask. What fertilizer? Could it be? I bought it at the market. It wasn't too expensive, the fellow said, taking a bite of his rice. Remember to bring your own stuff. The owner will give you a 2 yuan discount, so it's even more cost-effective. Bought it at the market. Team Leaderly was a little disappointed. It wasn't the mysterious secret recipe he'd imagined. It must be just ordinary fertilizer bought at the market. It couldn't possibly be that potent. Leader, Do you want to come to my house for dinner? I'm making stir-fried edamame today. They're tender and sweet, and when you add the green peppers and shredded pork, they're delicious. The fellow extended the invitation and displayed the meal. The rice was fragrant, the vegetables were oily and shiny, and the shredded pork was chopped very small, yet the combination looked incredibly tempting. Team Leader Lee heard his stomach growling. But he swallowed imperceptibly. No, I've made some food over there. Thank you for your kindness. I definitely come here for a bowl next time. After saying hello, Team Leader Lee hurried back to the newly built experimental base in the village with even more swift steps. It was time for dinner. Today's meal was stewed beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried shredded pork with edamame, a refreshing green spinach dish, and a meatball with shredded white radish. It was delicious and tasty. It could even be said to satisfy every human fantasy. Team Leader Lee took a sip of the sweet and fragrant soup and felt deeply that this was life. After a delicious lunch, Team Leader Lee suddenly felt even more melancholy. What should we do? Nutrients are still being lost from the soil elsewhere, and all crops are losing nutrients at a noticeable rate. Today's meal, specifically, was limp and unsweet, the potatoes were hard and starchy, the edamame felt like chewing wood, and the spinach had lost its fresh fragrance. It's unpalatable and unnutritious. How can we all get by? Team Leader Lee was heartbroken, his initial appetite fading in his melancholy. He put down his chopsticks and returned to his work. He asked his team members if the soil analysis results were in, then called to inquire about progress from his colleagues in other locations. Finally, he began to review the materials. Once everything was complete, he was back on the road. Practice is the key to true knowledge, especially in agriculture. You can't just work in isolation. You must travel and observe more. Oh, boss, you're here to investigate again. You're so diligent. Would you like one of my white radishes? They're so sweet and crisp, and they're the best when freshly pulled. Radishes? Team Leader Lee suddenly thought of the radish he'd just picked. He was tempted to reach out and take it, but he forced himself to hold it back. The rules were that when you go to the countryside, you can't take anything from fellow villagers. You have to buy it. Team Leader Lee said, that's embarrassing. If everyone who passes by takes a radish, your work would be in vain. He thought for a moment and began to praise again, but this big white radish is so good. It's so smooth and shiny, mud won't stick to it. Just wipe it off. Ha ha ha. The villagers were so flattered by the praise that they even more enthusiastically pulled radishes and handed them out. Looking at the large, shiny white radish, Team Leader Lee said, I'm really embarrassed to take yours. How about this? I buy one. It's such a good radish, you'd be missing out. The deal was finally settled at 20 yuan each. The villager repeatedly refused, but Team Leader Lee couldn't resist his persuasion. After a mix of reasoning and emotional appeal, he finally agreed. A huge, white, translucent, and juicy radish. Team Leader Lee held the largest radish in the field, his heart instantly filled with joy. The heavy feeling of harvest was irreplaceable. Satisfaction, truly satisfaction. But the satisfaction only lasted a second before Team Leader Lee began to worry again. Alas, if only other places could grow such fine white radishes. Why is this place so exceptional? Is there really such a thing as a land blessed with outstanding people? But it's not that scientific. Team Leader Lee sat down by the roadside, holding the radish. He watched as the villager began to sort the soil in the vegetable patch, gathering the broken radish leaves, picking the other vegetables, and finally pulling out a basket of loose, black, mud-like substance. He first touched and rubbed it with his hands, then carefully spread it on the vegetable patch. Team Leader Lee didn't react for a moment, but in that split second, he asked, fellow villager, what is this? His voice trembled slightly, a mixture of fear and anticipation. This is the fertilizer we sell at the market. The villager's attitude was casual, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, he stood up abruptly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention. We didn't have it here before. Our farming was just average. For example, a white radish wouldn't grow this big. The villager patted the dirt off his hands, suddenly feeling proud again. But later, the elders in our village bought fertilizer, and it works with everything we grow. Just sprinkle it on whatever you want to eat. More if you like it, less if you don't. The more you sprinkle, the faster the vegetables will ripen. Chapter 152. Impossible. This was Team Leader Lee's first reaction. As a leading figure in the agricultural field, he had been exposed to the concept since childhood that crop growth is affected by a myriad of factors: soil, water, climate, natural factors, human intervention, pests, pollution, and countless others. The only thing he couldn't do was to simply spread something in the soil and guarantee its growth. If you like it, spread more. If you don't, spread less. This isn't a movie. How could that be possible? Team Leaderly opened his mouth to object, but seeing the villagers diligently spreading fertilizer and the excellent vegetable plot, he hesitated for a moment. Or maybe it wasn't that exaggerated. Perhaps this fertilizer simply matched the local nutrient loss. For example, if nutrient loss in the soil and water is due to a lack of a certain element, this fertilizer could just make up for it. That approach made perfect sense, both scientific and intriguing. The possibility of finding a solution to soil nutrient loss had suddenly reached Team Leaderly, who was immediately perked up. Fellow villager, could you sell me a bag of this fertilizer? I want to take it home and experiment with it, to see why it's so potent. Team Leaderly had assumed the other party wouldn't refuse, but suddenly noticed he was visibly hesitant. Leader, it's not that I'm stingy. It's not expensive, but I only have this one bag of fertilizer left. I'm planning on having spinach and egg drop soup the day after tomorrow. If I spread it today, the spinach will start growing. If I give it to you, I won't be able to eat it. The fellow villager scratched his head, seeming a little embarrassed. How about this? I give you a handful. You can take it home and study it. Tomorrow, you come with me to the market. I set up my stall at 6 o'clock. Meet me at the village entrance at 5:30. Be sure to be on time. If you're late, you won't be able to grab it. With a handful of fertilizer, they returned to the experimental base. Team Leaderly couldn't help but squeeze the mysterious fertilizer in his hand. It was loose and fine, indistinguishable from a handful of mud. It didn't look like fertilizer at all. Is this really fertilizer? Years of agricultural training told Team Leaderly that this must be mud, a fluffy, potentially nutrient-rich mud. Perfect for growing crops. But that doesn't mean it can be used as fertilizer, let alone that simply spreading it will cause crops to grow, and another handful will be ready for consumption the day after tomorrow. Strange, bizarre, the various things I'd seen along the way jumbled together in my mind. Loose, potentially nutrient-rich mud, the various crops that had performed exceptionally well in the village, the villagers' matter-of-fact tone. It works just fine, just sow it, and it show results. Crops weren't this good before, but once they're fertilized, they're doing just fine. Everything jumbled together in his mind, carried along by the handful of soil in his hand, as he placed it into the experimental apparatus. He couldn't get it out for a while, so Team Leaderly had to go to bed. Though he longed to stay up all night waiting for the results, he had to gather at the village entrance at 5:30 the next day, and at his age, he simply couldn't endure it. The dream was bizarre, full of seemingly unscientific things, but before he could fully grasp them, he woke up. Seeing the alarm clock, he quickly got dressed and got up early. The gathering was complete. Team Leaderly was shocked. He had assumed there wouldn't be many people so early, but as he walked along the country road with his fellow villagers, he saw several figures coming and going, each carrying a basket, clearly on their way to the market. We have to hurry, or we won't be able to buy any. The fertilizer supply is limited each time. The boss said the supply is limited, so we have to rely on our speed. Upon hearing this, Team Leaderly quickly quickened his pace, arm in arm with his fellow villager, and broke into a run down the country road. The others on the road also began to run, their movements and demeanor in unison. Team Leaderly suddenly felt a greater sense of urgency, and his legs moved swiftly forward. We've arrived, but it seemed as if we hadn't arrived yet. A long line formed from the edge of the night, with Team Leaderly and his fellow villager standing at the very end. The fellow villager said they were actually quite fast this time, but it was a pity that others had been even faster. The people at the front of the line had been up at least 4:30. 4:30. Getting up to go to market. Team Leaderly was deeply shocked, and couldn't help but sigh that life wasn't easy for people of all classes. Will we still be able to buy it? Team Leaderly couldn't help but worry. Of course we are. We've only just reached Zhou Xiaohong's grocery store, so we're pretty far in line. If we'd ended up at the gas station, that would have been a bit risky. We'd definitely be able to buy it here. Team Leaderly glanced around, unable to discern Zhou Xiaohong's grocery store in the pitch darkness. But he finally made it to the queue. The line moved quickly, likely because there were only a few steps involved in buying fertilizer. Just pull, shovel, place, and carry, and everyone was done. Team Leaderly moved forward quickly, fearing someone might accidentally cut in line. Yi Sifeng was busy, pulling the bag, picking up the shovel, stuffing the bag, and finally handing it forward. Someone took it and left. Ying Fangxuan, who was collecting the money nearby, fluttered around in midair, disguised as a unique species of bird. Boss, I want 10 bags. No, Limit to 1 bag per person. Yi Zifeng was already quite skilled, quickly packing a bag of the spirit beast space soil that the earthworms had burrowed through. Want 1 bag? If not, I take the next one. Yes, yes, yes. The man took the bag of soil away. Yi Zifeng began shoveling the next one. His movements were smooth and efficient, requiring no thought at all. It was a unique work experience, and as he worked, he felt himself empty. 88. Yi Zifeng said to the man subconsciously. Hey! I'm not here to buy fertilizer. Next. Yi Zifeng said crisply. No, I'm an agronomist from the official core team. Could I have a moment of your time? I just want to ask you some questions. Yi Zifeng finally realized that the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. He had been so engrossed in selling things that he hadn't noticed. This shouldn't be right. This shouldn't be right. Yi Zifeng reflected on himself for a second, but quickly resumed shoveling. Hold on a moment. It'd be sold out in about 10 minutes. It won't be long. Team Leader Lee felt reassured upon hearing this. Of course, he didn't leave his bag of soil behind. He paid 88 and took it. But it was too dark for him to see clearly. What kind of bird was that flying around collecting money? Why did it feel like I had never seen anything like it before? Was it a rare species? Team Leader Lee was puzzled for a second. At this stage in his life, he rarely questioned things he didn't understand. After all, the world is so vast, and every field is profound. Boss, what kind of bird is this? Why are you charging for it? The fellow behind him asked. It's a special kind of bird, quite rare. The boss seemed to answer, but then he didn't. But the fellow was clearly satisfied. He happily walked away with the bag of fertilizer soil. Team Leader Lee waited quietly, watching the team move quickly, watching the pile of dirt on the stall being shoveled down little by little, and watching the young and handsome boss clap his hands decisively and stand up directly from the stall. Hello, he greeted with a smile. And so they began chatting. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, and he was frequently shocked during the conversation, his mind racing, back and forth between disbelief and how could this be possible, everything seemed to tell him that this was all true. In this world, science seemed to be slowly receding. Another world? Are there really other worlds in this world? According to the mysterious boss, he came from an ancient cultivation world, but that world collapsed. He traveled through several worlds to reach this place, and upon arrival, he discovered something was amiss. This world had definitely been tampered with by creatures from the cultivation world. Yes, the boss had used the word creatures. When he raised his question, the boss acted very naturally, saying that the cultivation world was incredibly vast, having existed for countless eons, and that its abundant spiritual energy made anything possible, that everything could become a spirit. So, he wasn't quite sure what was secretly absorbing nutrients from the soil in this world. Not sure? Do you mean you have a rough idea of the possibilities? That's what he asked. Probably, the handsome young boss smiled, then reached out to rub the flitting, rare bird. I have a hypothesis, but I can't say it. If I do, some things won't work. Mysterious, quite mysterious, something ancient and familiar. How is this different from the beliefs passed down through the Yin Nation? Team Leader Lee was stunned. He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. As if sensing his bewilderment, the young boss considerately offered to provide more fertilizer and soil for them to research and experiment with. He could come back to discuss things when they were ready. He also wanted official cooperation on certain matters. And so it was written. Team Leader Lee sat at his makeshift desk, lost in thought as he gazed at his own report. Every word was a fantasy, every sentence a legend. At first glance, it resembled a novel, opening with the nutrient soil of a mysterious village and concluding with the story of a visitor from another world who had once cultivated immortality. It was bizarre, incredibly bizarre. If he had read it in the middle of the night, he'd have wondered if he were dreaming. But Team Leader Lee read and reread it, still unable to find anything new to improve it. The facts were as they were, and further revisions wouldn't adequately describe the situation. Okay. Submit. Looking at the page indicating the successful submission, Team Leader Lee thought for a moment before picking up the large bag of nutrient soil beside his desk, the very same retail space soil the boss had mentioned, the one with the unique earthworm-infested earthworms that was exclusive to the cultivation world, and handed it to the post office to be mailed. Team Leader, there's a delivery for you. A team member emerged from the office door, carrying a large, heavy bag. Team Leader Zhang asked, who sent this? Without even turning around, he asked, it's Team Leader Lee. He sent it from the countryside. It must be some kind of experimental sample, right? It's quite heavy. Just put it there. Team Leader Zhang carefully arranged the items in his hands, making sure all the experimental samples were correct before slowly beginning to unpack the packages. There were a lot of packages, all sent by team leaders from different regions, who had been sent to the countryside. Sometimes, for less important or urgent items, team leaders would just send them by express. So team leader Jean wasn't very thorough. As he unpacked, he clicked through the received survey reports and compared them, marking any useful ones and closing the packages if they weren't. He took notes as he unpacked them, finally reaching the last one. Team Leader Lee had sent a large, heavy bag. Team Leader Jean untied the rope and paused for a second, peering at the dark contents. He focused the loud light on it and realized that the bag seemed to be mud. Mud sent from out of town seemed normal. Team Leader Jean rubbed his hands, finding nothing amiss. He casually opened the investigation report Team Leader Lee had sent him, intending to take some notes. He glanced at it for a moment, then squinted again. He shifted his gaze elsewhere before returning to the message. He pressed his temples, then returned his gaze to the sender's column. After double-checking that everything was correct, he took off his reading glasses and walked to the window to relax his eyes. Feeling his eyes relax, he took another look around the lab to ensure everything was in order. Then Team Leader Jean opened the message page again. He began reading again, line by line, meticulously scrutinizing every word. But even at the end, he frowned and squinted. Team Leader Jean read the message again, and after a long pause, he rested his gaze on the bag of unremarkable soil, and said something from the bottom of his heart. What is this? Chapter 153. It's hard to describe Team Leader Zhang's feelings at this moment. It felt like being a class representative in school, collecting math homework, and discovering a classmate had handed in a fantasy novel about how the ancient sword master wrote functions. The classmate's tone hinted at a tendency, hoping everyone would study hard alongside the ancient sword master. Baffling, indescribable. Seeing this message, it was hard not to wonder about the other person's situation. Is he under too much pressure? Or has he encountered some crisis? Team Leader Zhang picked up his phone and called. What was going on? Could the fantasy story be a disguised secret message? Team Leader Zhang was bewildered. He considered countless possibilities, but the thought of the report being true was the last thing on his mind. This was too bizarre. For someone who had diligently studied for many years, building a life piece by piece with knowledge, this statement sounded like a TV drama, a myth. Hello? The line connected, and Team Leader Lee's voice came from the other end. Hello. It's me, Old Lee. Did you write that investigative report yourself? Team Leader Zhang asked directly. Yes. The other person's tone was quite matter-of-fact, but for some reason, there was a pause for a few seconds. I know it's unbelievable, but I'm not making this up or exaggerating. This is all real. I can't believe it. Stop talking. Let's make a video call. Team Leader Zhang didn't believe it at all, even suspecting it was just audio. The other person was silent for 3 seconds. Okay. The video call started. Team Leader Zhang used a computer specifically. The large screen made it clearer to see Team Leader Lee. No matter how he looked at him, it looked real. The background was the makeshift laboratory, and there were assistants passing behind him. No matter how he looked at it, it looked correct. Now you believe it, don't you? Why are you so suspicious, old man? Have you seen the soil I sent you? Experiment with it, and see if it's really that useful. Then write up a report and submit it. We really can't make a decision on this. Old Lee across from me was blabbering, his self-righteous demeanor truly unimaginable. Team Leader Zhang was genuinely puzzled. He stared at the screen for a long time, listening over and over again to how the other side had discovered that strange soil, how they had struck up a conversation with that mysterious young man, and how they half believed in the story of someone from another world. He still couldn't believe it. Team Leader Zhang even suspected the video was fake. While bending down to pick something up, he called the technical department and asked them to check if the person on the other side was real. The result was real. There was no fraud. It was indeed Old Lee on the other side. Team Leader Zhang still couldn't believe it, so he hid under the table and called Old Lee's assistant. Team Leader Zhang, what's up? I'm working the fields outside the makeshift lab. Did Team Leader Lee tell you about that fertilizer? It's truly amazing. The water spinach I planted the day before yesterday has grown so big today. It's like magic. Amazing. The assistant, with a bright smile, panned the camera to show the water spinach in the field. Lush green and swaying in the breeze, they looked tender and refreshing, definitely the kind that would be delicious. It was even more outrageous. Team Leader Zhang glanced at Lee's assistant across from him, then recalled the information from the fantasy novel. At some point, his mind racing, he finally decided to let himself go. Forget it, I'm already so old, there's no need to be so stubborn. Since Oldley says this soil is so useful, why not just experiment with it? If it's that useful, he report it and share this bizarre story with everyone. If it's not, he report it too. It's like something's happened to Oldley's team. They've all gone insane. Team leader Jean conducted the experiment. Unsure how to explain this to anyone, he didn't reveal any information. Since Oldley said this mythical soil would produce results within 3 days of spreading it, then he'd wait 3 days. Team leader Jean leisurely carried the large bag of soil and, without alerting anyone, entered the lab. He decided to select the crops on shelf number 2 as his test subjects, spreading the soil 2/3 of the way down, one plant at a time. Team leader, did anyone touch the things on shelf number 2 yesterday? It seems a bit messy. I did. I adjusted the experimental data yesterday. Team leader Jean remained expressionless. Oh! The assistant left again. Team leader Jean breathed a sigh of relief. He was nervous. I didn't know what I was nervous about, but I felt like a thief. I hadn't done anything wrong. I just read a fantasy novel. Alas, responsibility is a heavy burden to carry forward. Team leader Jean couldn't help but sigh, unable to articulate his feelings. But soon, his confusion faded. The next morning, when he woke up, he noticed that the crops on shelf number 2, regardless of type, had grown taller by 3 to 5 centimeters. The contrast with shelf number 1 made the changes so clear. Team leader Jean stood before the shelves, all the knowledge in his mind morphing and reorganizing, squeezing and colliding, finally transforming into bag after bag of black soil. In one night, in less than 13 hours, crops of different types, and at different stages of growth had all seen their growth accelerated. Was this something in line with today's technological advancements? Impossible. Team leader Zhang's heart raced, and he darted out of the lab, opening his personal computer and beginning to edit the information. From beginning to end, from the message team leader Li sent to what he had witnessed firsthand, every word was a true description of the facts. Sent. Looking at the page showing sent, team leader Jean thought for a moment, then handed in the remaining 1/3 of the bag. 3 days. 3 days of absolute silence. No response from above, nothing at all, as if nothing had happened. Team leader Jean was in a trance. If he hadn't seen the crops on shelf number 2 growing stronger day by day, and hadn't seen the message on his shelf show sent, he wouldn't have doubted it. At noon on the 4th day, team leader Jean was absent-mindedly eating stir-fried spinach, when he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance to the experimental base. His heart raced, he dropped his chopsticks and rushed out. Someone came to pick him up and helped him into a car, and he quickly arrived at the heart of the country. The meeting had begun. A staggering amount of data was presented at the meeting, showing a striking contrast between each crop before and after the soil was applied. The leader on the stage appeared calm, but team leader Jean could see on the large screen that his hands were shaking slightly. Clearly, no one was as calm as they appeared. Information about the existence of another world shattered and reorganized all previous knowledge and concepts, leaving only lands across the globe drained of their essence. The sudden appearance of mysterious soil, a gentle sprinkle of which could revitalize crops and even make them grow stronger and more robust, was as miraculous as a miracle cure in a world where the land was slowly drying up. What should be done? What choice should be made? Everything that followed felt like a dream. The leader, speaking in a gentle tone, explained that he had met with a mysterious boss and that they had reached a consensus. The other party was trustworthy to a certain extent, as evidenced by evidence. 7 images were displayed on the large screen at the appropriate time. Most people in the meeting immediately recognized them as the highest level gift currently available from the diplomatic service. For a moment, everyone was stunned, speculating on the meaning of these gifts. Was the leader trying to win over the others with these gifts? The leader, his hair slightly graying, remained silent, sighing as he gazed at the 7 images on the screen. As if he had made a firm decision, his gaze hardened and turned directly to the group seated. This is a very serious decision. I can't explain it clearly, as spreading it would only cause confusion. But like countless other decisions in the past, this is the most appropriate one we've made after weighing the pros and cons. Team leader Jean listened, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. The land across the country has lost its essence. The crops on shelf number 2 have grown taller. The leader's eyes, a touch of worry yet hopeful. Finally, everything coalesced into 7 images on the screen. The highest gifts from 7 diplomatic departments, each with only slight variations in form. Suddenly, a shocking hypothesis surfaced in his mind. If space can be transcended, then aren't there multiple worlds moving forward in parallel? Could the highest gifts offered by the 7 diplomatic departments be anything other than local, Team leader Zhang was momentarily stunned, and the people around him exchanged glances, not knowing what they were thinking. But they all maintained a tacit understanding and remained silent, not daring to speculate on the other's thoughts. So be it, follow the organization's lead, because this is truly the best option after weighing the pros and cons. The land supply has reached a critical point. If no solution is found, the nation's 1.4 billion people will face a new era of food insecurity, even starvation. Of course, this period won't last. As long as the land issue isn't resolved, the world's food supply will decrease. In the worst-case scenario, everyone will starve to death, and starvation is the most primitive and terrifying thing in the world. This is the only way. Another world, a visitor with a story from another world, what will erupt when it collides with the local one? New fertilizer erupted. Farmers across the country were worried about their declining crops. Suddenly, a loud yet seemingly unremarkable piece of news broke online, on TV, on the radio, at the market, and in small shops. A new fertilizer formula has been released. Specialists have formulated a special fertilizer specifically for this year's soil problems. Simply apply it according to the instructions, and it will solve most of your crop problems. Really? Was this really developed by a national specialized department? Grandpa Zhao felt the black granules in his hand, sniffed them, and rubbed them with his hands, somewhat unsure. This stuff doesn't feel like fertilizer, it feels like soil. It's the real deal. A sack like this is only 10 yuan. How could it be so cheap if it weren't for the government subsidies? You can get such a big bag for 10 yuan now. Don't be disappointed. Even if it's just soil, this bag is valuable. The shop owner was very calm. 10 yuan? Uncle Zhao was stunned, looking at the overflowing sack. Give me 20. No, we can't. Each household is limited to one bag. It's a national regulation. Chapter 154. Uncle Zhao returned home carrying the sack of fertilizer. He met many people along the way, and he told them that the small shop at the village entrance sold fertilizer for 10 yuan a bag. It was supposedly government subsidized, specially formulated to address current soil problems. You couldn't afford to buy it, and you couldn't get ripped off. Each person was limited to one bag. Everyone who had spoken to Uncle Zhao quickened their pace or turned around, hurrying toward the village entrance, fearing they wouldn't be able to snag the 10 yuan bag of fertilizer. 10 yuan, only 10 yuan. Anyone who didn't buy it was short-sighted. What else could 10 yuan buy these days? Even a large bowl or plate cost more than 10 yuan. The shop quickly filled up. The owner, anticipating this, pulled out a loudspeaker and began shouting, "Line up! Line up! If you don't line up, you won't be able to buy fertilizer." The crowd pressed together, and despite some setbacks, a line finally formed. Money was exchanged for goods, banknotes were handed over to the boss, and bags of fertilizer were carried out. It was heavy, but those who could wander around the village entrance were strong laborers from their families. They could lift a sack of fertilizer with a little effort, or at least drag it back home. Sack after sack was carried back to their homes. Those who knew a little about the business would open the bag and examine it, pondering it. Isn't this just mud grains? It's different from the previous fertilizers. Will it work if spread on the soil? Has it been soaked in chemicals? But the government has already distributed it, 10 yuan a bag. It wouldn't be that price without subsidies. Trusting the government and the organization, most people would tie the tops of the bags shut, planning to spread it in the fields tomorrow. The night sky cast a shadow over the earth, stars rose from all directions, the morning star gradually shone, and the deep blue sky gradually became lighter. While the sun hadn't yet fully risen, but the world was already aglow with a faint light, Uncle Zhao picked up fertilizer and headed for the rice fields. "Uncle Zhao, are you going to apply fertilizer too?" Coming towards him was his neighbor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, pulling a cart piled high with various items. There was the bag of fertilizer, which each person was limited to one, as well as shovels, hoes, and other agricultural tools. Behind the cart followed his elderly wife, carrying a large bottle of water, and wearing large wellies, clearly ready to join him in the fields. "Yes, I can't sleep now that I'm old, so I just got up and did some work." Uncle Zhao smiled and nodded. After bidding farewell to the couple, he met several people along the way, including Aunt Huang at the village entrance, Zhou Xiaojia, the village chief's son, and Aunt Long at the end of the village. Nearly everyone I met was carrying a bag of fertilizer, ready to go to the fields. I was worried, truly worried. Although they wouldn't be short of food and drink for a while, the crops in the fields were clearly worse than in previous years. Even the village's veteran farmers couldn't tell. It was impossible not to be worried. A faint but persistent worry hung over everyone's heart. What was wrong with the land? We'd been planting for so many years. Why wasn't it failing this year? Everyone was worried, but before they could see any results, the government gave them something: subsidized fertilizer for 10 yuan a bag. It was said to work the moment it was spread. Absolutely buy it, and spread it in the fields immediately. Grandpa Xiao touched the grains of soil behind him, feeling excited and hopeful, but also a faint sense of suspense and doubt. Could this fertilizer really work? After so many attempts, the crops in the fields, like the starving people, continued to wither, gradually declining. With an indescribable feeling tinged with a faint anticipation, Uncle Zhao scattered the entire sack of fertilizer into the soil. The 3 acres of rice fields, the 2 additional vegetable plots, the several potted plants on the balcony, the old peach tree in front of the house, the 2 loquat trees behind, the osmanthus tree by the door, the small clump of green onions in the broken bowl, none of it was left out. Uncle Zhao also wanted to scatter it all into the rice fields, but looking around, he couldn't bear to part with any of it. So he'd just divide it up. It might be a little, but a little would save him from having to use it. So he scattered it. Looking at his blackened hands, then at the small clump of green onions next to him, Uncle Zhao suddenly felt elated for some reason. Great! 10 yuan can cover so much land, and it's the government. Uncle Zhao happily washed his hands and hummed a little tune as he went back into the house. He pulled a shriveled tomato from the refrigerator and laid 2 eggs in the pot. For dinner, he ate scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Although the tomatoes were rather bland, neither juicy nor sweet nor sour, the eggs were still quite fragrant. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Uncle Zhao still ate 2 full bowls of rice. Ah! He put down his bowl and let out a long sigh. Looking at this mediocre scrambled eggs with tomatoes tonight, he lamented that it would be great if the fields could produce normal tomatoes. He had already planted the fertilizer, but he wondered when it would take effect. Uncle Zhao couldn't help but glance out the window. The peach tree in front of the door swayed in the wind. Although it was leafless, it looked energetic, as if it had just had a full meal. Uncle Zhao touched his stomach, suspecting he had been overeating. It should take about 10 days to take effect. Yi Zifeng was supervising the earthworm's intense drilling in the spirit beast dimension. The designated area was a vacant lot in the spirit beast dimension. By the standards of the cultivation world, the soil was of poor quality, unable to provide good conditions for the growth of natural treasures. However, for Earth's crops, it was quite suitable, a truly perfect environment. But that wasn't enough. To make the resulting soil even more effective, earthworms with the natural soil loosening gene had to be brought in to drill around. Of course, these were no ordinary earthworms. During these busy days, Yi Zifeng suddenly remembered a time in the cultivation world when cultivators would often come carrying hoe-shaped magical instruments to dig the ground. Ying Fangxuan had said he was here to dig for spiritual earth dragons, which were exactly this type of earthworm. Yi Zifeng still remembered being shocked that earthworms in the cultivation world had such a prestigious nickname. But Ying Fangxuan was remarkably calm, his eyes serene, his demeanor steady, a truly impressive demeanor. Yi Zifeng didn't show any emotion, simply nodding to indicate his understanding. "They can't dig it away, right?" he added. "I don't remember what happened afterward, but I remember there never seemed to be a shortage of earthworms in the forest." Ying Fangxuan would occasionally tell him which patch of land these earthworms had dug up, where the spiritual plants were growing better, and would be perfect for making wine. The fruit-flavored spirit wine would probably taste good and also aid cultivation. Yi Zifeng lost himself in memories. He still remembered how calmly Ying Fangxuan said this, his face calm and his tone steady, as if he was trying to show off. As the Beast King, the diligent cultivation of his spirit beasts gave him more opportunities to level up. TSK, a spiritual wine that aids cultivation, and I was the one who taught him the method for brewing wine from fruit. He's already applying it so quickly? Is there any need to show off like that? Really tasteless. Oh, but honestly, I'm a little tired of wine brewed from forest fruits. If you want to drink it, just brew your own. I was smiling at the time, but then I put it back on sarcastically. Yi Zifeng was lost in a 3-second memory, watching the earthworms burrowing in the soil ahead. For a moment, he felt amused, magical, and even a little emotional. Alas, if these earthworms knew this day would come, would they regret not resting more in the cultivation world? Burrowing in the mud under a fruit tree all day, it seemed so leisurely, but now, everyone has to work at full intensity. Yi Zifeng sighed as he watched. Although the fertilizer distributed by the government is extremely diluted, with 1 bag of 88 yuan diluted to make 100 bags worth 10 yuan, no matter how much it's diluted, the huge demand is there. 1.4 billion people, 14 hungry mouths to feed, each one needing food, And this all depends on farming. Ing Fangxuan, tell them to burrow faster. Yi Zifeng pinched the furry little creature and issued a cold command. Watching the earthworms burrowing at a noticeably faster pace, then glancing at Ing Fangxuan, who was diligently supervising them, Yi Zifeng was finally satisfied. He found a place to sit down and smoothly pulled out his phone. Finally, he had some free time to surf the internet. A while ago, while setting up his stall, he'd forgotten he could use his phone. Yi Zifeng felt relaxed, and with a sense of rest after a long day of work, he began surfing the web. I wandered around aimlessly, reading gossip here and watching videos there, then finally stumbled onto the most popular internet platform and clicked on a random trending entry. Hashtag is 10 yuan fertilizer a welfare grant or elite cutting scam? Hashtag. The entry's theme was clear, and it carried a mysteriously neutral perspective, as if impartially reasoning, like a professional conducting a careful analysis. Yi Zifeng scrolled down, and sure enough, the more chaotic things get, the more people fan the flames. It was only 10 yuan, but the person who posted it was full of conspiracy theories, every word emphasizing that the government was exploiting the situation, not even sparing a 10 yuan sum. It was truly chilling. Yi Zifeng downvoted the post, and then scrolled down to read the comments. He was curious about everyone's reaction. I agree. What good can you get for 10 bucks? I think it's just some dirt. How bold the person is. Doghead, how terrible. Instead of trusting this kind of leaks, I'd rather buy some imported potion, the latest from America. It's a bit pricey, but it really works. I've saved the roses in my garden thanks to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a rose garden this year. Rose garden? The rich people upstairs go to a separate channel. Come on, not everyone can afford expensive foreign potions to improve their soil, right? Why not just eat meat? Well, you can't buy useless stuff, right? If you really want to, why not give it away for free? 10 yuan a bag, it feels like you want to be generous, but also reluctant to give away good things. I'm really impressed. Can those people above who are trying to stir up trouble at least hide their IP addresses? You haven't even sent fertilizer to those provinces, and the delivery is still on the way. You're already fussing before the goods even arrive. Is that necessary? Are you trying to meet your KPIs? Yi Zifeng liked this comment, then captured a few of the very noble comments above, and sent them to the official contact. Cultivation World Move. Porter Old Yi. Picture Assistant Shaoli. Okay, Assistant Shaoli. This post and anyone who agrees will be disqualified from purchasing. I hope I didn't ruin your online experience. Handshake. Cultivation World Porter Old Yi. Handshake. Yi Zifeng glanced at his phone, then at Ing Fangxuan, diligently supervising nearby, before finally focusing on the earthworms burrowing around with great intensity. Alas, in previous worlds, he would have laughed it off when he saw such remarks, but the earthworms in this world are truly industrious. They haven't stopped since entering this area, digging and burrowing in the dirt with intense activity every day. My body's already emaciated from exhaustion, and yet I still have to face this kind of questioning. No, this is simply pathetic. Yi Zifeng returned his gaze to his phone and continued surfing the web. If this world didn't contain the things he'd imagined, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Now the earthworms are exhausted and emaciated, and he's embarrassed to even suggest cutting them in half to double the effort. It just feels so inhumane. It turns out that being a capitalist also requires talent. Spiritual plants like him, who have cultivated for thousands of years, can't do it. Be kind, and you achieve great things. Yi Zifeng sighed, then lowered his head, and resumed surfing the web. It was so light and fun. Chapter 155. Yi Zifeng spent the next few days online. Perhaps because he hadn't used his phone much in recent times, he was suddenly completely captivated. He felt a sense of richness and interest in the outside world. Although the joy was fleeting, it was still novel and interesting enough. Perhaps this is internet addiction. It's truly magical. Yi Zifeng expertly switched between apps. He first browsed the gossip section, savoring the public's various speculations about the land situation, then slid into the short video app and began watching the various videos recommended on the homepage. Most of them were about agriculture, or rather farming. 9 out of 10 farming videos these days were about fertilizer, and the remaining one was about how to take care of one's own land. Everyone, come and take a look. How do you best use the fertilizer bag each? A user with a dark face, holding a plastic bag of black fertilizer pellets, addressed the camera loudly. The camera spun, quickly focusing on the field he was pointing at. My advice is to sprinkle a few seeds on fast-growing plants like water spinach, and lightly cover them on the surface of the soil. The spinach appeared in the camera, and a pair of large hands sprinkled a few grains of fertilizer on them from outside the camera. As for those buried in the ground, like carrots, just bury the fertilizer in the soil. The camera shook, and carrot leaves appeared on the screen. Giving 1 carrot 8 seeds does improve results, but we need to maximize profits, so 8 seeds is best. That's enough radishes. The screen switched, and a dark-faced man smiled at the screen, holding a large white radish. This is the radish grown after precisely controlling the variables. Not bad, isn't it? After planting these, I still have half a bag of fertilizer left. More than enough for another round. Next time, I share how to fertilize flowers. If you're interested, follow EP111 Xiaowei. If you have any questions, leave a comment in the comments section. Xiaowei will randomly answer your fertilization questions. Yi Sifeng casually clicked on the comments section and, as expected, saw a ton of questions. I want to achieve that waterfall effect with my octagonal plums. Can I use a whole bag of fertilizer? Will it burn the seedlings? I want to grow jackfruit in Hunan. Will this fertilizer work? If 1 bag isn't enough, can I sprinkle a little more? I really want to eat jackfruit. My osmanthus tree was wilting a while ago, but after sprinkling it with a pot of fertilizer, it perked up. Can I eat too? I haven't been feeling well lately. Seeing this, Yi Sifeng pinched his fingers and replied to the message. Eat in moderation. Don't eat too much at once. A small bowl within a week is fine. Perhaps the other person was online, as the message was quickly replied. Will eating it give me energy? Yi Sifeng replied. Well, you can, because you have a wood element. The other person didn't reply, perhaps in shock or perhaps filling a bowl with fertilizer. Yi Sifeng paid no attention and scrolled down the comments again. So many outlandish questions, as if they weren't the right fertilizer for your condition, but some rare earth grain from the world of cultivation. Well, that's not entirely wrong. It seems the people in this world are quite perceptive, seeing through your appearance to your true nature. It's a good thing this diluted fertilizer wasn't mixed with anything else. Yi Sifeng left the comments section, and was about to scroll down the video, when he suddenly caught a reply to his message from the corner of his eye. The red dots were increasing at a visible rate. Confused, he clicked on it. Master, what's my fate? Can I eat a bite of this fertilizer? Will it make me feel energetic? Oh my god, stop talking nonsense. This stuff might kill you. Be ethical online, and don't harm others. Hello, teacher. This is my palm. Can you tell me what my fate is? At what age will I meet my soulmate? Master, is my son destined to be a child model? This scammer has killed my whole family. Reported. Hello, are you interested in a fortune-telling course? It's the shopping season now, and you can get a 12% discount on your orders. Don't miss out. There were so many messages. After reading one, 3 popped up. Half were replies to the one saying someone had a wood element, and the other half were private messages. Yi Sifeng picked out a few to reply to, but soon felt his efficiency was inefficient. After thinking for a moment, he created a program and entered the answers to any questions he could think of. Now, no matter who replied to or privately messaged this account, they would receive the corresponding message. You have a fire element, just drink plenty of hot water. You already have good online ethics. You're destined for a successful career, just get married after 40. None. Accepted. Missed. Yi Sifeng casually flipped through the replies, and, seeing nothing interesting, switched apps to another platform to check out the trending searches. Hashtag what the hell is this fertilizer? Hashtag. The most popular entry was followed by an orange icon, indicating a lot of discussion. Yi Sifeng, demonstrating his internet prowess, clicked on it. The most popular post was a video. The blogger in a white lab coat, with a serious expression, showed everyone his experimental data. A document, readable only by professionals, appeared on the screen. The blogger explained it line by line in a gentle tone. According to him, this fertilizer was incredibly mysterious. It consisted of only a few simple ingredients, combined in a strange ratio, yet somehow it created something so incredible. It was suitable for a variety of crops, plants, and trees. Simply sprinkled into the soil, it could improve the condition of plants. Of course, that was an understatement. To put it bluntly, if you used it generously, it could literally bring plants back to life. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but I feel this fertilizer isn't just any ordinary stuff, not something scientists formulated based on current conditions. Its ingredients are perfectly normal, nothing special, but there's one thing that's unique. The blogger, wearing a white coat, turned his back to the camera and pointed at a small piece of data at the bottom. See this, everyone? This ingredient I'd never heard of before. At first, I thought it was just me not doing well academically. I took this to my instructor, and he took a long time to tell me it was a newly named thing. What does newly named mean, folks? We can reasonably speculate that before this fertilizer came out, this thing didn't even exist. The blogger's expression suddenly became mysterious. Where did fertilizer come from? Why is there a newly named ingredient? Did the ingredient come first, then the fertilizer, or was it named after the fertilizer came out? The blogger's expression was mysterious, but soon turned cheerful. Everyone, please make your guesses. Share your thoughts in the comments. What exactly happened? Let's discuss and learn together. Yeetsifeng casually clicked into the comments section. Oh my god! I just checked, and this ingredient was really just named a while ago, almost as soon as the fertilizer was released. That's alarmist. This ingredient was specifically formulated for the fertilizer. Making it so mysterious, are you trying to say it's an alien substance? How bizarre. Well, although it's a bit unscientific, I still want to ask, does anyone really think this fertilizer is ridiculously effective? I don't farm at home, but I bought a bag because it was so cheap. I grab a few handfuls every day and throw them into the pot where I plant scallions. Now the scallions are taller than me. Is this normal? Why do I feel something's wrong? Ah? What a waste. Only half a scallion a day is enough. Any more than that is a huge waste. They grow too tall and won't have any fragrance, just size. Does the above person have any fertilizer? I have 2 acres of land, and the fertilizer I buy per person isn't enough. I'd like to buy some that others don't want. No, green onions growing in front of the window are so beautiful, like a waterfall, and they also repel mosquitoes. Why choose green onions for aesthetics? I recommend roses. Be generous with the fertilizer, 3 handfuls a day. In a week, the vines will wrap around the window. I estimate I have a waterfall of roses in a month. This fertilizer is truly magical. It really feels like something from outer space. Why do you keep saying it's alien? Do you have some confidence in traditional culture? I think this is like the kind of spiritual soil in novels where just a little bit of it can produce a lot of things. Yeetsifeng liked the comment and continued reading. I think so too. And I don't know if you noticed, there's a line of tiny words on the seal of the fertilizer bag. I thought it was a pattern at first, but when I zoomed in, I realized there was actually something written there. Image. Yeetsifeng raised an eyebrow and clicked on the image, only to discover that the words, smaller than an ant, were sponsored by friend XCJ. Cultivation World? Yeetsifeng was astonished. The comment section was abuzz with activity, with many commenting that they had just checked the fertilizer bag and saw the words there. But what did this XCJ actually mean? What was the name of that mysterious friend? I don't think so. For some reason, when I saw these 3 letters, my first reaction wasn't a name, but something else. It's definitely a name, a donation from a friend. So what's the friend's name? It's a punctuation issue. If the sentence is donated from a friend named XCJ, then these letters are a place name. Both possibilities are possible, and I can't quite pinpoint why, but I somehow feel like these letters aren't a name. Considering the blogger's video and the previous comments, are you saying XCJ is a place name? An alien place name? I'm truly impressed by you guys. The country produces a fertilizer, and you claim it contains mysterious substances. The country prints a text thanking someone, and you claim these letters are place names, or even alien place names. Why haven't aliens kidnapped you? You can achieve perpetual motion with just your wild imagination. That's a steal. This last comment received a lot of flack, but many others also found it quite reasonable. The main problem is how bizarre it is. While the fertilizer substance is newly named, and the printed text is cryptic, there's no need to claim it's from another world. It's too far-fetched and completely unscientific. It's hilarious. A group of people online are swearing this fertilizer was brought in by someone from another world. XCJ is an unknown place name. Yeetsifeng had just switched to another app when he saw this message. Users had copied comments from serious discussions and speculations and posted them on his account to mock them. What alien world? The world of cultivation? I'm so dizzy. These people need to stop reading free novels right now. They're already so inflated, they explode if they're poked. How funny! In the world of cultivation, the most urgent thing is to stop reading fantasy novels about becoming a saint emperor. I made a mistake. The one they should stop reading is called Holy Hand Farming. I moved soil from the world of cultivation to farm for people reading novels on Earth. Yeetsifeng? ? Just as he was about to check again, Yeetsifeng realized the post was gone. Clicking on the profile again showed no trace of any activity. As if a thought struck him, Yi Zifeng switched to the page for communicating with the official team, and casually sent a greeting emoji. Assistant Xiao Huang, hello Mr. Yi. How are you doing? Don't overwork yourself. If you're busy, take more rest. Yi Zifeng glanced at the flattering messages, and then at the instantly vanishing online updates. He suddenly felt a sense of emoticon. The officialdom in this world is truly hardworking. Assistant Xiao Huang, we've already deployed the first batch of fertilizer according to your suggestion, and the second batch is also being planned. We just wait until the situation stabilizes across the country before distributing it. If there are any fluctuations, we notify you immediately. Cultivation World Porter Lao Yi. OK animated emoji. Chapter 156. Yi Zifeng continued to surf the internet. In the morning, he'd browse gossip, at noon, he'd perfect his auto-reply app, and at night, he'd intensively scroll through fertilizer information from all over the country. Between playing on his phone, he'd take a break to monitor Ying Fengshuan and see if he was doing his job properly. His days were incredibly fulfilling. Time passed, and the first batch of fertilizer had been distributed. Far from fading, the internet's excitement intensified, with astonishing videos everywhere. I'm so angry. I want to kill my past self. I didn't realize the true power of this fertilizer. Family, please pay attention. Today I'm going to show you how to grow a jackfruit plant in northern China using fertilizer. How to grow a durian from durian seeds. 10 yuan a bag of fertilizer will tell you. This stuff can actually feed fish? After having diarrhea? How did I cure myself with a 10 yuan bag of fertilizer? Growing cabbage in cracks in the ground. This time you can do it too. A small vine, fertilizer will help you have a dreamy window view. Earthworms grown with this fertilizer are great for fishing. Yi Zifeng's hand paused on the video. The man in the video had dark skin, a baseball cap on his head, sunglasses on his face, and was dressed tightly, looking very windproof. Look, everyone! The earthworms in this bucket are all fed this fertilizer. Do you see the fishermen over there? The man tilted the camera, and dozens of people holding fishing rods appeared on the screen by the lake. Each one sat upright, motionless, their gaze fixed on the river ahead. You family members can see, none of them moved. Why is that? Because the fish aren't biting. Why aren't they biting? Because I wasn't here, you know? The camera panned back to the man's face, a bright smile breaking through his dark complexion. Look at this bucket. It's full of earthworms I raised with fertilizer. Come on, let's string one on the hook. The camera was a little shaky, perhaps for some other reason. The man didn't get a close-up shot of the earthworms being strung, only a distant shot of the hook being cast into the river. Then, within 10 seconds, the fishing rod began to visibly shake, and the line began to swirl. Hee. The man said nothing, simply panning the camera to the side. The anglers at the lakeside stared at him with wide eyes, stunned. Let's reel in our fishing rods. Don't get too excited. The camera panned back to the river ahead. Perhaps for showmanship, the fishing rod wasn't reeled in all at once, but repeatedly, back and forth, pulling it to its full potential before finally pulling in a large fish. It was quite large, about the width of an adult man's palm and the length of a forearm. Even at the fish stalls in the market, it would be considered one of the best. Oh, not ideal. The man's voice echoed off camera. I'm filming right now, and no big fish has come up. Oh, it seems one worm isn't enough. Next time I try stringing 2 together. I have to catch a big one. The camera panned to reveal the envious and jealous expressions of the nearby fishermen. One even approached, looking at the giant fish and the bait bucket. Hey bro, are you selling this bait? No, it's my exclusive recipe, only for my fans. The man's tone was exaggerated. So do you think I can do it? I can be your fan too. You? Okay, if you follow my XX account, I give you 2 earthworms for free. The noise gradually died down, and at the end of the video, a voice suddenly rang out from close to the microphone. Family, follow me. Next episode, I teach you how to string earthworms. There are some tricks to this. Only by mastering all the tricks can you catch big fish. I have to keep my voice down, because the anglers next to me are so jealous. Yi Zifeng gave the video a like, feeling that his internet experience had unlocked a new chapter. Anglers have their own loves and hates, but this use of fertilizer always seemed bizarre. Originally, it was used for farming, but after so many steps, it could actually be used for fishing. It's kind of amazing. Yi Zifeng opened the comments section, and found it was also dominated by anglers. 8 out of 10 replied that they were going to give it a try, and the remaining 2 said it was really useful, and had already caught 3 large fish. Wow, those were some really big fish. Yi Zifeng's thoughts drifted across the internet, drifting to the earthworms burrowing furiously into the ground in space. If earthworms on Earth were this useful, then the earthworms in the world of cultivation. The scene of the earthworms burrowing furiously into the ground appeared in his mind. Forget it. I have a feeling I'd be struck by lightning when I undergo the tribulation. Alas, it's all Ing Fanshuan's fault. Next time, I just use him to fish. Yi Zifeng finally felt relieved, putting the incident behind him and returning to his intense online activities, occasionally checking in on Ing Fanshuan's efforts. Time flies by, each leisurely day slipping by. When Yi Zifeng saw the news about the second batch of fertilizer being delivered online, he realized half a month had already passed. Surprise! There's a second batch. Although it's only half a bag this time, I'm so satisfied. I finally have extra to plant flowers with. So happy. Huh? Why haven't we heard from here? Maybe it's a little later over there. I'm in the city center, so it might be faster. It's the same here. And I'm in a first-tier city. Transportation is super convenient. It can't be any later than other places. Is it just not happening here at all? No way, that's totally unfair. The second batch seems different. I'm in the system, and it seems every region has its own plan, while some places don't. It's a bit cheap, but I still want to say that even though online shopping here doesn't include free shipping, I got 2 bags per person from the second batch. I'm so happy. I'm going to search for tutorials and plant a durian or jackfruit tree next to my house. Is it different in every region? I got half a bag too. Are there any more? Tell me so everyone can see. There aren't more, but there are fewer. Here, each person gets half a basin, and the village uses stainless steel basins. Smile, oh my god, you still have half a basin. Here, the village committee is beating drums and gongs, and people are going to get fertilizer. I even had a cart loaded, and everyone was given a plastic bottle. Ah, a plastic bottle? How much can you grow with that? It's not enough to last a week. Something's better than nothing. I've used up all the fertilizer. Finally got a second batch, and we don't get any. How is it distributed? It's totally unfair. Seeing the people upstairs, I suddenly think one plastic bottle is pretty good. Takes the blame and runs away. So why are the amounts given to each region different? What's the basis for the plan? As a major taxpayer, isn't it too much to ask for an explanation? At Central, at official, at national team representative, this message went unanswered. Yi Zifeng knew the reason, because the officials weren't quite clear either. Before the first batch of fertilizer was released, Yi Zifeng hinted at it. The condition of Earth's soil might be due to the presence of some escaped beings from the cultivation world. They might not have purely malicious intent. It's just that some rare and precious creatures developed their own consciousness over the ages, and one day, when the cultivation world collapsed, they escaped. I stumbled upon this earth by chance, and found the culture and environment quite acceptable. It felt both strange and familiar, so I stayed and began diligently absorbing spiritual energy. Earth certainly doesn't have much spiritual energy. But substances of the same nature contain other things. For example, soil, while not rich in spiritual energy, does possess its own fertility. Cultivation is all about absorbing and absorbing. The amount of essence absorbed each time is not much, but day after day, the soil gradually decays. If Yi Zifeng hadn't arrived, it would have been drained dry sooner or later. Perhaps that being would have wondered why it was so resistant to absorption. Alas, the collapsed cultivation world, even he couldn't explain how much had escaped. To stabilize this world, that entity must be found. However, the land is vast, and the conditions vary from province to province and region to region. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to determine the entity's hiding location based on fluctuations in its aura. So, the fertilizer is divided into 2 batches. The first batch, 1 bag per person, will initially slow the rate at which the land is being sucked into slag. The second batch will be tailored to each region, checking for deficiencies and addressing any gaps, thereby balancing the land energy across the land. After balancing, there will inevitably be a point where the land energy is uniform across the country. At that moment, the first fluctuation will undoubtedly indicate that the entity is sucking again. Let's capture it. The soil fertility in the spirit beast space is a bit low. That spirit herb from the previous worlds has been growing things everywhere, and is a bit overloaded. It's just what I need, a soil fertility booster. Wait, how did it end up in his hands again? The number of fugitive items in the cultivation world has increased by 1. Yi Zifeng suddenly had an idea. If there are many things hiding in different worlds, and he keeps traveling through them, will there come a day when a collapsed world will be reshaped in his hands? Wow. How magical. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared in the sky. The night gradually faded. Sunlight shone from the horizon, passing through countless layers of time and space, illuminating Yi Sifeng's window. Looking up, dawn was rising. Yi Sifeng suddenly had a bad feeling. According to his online experience, dawn should have been 10 minutes from now, but the sun rose 10 minutes earlier. Why is that? Wow, a divine intervention, a foresight. Yi Sifeng closed his eyes, thinking about his recent bizarre idea. For the first time in his 3 lifetimes, he felt a pang of self-hatred. No, it was still hard to let go. Yi Sifeng stepped into the spirit beast space. Ying Fengshuan was still diligently supervising the earthworm's diligent digging into the ground. Yi Sifeng reached out and grabbed the furry little creature. He squeezed it, and soon Ying Fengshuan began to chirp. Hate the world. Yi Sifeng's tone was gloomy, filled with a toilsome life with no clear future. But Ying Fengshuan twisted and turned in his grasp, successfully captivating him. From this angle, Ying Fengshuan looked a little thinner. Could it be that this world's overseer was working too hard? Yi Sifeng felt instantly refreshed, like a cool breeze on a hot day. Though it's not nice to say this, sometimes, seeing Ying Fengshuan also enduring hardship makes me happy. Perhaps this is what it means to share hardships. One person just can't do it alone. Chapter 157. Ying Fengshuan didn't know Yi Sifeng's thoughts at the moment. He just felt that Yi Sifeng didn't look particularly happy. He even felt a sense of resentment. First resentment, then anger. Finally, as he pinched the adorable little beast he had carefully planned, he felt relieved, as if he had finally grasped some truth. Ying Fengshuan didn't quite understand, never since he was a child. On his path of cultivation, Yi Sifeng was the most unique being. He was talented, resilient, kind, and hard-working. He was simply the most perfect being in the world. But if I had to point out a flaw, it would be that he was a little unpredictable. Alas, it wasn't really a flaw, it made his enemies unpredictable. But for those who were attracted to him, it was a bit of a problem. If they hadn't been together for so long, Ying Fengshuan would never have been able to fathom his true feelings. Perhaps Yi Sifeng had encountered some new difficulty in his cultivation. Ying Fengshuan nodded unconsciously. He was always like this, smiling at everything, only turning to something else when he hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. What new problem had Yi Sifeng encountered? Had he figured it out now? Was he feeling happy? Questions popped up in Ying Fengshuan's mind one after another, but he didn't show any reaction. He simply moved his body, trying to be cute while rubbing against Yi Sifeng's hand. Oh, he was trying so hard. I wonder when he finally break through that barrier and connect with him. Ying Fengshuan rolled around in Yi Sifeng's hand, rubbing against his slightly cool palm. Yi Sifeng's mind was still replaying the idea of sharing hardships, but after a while, feeling comfortable, he put it aside and began to think about other things. He had some guesses about the creature that had arrived on Earth, but to be absolutely sure, he still needed to make some preparations, and seeing as how time was still available. Yi Sifeng entered the storage space, and stepped directly into the area containing the specialties of the previous world. The high-tech world provided him with many related items, various parts, and basic circuits, which would save him a lot of effort. Yi Sifeng thought for a moment, and began to work on the device. The most important thing was the device that could sense spiritual energy. Only with sufficient sensitivity could it detect fluctuations in the Earth's energy and locate the object as quickly as possible. Originally, he could capture it himself, but since he was already here and had already started making machines, he decided to make a capture device as a side job, just to review his knowledge from the previous world. Practices review. Yi Sifeng clicked and fixed it. The spiritual energy in his hand overflowed, replacing the welding device. Wire after wire was connected, part after part was assembled. The spiritual mask covered his face, and between the spiritual light and flint, it looked very impressive. At least Ying Fengshuan was shocked. The native cultivator had never seen such a scene before. Knowledge from his previous world's lessons quickly resurfaced in his mind. In the shimmering storage space, Ying Fengshuan began passing tools back and forth to Yi Sifeng. And so began their collaboration. Engineer Xiao Yi grew increasingly skilled, blending and colliding diverse knowledge systems, channeling them into the massive machinery through the spiritual energy and movements of his fingertips. Assistant Xiao Ying was incredibly diligent, always delivering the most appropriate tools immediately. His meticulously designed for flew in the passing wind. When you focus on anything, it's easy to lose track of time. According to Yi Sifeng's recollection, the two of them had been busy in the storage space for about 8 hours, but according to Ying Fengshuan, it felt like only a second had passed before they separated in the blink of an eye, having been working on the machine together just a moment before. Machine. Yi Zifeng looked up at the massive machine. Nearly a man's height, the machine had sleek lines and possessed exceptionally superior detection capabilities. With a simple input of spiritual energy, it could extend its detection range to the far side of the Earth. It also had a formidable capture capability, boasting ultra-fast movement and a swift capture mechanism. In the world of cultivation, it would be at least a family heirloom. But there was one problem. It wasn't concealable enough. The nearly man-sized size was still a bit conspicuous, but that wasn't a big problem, as Yi Zifeng had also achieved some success in cultivation. With a single cast of magic, the man-sized machine vanished into thin air. Cultivation was incredibly useful, and technology was also incredibly powerful. Combining the two was practically cheating. Master cheater Yi Zifeng channeled his spiritual energy into a man-sized invisible device, activating it. He then casually placed it on the balcony. As soon as the ground stabilized and then fluctuated, it would instantly send a notification and activate a teleportation array, transporting him and Ying Fengshuan directly there. Yi Zifeng stood on the balcony, admiring the scene for a moment, then, satisfied, walked back inside. He glanced around. Now, it was great, relaxing again. It would be a waste of this relaxing feeling not to surf the internet. Surfing the internet, right away, onto the internet again. A day passed, and there wasn't much new happening in the world. Fertilizer still dominated the conversation, but the second batch of fertilizer had noticeably steadily shifted downward, thanks to this trending topic ranking first. Hashtag why is the second batch of fertilizer unfair? Hashtag. The most popular post came from a high-profile blogger with a large following. He cited numerous historical references, arguing with historical practices and modern circumstances, analyzing geographical factors and political reasons. Ultimately, he concluded that the second batch of fertilizer distribution was unfair. No matter how you look at it, it makes no sense. So, there's only one contributing factor: social sophistication and human relationships. How terrifying. I thought this kind of thing was done behind the scenes, but I didn't expect it to be so out in the open. It turns out they didn't fall out before because they didn't have any real good stuff. Now that the fertilizer has arrived, their true colors are revealed. How terrifying. The schemes are really deep. When will there be true fairness and justice? Are you guys kidding me? Didn't the authorities explain it already? The second batch of fertilizer was allocated based on local conditions. More was given to places in need, and less was given to places that were less in need. And you're still using social conventions, just learning a word and then misusing it. How heartless. According to you, the capital should have 1 ton per person, but there's nothing in the second batch. Just check online to see if it's true. Silently raised their hands. This wasn't social etiquette at all. Province Y is a major taxpayer, yet the second batch only gave half a bowl per person. We even had to bring our own bowls, and there were even specific regulations on the size and shape. Province Z is vast and sparsely populated, so there aren't any bigwigs there, but each person was given 2 sacks. It's completely based on the needs of each province, right? I think it has something to do with the soil. It seems like the poorer the land, the more it gets, and the more fertile the land, the less. But I have to say this is the fairest way. Give it to those in need first. Yi Zifeng immediately gave this comment a thumbs up, because it was true. We need to balance the soil fertility across the country, and we should give it to those in need first. The comments gradually increased, and after settling down, many netizens began to think rationally. Seeing that the comments weren't one-sided, they also left their own comments. It's quite fair, isn't it? If it were based on social conventions, they wouldn't have given everyone a bag in the first batch. The second batch has just started. The government has already taken our feelings into consideration. It's heartwarming and thoughtful. Mommy is still mommy tears. I hate it so much. I hate myself and the people who spread rumors online. When it first came out, I wouldn't even bother buying it for 10 yuan. Then, a malicious person online said they could buy it for 20 yuan, so I sold it to them. Oh my god. 20 yuan. Now it's been hiked up to 20,000 yuan a bag, and we have to do it secretly because the authorities don't allow it. Hate. This hatred will never end. Is anyone as miserable as me? Previously, there was a 100,000 follower influencer online who said there was radiation in the fertilizer, smiles, and that plants only grow bigger and better through nuclear fusion. But people can't eat this stuff. You get sick instantly. But they handle it for free. You just have to pay the postage. Oh my god, this is hilarious. What the heck is nuclear fusion? My god, you could even search online and believe such a lame lie. Stop it! I was smug at first, but then that big V exposed me and I realized I'd been scammed. I'm so dizzy. How was he exposed? He was arrested. The notice said he was 18 years old, had dropped out of school since graduating from junior high, and specialized in defrauding gullible people online. How old are you? I'm 16. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng paused for a second, thinking back to his previous world, where the internet system was very well established. Minors have a dedicated zone, one zone per year, a truly ceremonial experience. Only after crossing the threshold of 18 can they freely interact with everyone on an equal footing, and cases of minors being scammed rarely occur. The process for this zone wasn't difficult for Yi Zifeng. It simply required collecting all current data, obtaining certain permissions, and finally, obtaining full cooperation from the authorities to implement it. Since I'm already here, it's just a simple matter. Yi Zifeng clattered on the keyboard, countless rivers of light streaming through his eyes. The knowledge from his previous world was flexibly applied, combined with his own understanding, gradually forming a vast yet sophisticated program. It was almost done. When I left this world, I would submit this program to the authorities. How it would be used was entirely up to them. Thinking he had solved one problem, Yi Zifeng continued to happily surf the web, reading all sorts of fresh gossip while perfecting his auto-reply program. Nowadays, programs are quite intelligent and can basically answer most questions. Their responses are meaningful and human, with only a slight mechanical feel left. This is often reflected in questions about love. Sometimes, even automated responses struggle to answer questions posed by those with a love-conscious mind. Master, can I be with him? Not necessarily. If I'm pregnant with his child, can we still be together? Low probability. If I want nothing but love, will we have a happy ending? Very unlikely. There's basically no happy ending. You have no real talent. Other masters say I can achieve my wish, I just need to work harder. Looking at that period, Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. What a brilliant response, it made even the machine seem to have emotions. Yi Zifeng continued surfing, looking left and right, until at some point, he heard movement on the balcony. November 29th, 23 seconds, capital time. Ground is stable. Unrest will occur in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Location has been determined. Transmission is commencing. Yi Zifeng scooped up Ing Fengshuan and stepped directly into the light emanating from the machine. Chapter 158. The three gathering spiritual soil still had no idea what was about to happen. It continued to spread its consciousness across the vast grassland, breathing in the air with pleasure. The scent of green grass, the whiff of lively cattle and sheep, and the wind blowing across the vast wilderness all combined to create the unique flavor of this land, fragrant and refreshing. The three gathering spiritual soil sighed, feeling that while this world might not be as overflowing with spiritual energy as the cultivation world, its soil was still quite good. When it first arrived, it had thought it wouldn't last long, but it hadn't expected this place to become more abundant the more it inhaled. The three gathering spiritual soil savored 2 more mouthfuls, savoring it while lamenting that no matter how wonderful this world was, it couldn't compare to its homeland. The cultivation world, the vast and boundless world, the world where the strong prey on the weak. Even though it lived there with caution, it had never imagined that it would one day leave its homeland. How did it collapse? There wasn't a single sign. The day before the collapse, it was still diligently cultivating, stealing spiritual energy while listening to gossip from human cultivators. So-and-so had achieved a breakthrough. So-and-so was trapped in love. So-and-so had won the final victory and formed a partnership with the cultivator of their dreams. The auspicious date had been chosen, and it was just waiting for both families to prepare so they could seal the bond. An auspicious date. It still remembered that auspicious date. It was the day after the cultivation world collapsed. What was going on? Wasn't that an auspicious date calculated with great effort by some powerful being? How could it not work at all? The cultivation world had collapsed, but it had already escaped the world by then. While this may sound a bit far-fetched, it was fortunate that it was a piece of earth. At the moment of collapse, it transformed itself into a small pebble and escaped the world along with the dust. It floated for a long time, bumping into many things. While this sounds a bit mystical, it somehow felt that it was best to remain unconscious. So for a long, long time, it became soil. For who knows how long, its consciousness was completely shut off, completely losing all perception of the outside world. Until one day, it crashed into an ocean blue planet. Perhaps this was fate. The three gathered spirit soil opened its eyes, and took in the world. A place tailor-made for it. Although it was a bit small, it was enough for one person. There were many humans up there, but surprisingly, they didn't practice cultivation at all, and had no spiritual awareness. This was truly wonderful. No more worrying about anyone coveting its body, no more being awakened in the middle of the night by fluctuations of spiritual energy, no more practicing in secret, no more timidly absorbing spiritual energy. Perhaps this was its chance. The three gathering spiritual soil began to feel proud. The cultivation world collapsed, but it enjoyed a better life. Although spiritual energy wasn't abundant, the soil was more than sufficient to sustain itself. With no natural enemies and no danger, this leisurely time passed, and it grew even stronger. What's this called? No destruction, no construction. It was the cultivation world that was destroyed, but it was itself that was built. So refreshing, it immediately settled in and began to inhale deeply. It first chose to live in Yin country. Of course, it didn't know the name at first. It only felt that the smell of the land was vaguely familiar. While not quite the flavor of the cultivation world, it was inexplicably to its liking. Not bad, not bad. The more it inhaled, the more it became addicted. And contrary to its expectation that it wouldn't last long, it simply inhaled more and more. And for some reason, perhaps its taste has changed recently, the more it inhaled, the more it felt to its liking. Amidst the rich flavor of Yin Nation, a hint of the cultivation world gradually emerged. It felt strangely familiar, a bit like the eastern continent of the cultivation world, with a rich aroma of soil, plants, and beasts. I'm liking it more and more. It's a world tailor-made for me. So relaxing, so comfortable. The three gathering spiritual soil completely relaxed, not immediately noticing the figure that suddenly appeared above it. Got it right here? Then, it felt as if its head was being pinched, and before it could react, it was off the ground. Wow, the three gathering spiritual soil has developed its own consciousness, perfect for farming. I happen to be a plant-based person, so I just absorb it. I haven't eaten it in a while, and I'm kind of missing it. The three gathering spiritual soil's soul was trembling. Although it had no soul, it felt the chill that numbed its head to its tailbone. Although it didn't have a tailbone, it was just as terrifying. It must be dreaming. How could there be people from the cultivation world here? And they just happen to be of the plant element that counters it. Let me have a taste. The green-eyed master holding it seemed to smile. A small, strange-smelling spirit beast nodded, even urging it. Eat, eat. Hurry and try a bite. It's good for your health and your cultivation. The three gathering spirit soil collapsed. There's nothing more terrifying than gaining and then losing. This is clearly a safe and harmless world, and life is clearly becoming more and more comfortable. The mountains and rivers are peaceful, and the taste is getting better and better. Why are there people from the cultivation world here? And they have plant elements. Crack. A piece of its body was broken off, and the plant-based powerhouse tossed it into his mouth like a biscuit. Crack, crack, crack. So crispy, so flavorful, one could even smell the spiritual energy emanating from it. No! Powerful. Don't eat me. A stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during every festive season. No, 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 I was wrong. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. I'm also from the cultivation world. Can you please not eat me? Huh? You can talk? The powerhouse was stunned. Yitsifeng couldn't eat it anymore. He'd done too many good things. Returning to that predatory environment was a bit unaccustomed. Back in the cultivation world, he'd have stuffed anything he could think of, let alone something that could talk. Even if it called him grandpa, he'd just stuff it into his mouth. He'd lived like that for so long that he'd almost forgotten he was even human in the 21st century. But the collapse of the cultivation world allowed him to travel through countless worlds, all of them in the modern era. The days of the survival of the fittest seemed a long time ago, so long that he felt a little embarrassed to eat when he saw the Sunjiling in front of him could speak. Sorry, I didn't know you could speak. I should have asked you earlier if I had known. It was really abrupt. It's okay, it's okay. The Sunjiling quickly replied, but suddenly didn't know what to say. It wasn't what it had expected, and it didn't fit its common sense of striving for survival in the cultivation world. A few seconds of silence fell between the man and the soil. Yitsifeng was pondering how to deal with this piece of soul, while the Sunjiling was wondering if it had encountered an introverted and soft-hearted powerful being. Would a few words of coaxing and release it? Let's put it this way. The soft-hearted mighty spoke, and Sunjiling quickly nodded to indicate his listening, trying to impress the green-eyed mighty with his most obedient manner. I see you haven't done much good since arriving in this world, just absorbing the Earth's energy. Now that I'm here, your retribution has arrived. I offer you 3 options. Sunjiling quickly nodded, eagerly awaiting a way to escape. A glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps his luck was just that good, that the mighty being he encountered after escaping the world of cultivation was just so soft-hearted, lifting you up high and letting you go gently, a blessing from heaven. First, I crush you and scatter you across this land as compensation for the damage you caused. The green-eyed mighty smiled, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying nature of his words. Sunjalingtu simply shook his head, his pale golden form swaying back and forth. The frequency of the swaying spoke volumes about his displeasure. Then the second option is, I absorb you directly. The damage you cause this land will be borne by me. Sunjalingtu was stunned, not only by this horrifying fate, but also by this strange explanation. Why would someone talk about causing damage to this land in this way? Isn't this a world of low spiritual power? Just casually absorbing you, what kind of damage could there be? Whose damage? Sunjalingtu thought so and asked, only to see the green-eyed powerful man ponder for a second. You won't understand even if I tell you. Choose a path quickly. Is there a third path? Sunjalingtu was growing increasingly weak, and was already beginning to wonder if a tiny particle of soil could escape when the other party threw him into his mouth. Alas, cultivation is truly difficult. Even if one escapes the world of cultivation and begins anew, they still be captured and absorbed, and will have to exhaust all their energy to fight for a fresh start. There really is a third option. The green-eyed powerful figure blinked, the light in his pupils strangely contrasting with the earth, a refreshing green. I handle half of the original body, and the other half will sign a master-servant contract with me to work for me. I just happen to have a large area of land that needs your care. Is there even a choice? Though I lose my freedom, I gain life. I do. The three-gathering spiritual soil wasn't shy at all, fearing that if it spoke even a second later, it would be crushed into the earth or thrown into its mouth. One of its survival rules is swiftness, no matter what it does. Okay. Yeet Sifeng agreed decisively, then, with lightning speed, broke off half of the golden body of the three-gathering spiritual soil and signed a contract with the other half. Before anyone could react, the three-gathering spiritual soil was thrown into the spirit beast space. This is where you be working from now on. Work with that spiritual herb to take good care of this plot of land. Sunjalingtu looked up at the vast space. Countless plants grew across the vast land, of all kinds and types, aquatic, terrestrial, and even suspended in the air. It looked like a miniature model of a cultivation world. So many plants. It couldn't help but sigh, but soon realized that these plants all suffered from a certain nutritional deficiency, especially those planted in the soil. Could it be that there weren't three options at all? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the plants in this space were so lacking in fertile soil. One half of the three-gathering spiritual soil was diligently cultivating the soil in the spirit beast space. Yeet Sifeng glanced at it, and then ignored it, instead focusing his attention on the other half in his hand. This half lacked consciousness, but it contained half of the innate material and everything it had absorbed from this world. In other words, aside from its inability to speak, this was pure three-gathering spiritual soil, fully capable of returning to the land of Yin Nation. Because the current state of this world was very delicate. The earthworms were diligently burrowing into the ground, forming soil that slowed the rate at which the earth's energy was being absorbed. However, if he simply snatched the three-gathering spiritual soil away, the balance would be like a balance between merit and demerit. It was very likely that he would gain no merit in the end. Because he had taken the three-gathering spiritual soil, which had absorbed the earth's energy, with him, he had gained something here, which just made up for the effort he had put in earlier. But this brought us back to square one. His primary goal was to earn merit, not to save the world or manage the space. Therefore, he had to break off this half, and give it back to the land. In this process, he had to give more than he took, in order to obtain the golden light of merit. Otherwise, the golden light of merit wasn't like cabbage, just given away as it came. It was simply unreasonable. Yeet Sifeng rubbed the golden soil in his hands, feeling neither joy nor regret. He knew his purpose clearly. And honestly, the topic of farming on the internet in this world was quite interesting. Now, the third batch of fertilizer had been distributed, and the people were going to be even happier. Yeet Sifeng looked at the half of the golden three-collection spiritual soil in his hand, took a photo, and then sent a message to the authorities. Old Yi, the cultivation world porter, the matter is almost settled. The next third batch of fertilizer can be considered a welfare benefit for the people. It's mixed with the spiritual soil of the cultivation world, albeit a bit watery. Chapter 159. A bit thin. While that's true, the standard for thinness is based on the world of cultivation. If, in the world of cultivation, A piece of 3 gathering spiritual soil the size of an adult's fist were mixed into countless soils to benefit a region. It would indeed be a bit thin. This is primarily due to the abundance of spiritual energy in the world of cultivation. In comparison, the land mixed with spiritual soil would seem mediocre. But Earth is different. Earth lacks spiritual energy. And for a piece of spiritual soil to cultivate consciousness, it would have to have been cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Combined with the Earth's energy absorbed upon arrival on Earth, no matter how diluted it is, it would still be rich in spiritual energy for Earth. Very rich even. Soil imbued with spiritual energy combined with diluted spiritual soil powder, while a bit of a stretch, could still be considered a dimensionality-reducing attack. 3 gathering spiritual soil, concentrated spirit, power, and activity. Yi Zifeng directly handed the piece of soil to the official. He said nothing more, simply stating that it was the being who had crossed dimensions to come to Yin country and absorb the Earth's energy, and that he had now captured it. It's already been divided in half. The officials had no objections. They were even a bit flattered. This was mainly because, in fantasy plots like that, Yi Zifeng was like a cultivator going to the countryside to fight monsters. It's not common for cultivators to capture monsters and then share the spoils with the locals. I have my own plans, don't mind, Yi Zifeng explained bluntly. But the officials were still quite pleased. Holding the soil, which clearly had no scientific basis but shone with golden light, they grew happier the more they looked at it. Oh my god! Such a fantastical thing really exists in the world, having crossed worlds and landed in the hands of the Yin Nation. Even though someone else helped capture it, Yin Nation actually owns half of it. It's said to be called the 3 gathering spiritual soil. What a fantastical name. Immediately send it to the core of the team. And so it was delivered. Fearing any accidents along the way, the delivery was done in a low-key manner, using a van, even a Wuling. There were only a few people in the van, a driver and a co-pilot, and at first glance, it looked quite ordinary. But that was all superficial. In reality, it wasn't a van at all, but a carefully modified armored vehicle with an enormous trunk. Inside, 4 armed special agents were lurking, each extremely vigilant. The 3 gathering spiritual soil was contained in an exquisite wooden box, disguised as an orange, mixed in with a large box of Nangon navel oranges. As the van roared by, even a close look wouldn't have revealed that the several vehicles in front and behind it were actually escorting the box of Nangon navel oranges. Yi Zifeng could relax again. Although it sounded a bit strange, the problems of this world had been solved, and he could finally relax and surf the internet. The issue of fertilizer was still being hotly discussed online, but not the 3rd batch, as the official hadn't released any information yet. Yi Zifeng guessed they were probably still in a meeting. Sunja's spiritual soil, a soil from another world with special benefits for plants. Decentralizing it would be a win-win for everyone, as countless plant species would create countless possibilities. But what about keeping it for careful study? Would it yield even greater breakthroughs? Would it be more meaningful? Yi Zifeng wasn't sure, and the officials probably weren't either. So, it would definitely be done, and it would undoubtedly involve lengthy discussions, with every opinion heard and every possibility considered. I think keeping it in the lab is the safest option. If we can develop more cost-effective crops, we can solve our local food problem, stop relying on imports, and become more independent in food. I don't think so. Only in nature can there be more possibilities. I hope to delegate this to the people and encourage them to grow all kinds of things. I disagree. How can such a precious thing be distributed for everyone to enjoy? It must stay in the lab. But I don't think keeping it in the lab is a good idea either. Wasn't the sample of hybrid rice number 269 stolen last time? What if it gets stolen? Who will be held responsible? This is the only one of its kind in the world. Hasn't the person who did this been dealt with? You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I disagree. Just because the person who did this has been dealt with doesn't mean everything is safe. There's always danger lurking. It's very possible that someone else will be arguing with us in this meeting and want to keep this soil in the lab. What do you mean? I'm not talking about you. You said it so clearly, and you're not talking about me? Don't do that. We're at a meeting. What's the point of doing that? It's so embarrassing. The group argued, and due to the verbal friction, the meeting had to end, but the next one would start in 10 minutes. It's difficult to decide, let alone something this big. Only after fully considering the opinions of every member, and ensuring there are no flaws can it be implemented. What should we do? Yi Zifeng was also pondering this, but it only took him 3 days to find the answer. His intense surfing had him immediately aware of the official vote. National vote. A unique piece of soil has been discovered in our country. After contact with it, it was determined to be harmless to the human body and extremely suitable for growing crops. It's now diluted to 1.4 billion shares. Every citizen of Yen Nation can claim one, or choose not to claim one, leaving it for official experiments to support further research at the advanced lab. Submit your choice. I want to claim it. Supporting experiments. Yi Zifeng glanced at this page for 3 seconds before realizing the authorities were serious. The 1.4 billion shares probably hadn't been diluted yet, but they'd already started allocating them. It was so fair, catering to those who wanted to grow something, while also solving the lab's experimental challenges. A divine move. Of course, it just seemed a bit unorthodox. In reality, a bit unorthodox was just Yi Zifeng's opinion. To the vast majority of netizens, it was more than unorthodox. It was practically hacked. Otherwise, it was beyond description. What the hell is this? The official account was hacked? Is there anything safe in this world? Even accounts like this could be hacked? Are the staff just drinking tea, chatting, and walking their dogs all day? Huh? I've already seen mocking videos online. Oh my god. I used to be proud, but the official actions of recent years are truly heartbreaking. They don't even protect such an important account properly, and someone even lets this kind of stuff get posted. This time it's game content, next time it's pornographic videos, and next time it's reactionary speech. Can you please give us some confidence? It's truly shameful. Everyone online is laughing. There are many similar comments, all of which don't take the content seriously, simply glancing at it and concluding the account was hacked. But there are also quite a few people who simply clicked the vote and, after reading the content, didn't notice anything wrong. What kind of system do we have in this country? Discovering a piece of magical soil, isn't it normal for everyone to get a share? If it can't be divided, fine. But this time it's clearly possible, so what's wrong with that? Wow, this is some amazing soil. I'm looking forward to it. It's also great for growing things. I wonder if it'd be as good as the fertilizer I used to use. I'm actually thinking about growing cabbage. Winter cabbage is so sweet. How big is this plot? How much does each person get? What should we use to store it? Would a small bowl work? 1.4 billion people, one per person. I think an ear spoon would be enough, right? If each person gets a small bowl, I can't imagine how big it would be. Is there such a large amount of soil? I haven't even noticed it. I don't even have an ear spoon. Should I buy one now? Or is something else okay? Don't listen to the above. Bring a proper container, or ask your local community staff. What exactly should I bring? No, I definitely need something big. It's about diluting it. It's about diluting that magical soil into something else. It could be soil, or water. It's something really big. If I use an ear pick, how can I farm? Do you all want some? Any ideas for the lab? I'm not really interested in farming. I just donate mine to the country to help with crop breakthroughs, benefiting both the nation and the people. Me too. I'm not really interested in farming. I just leave it to the lab. I'm happy, and I feel like I've gained merit for nothing. New perspective. Then I leave it to the lab too. I still want to get it. I love growing things, and my favorite flower is a little bit underwhelming. If I get it, I use it, and see what the results are. I leave a review later. The more naive netizens are already fantasizing about their future lives. But some people were more neutral, their thoughts jumping between implausibility and plausibility. I'm a little confused. Can anyone tell me if this is real? If my account was hacked, it should have been recovered after all this time, right? But the votes are still there, doesn't that mean it's real? I don't know. It feels so frivolous at one moment, and so amusing at the other. In this internet age, it's normal for a national decision to be published through a vote. So which one do you choose? Receive it or not? I choose to receive it. I really want to see what that magical soil is like. How magical is it? Why would anyone believe something so frivolous? Isn't Yen country known for its seriousness and dignity? How could they publish something like this? Attention IP above. I don't like outsiders interfering in our country's affairs. Whatever, with all the commotion outside, I'm just going to receive it. And so the voting began. While the internet is full of controversy, with countless opinions and opinions, the mere click of the receive or don't claim button is irresistible. Click it. What if, although the possibility is very small, what if it feels like getting something for nothing, or having one more point of merit? It's a win no matter how you think about it. Especially since it's free. Not claiming it would be a loss. Huh? No free shipping. The internet is abuzz again, with people sharing the shipping costs in their respective areas. While the highest is only 8 yuan, and the lowest is 3 yuan, It costs money. How can something that costs money be compared to something that's free? They're arguing again. You're being a bit too rude, aren't you? There's no such thing. You're just making it up to make money. Your country's luck is ruined. Get lost, you above me. Of course I have to charge shipping. Without it, how would you attract people to take advantage of the situation, like you? The above me, you mean our mom found a piece of magical soil and wants to share it with everyone. She has to deliver it to your doorstep for free. You'd better slap her in the face, right? I've filled in my information, waiting for the magical soil. For some reason, I have a feeling this might be a lucky break. Hee hee, me too, happy. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng also clicked the vote, selecting I want to claim it. The page quickly jumped to the information field. Yi Zifeng considered it, skipped the other boxes, and filled in his WeChat name in the last field, mysterious code, optional. Old Yi, the transporter of the cultivation world. Information successfully submitted. Please enter your delivery address. Yi Zifeng filled in his current address, stared at the page showing submitted for 3 seconds, and resumed his web browsing. The online discussion was still lively, with believers, disbelievers, mockers, disdainful voices, and naive people all clamoring. The arguments went on and on, with no clear conclusion. Everyone argued their own opinions, each with their own reasons, their voices resonant, as if they could be judges. Yi Zifeng read with rapt interest, occasionally playing tricks, supporting one side, agreeing with the other, switching back and forth, which was extremely entertaining. The power of each faction was fairly evenly balanced, so the arguments were particularly intense. It wasn't until the first group of people received the goods and used them that an article suddenly appeared. God, what did the country give us? Is this really something I can get just by paying for postage? Why does something feel a little off? Chapter 160. Yi Zifeng was at the forefront of the melon-eating frenzy, clicking on the title almost immediately. Let me briefly describe the situation. Since I selected, I want to receive it immediately, I received the item quickly. The soil arrived in a stainless steel box with a stainless steel spoon inside. It was the size of a palm and came with a small spoon. I'd never seen anything like it before, and I had no idea how to use it. I simply left the box on the balcony. When my son asked, I thought for a moment and told him it might be fertilizer. The above is a brief summary. The next day, a perfectly calm and normal morning, I woke up to find a few oranges on the dining table. They were the size of an adult's fist, with thin skin and tender flesh, sweet and juicy. I ate one, then another, until I was a little full. Then I asked my son, who was playing next to me, when did his dad buy them? It was delicious, better than any I've had in years. The perfect balance of sour and sweet. I wanted him to buy a few more, and preferably bring a box to keep at home. But before my son could say anything, my husband came out of the other room and said he'd just gotten up. At that moment, I noticed something was amiss, but I didn't think much of it. Perhaps a neighbor had dropped off some oranges, and my son had opened the door. But before I could tell him not to open the door casually, he said he'd grown those oranges, and they were on the balcony. I was completely shocked. Family, did you buy those little potted oranges during Chinese New Year? They're the kind you can't eat, but they look really pretty, like little lanterns hanging from a tree. One night later, the small oranges were gone, replaced by fist-sized oranges, hanging nonchalantly from the small potted plant. My head was completely fogged. I couldn't figure out why there were so many large oranges hanging from that small potted plant on the balcony. They were thin-skinned, tender, delicious, and sweet. My mouth was filled with the sweet aroma of oranges. My son said he could do magic, but he just needed some magical equipment, like the small box of magic soil Mom bought yesterday. He even urged me to buy him some more. It feels ridiculous to even type these memories out, but I have no other intention than to post them here. I just wanted to ask everyone. Is there any scientific basis for this? Could this special soil have some unique atavistic ability? Could it be that it helps the small oranges amplify the genes of their ancestral oranges? Otherwise, it's hard to explain why those oranges suddenly turned into oranges. In case you think I'm lying, here's the surveillance video. Yi Zifeng clicked on the surveillance video. The person who posted the video was very safety conscious, capturing a small corner of the balcony. The video focuses on the potted plant, a sparse, small orange plant with some fallen fruit. The video is sped up, revealing a child with cartoon stickers slapped on his face. The child's lively movements are accelerated, jumping around on the balcony, and finally reaching for the stainless steel box containing the diluted version of Lingrang National. If the small box merely piqued the child's curiosity, then the finely polished spoon simply fueled his interest. The child began playing, scooping soil into the flower pots on the balcony, spoonful by spoonful. There were several pots of flowers on the balcony, each with a small spoonful. Finally, perhaps growing impatient, the child simply poured the entire contents of the box into the flower pots and scurried off. The sped-up video continued. Even in the dim light, it was clear enough to see the ping-pong ball-sized ornamental oranges in the pots growing at a visible rate, expanding like balloons. One to the left, one to the right. Although many of the small oranges seemed to have failed to evolve and fell to the ground, 7 or 8 of them in the pots had already evolved. It was like an animated film, because even TV dramas don't get this exaggerated. The video ended, and Yeatsifeng scrolled down. As expected, the comments section was already buzzing with activity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is acting, right? The video is AI generated. I feel like everyone's IQ is being rubbed on the floor. It's ridiculous. Not to mention, the part where the little orange grows into a big orange is quite inspiring. I've added a voiceover. Let's all enjoy it together. Video. Yeatsifeng clicked on it. He had to admit, the voiceover made the process of the little orange growing into a big orange even more exciting. If he had to come up with a title, he'd probably call it Time Travel. I Evolved on Earth. Yeatsifeng liked the video and started commenting again. This is definitely acting. I'm a botanist. Currently, there's no substance that can make a landscape potted orange grow into an orange. This is as absurd as turning pork into beef, let alone overnight. I feel like I'm being a bit hasty. Yesterday I believed this kind of soil really existed. The authorities were so kind as to give everyone a copy. Oh my goodness, I didn't pay for shipping. Are the authorities financially strapped? They can't wait to get the money. This video is ridiculous. I knew it was fake even after graduating from junior high. My second grade sister took a look and said it was a movie. I'm really disappointed. Credibility shouldn't be tossed around like this. I understand everyone's emotions are running high, but my wonderful soil has arrived. It looks exactly like the one in that orange video. Anyone want to study it with me? I can livestream the whole thing. Yes. I want it. I just watched the livestream. Thanks to the viral popularity of the orange turning orange video, the livestream also attracted a large audience, with tens of thousands of people huddled in the room just to see the mysterious small box of soil powder. The broadcaster was a young woman with a large garden of potted plants, mostly green, filling the entire room. She held the small stainless steel box with a serious expression. It's quite fine and doesn't smell particularly special, but it's different from the fertilizers I bought. It has a strange feeling. It's a bit mysterious, but it's hard to describe. It's like I feel a mysterious power when I hold this stainless steel box. A mysterious reminder suddenly lit up in the live stream, warning the streamer to be careful, or risk being banned if she continued. Ha, oh my god. Sanctions and warnings from the platform. This is terrifying. Anyone who gets this thing is insane. It's like they've never studied science and are just crazy. Hee, I won't say anything. I find it a little strange too. Maybe it's just an illusion. Let's just give it a try. The host smiled, but also felt a little embarrassed. Although he seemed to be on the verge of saying something, while holding the box, he clearly held it back. This part is growing well. There's no need to use this. The effect isn't noticeable. The host pointed to a large pile of potted plants to his left. Let's have a tough challenge. The host held his phone and filmed the potted plants at the corner. A plant with large leaves, but noticeably curling and wilting, appeared on the screen. This plant with big leaves is my favorite, but yesterday my mom brought my nephew over, and he pinched it off. When I saw it, it was thrown to the ground. But don't worry, my nephew has been kicked out. He will never enter my house again in his life. Okay, the netizens' breasts are saved. I hate relatives with no sense of boundaries. I hate them so much. They should get compensation first. I've already paid, but this leaf isn't worth much. It's my first plant, and I don't know if it worked, but other people's oranges have turned into oranges, and mine just got pinched off. It's worth a try, right? The host's tone was a little uncertain, but he still picked up the stainless steel spoon and carefully scooped a small spoonful, about the size of a fingernail, and carefully sprinkled it onto the potting soil. Is this enough? Will more burn the seedlings? It's probably not enough. The orange turning orange video seems to have all fallen over. I think this little bit is enough for now. To control for variables, the host clearly listened to everyone's opinions. Take your time. I'm not sure how much to give. Even if it doesn't recover, I'm prepared. Plants have a short lifespan, and I'm glad it's been with me this long. The streamer smiled. That being said, If there's no response after 2 hours, I keep scooping in. I keep the live stream going, and everyone's welcome to observe along. I really hope this soil will be useful. So, they watched the plant's recovery together. The live stream couldn't be sped up, so it wasn't very noticeable. But after 2 hours, anyone who spent more than half an hour in the studio could clearly see that the leaves were getting better. At first, they were wilted and curled, looking completely like the setting sun. But after half an hour, the main stem seemed to straighten slightly, and after another half an hour, the leaves seemed to unfurl. Is it my imagination? Was there that white stuff at the roots before? What was that? Could it be new roots? Impossible. Everyone, please stay calm. I think this video is fake, a scam, designed to trick you into believing it. Makes sense. The comments section returned to normal. Some were observing, some were analyzing, some said it must have been planned, and some said everyone should stay calm and not be fooled by such a lame trick. But Yeet Sifeng was also watching the live stream and clearly noticed that the live stream had a significant drop in traffic at a certain time, only to recover after 5 to 10 minutes. The comment section was quiet, everyone saying yes, yes, be cautious, don't believe it. Huh? The official website actually says it's out of stock. A simple comment suddenly appeared, like a stone that immediately caused a huge wave of ripples. Ah, I successfully claimed it a minute ago. That was a close call. I'm dying of laughter. I knew you guys were no good. I went to claim it 10 minutes ago, and the stock plummeted. I came back and everyone's still saying in the comments section, don't trust me. Huh? Is that how you guys are? As a seasoned surfer, I've learned this lesson. You should always think for yourself and act accordingly. I'm a little embarrassed, but I still want to say I've already claimed it for myself and my family, hee. The ID above looks familiar. Didn't you say before that you should be rational and not trust this stuff so easily? Yeah, you're not mistaken, hee. Dizzy. There's no such thing as true love in this world. I never be online with you guys again in my next life, bye-bye hate. I noticed something was wrong. When I filled out the information to claim it, it said it was all taken. I'm not sure when the next batch will appear. No, why can't I get it? Doesn't everyone get one? Why is it out of stock? What's the logic behind this? It's unfair. Absolutely unfair. And they promised 1.4 billion copies, and now they're out of stock. What's the logic behind this? The official announcement says the items are still available, but the stainless steel boxes they use as containers are gone. They're ramping up production, and we expect to start shipping the second batch in a week. Why do they have to use stainless steel? Just use any other container. Bags will work too. The official explanation for this is that the soil is special, and only stainless steel boxes can maximize preservation. Any other method won't work. Huh? Everyone was shocked and rushed to check the announcement, only to discover that this was indeed the case. What a strange statement. If it's soil, shouldn't anything be able to be stored there? Why does it have to be in stainless steel? Wouldn't a wooden box work? Wouldn't plastic work? What does it mean to preserve it to the greatest extent possible? Would it lose its spirituality? No way. Everyone's thoughts suddenly ran wild. Everyone in this land has heard some folklore. For example, there's the saying that ginseng must be tied with red string, or it will sprout legs and escape. So wouldn't it be the same principle that magical soil must be stored in stainless steel boxes? Some people raised questions, but the authorities didn't respond. But sometimes, a lack of response is a sign of attitude. Everyone was suddenly excited, living the week of stainless steel box production like a year. The stainless steel factory near my house is fuming, but all I can say is, keep up the good work.